On a stormy day, struck by lightning, Xia Haimao unexpectedly found herself transported to the world of Harry Potter. She became an obscure descendant of Slytherin in this realm. A lifetime of hiding? She would not abide by such a fate. A natural Slytherin like her ought to engage in endeavors previously unattempted, such as courting the headmaster. To the outside world, she presents herself as a charming and loyal angel, possessing an appearance and character that starkly contrast with those of her house. Yet behind the scenes, she embodies a vengeful and irritable serpent. The notion of being a simpleton? Absolutely non-existent. Eve Good, the quintessential two-faced individual, drags her steadfast companions into the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, she has delivered a punch and cast a memory charm, while simultaneously plucking the feathers from Foxtail. However, this professor seems rather peculiar, does he not? Why does the storyline veer increasingly off course? And how is it that you are privy to all my secrets? If two souls are equally shattered, can love anchor us from drifting endlessly? Now do you believe that I am an angel sent by Merlin to save you? Always. Chapter 88, An Unbreakable Oath. Indeed, after dinner, Snape summoned her to the cellar, where Eve Good adeptly nestled herself on the corner sofa, awaiting the man seated at the table to speak. The matter you needed to address has been resolved. Snape leisurely adjusted the potion before him, as an owl flew through the half-open cellar door, and he deftly slipped a letter into the small metal tube attached to its leg. I knew it was you, Eve Good praised. Truly seamless. We are indeed partners in crime. Question mark. Unable to comprehend, but it was certainly not a compliment. How did you manage it? The girl unceremoniously opened his drawer, retrieving a handful of honey sweets while leafing through the adjacent Advanced Dark Arts Guide. Snape waved his wand, swapping the book in her hands for Today's Transfiguration. It's quite simple, he remarked, pushing back the drawer Eve Good had left ajar. Just add a bit of Veritaserum to the water that this fool drinks. He relishes showing off his meager knowledge in front of a crowd, and he revealed himself at the board meeting this morning. Indeed, it is quite simple. I'd already penned an anonymous letter to that special reporter you mentioned. Snape closed the door, his figure flickering in the dim candlelight. The owl this afternoon was dispatched by her, causing quite the commotion. Certainly another fool. Eve Good wholeheartedly agreed. This fellow's rumor-mongering skills were nothing short of masterful. A mouth like his wouldn't spare even a speck of dust that did not contribute to her fortune. Tomorrow, you shall have the results you desire, Snape concluded. The Daily Prophet will certainly not overlook such a significant event. Impressive. Pansy offered this assessment of the entire affair, with every detail interconnected seamlessly. The following morning, those who subscribed to the Daily Prophet eagerly circulated that edition of the newspaper, and Eve Good magicked a stack of papers, printing the explosive column verbatim for all in need. What a lucrative opportunity, George remarked, accepting a copied sheet. Miss Eve should seize this chance to profit. She truly does not require such trifling sums, Harry stated earnestly as he perused the newspaper handed him by Ron. It is hard to believe that Lockhart has deceived so many for so long. Even my mother's revered method on how to properly handle household pests was lifted from others. Ron, noticing the complex expression on Hermione's face, hummed contentedly. The title is spot on. Genius or fraud? The grand lies of Lockhart, utterly flawless. Once again, their defense against the dark arts professor had vanished, leaving Snape compelled to shoulder the burden once more. It was evident that this brought him some delight, yet his mood swiftly soured due to the lackluster quality of Lockhart's lessons, which were far beneath the standards set by Quirrell. Consequently, his rage echoed through every class. Eve Good feared he might faint from anger, and during those days, she replaced his coffee with ginger tea. Yet how was it that this old professor appeared even more irritable? Pansy seemed to have discerned Snape's extraordinary tolerance for Eve Good before anyone else. For any student attending his classes alongside Slytherins was spared harsh reprimands, at least compared to those attending alone. She suddenly felt fortunate to be a Slytherin, especially since Eve Good was one as well. That day, Snape came to class as usual, and Eve Good keenly observed that he was holding a peculiar bottle. What on earth? Was that a beetle? Wait, is that not Rita Skeeter's animagus? Snape's expression appeared relaxed and cheerful, causing students in the front row to tremble in fear. A professor typically known for his sour demeanor, suddenly exhibiting such overt joy was indeed more terrifying than the collapse of Hogwarts itself. In the classroom, the only one who seemed equally delighted was Eve Good. Recalling the trivialities this person had engaged in within the original narrative, she now harbored a desire to crush him underfoot. Today, Snape calmly turned the bottle upside down on the podium and, in his distinctive tone, inquired, "Who wishes to be my assistant?" Eve Good craned her neck, uncertain if she should raise her hand. "You may take the bottle from the podium." "Me. Meh. Meh 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 meh." Pansy covered her face, feigning ignorance of Eve Good, while Draco curiously peered over, eager to discover what precious item resided within the bottle, only to find it contained merely a beetle. "If you truly need it, I could have 500 identical ones sent from home." "This is different, Draco." Eve Good rose as Pansy cleared a path for her. "This beetle, you do not understand." "Draco?" This lesson unexpectedly went smoothly. Snape indeed appeared to be in good spirits, during which Eve Good accidentally shook the bottle several times, causing the beetle to tumble around. Afterward, she successfully obtained the bottle, where the beetle continued to mutter indistinctly, and Eve Good tapped the bottle, warning, "If you keep cursing, I will crush you this very instant." The beetle within the bottle feigned death. During the lunch break, she brought the bottle to Snape's cellar, where her threats and inducements proved highly effective. Coupled with her status as an unregistered animagus, her intimidation was effortlessly executed. "You must understand." Snape stroked his wand contemplatively before finally speaking. "Such verbal promises are the most laughable guarantees among wizards." Eve Good had already released Rita Skeeter, throwing several ropes her way and casting a silencing charm around them to prevent her from raising an alarm and attracting unnecessary trouble. "You mean an unbreakable oath?" Snape had begun to chant the incantation, and they observed Rita's visible panic, yet her struggles were futile. Eve Good was resolute in her intentions and would not waver. Rita Skeeter, the woman before her, leaned closer, having never encountered a girl of this age with such a terrifying gaze. "Do you swear that you will never again write defamatory, hearsay-driven articles that are unrealistic and insulting?" "Yes, yes." Snape's wand emitted a jet of flame that encircled their slightly intertwined hands, and Eve Good gazed steadily at the woman before her. "Will you do everything in your power to rectify the ills of the news industry?" "Ah." Snape stepped forward, causing Rita to nod frantically. "Yes, yes, I will do everything within my power." "One last thing." Eve Good fixed her penetrating gaze upon her. "You will not speak of anything that transpired today to anyone, including how you arrived at Hogwarts." The final flicker of flame caressed their hands as Snape subtly rotated his wrist to manipulate the wand, the fire gradually waning and melding into the bodies of the two women. "See, can I leave now?" The two of them gazed at the woman before them. Eve Good understood that one must never show weakness in such matters. However, with Snape's assistance, the task appeared considerably less daunting. "You may return now." Chapter 89, Summer Vacation. The two watched as Rita Skeeter transformed back into a beetle and flew away. And only then did Eve Good feel that all the tasks of this semester had been gloriously accomplished. She assisted Snape in organizing potion ingredients, and casually marked a few assignments from Ravenclaw. The remaining days felt remarkably relaxed. Dumbledore announced the cancellation of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course half a month before the exams, which left both Hermione and Eve Good feeling quite disheartened. Hermione simply wished to learn, while Eve understood the deeper implications. This time, Lucius was not expelled by the board, but his expression upon receiving that tattered diary was unforgettable. Eve Good patted his arm, as she was too short to reach his shoulder, urging him not to cause trouble. She wearily rubbed her temples. Dealing with such matters is truly exhausting. Lucius tossed the diary to Dobby, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Why didn't you stop me?" "That is your decision." Eve Good's gaze pierced through his cold gray eyes, recalling the inseparable bond their family had exhibited during the final battle. She remained silent, knowing that by that time, he would make the choices he deemed right. Narcissa would risk her life to conceal the fact that Harry was still alive, provided she ensured Draco's safety. Anyone capable of such emotions would undoubtedly not be cold-hearted towards their family. The rise of Voldemort's power had brought him immense wealth, and thus, his downfall would inevitably involve his family. Whether it be wealth or kin, Lucius would ultimately have to choose. Lucius could not discern her thoughts, but he did not inquire further and departed from Hogwarts with Dobby. Eve Good stared vacantly at his retreating figure. "You've seen my father." Draco and Pansy approached from another corner, the platinum-haired boy looking quite proud. When I grow up, I will become as formidable a wizard as my father. Eve Good snapped back to reality, her mind involuntarily conjuring an image of a grown-up Draco in anguish, trembling as he aimed his wand at Dumbledore. He was not thoroughly wicked, yet due to his family's allegiance to Voldemort, he could not transform into a completely good person. Don't grow up. What? Draco did not hear clearly. It's nothing. Eve Good shook her head, asserting that she could now handle everything herself, that such occurrences would never transpire again. Grow up, and you will undoubtedly become as powerful a wizard as your father. It seemed in the blink of an eye, they had completed their exams, and in another blink, the results were announced. Eve Good and Hermione, unsurprisingly, maintained their positions as first and second, while Draco's ranking had improved significantly, and he appeared quite pleased. The train ride home was distinctly joyous this time. Draco had his father use his privileges to connect 3 compartments, and a group of them sat together chatting, leaving George and Fred bewildered when Harry pulled them in. Are we dreaming? How could Malfoy be sitting with us? I just wanted to share the ride home with you. Draco said haughtily, you always avoid us. Then I thank you, Draco. She pondered how much he had changed. The journey was not short, and Eve Good settled in the middle to listen to their conversation. Harry and Draco had each bought a plethora of snacks, laid out on the table in the center, while the Weasley twins ignited a spectacular display of fireworks throughout the compartment, illuminating it with twinkling lights. Hermione, Ginny, and Pansy were engaged in a game of exploding snap, while Eve Good opened the window, relishing the sight of fields and mountains whizzing by, feeling utterly content. The wind lifted her hair as Pigwidgeon chirped joyfully beside her, and she felt a sense of freedom she had never experienced before. What are your plans for the summer? Draco inquired, his mouth full of syrup pie. I don't know, Eve Good replied, idly fiddling with the time-turner around her neck, but it will surely be eventful. Ron's rat scurried out, nibbling on a chocolate cauldron on the table. Eve Good longed to capture it and confine it to Azkaban at once, yet she reminded herself to remain composed. She could not alter too much, for if Peter sensed anything amiss, he would undoubtedly vanish without a trace. If Voldemort were to die prematurely, he would truly be lost forever. A few hours later, the Hogwarts train gradually came to a halt. She stepped off the train, embracing each friend who came to bid farewell, and received a hastily scribbled phone number from Harry, indicating that they might indeed need to consider connecting the castle to the Muggle phone line. She watched them depart before pulling up her hood once more. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. A man clad in a black trench coat approached briskly, accompanied by a group of prefects as they disembarked the train. Eve Good halted in her tracks. The surrounding clamor seemed to diminish, the crowd blurred, and time appeared to slow, leaving only Severus's figure and his abyss-like profound eyes distinctly clear. Let us go? He, like the other parents, took her heavy suitcase from her hand and led her away from the platform. Will I be at your home this summer? They walked down the Muggle street like an ordinary family, and Severus glanced at her without uttering a word, clearly acquiescing. Eve Good lowered her hood. Her white hair glimmered in the sunset, instilling in her a sense that the days to come would surely be better. Indeed, without the traces of her past life, she could freely cast spells in Severus's home, and she need not endure the late-night struggles of homework like Harry, for she dwelled in a wizard's abode, free to do as she pleased. Occasionally, she could even return to the castle to retrieve items, living quite comfortably. The only inconvenience was that she must ensure Severus did not discover her clandestine aid to Harry. Yet why? He had a cordial relationship with James. There was no reason to be so irked by Harry. Severus, can you guess why he gave you the golden snitch? One morning, as she descended for breakfast as usual, an inexplicable sense of anticipation filled her. She felt that something wonderful was about to occur. She glanced at the man opposite her, who was engrossed in the Daily Prophet, but soon dismissed the notion as mere whimsy. Today's breakfast included a long-missed cup of cocoa tea. Severus set down the newspaper, sipped from the wine he had just retrieved from the cellar, and met Eve's gaze, which was lost in thought. What's wrong? Eve Good shook her head. Nothing. She continued to scoop a spoonful of mashed potatoes into her mouth, simply feeling that today might bring good fortune. Perhaps it truly will. Severus's gaze shifted to her time-turner, laden with meaning, just as someone accidentally burned themselves and began guzzling the cocoa tea on the table. What did you just say? Before she could finish her sentence, Eve Good felt a sudden brightness envelop her, and when she regained her senses, she found herself standing on a patch of grass. Chapter 90, The Grassland Wedding, 1. What a vast expanse of grassland it was, with beautiful, uniformly arranged tables not far away. Beneath the lawn lay a long, pristine white carpet leading directly to a splendid altar at the center. It was evident that she had arrived at a wedding venue. Eve Good, however, was in no rush to locate anyone. She wandered among a row of archways adorned with floral garlands, stopping at a dessert table to grab a piece of souffle. Realizing she hadn't finished her breakfast and needed to replenish her energy to search for people, Gradually, some formally dressed individuals began to gather. Eve Good anticipated that standing there with her conspicuous white hair would inevitably expose her, so she seamlessly blended into the crowd, attentively eavesdropping to discover who was tying the knot. Be careful not to reveal your secret. That would be quite peculiar for muggles. She promptly turned in that direction, discovering a lady in a purple gown, her hair elegantly pinned up with numerous butterfly ornaments. Eve Good recognized this well. It was documented on page 147 of History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, a popular wizarding hair accessory in this era. Lily and James certainly chose a splendid location. Didn't they? The lady was conversing with her companion, and upon turning her head, she caught sight of her. She blinked, uncertain whether Eve Good was indeed a witch. Eve then casually waved her wand at her waist, and the lady immediately understood, enthusiastically pulling her into the midst of her and her companion's conversation. What a splendid wedding, she exclaimed, pouring a cup of eggnog for Eve. You are simply delightful. May I inquire your name? Eve Good, miss, came the polite reply. Eve expressed her gratitude, adding, might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Oh, you truly are a little gentleman. The lady laughed heartily. I am Mary, Lily's roommate, and we share quite a good rapport. Her companion bid farewell, presumably heading into the venue shortly. Look there. I trust you wouldn't refuse to accompany me to see them, would you? Eve Good, spotting Severus in his ever-constant black coat not far away, immediately followed her. At that moment, Lily and James were surrounded by a throng of well-wishers, their voices overflowing with blessings and praise. Lily, Mary seemed genuinely familiar with her. Exchanging a few pleasantries before Lily's gaze suddenly shifted, landing on Eve Good, who was squeezed amidst the crowd. My goodness, Eve Good, she exclaimed, pulling her from the throng. Eve, wary of dirtying Lily's pristine wedding gown with her shoes, made an effort not to lean against her. James coughed as he approached. Did you see? I am truly marrying Lily. I see it with both my eyes. She replied. It seems I can tentatively believe your prophecy. James appeared quite pleased, while Lily was positively ecstatic. I can hardly believe it. She gently set Eve back on the ground, as James retrieved a handkerchief to wipe a speck of dust from Lily's gown. You truly came. It has been ages since we last met after graduation. Oh, indeed. Eve Good felt her cheeks warm at the remark, while her roommate Mary and the surrounding guests discreetly excused themselves. The three of them relished this rare moment together. I hope my future daughter resembles you, Lily remarked, pinching her cheek with a sigh. You truly are Merlin's little angel. You haven't changed a bit after all this time. Indeed, James chimed in, speaking in a laid-back tone, and you're still so short. He gestured toward Eve Good's height. I reckon it won't be long before our future children will surpass you in height. Eve Good couldn't help but think of Harry at that moment. It was summer, and the thought of him still languishing alone at his aunt's house filled her with bitterness. Yes, she replied, feigning a cough from the eggnog to mask her emotions. I am truly delighted to attend your wedding, though it is regrettable that I didn't bring anything. Look at you, Lily said, handing her cup of eggnog to a passing waiter, then taking a cloth from him to wipe her mouth. Your presence is the finest gift. I believe you are far more eager to see Severus. The man not far off seemed to have just noticed the gathering. He turned impatiently, intending to speak, but his gaze fell upon the white-haired girl standing in the sunlight. Then, as if in a series of cinematic frames, Severus approached slowly, the silver buttons of his suit gleaming brightly. His expression held no superfluous emotion. It seemed natural for her presence to be here, as if they had seen each other only yesterday. Why the pretense? James rolled his eyes, leaning against an archway. We discovered that photo a few days ago. How many times has it been? And he still acts aloof, not a word to say. You're the one who's talkative, Lily interjected, interrupting him. Severus simply struggles to express himself, but that doesn't mean his feelings are any less profound than others. Eve Good stared at him, recognizing the suit as the very one she had seen in the erased mirror, identical in every detail except for the absence of the blue rose. You came, huh? Eve Good finally registered the words. Yes, I came. Is that all? James's expression nearly split with incredulity. After such a long separation, only these few words? Hey. Lily tugged him away. Don't disturb them. What do you think should happen? Shouldn't there be a warm embrace, followed by tales of the years apart? Or compliments about each other's attire? James grumbled, shaking a glass of wine he had taken from a waiter. With such a lack of conversation, I doubt they'll still be together a decade from now. Prophet, take him away. A round-faced Uncle Vernon and his sharp-faced Aunt Petunia had arrived, appearing somewhat uneasy, yet they feigned idle chatter. When Eve Good overheard Vernon remarking to a relative that James was nothing more than an unemployed magician, she felt an urge to punch him sky-high. At this moment, the relationship between Petunia and Lily was still quite strained, as Eve Good observed. Noting how Petunia's long face and barely visible curve at the corners of her mouth made her resemble someone attending a funeral. She had no idea how to navigate the sibling dynamics and decided it best to slip away for now. Severus spoke as little as ever. They sat at the side, engaging in a half-hearted conversation. Fortunately, Lily had arranged a seat for Eve Good, or else she would have been left standing, watching Severus drink. Vernon's raucous voice occasionally boomed across the space, and Eve Good thought his manner of speaking was indeed rather unpleasant. It was a relief that James refrained from engaging him in conflict. It was clear that Lily meant a great deal to him. How much longer must he go on? Severus set down his glass and stood. Let us go? Without waiting for Eve Good to respond, he picked her up, clearly wishing to defend his Lily. Not that she was the aggressive type. She wouldn't argue. She only knew how to take action. Chapter 91. The Garden Wedding, 2. By the time they arrived, the tall, stocky, red-faced Vernon was already embroiled in a quarrel with James, resembling an Afghan hound covered in superglue. James, don't do that. Lily's eyes were red-rimmed. Ever since she had been accepted into Hogwarts as a genuine witch, Petunia had essentially severed ties with her. Her husband was equally disdainful of wizards, likely exacerbated by Petunia's influence. It was quite extraordinary that the two had even come to her wedding. How cruel, Eve Good remarked. They've made Lily cry. Indeed. What do you mean, indeed? Eve Good glared at him, thinking he ought to be furious enough to give Vernon a couple of slaps. As the two appeared ready to resort to physical confrontation, Eve Good discreetly cast a silent spell on Vernon, causing the rotund man to tumble to the ground, startling Petunia into rushing to help him up. Vernon, seemingly still unsatisfied, continued to advance, but amusingly, he stumbled with every step. At that moment, James was the first to react. He glanced at Eve Good, who was being held by Severus, and she snapped her fingers, flashing him a mischievous smile. James subtly gave her a thumbs up. He understood that while Lily wouldn't want her sister and brother-in-law to be harmed, he didn't share the same reluctance. He would gladly enjoy watching Vernon take a nasty fall. Petunia also realized who had played the trick on them. She scanned the area and immediately spotted the white-haired girl in the dark green dress, her gaze unmistakably mocking. Vernon followed his wife's line of sight, and, at first glance, was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like waves, possessing a quality distinctly different from most present. However, in the next moment, they saw her eyes shift to a vibrant green, resembling a serpent fixated on its prey, sending a simultaneous chill down their spines. Indeed, it was not long before they excused themselves, casting lingering glances at Eve Good, whose eyes shone a brilliant blue, as if the fleeting moment had merely been a figment of their imagination. Let us go. Quickly, Penny gritted her teeth. I dare say that girl is just as much a freak as they are. However, Snape's acute hearing remained as sharp as ever, causing Penny to stumble. Huh. Eve Good mused to herself. No wonder they looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. It turns out we had crossed paths before. It is indeed unsettling when a person remains unchanged after more than a decade. The ensuing wedding unfolded seamlessly, save for the presence of Peter. The thought of him becoming a pet in the Weasley household in a few years made Eve Good feel nauseous. It seemed imperative to cast a forgetting charm on him, lest he flee at the mere mention of her name. As James lifted Lily's veil with a red rose, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, and some attendees were unable to contain their emotions. Witnessing their heartfelt gazes, Eve Good could scarcely fathom the happiness that awaited them. If only time could slow down, she thought, wishing to savor their moment of bliss, free from all burdens. The grandeur of the wedding, unspoken yet palpable, was a testament to the genuine affection of friends and family. Struggling to suppress her tears for the sake of decorum, she realized that witnessing others' happiness could indeed provoke tears. Snape casually offered her a handkerchief, and Eve Good bashfully dabbed at her eyes. How wonderful it was to see Lily and James trembling with excitement. After all, isn't life lived for such fleeting moments? Snape quietly observed them embrace. As Lily's friend, he too felt a sense of joy for her, though he wished her spouse were anyone but James. He glanced at the girl beside him, her eyes wide with anticipation, drinking in every detail of the wedding. What opulence! Just look at the moonstone adorning Lily's head. That pure white hue is exceptionally rare, he thought to himself, already contemplating the market for aquamarine moonstones. The wedding proceedings were swiftly concluded, and their arrangements were indeed impeccable, devoid of any cumbersome rituals, with most guests being close friends and family, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity before Peter could slip away again, Eve Good cast a forgetting charm, watching as his gaze dulled before he silently exited the scene. He would not inquire. He trusted that she had her reasons. The banquet table was laden with delectable dishes, and Eve Good eagerly dove into the buffet. The sight of the stacked Hungarian goulash made her mouth water. Alongside the crispy Cribbage Wizard biscuits, meat-filled potato cakes, and French bouillabaisse, among other delights. She piled her plate high and sat across from Snape. Why is he so taciturn today? Is it because he is sulking over Lily's wedding? Eve Good pondered as she began to eat. "What is wrong with you today?" she asked. "What?" Snape, lost in thought about what adornments should grace the wedding gown, was momentarily taken aback. "You seem distracted," Ivgood remarked. "Aren't you happy that Lily is getting married?" "I am pleased, but not excessively so," Snape replied, slicing into the beef before him and placing a piece on Ivgood's plate. "I believe I've told you numerous times, I do not harbor any fondness for her." "Then why do Chinese people not deceive each other?" "What?" He seemed confused. "I misspoke," Ivgood quickly corrected herself. "I meant to say that Hogwarts individuals do not deceive one another." "Hogwarts individuals do not deceive one another?" he echoed, so resolute. "Have you not a second thought?" At that moment, Lily and James approached them. "How do you feel, Ivgood?" Lily asked, handing her bouquet over. "Isn't this wedding magnificent? The most splendid wedding ever," Ivgood said, kissing her cheek and admiring the delicate lilies and orchids in the bouquet. She then looked up at the couple earnestly. "You both will be so happy." "Of course we will," James boasted, raising Lily's hand adorned with a ring. "I am undoubtedly the best husband in the world." "You're full of yourself," Lily teased. "Hey." As the evening concluded, the wedding festivities drew to a close, accompanied by the setting sun, painting the sky with hues akin to the breath of distant mountains, melodiously serenading the joyous occasion. Ivgood gradually faded from their view, prompting Snape to lower his arm from around her, his expression growing more rigid. "She took my bouquet," he remarked. Lily, gleefully sipping a small glass of pure malt whiskey, watched the dancing couples in the hall. "I think Snape wishes Ivgood would take him along as well," Black quipped, having changed out of his groomsman attire, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Snape stepped closer, and Black immediately tensed, apprehensive of a potential hex. "The moonstone on the veil today," he addressed James, marking his first genuine conversation with him. "Where did you procure it?" Chapter 92, Moonstone. Ivgood snapped back to reality. Finding herself once more at Snape's table, the bouquet still fresh in her hands, and the man across from her immediately understood. She summoned a tall vase and carefully arranged the flowers within. Snape rose and ascended the stairs, returning shortly with a box which he slid toward her. "What is this?" Ivgood inquired, looking at him. Snape remained silent, gazing at her intently. The sudden stillness caught her off guard, prompting her to open the box. Inside lay a sea-blue moonstone encased in red velvet, identical to the one Lily wore at her wedding. Ivgood was momentarily stunned, her hand suspended in midair, uncertain of her next move. Snape then produced another box, revealing the pure white moonstone that Lily had worn on her wedding day. "When I inquired about the moonstone market, Lily kindly provided it to me without asking for it back," Snape said, nudging the box toward her. "I believe Lily would be delighted that its new owner is you." Ivgood accepted the box in silence, and at that moment, Gabriel leisurely floated over, resting his massive serpent head on the table. "I too am glad to be its new owner," Ivgood softly said, patting Gabriel's head. That evening, Snape returned to his study as usual, but suddenly recalled something. He checked Ivgood's room to ensure she was truly asleep before heading downstairs into the fireplace. Moments later, he found himself in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was indeed still poring over documents. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," Snape greeted. The silver-haired man looked up, smiling as he beckoned Snape to a chair. "Ah, a rare visitor. What brings you here?" Snape furrowed his brow, agitated, his fingers clenched tightly. "Today she attended Lily and James's wedding." "Do not fret, Severus," Dumbledore reassured him, pouring a cup of mead. "She is among the best at Hogwarts now. There is no cause for concern, especially with Lily and James around. You truly need not worry." Snape recalled the sea-blue moonstone, irritated by that foolish girl who, much like Harry with the golden snitch, had not even considered what it represented. The thought only heightened his agitation, and Dumbledore, sensing his distress, added a sprig of mint to the drink, which Snape downed in one go. "I must take my leave," he announced, rising toward the fireplace. If she were to come to my room in the middle of the night, he gritted his teeth, it would disrupt the so-called balance. "Oh," Dumbledore remarked, resembling a wily fox, "you know, she has shown time and again that you are not truly together." Snape's figure promptly vanished from the fireplace, revealing his desire to silence Dumbledore's tongue. For 5 consecutive days, Evangeline Good visited Harry, the unfortunate boy confiding in her that Ron had inadvertently angered his aunt and uncle with an inappropriate greeting over the phone, leading to an utter lack of communication thereafter. Evangeline couldn't help but think that giving Ron Harry's number was indeed an unwise decision. As was her custom, she assisted Harry in sneaking his books back, ensuring he could complete his summer assignments before the holiday concluded. During that period, she often pondered what Harry would have become had Lily and James still been alive. Certainly, he would not be spending his days dusting furniture and tending to the garden. "We are moving in a few days," Harry suddenly informed Evangeline one day, revealing that they had indeed purchased a villa on the island of Majorca. At that moment, Evangeline was engrossed in a game with Hedwig and let out a sigh, acknowledging that, undeniably, Her uncle possessed a remarkable talent for making money, marking him as a successful manager. Yet, I can't help but feel that no amount of success will alter their prejudice against me, Harry remarked, causing Evangeline to lower her gaze, contemplating her next move. Within a few hours, she found herself standing in the office of the director at Grunnings, where Vernon Dursley sat, typing furiously. Upon seeing Evangeline, his face paled slightly. I have no desire to engage in trivialities with you, sir. Please treat me as a normal person, she asserted, placing her magically expanded suitcase on his desk and opening it to reveal stacks upon stacks of pounds. This amount, she raised 2 fingers, is for the purchase of your current house. Vernon, taken aback by such a substantial sum, found it difficult to refuse, especially since he was indeed planning to move. Listing the house with an agency was merely a matter of time. The price I offer far exceeds the market value, Evangeline stated, tapping the suitcase with a flourish. I can only wait until the end of July, and I hope for your prompt response. Wait, Vernon interjected, attempting to retain her attention. Evangeline raised an eyebrow in response. How would I contact you? If you don't mind, you could have Harry send me the contract, but please do not disclose this matter to him, she replied, pulling out £500,000 and neatly placing it in a corner of his office. Once I receive it, I will come to your home. She cast a challenging glance at him, wondering if a man who could not abide anything associated with wizards would dare refuse such a windfall. Please allow me a few days to consider. This was indeed the true attitude expected from the buyer, and Evangeline felt a sense of satisfaction watching Vernon squirm. She closed the suitcase, noting that £500,000 represents my sincerity. It is entirely genuine, and I eagerly await your reply. Time passed swiftly, and by the 3rd day, Evangeline received a letter from Hedwig. After carefully reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, she signed it. She instructed Hedwig to depart and then changed her attire, disapparating to 4 Privet Drive in Little Whinging. From outside, she could see the living room illuminated as bright as day. Evangeline knocked on the door, and soon, an anxious set of footsteps approached. It was Aunt Petunia who opened the door. Good evening, Evangeline greeted flatly. Harry is not downstairs, is he? Why yes, Petunia stammered, striving to conceal her shock. Vernon's assertions were undeniably accurate. This girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the one from the wedding over a decade ago. The 3 of them sat at the dining table, and Evangeline sampled the pudding, which Petunia had made quite deliciously. She reopened the contract and confirmed each detail with Vernon before placing the suitcase on the table. Everything is in order, Evangeline affirmed with a nod. When do you plan to move? If you are eager to acquire this house, Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolution reflected in the other's eyes. We can move in a few days. I have no need for any of the furniture here, Evangeline suggested pointedly. I shall procure everything anew. She pushed the contract towards them, indicating a specific line. If you have made your decision, then this is how the owner's name shall read. Petunia and Vernon's faces paled for a brief moment upon reading that line. Are you serious? Petunia's lips trembled. Indeed, Evangeline replied, rising to express her gratitude for their hospitality. I believe my intentions are quite clear. The owner's name glaringly read Harry James Potter, causing Aunt Petunia's lips to quiver. To have a wizard reside permanently in the home of someone who not only disbelieved in magic, but actively detested it was a notion too delightful to resist. Evangeline was satisfied as she observed Vernon stamp the contract, solidifying their agreement, and now she merely awaited the property deed. If Harry were to dislike it, she could always procure another, perhaps near Grimmauld Place, for her wealth was boundless. This would serve as a wedding gift for Lily and James. The next time she traversed the Vale, she would tell James that she had purchased a house for his future son, eager to witness his reaction. By the way, ever since Evangeline returned from the wedding, Severus had been even more stringent in their dueling sessions, typically leading them directly back to Hogwarts for training. Severus never revealed what she would face in the future, and Evangeline ceased to inquire, understanding that she must fortify herself against the perils that lay ahead. The cumulative dueling had honed her healing skills to perfection. She hardly ever needed to visit the infirmary anymore. In a secluded corner, Evangeline mended her own injuries. And Severus's attitude was always clear. He demanded her continual growth and strength. Shaking her slightly trembling hands to mask her still healing wounds, she re-entered the dueling arena, fixing her gaze on the man across from her. Again, Dumbledore silently observed her through a two-way mirror, occasionally pondering whether his methods were too extreme. The grotesque scars she bore were swiftly concealed, yet undeniably real. As July's final day crept forward, Vernon and Petunia officially cleared their home of everything save for Harry's room. In truth, no one had informed him that they would be relocating to a new villa that day. He was roused by the cacophony of commotion. Evangeline had been downstairs for some time, orchestrating a team of cleaners to commence the thorough cleansing of their home, with furniture being carried out one piece at a time. Vernon and Petunia had never witnessed such a spectacle, and they genuinely realized the depths of the young girl's financial resources. She seemed to radiate an aura of wealth. "You may leave now," Evangeline declared, feeling that any further presence would not result in kind words for Harry. She issued an eviction order, fully aware that this house now belonged to her. As their car revved and the family departed, Evangeline stared into the distance when someone called out from behind her. "Evangeline, what is going on?" "Good morning, Harry," she replied, watching him emerge from a pile of furniture packaging, handing him a document and a property deed. "Happy birthday. This is for you." "My?" Harry exclaimed, bewildered as he opened the document, the first line instantly banishing any lingering drowsiness. He stood there, frozen, as if petrified by a basilisk. "Not to your liking?" Evangeline teased, tossing her hair over her shoulder. "If you don't want it, I can always buy you another elsewhere." "And no. Harry quickly interjected, his astonishment amusing to behold. "I truly cannot accept such an extravagant gift." "It is a belated gift, long overdue," Evangeline insisted, firm in her resolve. "How could anyone truly refuse a house? If it feels too lavish, I simply want to gift you anything for the next several birthdays." "How does that sound? Quite brotherly, wouldn't you agree?" "But excellent, Miss Slytherin." A deep voice resonated from behind her, causing Evangeline to feel that such a designation was a portent of impending trouble. For she had forgotten that Severus was present that morning while she prepared for the house handover, too excited to recall his involvement. She dared not glance back, and Harry, equally averted, seemed to believe that this would diminish his presence. "I never anticipated you would vanish so abruptly this early morning." Severus Snape emerged from the shadows, and Eve Good, too intimidated to meet his gaze, found herself fixated on the meticulously arranged buttons on his chest, wishing fervently for the chance to disapparate away. "What do you intend to do?" he queried, leisurely adjusting his cuffs while casting a sidelong glance at Harry, who, startled, lowered his head once more. "There wasn't a note left behind, nor could anyone be found in the room. I had thought something dire had occurred. So, Potter, why do you not tend to your hair properly before presenting yourself to others?" Remarkably, the brunt of this inquiry had shifted to Harry once more. "Eve Good," she whispered, attempting to call his attention. Snape redirected his gaze from Harry to her. "The new furniture should be arranged before lunch, and I've hired a cleaner for the entire day. You can plan accordingly. The payment has already been accounted for." "Ah, thank you," Harry replied awkwardly before hastily retreating into the room, nearly tripping over an unseen object. Eve Good heard Snape emit a cold huff. "What should I do now?" She tugged at Professor's ample robes, cognizant of her error, yet rendered speechless. However, Snape merely sighed, crouching down to meet her eyes. "In the future, you ought to inform me before heading out." Eve blinked, surprised that was all. Wasn't he going to reprimand her for running out to find Harry? Of course, the old professor straightened, his voice calm yet low. "If you truly care for Potter, then frequent meetings are indeed essential." By the end of his statement, Snape's teeth were nearly grinding, for such words were not something he would repeat. Yet, if she genuinely had feelings for that disheveled-haired, daydreaming, arrogant fool named Potter, what? Eve Good reacted more vehemently than he had anticipated, resembling a cat that had just had its tail stepped on. "I do not like him." "Oh," Snape replied, "do not disbelieve me." Eve Good found herself at a loss for words, yet sadly realized she could not provide a single reason to substantiate that she did not indeed harbor feelings for Harry. Absolutely. It was not a matter of romantic affection. "Oh," Snape resumed his deliberate adjustments to his sleeves. "I merely regard him as a child." Eve Good suddenly had an epiphany. In truth, she did indeed perceive him more as a child, a stand-in for James and Lily. Snape fell silent, his deep black eyes filled with a complexity of emotions that others could not fathom. "I understand. Now you should return to have breakfast." He uttered this before lifting her and carrying her to a secluded corner devoid of muggles, and with a sharp crack, they vanished from sight. Chapter 94, The Siege. Indeed, after resolving the misunderstanding, the atmosphere surrounding the old professor became decidedly clearer, and he felt a small swell of pride for having prepared this speech for over a year, believing he had succeeded admirably. To quote James once more, "With that mouth, I doubt they will be together a decade hence." As time progressed to mid-August, Eve Good's necklace grew increasingly warm with each passing day since that fateful morning. She dismissed all social engagements, focusing solely on training and rest, even summoning Gabriel to accompany her round the clock. The last time she had utilized a time-turner was in the Forbidden Forest, a perilous affair where, had she delayed but a second in casting the killing curse, she could hardly imagine the consequences. This time, however, the journey would prove to be longer than ever before, a notion she had never entertained. On August 25th, the first thing Eve Good did upon waking was reach for her wand, as usual. She donned a refreshing short-sleeved shirt and, after breakfast, settled into her study to read. Suddenly, the time-turner began to tremble violently, lifting slowly into the air. As she reached out to touch it, She noticed the air around it had warped. The time turner had grown uncomfortably hot. Gripping her wand, she stood, taking several deep breaths. I am ready. To whom she spoke this, she could not say, but as if it understood her words, Eve Good was whisked away in an instant. The barrage of spells that met her arrival startled Eve Good. Unlike the spells from third-year James, she could feel the murderous intent behind these. Her reflexes outpaced her thoughts, and she deftly deflected the incoming curses. Striving to identify the caster, she barely caught a glimpse of their face before another flash of light surged toward her, forcing her to defend herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a mark on the assailant's left arm. Oh no, she gasped. Why on earth are you a Death Eater? Eve Good, someone called from nearby, her momentary distraction nearly resulting in her being struck. Just then, a red figure intervened, helping her evade that curse. James, Lily shouted from behind her, do not call my name during a battle. She had nearly been cursed. The man not far off deftly handled the Death Eaters before him, gradually moving closer to them. Eve Good admired James's remarkable combat skills. Snape had been right. Her previous victory over him had been a sheer stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Eve Good and Lily worked in tandem to repel the encroaching Death Eaters. With assistance, it became significantly easier. Snape's intensive training had proven effective, as Eve's every spell struck true. At this juncture, the three found a moment to converse. Huh. James glanced her way and suddenly burst into laughter. Why are you still so short? He was at a distance, amplifying his voice for effect, which incited a sudden impulse in Eve Good to send him crashing into the ranks of Death Eaters. She was only 12. How much taller could she possibly grow? Enough with the banter. You get. Eve Good retaliated, launching a few curses to send several Death Eaters crashing away from Lily. Just consider me a dwarf. Ha 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 ha. James found this utterly amusing, laughing heartily as he flicked away several curses before apparating to their side. Just then, a new wave of Death Eaters approached. And though Eve Good wished to hold her ground a moment longer, she suddenly spotted a familiar face among them, young Barty Crouch. Her internal alarm bells rang. She quickly grabbed Lily and James, shouting, we need to leave now. She spoke at lightning speed, there's a troublesome one among them. We absolutely cannot engage. James, take us away. James wasted no time, grasping both of their hands and apparating them away from the scene. They came to a halt in a forested area, and Eve Good felt dizzy. Thankfully, James's apparition skills were exceptional. Otherwise, she might not only be feeling nauseous, but also might have lost a limb. Before she could regain her bearings, he cast an invisibility charm, concealing the three of them. James surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was near before exhaling in relief. You two have truly become members of the Order of the Phoenix. Eve Good exclaimed in admiration, looking at them. Lily appeared a shade darker than she had on her wedding day, yet her sharp attire rendered her exceptionally striking. As for James, he still bore that carefree demeanor, though now with an added air of maturity. She understood that beneath the surface, he remained as impetuous as ever. You really know everything, Lily sighed, slowly unwinding her taut nerves. She and James settled on the grass, beginning to recount how they had joined the Order and how they were ambushed that day. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. We must take the initiative, James said, his tone turning unusually serious. You must understand, that mysterious figure is truly terrifying. His influence is everywhere, and you must remain cautious. You startled me, dear. Lily wrapped her arms around her. But thankfully, you arrived, otherwise I would have struggled against so many alone. We must return to Dumbledore at headquarters, James said, plucking at the grass, causing a small ladybug to emerge. Dumbledore has also mentioned you. He said if you appeared, he could take you to him. The old bee truly possesses remarkable skills, for nothing escapes his keen perception. Severus was also present, and Lily pinched her little face, a gesture she cherished dearly. I believe you would take great delight in seeing him. Oh, how curious it is that a former servant of Voldemort has now become a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort has truly lost his touch. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of explosions. James rose alertly, recognizing it as a signal of apparition. Someone was approaching. He expanded their cloaking area as a precaution. I wanted to inquire, where exactly are we? As Eve Good also stood up, noticing the vast beech trees surrounding them, which struck her as vaguely familiar. I conjured an imaginary location in my mind, though it was unlikely to extend beyond England. James cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. If all went well, in a few minutes, they could head directly to Dumbledore. Eve Good adeptly navigated through the woods. James's spell had a considerable range, ensuring they need not worry about being exposed to the group. She spotted a cluster of Death Eaters pursuing a tall, slender man, and it appeared he could not withstand their numbers for long. Ah, how tragic, Eve Good remarked. Let me see who it is. Striking golden hair, that familiar serpent-headed wand. And despite being covered in dirt, the man emanated an undeniable aura of nobility. Lucius, Eve Good nearly shrieked. How could it be Lucius? Do you know him? James withdrew his wand, crossing his arms with a sense of schadenfreude as he observed the long-haired man being attacked. Lucius was a rare pillar of the mysterious figure. It was astonishing to see him hunted by so many of his own kind. One could only wonder what internal strife was at play. Lucius fell to the ground, overwhelmed by a throng of assailants. Eve Good increasingly sensed that something was amiss. When had Lucius ever been treated in such a manner? As unforgivable curses struck the tree trunks, she felt the situation veering in an entirely different direction. What if Lucius perished here? What would become of Narcissa? Though they remained under Voldemort's command, this simply could not happen. Draco's innocent eyes seemed to be right before her. She absolutely could not let this man fall here. No way. James immediately sensed her intent. Don't go rescuing that fellow. Hey. But Eve Good was always swift. She unleashed Gabriel and summoned the long-haired man to her side. A massive serpent suddenly lunged forth. Eve Good waved her wand, deflecting a few heart-piercing curses, while Gabriel, with those golden serpentine eyes, tore into the nearest Death Eaters, then used his tail to propel Lucius toward her. The entire encounter unfolded so abruptly that everyone was momentarily stunned by the time they regained their wits. Lucius had vanished from sight. James, ever quick on his feet, apparat them away from the scene. Have you lost your mind? He was particularly eager to pry into Eve Good's thoughts, wondering what was going through her head. Lily patted him and shook her head in disapproval. Dumbledore had said. James fell silent, merely sitting down to catch his breath. Lucius now appeared disoriented, unresponsive to calls. Eve Good, exasperated, kicked him a few times. Stop dawdling. Get up, or I shall reward you with an avada. The golden-haired man suddenly snapped to attention, hurriedly standing and retreating several paces. Upon recognizing who had rescued him, his pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't this the girl he had encountered when he returned to Hogwarts in search of the Chamber of Secrets? He remembered her vividly, standing before the basilisk, and then his memories faded. However, she had spared his life then, merely erasing some of his memories. This time, she had risked her life to save him. Lucius felt a swirl of emotions, unsure of how to respond. He turned his gaze toward the familiar pair of individuals beside her, the very core of the Order, formidable in power, having escaped their master on multiple occasions. Who are you? He realized he was in a precarious position, aware that the two were complicit in the girl's actions that saved him. He would undoubtedly inform his master of this girl upon returning. Why do you seek death every day, Lucius? Eve Good glared at him, her frustration palpable. If only she were a bit taller, she would have grabbed his collar. If I hadn't encountered you today, you would be dead. Do you understand? No more Draco. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Having altered so many events herself, the butterfly effect was glaringly obvious. Otherwise, Lucius would not have been hunted down. This was entirely of her own making. Gabriel skillfully knocked the wand from Lucius's grasp, which Eve Good tossed to Lily. And Lucius realized he was not going anywhere for the time being. Why did you save me? Eve Good was so infuriated, she almost laughed. She raised her wand. Then shall you go die again? Lucius fell silent. James watched the two with amusement, recognizing that Eve Good was genuinely angry. Yet how to handle this situation was entirely up to her. Could you be a bit more careful, She advanced toward him, and Lucius retreated. What will Narcissa do if you truly get hurt, Not to mention the fortune you have. Your wife would be inconsolable. Do you understand? Aye. If you die, that's one thing, but you don't even have a son. Lucius had never encountered such a situation. He had conversed with countless influential figures, negotiated enormous deals, and faced the most challenging inquiries, yet he found himself utterly speechless before this girl. Following Voldemort in pursuit of wealth would ultimately cost him his life. Eve Good, fatigued from standing, leaped onto Gabriel's serpentine body, declaring, You truly ought to practice your mental shielding, for if you utter a single word about today, I shall turn you into minced meat. Lucius genuinely felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of being shredded. Aye. Silence. Do not utter any brainwashing rhetoric that might disrupt my resolve. Eve Good gestured for silence. I want to inquire about the internal strife among the Death Eaters, but you must guarantee your own safety. Should you engage in reckless behavior again, you will truly perish. Lucius nodded in silence. Bind yourself with an unbreakable vow. Eve Good beckoned James over. I do not trust that you wouldn't inform your noseless master. Verbal promises are the most laughable guarantees among wizards. Moreover, Lucius, being such a shrewd businessman, would undoubtedly strip himself bare if it did not pertain to his interests. Exposing something to Voldemort prematurely would not bode well. The unbreakable vow was completed swiftly. Lucius's face turned pale, but that was not the worst of it. If his master discovered his deception, there would be no escape from a fate worse than death. Serves you right. Eve Good stuck out her tongue. Who told you not to side with us from the beginning? Serves you right. Lily nodded in agreement. Serves you right. James retracted his wand, wishing he could have dealt a fatal blow on the spot. Evegood reclaimed Lucius's wand, tossing it back to him. You may leave now, and remember not to die. Lucius gazed at her intently, deciding to uphold his noble courtesy by expressing gratitude. Your master will vanish from public view in a few years, Evegood noted, satisfied with his demeanor. Indeed, saving him was the right choice. The tides of fortune would soon shift dramatically, and he must protect his family. Lucius paused, solemnly nodding before vanishing from sight. He needed to return to Riddle Manor immediately, reporting every traitor to ensure their demise. Lily and James did not intervene. Seeing everything come to a close, they approached her. Shall we go? Lily suggested. We should head to Dumbledore's. We are significantly overdue. She glanced at the watch on her wrist. Let us hurry. James gently took Lily's hand and led her to Evegood. Evegood remarked, what kind of dog food has so despicably found its way into my mouth? A whirlwind of sensations engulfed her, and she felt as though she had traversed many realms before firmly landing on a marble-tiled floor, surrounded by an indistinct mist. As she raised her gaze, she beheld a house she had never encountered before. Chapter 96, The Order of the Phoenix. Lily produced her wand and lightly tapped on the solid wooden door. Moments later, a muffled voice echoed from within. Password, Billywig Stinger. Suddenly, an eye emerged from the center of the door, startling Evegood. The eye swiveled around before finally fixing its gaze upon her. This one, is she Evegood? James inquired. The eye scrutinized her from head to toe, and after a moment of apparent confirmation, the door creaked open. Evegood cautiously followed them inside, marveling at the wondrous decor. Numerous individuals surrounded her, seemingly members of the order, casting curious glances at the girl with white hair. A vibrant phoenix, which had been dozing on a shelf, lifted its head at the commotion and immediately spotted the girl who had plucked its tail feather, nearly losing its balance in shock. The house had been bewitched with an extraordinarily powerful undetectable extension charm, making it appear to contain everything imaginable. To the left, towering stacks of books reached the ceiling, with several individuals seated, engrossed in reading. To the right lay unfamiliar objects, along with piles of boxes and a fireplace ablaze with flames. In the distance, several tightly shut doors could be seen. Evegood, James introduced her to those nearby, who greeted her with friendly smiles and offered their hands in welcome. Has Dumbledore truly spoken of me to you? Evegood found it hard to believe, and Lily nodded. Ah, nothing escapes his thoughts. Greetings, young lady, exclaimed a gentleman adorned with a grand violet top hat, crouching to examine her from various angles. I am Daedalus Diggle. Hello, she replied dutifully. A young girl, appearing quite youthful, gazed at her with curiosity, their eyes locking. Evegood was astonished that such a small child could be present here. This is Nymphadora Tonks, Diggle introduced. Her mother, Andromeda, entrusted Dumbledore to let her stay here for a while. Ah, the future wife of Lupin. How delightful. Hello, Miss Tonks, she responded, intrigued by her unique attire, surprised to learn that she had long favored such clothing. Your taste in fashion is splendid. It seems your fashion sense leaves much to be desired, came a languid voice, as Black sauntered over, undeniably more mature and handsome, only to receive a playful smack on the head from Diggle. You've exceeded your time today, he remarked, turning to James and Lily, who were evidently engrossed in their own world. We encountered a large group of Death Eaters, Lily blushed, pushing James away and smoothing her tousled hair as she pulled out a chair to sit down, clearly flustered. We were ambushed, and it was fortuitous that Evegood arrived just in time. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging. Diggle served them a few cups of pumpkin juice, surprised at the girl's capabilities. Indeed, she has quite the knack, James agreed, greeting Moody as he approached. Good morning, sir. Just returned from a mission? Alastair Moody's magical eye darted around, quickly landing on the newcomer. Is this the Evegood Dumbledore mentioned? Yes, sir, it is I. She politely stood to shake his hand, noting the rough texture of his grip, marred by the traces of dark magic. Mad-Eye departed hastily, having been assigned an urgent task by Dumbledore, as Black informed her. Look, there's Fox, Evegood exclaimed, scooping up the phoenix that had yet to escape, showering it with affectionate kisses before ruffling its feathers. By the way, where is Severus? In a room of his own, Black replied. He spends all day concocting potions and rarely emerges except for meals. Hard to say. James downed his pumpkin juice, relishing the presence of his little wife. Evegood, using one hand to cover his mouth, admonished him in exasperation. Potter, do not speak. Yet, it was evident that it was too late. A circle of onlookers had turned their curious gazes upon her, including Professor McGonagall. Suddenly, a door swung open with a bang, and Snape emerged, his expression grim as he wiped his hands, carelessly tossing several potion vials onto a cabinet before turning to retreat. Well, Black whistled. Look who has arrived. Snape paused, finally directing his gaze towards the gathering, the crowd parting to allow him passage. Evegood awkwardly touched her nose, cautiously greeting him. Hi. James was incredulous, marveling at how alike they seemed. They stood in silence, locked in a gaze until someone behind Snape gave him a push, prompting him to move. Tonks rolled her eyes in exasperation at his sluggishness. Snape calmly accepted the cup of pumpkin juice she offered and sat beside Evegood, who could smell the potent, bitter aroma of herbs emanating from him. The crowd gradually dispersed to attend to their own affairs, as Black left with a two-way mirror, and Tonks showcased her ever-changing hair to Evegood. You encountered Death Eaters? Snape, having overheard James, expressed disbelief that she had stumbled upon a group of lunatics so soon after her arrival. It was easy to imagine the chaos that would have ensued had they not been present. With this thought, Snape begrudgingly cast a glance at James. James inquired, "Worried about me?" Evegood smiled as she accepted the refill of pumpkin juice from Tonks. "Thank you, dear," she continued, speaking to Snape. "I mean, my future professor. He has been diligently training me prior to this, so escaping in such situations is relatively manageable. His teaching leaves much to be desired," Snape coldly commented. Evegood quipped, the legendary self-deprecation. "What were you doing?" she asked curiously, glancing towards the now-closed door. Snape pressed a weary hand to his temple, replying, "Preparing a restorative potion. The Dark Lord's movements have escalated, and many have been injured. Do you not have an assistant?" Snape, irritated, shook his head as Lily explained. "Those assigned to him have all been unsatisfactory and dismissed." "I could assist you," Evegood offered, just as the door creaked open, prompting them to look over simultaneously. It was the room at the far end. "Ladies and gentlemen," Sturgis Podmore emerged from that room, a tall man with short blonde hair. "I believe we need a few helping hands here." "Where's that?" Evegood followed several individuals forward, while Lily shook her head. "It's a medical wing." "Evegood, I suggest you brace yourself before entering." Her healing skills were commendable, and if she could offer assistance, it would be most welcome. She squeezed through the doorway first, only to be assaulted by the pungent scents of herbs and blood. There were dozens of hospital beds, each draped with long curtains, identical to those in Hogwarts. The air was filled with faint groans of pain, and several members of the order clad in white coats moved about. She silently advanced, noticing that many beds remained uncurtained, exposing ghastly wounds for all to see. Chapter 97, The Eighth Ocean. Evegood raised her hand and cast a silent healing charm, swiftly mending a gaping wound on a thigh, leaving only a faint scar. "Is this also what your professor taught you?" Snape, having appeared behind her at some point, witnessed her exemplary healing skills. "No," replied a medical staff member who rushed in, nodding slightly. "I have read quite a few books on healing spells myself." Snape's stern demeanor at that time made it evident that he was about to face perilous challenges. Thus, it was not merely a matter of honing combat skills, but also mastering healing spells and defensive charms. She had sought advice on this from Professor Flitwick. After all, acquiring knowledge was always beneficial. He quietly observed her as she drew her wand to staunch the bleeding of several patients lying on their beds. Muggle bandages were exceedingly rare in the magical world, yet here they were, rolled up in abundance, making treatment considerably more convenient. "Mr. Dumbledore is truly wise." She overheard someone passing by remark, "I never imagined Muggle items could be so useful." Evegood sat on a nearby bench, watching the comings and goings of people. In that moment, she felt as though she had returned to a modern hospital, where countless pulsating lives intertwined. At that time, she could not comprehend why the suffering of humanity resonated so profoundly. "You must be Evegood," approached a golden-haired man, as Snape was called away to continue brewing potions, naturally taking a seat beside her. "I am Stodge Podmore. Some members of the Order have spoken of you, and I believe you must be quite remarkable." "Hello," she replied, shaking his hand. "I wouldn't call myself remarkable. I merely maintain good relations with them." "I didn't expect so many people," Evegood remarked, her gaze falling upon a male wizard in the nearby bed, whose abdomen bore a gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, a clear indication that he had been caught in an explosion curse, likely due to the caster's misalignment. Otherwise, the damage would have been far more severe. "Many indeed, young lady," the man said, lighting a cigarette before abruptly extinguishing it, remembering they were in the medical wing. "We have done our utmost to rescue our comrades. Many more are not here." "And where are they?" The man turned to look out the window, and Evegood followed his gaze to discover a series of uniquely shaped gravestones beyond, each adorned with a fresh flag iris at its foot. "I can only hope the Dark Lord does not find this place," Stodge said, rising and gesturing for Evegood to follow him. "Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to face the families of the deceased." They made their way to an inconspicuous corner of the hall, where Stodge gently waved his wand over the wall, revealing a wide archway that slowly materialized. Evegood followed him inside, finding it led to the very graveyard they had just seen. The two sat on a bench near the cemetery, and Eve quietly regarded the cold gravestones, which suddenly began to merge with her memories of Dumbledore's grave. The vines on the walls were festooned with glow worms, ensuring that the place remained illuminated. Regardless of the time of day, a clear testament to the care of its designer. I hope this war concludes soon. Stodge initiated the conversation once more. Evegood finally recognized him. He was scarcely mentioned in the original text. If this continues, the medical wing will need expansion again. It will end. Evegood recalled heiress scar. By 1981, everything will come to a close. Stodge cast her a curious glance. Are you a seer? Somewhat. Evegood leaned back against her chair. And you will survive this war. In the original text, Stodge Podmore survived the first Wizarding War but fell victim to the Cruciatus Curse in the second. As long as he exercised caution this time, such a fate should be averted. Thank you for your words, miss, the golden-haired man sighed, offering her a faint smile. At this point, whether one lives or dies seems less significant, does it not? I merely wish for the war to end soon, to lessen the suffering of the innocent wizards caught in its wake. Evegood was taken aback by his noble sentiment, realizing the depth of character in someone who had been hastily sketched over in the narrative. Indeed, I too hope for an early conclusion. Dinner was relatively sumptuous that evening, perhaps due to Evegood's presence, as the dining table buzzed with activity. Lily constantly urged her to eat more, afraid she might not have enough, while James and Sirius indulged in drinks, and a group of Order members were engaged in a game of exploding snap, to which Evegood cheerfully spectated for a while. After dinner, several members who had homes to return to prepared to leave. Evegood glanced at Snape, who shook his head. I usually sleep here. This place requires potions. Then I shall stay as well, Evegood replied, glancing at the time turner around her neck, surprised to see it still contained a wealth of sand. I can assist you. You may stay with us, dear, Lily offered, but upon seeing her shake her head, added, I'm sorry, Lily. I believe it's better for me to remain here. Lily understood and did not press further. Within moments, the hall was nearly empty, and Evegood observed Dorcas Meadows tidying the dining table, the young lady even offering her an extra glass of milk, which Evegood found to be sweet. Snape led her to the room where he brewed potions, which was much larger than Evegood had imagined, and the scent of herbs was more potent than in Snape's future dungeon office. The two worked in harmony, steeping the herbs in equal parts boiling water, while Eve summoned several clean towels to her side, quickly completing a batch of poultices. During this time, Snape also waved his wand to stir a pot of unfinished amortentia behind them. It will be ready in 2 days, he noted. Yes, Snape complimented. It seems you have experience with this potion. They remained there for 3 hours, finally preparing the necessary potions for the coming days. Evegood pondered when she would return home, resolving to help as much as she could. The two emerged, backs aching, delivering ample potions to Stodge Podmore's medical wing. As Evegood closed the door behind her, she found herself uncertain of her emotions. Are you going to sleep? Snape inquired. I do not wish to sleep. Snape fell silent, gesturing for her to follow him. They traversed the deserted corridors, ascending spiraling staircases. Just as Evegood began to doubt the staircase had any end, Snape halted. We have arrived, he announced. Before her lay a vast, open rooftop. Eve stepped in, astonished. During the day, it appeared shrouded in mist, yet at night, it revealed a brilliant starry sky. Snape led her to a few nearby reclining chairs, exhaling deeply. Do you often return here? Yes, Snape replied softly, closing his eyes. After brewing potions, I come here when sleep eludes me. Then silence enveloped them. Severus, Evegood suddenly asked, why do you persist in this despite your exhaustion? Her eyes sparkled in the night. Snape realized this was not a frivolous question born of whimsy. He sighed. Having chosen to remain here, I shall not regret it. He spoke deliberately, his voice low and gentle, resolved that perseverance would ultimately yield rewards. Evegood sat upright. What if we fail? She inquired. If you knew this war would end in defeat, would you still strive as diligently? To fight for one's beliefs, even in death, is honorable. The image of the eternally sunlit graveyard flickered in her mind, causing a tremor within her. Snape had many things he wished to convey to her, yet only a few words lingered on his tongue. You were right all those years ago. That emerging force will lead to my undoing. Evegood had not experienced what he had. She gazed at him. How would you assess him now? A shrewd, decisive, and ruthless leader. Snape answered after a moment of silence. He knows how to win hearts, yet he pales in comparison to Dumbledore. His brutality is more evident on the surface. And he is an ambitious politician. Evegood listened intently. His ideals are absurdly unrealistic. Should he ever ascend to the pinnacle of the wizarding world in Britain, irreversible consequences would ensue. The Muggle world would suffer. Indeed, Snape concurred, the slaughter of Muggles will undoubtedly be the first on the agenda. Have you ever witnessed those Death Eaters take a life? The man swept aside his wind-tossed hair, his dark eyes resembling beacons in the night, rendering everything else beyond Evegood's perception. I have, certainly. You must understand, miss, this is war. A protracted and arduous conflict lasting 11 years. There's another question, Severus. The girl rose, leaning against the railing, with the infinite starry sky as her backdrop. Snape lifted his gaze for the first time in his life. He described the scene as beautiful. Do you think we will win? Yes. Evegood suddenly burst into a light-hearted laugh. Of course, they will win. Indeed, we shall prevail. Snape regarded her, inexplicably amused, his long-tensed nerves relaxing for the first time since the war commenced. You don't think I've lost my mind, do you? The girl danced illogically on the rooftop, treating it like an expansive stage. Snape waved his wand, conjuring a cascade of twinkling lights, resting his head in silence. When all this is over, Evegood suddenly declared, I want to witness the grandest Quidditch match in the world. Very well. I wish to see the most magnificent ocean in all of Europe. Snape chuckled softly, his distinctive voice resonating clearly through the night, akin to a smooth black satin. There is no ocean in Europe. Indeed there is. Evegood perched on the railing, her whispers reminiscent of summer insects. My beloved's eyes are the eighth ocean. The night breeze whisked her words away, gradually lifting them towards the distant horizon. My love, I can no longer withstand the rain. But I cannot bear to see even the slightest ripple in your eyes. Snape did not catch her murmurs. He merely found the starry sky tonight as breathtaking as that of Hogwarts from years past. He thought that if this war were truly to unfold as the girl suggested, then he ought to take action. If she wished to see the grandest Quidditch match, he could escort her there. If she were to be that person, then perhaps that mundane sport would not be so dull after all. At that moment, Fawkes was conducting his rounds for the Order of the Phoenix. Gliding through the wall behind them like a crimson spectre, spotting the two on the balcony, the Phoenix tilted its head and emitted a call. Fawkes! Evegood exclaimed, immediately pulling him down for a flurry of affectionate kisses. You're so adorable. Can I steal you from Dumbledore to raise you? The majestic bird struggled to break free, displeased as it squawked at the girl before vanishing from sight. Oh, Evegood remarked, it can apparate as well. It is a phoenix, Snape said, lifting her down from the railing. She was still a mere child, possessing a method of instantaneous travel different from theirs. You ought to get some rest, miss. Chapter 98, The Department of Magical Transportation. The following morning unfolded in tranquil serenity as Evegood and Snape brewed potions together, their efficiency remarkably heightened. She listened intently to the occasional explosions from outside, tallying how many patients had entered the infirmary that day. Why are there so many injuries today? Snape continued his work with unyielding speed, listening closely. Indeed, there were far more than usual. Anxiousness gripped her, although Evegood understood these injuries were inevitable. A sense of unease lingered. This unease was confirmed in the afternoon. Dumbledore's Patronus, the Phoenix, suddenly arrived with a message, summoning the selected members of the Order to join him at the Ministry of Magic. I want to go with you, Evegood declared resolutely to the group ahead, which included James, Lily, and Snape. I will not be a hindrance, nor will you need to worry about me. Eve, Lily crouched down to pinch her little face. You are still a child, you know. According to the rules, you must stay here. No, she pouted, turning away. I already know where to find you. Even if you don't let me go, I will sneak out. Thus, they were compelled to bring along the stubborn child. Mere moments later, they stood in a hidden corner of the Ministry of Magic, and Evegood curiously surveyed the surroundings. Dumbledore wants us to go to the 6th floor. Everyone, be cautious. Lily said calmly. Where is that? The Department of Magical Transportation, Stodgebot said, part of their party. I have been there before. Evegood tilted her head. How did you end up there? My broomstick got stuck in a muggle's chimney, the man said, exasperated. It went down the chimney into their fireplace, scaring the poor lady half to death. Hence, I was summoned by the ministry. This joke alleviated much of the tension among them as they entered the elevator to the 6th floor, which was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Evegood lay flat on the ground, intently listening to the subtle vibrations beneath, her actions so swift that Snape barely had time to stop her. They all stared wide-eyed at her unorthodox behavior. There is a noticeable commotion in the direction of the apparition test center, she stated. In fact, there are faint footsteps from every direction. We must be cautious. At that moment, Dumbledore's Patronus soared overhead, circling the path to the apparition test center before gradually fading from view. You truly possess remarkable skills, James praised. Too many skills, Snape remarked. As they approached, Eve pressed a hand to her chest, attempting to steady her racing heart for the sake of her performance. They grew closer, the air thick with the scent of explosions. Suddenly, a group of Death Eaters appeared before them, clearly having lain in ambush for some time. Evegood's reflexes were always remarkably swift. She and Snape swiftly coordinated their actions. She cast a protective shield charm, safeguarding the members of the Order in the front line, while Snape traced intricate shapes in the air, unleashing a swarm of snake-like birds upon their foes. Impressive. James's speed of response was equally commendable. He quickly carved a path through the chaos. It seems bringing you along is indeed beneficial. Their light banter served to mock the clumsy attempts of the Death Eaters, who ultimately fell one by one. Moody was responsible for disapparating them to another location. Before casting the spell, he cast a glance at the white-haired girl. Remarkably gifted, he mused, aware that Dumbledore would never be mistaken. Eve Good felt a sense of enchantment. Perhaps it was the presence of so many elites in their group that facilitated a relatively smooth journey. Was it too smooth to be normal? As if to answer her doubts, a sudden flash of red light nearly blinded her, and she hastily dodged aside. Yet, one of her companions was struck by the Cruciatus curse. Blimey, another ambush. Lily remained composed, swiftly taking down the opposing Death Eater while assisting the fallen. Eve Good noticed that group was not far from Dumbledore, and among them were two individuals she absolutely did not wish to see, Voldemort and Bellatrix. Great. My luck has surely run out. How grotesque, James interjected, forever the mood disruptor. He bent down to whisper to Eve, though I've seen him many times. He still looks so ugly it makes me uncomfortable. Lily endeavored to maintain her seriousness. He was rather handsome in his youth. Eve Good whispered back. Only a fool would ruin such a handsome face with dark magic. Have you seen what he looked like before? Eve Good pondered before responding. It's hard to describe, but I can assure you he had hair and a nose. Lily couldn't help but laugh, then resumed her serious demeanor. The noseless figure before Dumbledore began to speak. I hadn't expected to meet you here again. I wonder, how many times has this been? This is our first meeting this year, Tom. At this moment, Dumbledore stood before the crowd, his head crowned with a mane of white hair, draped in a voluminous wizarding robe. Voldemort, upon hearing this appellation, appeared incensed. And Eve Good harbored grave suspicions that this old bee was being deliberate. Do not call me Tom. He seethed. I am no longer your pupil. Is that so, Tom? She retorted, realizing the intentionality behind his words. Thus, the ensuing exchange of spells unfolded with an air of inevitability. She cautioned those around her to remain vigilant of the tall, dark-skinned witch, when suddenly she heard Gabriel's warning from her left arm. There are kindred spirits here. She surveyed her surroundings and turned to find Nagini attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind. Eve Good was reluctant to involve Gabriel just yet, opting to fend off the creature herself while revealing as few of her cards as possible. Nagini, undeterred by her repulsion, swam closer, even heading towards Snape, which nearly prompted Eve Good to unleash an Avada. Damn it, keep your distance. For now, she could not eliminate it. It might still serve as a Horcrux for the future Voldemort. If it perished, Eve Good would be left in the dark about what might replace it, complicating the situation immensely. She cornered it, then turned to rejoin the fray. Though her stamina could not match that of an adult wizard, survival was still within reach. Moreover, Eve Good seemed particularly keen on tripping up Bellatrix, occasionally launching a leg-locker curse with minimal lethality but immense insult. Chapter 99, The Portkey. Get away, you little bitch. Bellatrix had evidently caught on to her antics, but Eve Good savored the sight of her impotent rage. Snape unleashed a powerful curse, and terrifying fissures appeared across the woman's body. Snape, she is cursing me. The next curse was evaded, yet Bellatrix was struck again by a leg-locker curse, nearly stumbling in the process. Ha! A flash of green light zipped through the air. This scenario felt oddly familiar. She swiftly darted behind a pillar, which erupted in a tremendous explosion. Huh. Eve Good made a face, having narrowly evaded the Avada. Lily was nearly terrified to death. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have surely been struck. This commotion caught Voldemort's attention. He cast her a disdainful glance before unleashing a water prison at Dumbledore. I did not realize your Order of the Phoenix had dwindled to the point of requiring a child to intervene, Dumbledore. I think she's a little person, Master. Came Bellatrix's scathing retort, small and diminutive, and not very bright. Eve Good felt her CPU nearly overheat at this remark. Die. Everyone die. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Eve, leveraging her height advantage, weaved through the crowd, transporting the injured members of the Order to safety with the levitation charm, while simultaneously petrifying any Death Eaters who were not entirely immobilized. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. Voldemort's expression grew increasingly rigid, and an inexplicable dread settled in Eve Good's heart. Suddenly, a series of killing curses erupted, with no incantations uttered, and people began to fall around her, indicating that they were now unleashing their true prowess. Eve Good flung silent healing spells around, effortlessly assisting Moody against a Death Eater attempting to disrupt him with a fire-making spell. Voldemort's red eyes slowly shifted toward her. He had never seen that white-haired girl before. If he had encountered a child who had grown to such stature, he might have retained some memory of her. Could it be that she was an adult who had consumed the Polyjuice potion? Dumbledore keenly sensed Voldemort's thoughts and swiftly interrupted his attempt to ambush Eve with a spell, which only piqued the interest of their adversaries further. Who is she? That is none of your concern, Tom. Voldemort revealed a sinister grin, commanding, kill that white-haired girl. No matter who it is, eliminate her first. This was his acknowledgement of her capabilities, and it was clear that this girl held a unique significance for Dumbledore. He was eager to observe. Snape quickly positioned himself in front of her, and several members of the Order followed suit. Even the most perceptive wizards on the battlefield sensed something amiss. You Voldemort. You shall not insult my esteemed master. The madwoman began to lose her composure, furiously waving her wand and launching indiscriminate attacks, which left Eve genuinely concerned for her mental state. You'll end up with nothing, you sycophant, she shouted. Think twice. The repercussions of her verbal onslaught manifested as a barrage of colorful spells, and Eve Good resolved to refrain from further speech. Run that way. Snape observed that their defenses were beginning to falter, calmly directing her toward the office where the portkey was located. Once inside, locate the phoenix head sculpted portkey and return immediately. Can't we just disapparate? Not possible, Snape replied. Although you have been accepted among us, you do not have a record at headquarters, and no one can accompany you into the Order. What will you do? Currently, Voldemort desires you. You must leave, do you understand? Stodgy, I will guide you to Severus. Hold on just a little longer, and remember to return swiftly. You can disapparate with me, Mr. Stodgy. No, Stodgy waved his wand to sense their surroundings. Realizing they were under an anti-disapparition jinx, the two retreated decisively, as the blonde man admired her explosive prowess in dueling. Several Death Eaters attempted to pursue them, but were blocked by others. An errant Avada zipped through the crowd, and neither of them reacted in time. At that moment, Eve was engulfed in a dizzying haze. The last thing she saw was the unmasked panic in Snape's eyes. A shriek echoed louder than any other. Fawkes swallowed the killing curse, turning it to ash. Eve Good was acutely aware that the ashes contained a young Fawkes, who, despite the curse, would not perish. The Phoenix is coming. She cried, the Phoenix is coming. Indeed. Such highly intelligent beings could not be summoned by spells. Eve Good sprinted at her fastest speed to scoop up the crumpled little bird, just as more pursuers closed in. Lily and James were engaged with the young Barty Crouch, who had just launched that Avada. Fool. To halt for a mere phoenix. A cold, scornful voice rang out. Even if you die, it will not. Eve looked up to see a gray-haired Death Eater sneering at her, disdainfully regarding the phoenix in her grasp as he raised his wand. Should it be abandoned simply because it cannot die? Fawkes lay weakly in her palm. She tucked him into her inner pocket. The spells might not have been lethal, but they had indeed inflicted harm. Get away from me. The two engaged in a fierce sprint, Eve Good's short legs struggling to keep pace. Stodgy instinctively grasped her arm to expedite their retreat. She could now see the sign for the portkey office up ahead. Spells rained down more densely, and this felt like the closest she had come to death since rescuing Snape from the Black Lake. Magical debris manifested around their feet, and Eve stumbled, quickly regaining her footing to catch up with the blonde man. You go first. Stodgy pushed her forcefully into the office. Eve immediately spotted the phoenix sculpture. Stodgy. I found it. Stodgy collapsed in agony, having intercepted a bone-piercing curse from the gray-haired man. His eyes were wide with unmasked mania. Hurry. He gasped, return there. They need you. Get away. All of you get away. Eve Good bellowed as the mysterious black substance, seemingly conjured from nowhere, began to coalesce and move at high speed, ultimately launching itself toward them. The gray-haired man, caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, was instantly knocked backward. However, as more and more individuals rushed toward them, Stodgy realized that if things continued this way, they would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, he exerted all his strength to push Eve away once more. She stumbled back, her hand fortuitously brushing against the door key. Go back. The man's face gradually blurred, his voice resonating as if it were the only sound that existed in that moment. I believe in your prophecy, child. I shall not perish. Chapter 100, Love. No, no. No, no, no. Eve Good cried out, desperate to grasp him, even though she knew it was futile. The man receded further away, leaving only the chilling sound of the wind around them. In the next instant, she found herself seated on the floor of the medical wing. The narrative had been irrevocably altered. His fate now seemed dire, and she could no longer guarantee his safety. With the aid of a nearby chair, Eve shakily stood up, her gaze falling upon the graveyard outside, leaving her utterly bewildered. Was it truly wise to have traveled back in time? She had altered the destinies of those individuals, steering the plot toward what appeared to be a more favorable direction. Yet could it perhaps lead to an even graver outcome? The tiny bird in her arms chirped softly, prompting Eve to take it out. Fawkes was in such a sorry state now. What should I do, Fawkes? She asked vacantly, fully aware that it wouldn't respond. Tell me, am I doing the right thing? It blinked its deeply human-like eyes, turning its head toward the beds in the medical wing. Following its gaze, Eve observed that the new injuries were few, most being treatable with potions. Suddenly, Moody appeared before her, scrutinizing her with earnestness to ensure she was unscathed. Well done, child. You've truly been of great help this time, he said, limping as he guided her out of the medical wing. Let us step outside. The odor in here is quite overwhelming. What is the matter? Nothing, Evegood replied, following him. They stopped in a hallway where Moody gestured for her to take a seat before vanishing from sight. Eve sat there, lost in thought, when a witch with raven hair approached her, kindly asking, "Child, would you mind if I sit here?" Of course not. Please, Eve replied. It seemed they had waited an eternity before sounds finally emerged from the door. As she set down the coffee the witch had poured for her, she found it to be the most bitter drink she had ever tasted. The door swung open, and Dumbledore entered, followed by a throng of Order of the Phoenix members. Among them, Eve spotted Lily, James, and Snape, her heart finally easing. To the back room, Dumbledore instructed, his expression not overtly serious, yet undeniably authoritative. When his gaze met Eve's, his tone softened. "Would you please join us, child?" Evegood was thus pushed into a room by the crowd, attempting to locate the short, blonde-haired man, but to no avail. Lily pulled out a chair for her, and Eve thanked her as she sat down. Her eyes landed on Snape, who sat beside Dumbledore, indicating his high status. "First of all, everyone, this is a commendable advancement. I believe this operation has dealt them a significant blow," Dumbledore began, his meeting devoid of rigid formalities. He waved his wand, pouring cocoa tea for everyone present. "I am pleased to inform you that this operation has resulted in the fewest casualties we have seen in recent years, all thanks to your efforts." Evegood listened absently, her mind swirling with chaotic memories, making it impossible to concentrate on his words. "Here, I must extend special thanks to one individual who has greatly assisted us in this operation, Miss Evegood." Evegood snapped back to attention. "It was merely my duty, sir." Her fox leapt onto the conference table, and she watched it approach Dumbledore. "You have protected Fox, and on its behalf, I thank you," Dumbledore said, as the bird chirped gently at her. In truth, they were correct. Fox would not die. However, like a phoenix, it would enter a temporary state of weakness when struck by lethal curses. "I am delighted you did not abandon it. Of course, child," he added, his wise gaze peering through his half-moon spectacles. "This does not imply that abandoning it would have been a poor decision, but rather that your spirit is undoubtedly commendable." Evegood continued to gaze at him, lost in thought, as Dumbledore elaborated on various battle strategies, expressing particular concern for the injured members of the Order. When Eve's cup of cocoa tea was empty, the lengthy meeting finally drew to a close. Snape rose to escort her away, but was halted by the Elder, who gestured for Evegood to follow him. The two vanished from the crowd's view. How did the Dark Lord fixate on her? Lily wondered, still shaken. "She is just a child. Have they not killed enough children, Lily?" James reassured his wife with a gentle pat. "Do not worry. See, she is fine now." Snape watched their departing figures before stepping back into his potion-making chamber. Evegood was led to the familiar office of the Hogwarts headmaster, where the portraits lining the walls regarded her with curiosity. Dumbledore invited her to sit in an armchair and placed Fox on its customary perch. "Child, I sense you have many questions for me." She lacked the courage to voice anything that might disrupt the narrative, yet upon meeting the sincerity in the Elder's azure eyes, she hesitated. "I know you are eager to inquire about Mr. Stodgy Podmore's condition." The Elder smiled, waving his wand to offer Eve a sweet. "He is alive, though his condition is not favorable. We have taken him to St. Mungo's without delay, so do not worry." Evegood exhaled deeply. I do not know where to begin. Why did he choose to save me?" Dumbledore's brow subtly arched, as he regarded her, seemingly amused by the question. "Before I answer that, child, may I ask you, why did you choose to protect Fox?" Evegood was taken aback, pondering for quite some time without arriving at an answer. "How peculiar, miss, that you cannot articulate why you saved Fox, yet you question why Mr. Stodgy saved you. It seems you are somewhat oblivious to the nuances of human emotion, are you not?" Evegood unwrapped the sweet, savoring its flavor. "I do not understand. We have only met once, and we barely knew each other for a day. If I am not mistaken, Evegood, your encounters with Fox have also been few." Dumbledore noted. The girl nodded. "See, this is the unique emotion we possess as intelligent beings," he explained patiently. "Regrettably, you are not often present in the Order, or else you would witness many individuals willing to fight for the ideals they deeply believe in, even at the cost of their lives. To us, such sacrifices are worthwhile. Just as you can empathize with Fox's feelings, we can empathize with yours. Evegood, you are merely a young girl. We ought to protect you, should we not? I believe Mr. Stodgy, just as you could not bear to see Fox harmed, would not wish to see you suffer. Moreover, the bonds between individuals cannot merely be quantified by the passage of time," Dumbledore continued, his expression reminiscent of someone from his past. He chuckled as he opened a box of berry tarts. "Some individuals may spend a lifetime together without truly understanding one another, while others can grasp the essence of trust with just a single glance. Such is the marvel of human connection, is it not?" "Indeed," Evegood responded. accepting a berry tart from Dumbledore, finding that the bitterness in her mouth had lessened considerably. So, child, regardless of who it is that saves or protects you, the reason behind their actions is that you are deserving of protection and salvation. For even if you merely brushed past any wizard for a fleeting second, I believe you would not wish to witness them tormented by suffering. This, indeed, is the most genuine, deeply rooted love shared between people. Chapter 101, Awkwardness. Everything returned to the beginning. Eve recalled the only wet nurse she had ever let go, in the memories of the original owner. She had always been the best to her, even refraining from using more harmful spells during their falling out. Thus, compassion stirred within her, for she understood the terrifying chain reaction that would ensue if the forgetting spell failed. Yet, an impulse from the depths of the original owner's soul halted her, rendering her unable to act. With a resigned sigh, she decided to release her, hoping that at least she would keep her distance and cease to interfere with her judgment. Are there any other issues, Miss Good? Why is Voldemort fixated on me? This is Hogwarts, so you need not worry about being tracked for uttering his name. Who knows when this phenomenon began? In any case, it is prudent to exercise caution. I never anticipated this, my dear. You are among the few brave enough to speak his name, Dumbledore remarked, his interest in her intensifying. It is not surprising that he has taken notice of you. After all, you are rather unique among our group. However, you must understand that this signifies Voldemort's acknowledgement of your abilities. Otherwise, with his proud nature, he would not deign to notice a mere wizarding child. Then I ought to thank myself, she mused. You are indeed quite gifted, my child. Dumbledore invited her closer and conjured a glass of orange juice. It is difficult to imagine just how remarkable your future capabilities may be. May I ask if you have received instruction from a specialized teacher? Eve recalled her practice of spells with Snape in the dueling arena, and for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt an ache throughout her body. Yes, she said, a mischievous glint in her eye. Professor Severus taught me. Dumbledore, intrigued, set down his glass and scrutinized her with keen interest, his gaze finally resting on her neck, where a time-turner hung, unlike any ordinary time-turner. I am inclined to believe that it is Merlin who has imparted his teachings to you, Miss Good. After all, you are Merlin's little angel. This jest lightened the atmosphere, and the two conversed about the Order of the Phoenix, as well as the fact that Eve had just learned that Lupin had been dispatched to a distant location, making it impossible for her to see him this time. As their conversation drew to a close, Dumbledore appeared to contemplate for a considerable time before speaking. When do you think this war will come to an end, my dear? Eve pondered for a long while before hesitantly replying, 1981, sir. Upon returning, Snape meticulously examined her exposed skin, carefully applying potion to her left knee, where she had sustained a bruise from a fall during her escape. Thank goodness you're all right, he remarked after a pause, an unprecedented display of concern from him. When that curse had struck, he had felt as if his life was at stake. And even after Fawkes had intervened, he struggled for 10 minutes to focus on casting spells. Nevertheless, before Barty Crouch had departed, he had managed to land a particularly challenging hex on him. While it wouldn't kill him outright, it would certainly cause him some discomfort. Returning to the matter at hand, Snape finally set his sights on the cauldron containing the eternal potion. Your professor has taught you well. Oh, Eve raised an eyebrow. Of course, he is my favorite professor. Snape's hand trembled slightly, nearly losing control of his wand and ruining the potion. He's tall and handsome, Eve teased, and particularly capable. Not to mention the head of the house. Just look at him. Snape shook his cloak with a huff and departed, while Eve found his demeanor amusing, likening him to a ruffled bat. After an enjoyable lunch, Eve watched as her hands gradually became transparent. Tonks observed her curiously. What spell is that? It looks fascinating. I'm off now, darling, Eve declared, blowing kisses to everyone present. Until next time, it's been delightful being with you all. Then, Tonks stared in astonishment as she vanished from sight. She is Merlin's little angel. Lily delightedly savored her French crepe, noting that Eve always appeared and disappeared unexpectedly. The coming years will hardly be peaceful, Black lamented, tousling his already disheveled hair. I hope she doesn't show up anytime soon. Snape shot him a glare. What are you glaring at, Snape? Everyone's attention turned toward him, and Snape rolled his eyes. You become so irritable without your little wife. Be careful. Next time she comes, I might just tell her. Tell her what? McGonagall inquired, having remained silent until now. Tell her, James interjected. Because Black has been silenced by Snape's spell and cannot utter a word. He looks at her picture every day and plans to turn it into a portrait. I do not. Snape retorted angrily, but his denial seemed feeble in front of everyone. No, you do, Lily playfully contradicted him, and arrangements have already been made. Ugh. Snape turned his head away. I don't understand, James said, pulling Lily closer. You clearly like her, but refuse to admit it. Can't you take a lesson from me? At that moment, Snape vanished with a disillusionment charm, prompting a round of ambiguous teasing from the group. I never would have imagined. McGonagall chuckled as she took the cup from Lily's hands. That Severus, such a serious boy, would have someone he cares for. Lily glanced in the direction of his room, recalling how his demeanor had shifted since Eve's arrival. He was no longer overly sensitive to jokes and could even engage in banter occasionally. She remembered their first encounter, where he had been a gloomy, taciturn boy. How wonderful, she sighed, rubbing her wrist, stiff from years of gripping a wand, and leaned against James. Eve returned to Snape's study, exhaling a long breath before rushing downstairs. That Bellatrix just insulted me. Snape set down his coffee, watching as Eve bounded down the stairs. Have you returned again? Indeed, Eve exclaimed, striking the table with force, as Gabriel silently drifted away. I cannot believe it. That rude woman. How dare she call me a dwarf? Snape observed her in amusement as she fumed. I absolutely must tear her mouth apart, Eve suddenly declared, her expression turning serious. I will personally rip her mouth apart. Very well, I support that, Snape replied, taking another sip of his coffee. How can her master be such a wretch and still fancy him? Ugh, I can't even. Chapter 102, the third term. Snape pulled out a chair for her, listening with amusement to her rants. Memories from many years past began to clarify. It turned out that the professor she had mentioned back then was indeed himself. All right, miss. I believe it is time we head to Diagon Alley, he said, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. School is about to begin, and you have yet to purchase anything. The two of them disapparated to the bustling Diagon Alley, which was just as crowded as it had been during their last trip. They strolled along the cobblestone streets, observing the myriad of people passing by. Eve curiously watched a wizard in tattered robes with his head buried in an unknown object, and a small goblin hawking the Daily Prophet. She grabbed a copy and unfolded it. It's the Weasley family, Eve exclaimed. Look, they won the Galleon Award and went to Egypt for the summer. Snape glanced over and nonchalantly acknowledged. They continued on, encountering a shop that specialized in Himalayan potion products. Eve, initially eager to explore, hesitated upon seeing a row of neatly arranged snowman fingers and retreated. Many individuals basked in the shade of vividly colored sun umbrellas outside the Florin ice cream shop, indulging in sweet treats. Eve Good ordered herself a generous portion of ice cream, and the two of them shared it, occasionally discussing the peculiar items purchased by passers-by. Oh, Eve Good exclaimed. What is this? It turned out she had stumbled upon the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, where special correspondent Rita Skeeter's words were notably formal, clearly indicating she had not breached her unbreakable vow. Sirius Black, imprisoned for 12 years, had been released. Oddly, Eve Good could not ascertain from which prison he had emerged, for it seemed implausible that he could have escaped from Azkaban. Severus Snape glanced at the newspaper, affirming that it was indeed time for him to be freed. What? Eve Good queried, perplexed. Isn't he supposed to have escaped? Escape? Snape scoffed. Indeed, that foolish dog has managed to break free multiple times. He practically locked himself up. What? She was utterly confused. Dumbledore's testimony was available. He merely needed to undergo an investigation by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Snape replied, appearing reluctant to elaborate further. However, this foolish dog had suddenly attacked a ministry employee, injuring several Aurors, leading to his self-imposed incarceration. She seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Turning the newspaper to a photo of the Weasley family, she noted Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, trembling on his shoulder. She was grateful she had given him a forgetfulness charm. She had to admit it was quite effective. Otherwise, that cunning creature would have fled at the mere mention of her name. Once they finished their ice cream, they wandered into a magical astronomy shop, where Eve Good purchased a set of planetary activity models, sparing herself the need to attend astronomy classes. They passed by the bustling Quidditch boutique, where they unexpectedly encountered Harry, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Look, Eve, Ron called, pointing at the brooms in the shop. The firebolt, a new broomstick, a foolish wizarding sport, Snape remarked with a dismissive snort. Soon, Eve was pulled away by Snape, as Harry seemed eager to speak with her. They made their way to a bookstore, where the manager appeared flustered by the new arrivals. Goodness, Eve Good unfolded her book list, which included the Monster Book of Monsters, a textbook for the care of magical creatures class. I must say, housing them together is one of the most foolish decisions imaginable, Snape observed, as he used his wand to select a relatively undamaged book before the manager's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Eve conjured several vines to bind the remaining books, leaving the manager on the verge of tears. Thank you, sir and miss. Encountering you two is the highlight of my day. An unsettling silence ensued. Oh, Severus, don't be rash, please. Snape's face twitched slightly, clearly contemplating inflicting pain upon the manager. Eve Good snatched his wand away, and in the next moment, she pulled him out of sight of the manager. All right, let us ignore his nonsense and choose our books, shall we? Once in a less visible area, she finally released him. Snape's demeanor remained dark, yet he began assisting her in locating the textbooks required for the upcoming term. You'll be studying divination. How surprising. He remarked as they exited the bookstore, still wearing his cold expression. The manager, realizing the misunderstanding, continued to apologize profusely, but it was evident the old professor would not be swayed. Eve Good feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. I'd wager that even the most skilled seers would pale in comparison to your foresight. It's merely a lucky advantage. Eve stuck out her tongue, not engaging further. They paused in front of a magical creature shop, where Snape silently inquired with his gaze if she wished to procure a pet. Eve Good shook her head. I already have Gabriel. Their delightful shopping expedition concluded. Returning to Spinner's End, Eve Good began to look forward to the new school year. The fact that Black had not been imprisoned in Azkaban was a relief. She could scarcely fathom the torment of being confined there for so many years. Time had flown by. It felt as though they had just left Hogwarts the day before. Eve Good and Snape stood together on the platform once more. As Snape departed to his compartment, while Eve hesitated, contemplating which carriage to board. Long time no see, Miss Slytherin. George suddenly appeared behind her, flanked by Fred, both greeting her with enthusiasm. Oh, hello, Eve Good. Percy, maintaining his usual pompous demeanor, extended his hand for a handshake, his expression akin to that of one addressing the Minister of Magic. Oh, Eve immediately noticed the badge on his chest. What's this? Have you become the head boy? It might have been her imagination, but she felt Percy was standing a bit taller. Indeed, head boy, Fred remarked, seemingly unimpressed by the title. Humongous big head, George added. Pardon me. Eve Good thought it best to divert Percy's attention. Look over there. Is that Penelope Clearwater? Percy's girlfriend, the Ravenclaw prefect, was indeed strikingly beautiful. As expected, Percy's eyes lit up upon spotting her, and he puffed out his chest as he approached her. Oh, how charming, the three of them teased, causing the young couple to blush and hastily retreat. Speaking of which, George leaned closer and posed an audacious question. When do you plan to get together with Snape? Chapter 103, The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Eve Good shot him a glare, stepping back. How could you possibly know? You must realize such news tends to spread widely. Fred perched upon his trunk, watching her with keen interest. I never expected this, Miss Eve Good. Shut up. Eve Good's face was as crimson as a loaf of bread fresh from the oven. She grabbed her suitcase and made to leave. Don't let it out. I must be off. She sought a compartment at random, only to find nearly everyone occupied, so she proceeded to the last one. A man with light brown hair was dozing there, appearing utterly exhausted. Eve Good's heart raced as she glanced at the tattered suitcase beside him. Professor R.J. Lupin. Hey, there you are. Suddenly, the door to the compartment swung open again, and Eve Good saw Hermione, Ron, and Harry enter. We heard Fred and George say you came here. Who's this? The new defense against the dark arts professor. Eve Good exclaimed excitedly, gesturing for them to approach quietly so as not to disturb the weary professor's slumber. I must say, this is splendid, Ron remarked, trying to sit as far away from Hermione's new pet cat as possible. This is one of the few defense against the dark arts professors who will actually be friendly. Indeed. Absolutely. Eve Good helped them stow their luggage together. He is truly an extraordinary wizard. I believe you will come to adore his lessons. Something began making noise, resembling a whistle. Harry produced a mirror from his robe. Oh, Hermione noted, it's ringing. It's a birthday gift from Ron, Harry explained, then followed Ron's instructions to stuff it into a sock, effectively silencing it. What a piece of junk, Ron commented. I think we should head to Hogsmeade to get it fixed. I can't go? Harry exclaimed in frustration. My aunt and uncle have moved. I can hardly believe it. Of course, Eve, I don't blame you. You must understand. Harry rapped his fingers on the table. Even though I did all the chores, they never signed the papers. Shameless. Hermione interjected. Absolutely shameless. Eve Good concurred. Extremely shameless, if you ask me. Ron patted Harry's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, mate. We'll figure out a way to help you. Help you get there. Sounds good. Eve Good chimed in. While Hermione kicked Ron, don't lead Eve astray. Pray, this is hardly my fault. She was as fervent as we are in flouting the school rules. Hold your tongue for a moment, Ron. Ron fell silent, his lips pursed. They exchanged tales of summer escapades until the sky outside gradually darkened, and rain began to fall. Surely, there would be no Dementors this time, thought Evangeline, for Black was no longer a threat. Their presence would be in vain. Not a chance. Before long, the train came to a gradual halt, and the lights in the carriage abruptly extinguished, startling them all. Stay still, Evangeline exclaimed, drawing her wand. Lumos. A cascade of shimmering light erupted from the tip of her wand, illuminating their surroundings. The wind howled more fiercely, as if countless unseen hands were relentlessly pounding against the windows, causing Hermione to shiver. At that moment, the man in the corner finally stirred, opening his sharp eyes, which made Harry feel oddly as if he were being scrutinized by a wolf. He surveyed the room until his gaze landed squarely on the white-haired girl wielding a wand. Evangeline, He murmured in disbelief. How could you? Shoo! She hastily interrupted, not wishing to reveal her ability to traverse the past. Lupin, perceptive as ever, grasped her meaning and waved his wand, dispersing flames to the four corners of the compartment before rising to investigate the commotion. The sliding door creaked open slowly, and Evangeline immediately recognized the sinister presence of a Dementor. How could such filth still be here? She turned to Harry, noting the pallor of his face. She brandished her wand, expecto patronum. Unfortunately, only a faint, indistinct wisp of smoke emerged, but it was sufficient to alleviate some of the chill in the carriage. Yet, the Dementor remained, showing no inclination to depart. Suddenly, a massive silver serpent burst into the carriage, driving the Dementor away before splitting into several serpentine forms. The man in black sheathed his wand and strode into the compartment, his eyes cold and black, scanning each of them in turn. Evangeline, you are here, he remarked. I cannot believe you remain in this carriage. Snape reignited the lights, and the next moment, his gaze collided with Lupin's. You are here as well. Indeed, the weary man replied, his voice still hoarse, though he appeared pleased to see Snape. Then you, of all people, should not allow my student to handle such matters, he said, directing his gaze solely at Evangeline, ignoring the others. Lupin felt it prudent to remain silent. Harry sensed a distant roar, and a blur of images flickered before him, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, though the sensation did not linger long. Why are there still Dementors? Evangeline asked in confusion, observing Snape and Lupin shake their heads simultaneously. I shall speak to the conductor. Please forgive me, Ron said, retracting his feet to allow the professor passage. Before leaving, Lupin handed each of them a piece of chocolate, which Evangeline promptly tossed into her mouth. Snape scrutinized her for a moment, ensuring all was well before departing, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. Your Patronus is hardly distinguishable from Mist, Mississippi Hay. She is doing quite well, considering how complex that spell is. The remainder of the journey felt significantly more relaxed as Evangeline took the opportunity to enlighten them about Dementors. During the train's halt, Draco and Pansy also approached them, making the compartment feel considerably more crowded. You've arrived just in time, Evangeline said, patting the empty seat beside her to invite Draco and Pansy to join. She broke off a piece of chocolate to share, and while Draco feigned disdain, he nonetheless consumed it eagerly. This compartment conveniently houses our new defense against the dark arts professor, she proclaimed cheerfully. I assure you he is indeed an interesting teacher. Merlin's socks, Pansy exclaimed. The odds of that are slimmer than the closure of Hogwarts. What? Evangeline asked, bewildered. Finally, a defense against the dark arts professor you might actually appreciate, Pansy replied, stroking Hermione's face, which resembled a pumpkin. This is truly a rare occurrence. That only indicates he must be a good teacher, Hermione chimed in, appearing rather pleased that the professor for this course was not a charlatan. Chapter 104. The Rat. Shortly thereafter, Lupin returned, smiling at the lively atmosphere in the compartment. Are these all your friends? No need to worry, he reassured as he settled back into his previous seat. We'll arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and they were guided along a muddy path in a different direction. Throughout the journey, Draco grumbled incessantly about the muck beneath their feet, while Pansy repeatedly cast cleaning charms on him. They paused before a cluster of carriages, and Evangeline spotted the Thestrals, skeletal, dragon-headed creatures with enormous bat-like wings. Intrigued, she circled a few, gently patting one on its protruding snout. It tossed its head slightly, exhaling a breath of air. Evangeline found the creature rather fascinating. Is she out of her mind? Draco remarked, watching Evangeline twirl around in the air. She can be a bit eccentric even when she's completely sane, Pansy replied. All right, let us board. The group squeezed into the small carriage, and Evangeline discreetly cast a silent extension charm. A faint musty odor lingered inside, but it did not hinder their game of rock, paper, scissors, which temporarily diverted Draco's attention from the wretched weather and the jostling carriage. Hermione leaned closer to inquire about some magical exam questions, causing Ron to turn away in exasperation. Next, Percy, if you ask me. Make that next too, Draco replied, unusually joining in Ron's banter. They watched as the carriage approached the wrought iron gates, and Evangeline glanced around, relieved to find no trace of Dementors. The multi-turreted castle and towers loomed ever closer until the carriage finally came to a halt on flat ground, and they disembarked one after another. Upon entering the grand great hall, it was as magnificent as Evangeline had envisioned. The sky above was overcast, and just as she was about to take a seat, she was called out. Harry and Evangeline, I believe I need to speak with both of you. Dumbledore stood behind them, and Evangeline stepped forward. But sir, you have the sorting ceremony tonight. I am merely responsible for escorting you there, the old man smiled, and someone will explain everything to you. They were led into a newly cleaned office bustling with a number of people. The flickering flames filled the space with warmth. Harry immediately spotted the man standing at the center of the crowd, with slightly disheveled black hair and an unmistakable handsomeness. Harry recognized him not for any other reason, but because he had been mentioned in several recent issues of the Daily Prophet, a man who had spent 12 years imprisoned, Sirius Black. Harry, the man appeared overwhelmingly excited, and upon catching sight of Evangeline, his enthusiasm intensified. I can hardly believe it. Lupin was right. You're here too. I believe you owe me a thorough explanation as to why you languished in prison for 12 years, Evangeline stated, pulling out a chair, as if preparing to interrogate a criminal. Severus informed me you were foolish enough to attack a ministry official. What? Evangeline? Sirius exclaimed, his expression turning furious. You cannot fathom the kind of disdain those self-righteous individuals showed me. They dared to insult Lily and James. Had it not been for someone restraining me, I would have ended one of them. Indeed, even if you do not bring about his demise, someone else will surely do so, Snape remarked coldly. You might as well endure it and inform us. I guarantee that within a week, he shall vanish from the wizarding world forever. And you attempted to escape. Lupin trembled beside him, too fearful to interject, while Harry remained utterly baffled. Yes, I wager that such a prison would be unfit even for a dog, Black exclaimed, becoming animated at the mention of it. You can scarcely imagine how regrettable it is. Snape continued his mocking tone. You are indeed a dog. You, Snape. Evangeline's expression nearly crumbled under the weight of their banter, and she forced herself to regain her composure. Furthermore, Snape added, Professor Dumbledore has already negotiated for the minimal duration of his imprisonment due to his multiple escape attempts, which led to his release only now. Black. At this, Black fell silent, his gaze lowered as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Well, I had thought that the ministry had orchestrated this 12-year ordeal. It seems it was of your own making. Harry was uncertain of Snape's expression. He appeared to revel in Black's plight. I imagine you must be regretting your choices now. Had you emerged a few years earlier, Harry could have lived with you. I risked my life to escape for this child. You still harbor a sense of pride, Black. The man fell silent again, his anxious gaze now fixed upon Harry. Very well, I doubt you shall ever set foot in a prison again. Evangeline finally smiled. Welcome back, Harry. This is your godfather. Harry was taken aback, staring at the awkward man before him. He was a close friend of your parents. We all know he is your godfather. Congratulations. You have a relative 1,000 times better than the Dursleys. Lupin was the first to applaud, and even Snape, for once, clapped a few times. As the two embraced, Harry still struggled to believe this reality, that he indeed had family beyond the Dursleys in this world. Why you? Harry stammered. You are my godfather? Yes, child, the man replied, a flicker of pain in his eyes. You have grown so well. You bear a striking resemblance to James, and your eyes are the very image of Lily. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the man turned and embraced Evangeline. Snape's face twitched. Evangeline, you were absolutely correct. Thank goodness I confided in Dumbledore about this matter, or I would surely be languishing in Azkaban now. Dumbledore forbade us from speaking too freely. I assumed you were aware of this, Snape replied coldly. Black, now recognizing the gravity of the situation, clamped his mouth shut. Evangeline's eyes turned icy. Who did this? Are you certain of who is responsible? After that incident, Peter had vanished without a trace. Lupin lit a cigarette, his weary face suddenly revealing a fierce determination. We must locate this individual. It is rather simple. I suspect you shall encounter him sooner than you think. Evangeline then pulled a newspaper from Lupin's desk, pointing to a photograph of Ron's family in Egypt. Take a closer look. Do you recognize who this is? Harry leaned in, discovering it was Ron's pet, Scabbers. This is Ron's pet rat, he remarked. Ah, a rat. Evangeline suddenly chuckled. Indeed, his existence over these years has been hardly distinguishable from that of a rat. Chapter 105, Peter Pettigrew. How can you be sure this is him? Lupin scrutinized the moving photograph. No, I see it. This one does bear a resemblance. This must be him. Let me go after that scoundrel. Black's emotions began to spiral again. I shall skin him alive. I absolutely will. Stop, Black. I advise you to refrain from acting impulsively, Evangeline cautioned, restraining him. He recognizes you, believe me. The moment he lays eyes on you, he will vanish without a trace. He recognizes you too, doesn't he? No, since the wedding, he no longer knows you. Black looked at her incredulously, surprised by her foresight. Who do you think I am? Evangeline tilted her chin defiantly. I am undoubtedly a Merlin's angel. Black rolled his eyes, and Evangeline playfully kicked his shin. Now, I demand to see him tonight. Black bellowed, just wait. I shall kill him now. Calm down, Snape frowned, pushing him onto a nearby sofa. Be quiet, you foolish dog. I can bring him here right now, Evangeline declared, taking action as she opened the door. You are all to remain inside. No one is permitted to leave, especially you, Black. Enjoy catching up with your godson. Harry was still in a daze. understanding little beyond the revelation that Black was indeed his godfather. "Come sit here, Harry." Black gestured for him to come closer. "You can ask us anything." Snape turned his face away, casually pulling up a chair with his back to them, unwilling to entertain Harry's naive inquiries. Evangeline, believing she could still make it to the sorting ceremony, quietly slipped through the back door, contemplating how to summon Ron. "Miss Slytherin." Suddenly, Dumbledore's voice resonated from above, exposing her disguise before the first years. "Are you searching for someone?" All eyes in the hall abruptly fell upon her. Evangeline endeavored to appear natural as she nodded. "Yes, Professor," she replied. "The headmaster needs to see Mr. Ron Weasley." Thus, it was only natural that Ron was unceremoniously ushered out, still chewing on a mound of pudding. His cheeks puffed like a hamster's. The unfortunate boy was equally unaccustomed to being the center of attention, awkwardly stumbling forward. Evangeline signaled him over. "Is your rat with you?" she whispered, and Ron dully nodded, pointing to his bulging pocket. "Right here." "Splendid," Evangeline said, taking hold of his wrist without further ado. "We need to find your rat. I mean, since your rat has been unwell since returning from Egypt, we have a plan." "You do." Ron appeared genuinely thrilled, but Evangeline immediately hushed him. "Shoo, don't wake it." Truly, he was quite protective of his pet, though it was a pity he had cared for the wrong creature for so many years. Evangeline cast him a sympathetic glance as she led him toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. By now, Harry had pieced together much of the situation. Even if they were reluctant to reveal how they knew Evangeline, he could comprehend. "Here we are." The moment they entered the office, Evangeline shifted her expression, promptly retrieving the sleeping rat from Ron's pocket. Snape swiftly cast a petrification spell, rendering the rat, which had yet to open its eyes, utterly immobilized. Ron was left astounded. "What are you going to do to my rat?" he cried in despair, as Harry pulled him aside. "A rat?" Black let out a derisive laugh as he took the stiff, short-haired rat from Snape's hands. If only it were merely a rat. With a flick of his wand, the ailing rat swiftly began to transform, its form expanding as its pointed nose retracted, ultimately revealing a diminutive man with a balding head and flecks of white hair, who cowered before them. Ron looked as though he had just encountered Merlin himself, while Harry hastily procured a sofa for him. "Hi." The man appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. "Hello there." Lupin." "Harry, Black, Snape." "Hi to you." Evangeline felt that even kicking him would sully her shoes. "If you utter Snape's name once more, I shall." "Enough." "Miss," Snape interjected, unfurling his dark cloak to shield her gaze from the man before them. To look upon him even once more would be a desecration. "Be cautious. He may transform back into a rat and flee." Evangeline remarked coldly. "This man is far more cunning than we anticipated." The man attempted to speak, but suddenly, his chin was jabbed by a wand, and Black's face flushed with excitement. "You know, I have wanted to find you for many years, Peter." He did not wish to end him directly just yet. He intended to torment him with spells repeatedly, allowing him to experience the anguish that Lily and James had endured all those years ago. Harry had just explained the situation to Ron, whose face contrasted sharply with his hair, now rendered ghostly pale. "Constrain him," said Eve Good finally, "until Mr. Dumbledore arrives to handle it." Suddenly, Snape produced a vial of potion from his robes and placed it with a thud on the table. "Professor Snape?" Eve Good inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Ah, Snape, you've truly become the quintessential professor for young ladies," Black remarked, appraising him with a critical eye. "Not bad," he thought, "a true gentleman in appearance." Snape, however, had no desire to engage in conversation with such an unrefined fool. "Silence, Black," he snapped. Black obediently closed his mouth. With a swift flick of his wand, Snape forced the rat-like man to drink the potion, Peter struggling as his corpulent body quivered with resistance, convinced it was a slow-acting poison. "Do not move," Snape warned, his impatience evident in his furrowed brow. "One drop spilled, and I shall send you to your death." The man remained still, and Eve Good rolled her eyes. "It will prevent him from transforming into an animagus in the short term." Snape then tossed the empty vial into the fire, which erupted with crackling sounds. "I didn't expect you to carry such a thing with you, Severus," Lupin said curiously. "I prepared this potion ever since news of that foolish dog's release surfaced." Snape replied while beckoning a chair for Eve Good, fully aware that her tenacity would not relent until she found him. "So you were prepared?" Eve Good noted, sounding rather reproachful. "You ought to have informed me." Snape, sensing his fault, chose not to retort. After all, it was common knowledge that the foolish dog would never employ his intellect. Thus, this potion was essential. Black seemed ready to confront Snape, indignantly declaring, "Who is the foolish dog, you greasy git?" "Calm down, Black," Lupin interjected, restraining him. "And who spent 12 years in prison without a word." Eve Good appeared the most incensed, serious Black. Chapter 106, Death. "Die for me." Black fell silent, remaining still. "You can hardly imagine the torment this child has endured. You must see how they treated him." Harry thought Eve Good resembled Mrs. Weasley, fretting over her children. Those muggles are truly a bunch of imbeciles, fools. All right, Black said, startled by her fury, hastening to placate her. Now that I am back, I assure you Harry shall never face injustice again. Snape cast a more terrifying glance at Harry, who suddenly felt a chill engulf him. By the way, Eve Good continued, this summer I purchased a house for Harry. I bought his aunt's home for him to live independently. If you think Black's estate is preferable, he could stay there instead. Ron felt as if she was radiating golden light, blinding him. I didn't realize you were quite wealthy, Black remarked. Of course, it all hinges on our little Harry's wishes. Right, Harry? Harry dared not speak, for it seemed Snape might unleash the killing curse upon him at any moment. He silently prayed Eve Good would cease discussing him. The diminutive man appeared to want to plead, but Ron averted his gaze, feeling he would need months to come to terms with having cohabited with a murderer. I should be grateful he isn't Ginny's pet. That would be utterly horrifying. Ron trembled, convinced this was the most terrifying moment of his life. The Ministry will handle this, right? Harry asked. I suspect the verdict will inevitably send him to Azkaban, but I have little faith in their security measures there, Eve Good replied. Speaking of which, what was up with the Dementors today? There was a riot at Azkaban. A large number of Dementors escaped. Lupin's face darkened. We have been worried about such occurrences. We never anticipated they would escape early. Eve Good felt dizzy. This was entirely unacceptable. The Ministry has yet to send any news. Just then, Dumbledore pushed the door open, his expression grave, evidently indicating that something was amiss. The ceremony has concluded, and it seems you are all present. Splendid. The diminutive man, upon seeing Dumbledore, immediately wanted to plead for mercy, but it was clear that the elder did not possess the excessive compassion he had hoped for. The old man blinked. I was never here tonight. Was I, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter? They instantly understood the implication. Dumbledore was implicitly permitting them to deal with him as they saw fit. Black's eyes flared with a fierce light, trembling with excitement. Come now, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a spell to ensure no outsiders would enter the room. I need to speak with you both. Harry and Ron were bewilderedly led outside, all eyes converging on Peter, who stood in the center of the room. No, you can't do this. Peter suddenly shrieked in a panic, as if he had been struck. I am your friend, Remus. Sirius. You didn't consider us friends when you betrayed us, Lupin replied coldly, unperturbed by such manipulative pleas. And Black showed no inclination to heed the madman. 9 minutes remaining, Snape interjected, seated beside Eve Good, drawing his wand. The potion's effect lasts only this long. Make haste. Peter seemed resolute and bolted towards the door. Eve Good lazily lifted her hand, and a massive shadow blocked his path, a gigantic serpent. Its golden eyes fixed menacingly on the fleeing man. Gabriel opened its maw, revealing fangs gleaming with a menacing sheen, and Peter inched backward, retreating slowly. At that moment, a spell struck his back, slamming him against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth as Lupin lowered his wand, unwilling to look at the man any longer. Next came Black's curse, which forcefully hurled him against the walls of the room. Apologies, Remus, this is your office. As long as you know, Lupin sighed, bowing his head, knowing he would have to clean up the mess later. Peter lay gasping on the floor as Snape approached, kneeling to observe the disheveled traitor with interest. Severus, I beg you, he wheezed, reaching for Snape's robes, only to be coldly evaded. Can you even fathom the casualties your betrayal has caused? Peter fell silent. Snape's sharp black eyes scrutinized him, as if assessing refuse. He softened his voice. She nearly perished. You must comprehend the grave folly of your actions. You beast from the gutter. The Cruciatus curse left him with numerous horrific wounds, one of his ears severed and lying on the blood-stained floor. At that moment, all eyes turned to the silver-haired girl, as if she were the final arbiter. Strangle him, Eve Good hissed ominously. Slowly, I wish to witness his breath fade away, understand. Gabriel? The dark green serpent immediately sprang into action, coiling tightly around Peter, who made futile attempts to pry it off with his hands. Eve Good cast 2 more Cruciatus curses, severing his hands entirely. Do not harm it. Her eyes glimmered with a green hue. You truly seek death, do you? They quietly watched as his face drained of color, listening intently to his stuttered pleas for mercy. Eve regarded the severed hand lying on the floor, knowing this time his cold-blooded master would not grant him a silver hand, nor would he ever be seen again. After what felt like an eternity, the man finally ceased to breathe, and Eve Good beckoned Gabriel back, casually casting a cleaning charm. The serpent coiled protectively behind her, vigilantly watching the man on the floor, ensuring he would not suddenly rise to flee. He is dead, Black declared, waving his wand to cleanse the splattered blood. A heavy silence enveloped the room until Lupin exhaled a sigh, reflecting on how drastically the years had altered their lives. There, Remus, Black consoled, patting his shoulder. At least we are all together now. I believe this is a favorable outcome, so cheer up. You've even become the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Eve Good, overhearing the man scoff beside her, stifled a laugh, knowing he had not secured that teaching position. Snape exited through the door without a care for the onlookers, while Eve Good shut it behind him, staring blankly at the man on the floor. Do not pity him, Eve Good, Black remarked, mistaking her expression for sorrow. No, the girl replied, dazed. I was contemplating how I should have had his legs amputated. He even stepped on Gabriel a few times. Black silently withdrew. Chapter 107, Two Sticks. Before long, Dumbledore returned, surveying the disarray before waving his wand to restore order, even making Peter's corpse vanish. Wow, Eve Good exclaimed. What spell is that? Erasing traces of a body. Simply brilliant. I must learn it. It might come in handy one day. Miss Eve Good, that is not a lesson for students. Dumbledore discerned her thoughts instantly, prompting her to pout in discontent. I have already prepared Harry and Mr. Weasley for the necessary discussions, so there is no need for concern. He added, meeting Black's anxious gaze with a smile. As for you, Mr. Black, fret not. Harry genuinely seems to hold affection for you. Black's expression mirrored that of a man who had just won 1,000,000 galleons. However, Miss Eve Good must reassure your friend, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson are quite worried about you. Eve Good nodded vigorously. None of you have had dinner this evening, I presume? Dumbledore conjured a sumptuous feast, leaving Eve Good salivating. Come, let us dine together. It is a rare occasion for us to gather. They feasted with great joy, and Eve discreetly inquired about Lupin and Tonks's progress, only to learn that, despite their mutual attraction, Lupin remained as unyielding as a block of wood to her advances. How frustrating, Eve Good lamented, with Black nodding in agreement. Indeed, while their interactions may be sparse, it has been nearly a decade without any substantial progress. Just look at how well suited they are, Black interjected, noticing Snape slightly lean in to eavesdrop, thereby intentionally interrupting Eve Good. I dare say there could be no slower development. He continued, if they remain apart after over 10 years, it must indicate some issue with that man. Snape's face bore an enigmatic smile as he gripped his knife and fork tightly. You concur, do you not, Eve Good? Huh. The girl pondered earnestly. I suppose not necessarily. Well, it appears both men and women have their issues, Black remarked, falling silent as he discreetly raised a middle finger at Snape, only for his fork to inexplicably sail onto Dumbledore's plate. Black froze, astonished, casting an incredulous glance at Snape. How dare he, how dare he? Can we not enjoy our meal? Black, Eve Good chided, discontent with the distance his fork had traveled. No, Snape raised an eyebrow, continuing to slice his steak with evident pleasure. Perhaps Mr. Black's extended incarceration has dulled his manners, he remarked leisurely, ignoring the disdainful look from Black, causing him to forget how to properly use a knife and fork. Lupin, witnessing the entire exchange, turned his head, feigning to wipe his hands while stifling laughter. The delightful dinner concluded, yet Black continued to emphasize the incident with the fork. Naturally, aside from Eve Good, the others understood precisely what had transpired. I shall escort Miss Slytherin back to her dormitory. Feel free to carry on, Snape declared, hardly bothering to lift his eyelids as he led Eve Good away. Hey, look at him, Black exclaimed, lounging on the sofa in Lupin's office. He remains as petty as he was years ago. I do not believe so, Lupin retorted, rummaging through his tattered suitcase. We all know that is simply his nature. Suddenly, a silver serpent slithered into the office, prompting Black to spring into action, fearing calamity. The shimmering serpent spoke with Snape's voice. Foolish dog, mind your tongue, or I shall have you expelled from Hogwarts by tomorrow. Hey, look, Black shouted. He specifically used his Patronus to insult me. Lupin watched with interest as the silver serpent gradually faded. He is indeed a bit petty, but I think it is more due to your taunting him, he continued, placing a stack of books beside him. Honestly, I have never seen his Patronus before. By the way, when do you plan to return to Grimmauld Place to see your old home? Black sighed. Perhaps I shall wait a bit longer. It pains me that I have not seen Regulus. Mr. Dumbledore has spoken to you about that? Indeed, Black affirmed, drawing his wand to brush away some dust. It seems that home is not quite as dreadful as I imagined, is it? An unnamed hero, Lupin raised his pint in salute. Eve Good returned to the common room, only to be met by the wide-eyed stares of Draco and Pansy, who were fixated on the doorway, exhaling in relief upon her arrival. What happened? Ah, Professor Snape. The man acknowledged them with a nod before planting a goodnight kiss on Eve Good. Boom. Eve Good's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in her hands, pretending to be deeply engrossed in her shoelaces. Pansy felt certain that she must be hallucinating, while Draco's gray eyes brimmed with confusion. Oh, Pansy exclaimed, definitely a hallucination. Yes, Draco echoed, slapping his own face. Huh. The old professor glided away like a specter, looking rather pleased. Ah, with no one else around. Eve Good erupted in a fit of excitement. It seems it was not a hallucination, Pansy remarked. What is going on? Draco's elongated tone sounded particularly comical as he witnessed Eve Good bury her head into the common room sofa, writhing in delight, prompting him to step back. Oh no. Her mind has gone awry. Ugh, it's just that, Eve Good said, tousling her disheveled hair while grinning foolishly, ever since that day last summer. He gives me a goodnight kiss every night. Hee 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 hee. Such rapid progress. Pansy hurriedly moved closer, shaking her. And then what? Tell me quickly. That's all, Eve Good replied, fidgeting nervously. I do not perceive it as a romantic gesture or anything. Do not jest, Pansy exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. Unless that newly released black has come to Hogwarts today, that is precisely the behavior. That is indeed quite coincidental, Eve Good murmured softly. Pansy, unable to hear clearly, asked. What? And nothing. I was merely saying there has been no other indication. What? You call that nothing? Pansy exclaimed, eager to grasp her ears and shake her. Do you not realize how much more tolerant he has become in your class? Perhaps it's just me being smarter? Eve Good, you Slytherin, Pansy shouted. You are a true blockhead. Chapter 108, Divination Class. What blockhead? Draco inquired, perplexed. If you ask me, Pansy, could you refrain from conjuring such bizarre notions? I believe it is quite unfounded. Shut your mouth, young man. You are a blockhead too. Oh, 3 blockheads. However, Eve Good was indeed swayed by Draco's words. Perhaps there truly was nothing to it? All of you to bed. Now, immediately at once. Pansy had no desire to behold those 2 wooden figures. She pushed them towards the dormitory, instructing, none of you should utter a word. Good night, good night, good night, good night. What had provoked her ire? Draco remained perplexed. I don't know. Eve replied. The following morning, Harry and Ron appeared eager to seek out Eve Good. They fumbled with their words, uncertain how to begin, prompting Eve to send Draco and Pansy off for breakfast first. That Peter, the rat, it's dead. Eve Good gently tossed her long, white hair aside, gazing at the 2 silent boys. Never show mercy to your enemies, gentlemen. She casually picked up a cupcake from the Hufflepuff table, adding, even if he had transformed into a rat that had accompanied your family for many years, it does not alter the fact of his deeds. I know Eve Good. I just need some time to process, Ron grimaced, to which Eve approached and embraced him briefly. There, it's all in the past now, she said, finishing the cupcake and expressing her gratitude to several Hufflepuff students. With a playful grin, she quipped, I've just relieved you of a great burden, haven't I? Think of a way to repay me, Ron's face flushed with tension as he stammered. Actually, I've always been uncertain about how to express my gratitude. Eve Good, you know our family's circumstances, and your gifts are always far superior to mine. I mean, I can never seem to give anything of worth. Oh my Merlin. Do not think that way, Harry interjected. I often feel that what I give you is trivial in comparison. Stop, gentlemen, Eve gestured for them to cease. Gift giving is not a competition. Do not measure the worth of a gift by its galleons. The act of gifting is merely to convey our sentiments or to express affection. Nothing more. If gifts are burdened with such meaningless labels, then the nature of the act itself changes. Of course, Eve Good patted Ron's shoulder, understanding that his modest background naturally bred his insecurities in this regard. Whatever you offer, regardless of its quantity, is a sentiment that cannot be exchanged for any amount of galleons. So, Ron, I was merely jesting. Do not take this as a burden. Oh my heavens. Ron continued to gaze in that direction as Eve Good took her seat at the Slytherin table. What is it? Harry nudged him with his elbow. I think I understand why so many proclaim her to be the most enchanting Miss Slytherin, Ron replied. You must admit, at times she truly is quite exceptional. At that moment, the towering Hagrid entered, greeting Eve Good at the Slytherin table and waving towards them. You can't possibly believe that I have finally become a teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, a chorus of Gryffindors raised their heads to congratulate him, with Hermione appearing as thrilled as Hagrid. Do remember to attend my class. I hope nothing goes awry. See you this afternoon. Eve Good was also eager to attend the Care of Magical Creatures class joyfully that afternoon. Yet the subsequent divination lesson did indeed dampen her spirits. She and Pansy made their way to the North Tower, while Draco had opted against this course, deeming it absurdly nonsensical. Nonsense. I find it quite simple, Eve Good remarked as they ascended. Just a few unrealistic phrases can earn you credits. There's nothing better than that. They carefully traversed the ever-changing staircases, arriving at a vast platform. Numerous Slytherin students were gathered, tacitly refraining from loud chatter, seemingly waiting for something. Where's the door? Pansy inquired quietly, with Eve pointing to the ceiling where a circular trapdoor was situated. How strange. Suddenly, the trapdoor swung open, and a ladder descended automatically. The students ascended the magical staircase in an orderly fashion. I'm beginning to anticipate this, Pansy remarked. I believe Draco will surely regret not choosing this course. The classroom was unlike any they had previously encountered. The long desks had been transformed into small round tables, and the chairs appeared to be soft cushions. The delightful decorations around the classroom were fascinating, albeit the overwhelming, cloying scent that pervaded the air was rather suffocating. Suddenly, Gabriel burst forth from her left sleeve, startling Eve Good, who hurriedly concealed it with her robe. What is that smell? I think I'm dying. Oh dear, Gabriel. Eve Good muttered, retreating to a corner, ensuring no one noticed her speaking in that peculiar tongue. I nearly forgot. I apologize, darling. Please do not come to divination class next time. Gabriel, evidently unimpressed, descended to the ground and scampered away down the ladder. Next time, I shall remember it, she said, choosing a round table and standing before it. I always forget Gabriel. Gabriel, your mother. It's wonderful to see you all. The opening statement came in a soft, drowsy tone, as if someone had just awakened from a midday slumber, their speech still unclear. They were permitted to sit, and Eve Good gracefully settled onto the cushion. Sharing a table with another Slytherin, Daphne, Eve Good scarcely paid attention to the peculiar witch's words. In fact, much of her attention was captured by the bizarre adornments she bore, beads of varying qualities and glimmering sequins. I must say, many witches and wizards indeed possess talents in various realms, yet only a scarce few can glimpse into the future, Eve Good observed as those around her involuntarily swallowed. In truth, she felt somewhat tense herself. Child, what is your name? She inquired of Blaise Zabini, who appeared startled. Blaise Zabini, Professor. How is your father? She asked. The question seemingly intrusive, as she observed him frown slightly. Quite well, Professor. Those aware of his family's circumstances knew he was lying, as not everyone is willing to speak of a loved one as passing. Indeed, he is in good health, but one must be cautious of a beautiful witch. Eve Good found this lad somewhat intriguing, though she wondered how he managed to step on every landmine. As anticipated, some in attendance gasped, while others covertly glanced at the dark-skinned boy. Yet it did not end there. Professor Trelawney suddenly shifted her gaze to Pansy, warning, beware of a blue-eyed woman. She cast a significant look at Eve Good. Eve Good. Chapter 109, Ominous. Naturally, Pansy ignored the cryptic remark, rolling her eyes at the professor and then patting Eve's hand. Draco was indeed right. It's absurd and nonsensical, Eve Good mused. Just as I mentioned in the lesson I gave to the Gryffindors, the bespectacled witch continued, during the summer term, if there are no issues, we shall study crystal balls after we complete the study of flame omens. Many found this intriguing, leaning forward to listen attentively. However, my predictions foretell that, unfortunately, a severe flu will strike in February. One among the Gryffindors will depart from us forever around Easter. Some who had leaned forward recoiled. Let me see now. All right, children. I believe those of you present are temporarily safe, though, her eyes, unnaturally magnified by her glasses, suddenly fixed upon Daphne. You, child. The thing you most dread will occur shortly, I believe on the 20th of this month. Eve Good observed the beautiful girl across from her visibly begin to tremble with fear. Subsequently, she instructed them to learn how to read tea leaves. Following the directive, Eve Good filled a teacup with tea and drank it all. In the process of shaking the tea leaves, she exerted little effort, merely swirling the cup a few times before placing it upside down on the tray, watching as the tea seeped out. The three of them exchanged their cups in a clockwise direction, each scrutinizing the contents of the other's vessels with keen interest. Eve particularly wished she could slither away like a snake, for the aroma in the classroom was overwhelmingly suffocating. She held her breath as she closely examined Daphne's cup. She opened the tome titled Peering Through the Mists to See the Future. What a peculiar thing, she grimaced. How could a single page contain so many ominous signs? It was truly disheartening. What do you see? Daphne inquired curiously, as she struggled to decipher the contents of Pansy's cup. Look, yours doesn't seem too bad, Eve Good remarked, making an effort to overlook the pervasive scent filling the room. Like a bird, I see, perhaps still in flight, dear. This signifies that you will be exceptionally fortunate. Is that not what it suggests? Daphne glanced at the book, nodding her head, her expression visibly brightening. This indicates a transformation of misfortune into fortune. It means you'll be lucky enough to evade an undesirable event. Cheer up. The girl looked at her with immense gratitude. And as she turned away, Eve Good exhaled a sigh of relief. What could she possibly say? Tea leaves, when viewed from any angle, take on different shapes. And she could only concoct a story that might bring some comfort. Let us have a look at yours, Pansy exclaimed eagerly, as she scrutinized the tea leaves. In truth, Eve Good thought the shapes resembled a thesis defense. Like a hat, she remarked, wide-eyed. No matter how she looked at it, she still felt it resembled a thesis defense. This indicates a promising development in your career. Of course, I have no doubt about that, dear. I believe the Ministry of Magic will surely extend an olive branch to you upon graduation. Really? Eve Good thought it still looked like a thesis defense. skeptically glancing at the book peering through the mists to see the future again. Oh, it resembles an anchor, though I wonder if it could represent an animal, she mused. A ghostly figure approached slowly, and she suddenly bent down, startling Pansy as the clinking of her jewelry made quite a commotion. You're not quite proficient yet, are you? Dear, let me have a look. Eve Good felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Indeed, the figure clicked her tongue, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A triangle, there's an opportunity for you. Not too dreadful. At least so far she had not discerned anything utterly bizarre. No, this resembles a spire more closely. Eve Good quickly flipped through the book to discern its meaning, but Professor Trelawney's voice was swifter. A spire, bad luck. She had anticipated this. Professor Trelawney continued to turn the teacup, and Eve Good silently prayed for her to move along, hoping to lessen the number of spectators. From this angle, it looks like a snake. Someone will harm you. I have no doubt, Pansy remarked, casting a glance at the gossiping Warrington. Oh dear, no. Eve Good had long foreseen this outcome. She gazed blankly at the woman, who appeared on the verge of fainting, her heart devoid of any turmoil. What is wrong? Pansy exclaimed, genuinely startled, for it seemed Trelawney was holding her teacup. A knife. You will encounter conflict, child. I must say, this is certainly not a favorable cup. A crowd began to gather around them, and Eve Good felt a dull ache at her temples. I suspect the fulfillment of this prophecy will not be long in coming. Eve Good stated coldly, for Warrington's eyes were nearly piercing through him. Perhaps, in the next moment, I might just gouge out the eye of some gentleman present. I have ample experience in such matters. The surrounding crowd silently stepped back. This class concluded after Professor Trelawney had foretold 17 ominous predictions. As Eve Good descended the stairs, she felt that choosing this class had severely undermined her confidence in the future. They encountered Draco and his 2 lackeys around a corner, and the 5 of them made their way towards the Great Hall. Pansy angrily recounted the events of divination class to Draco, and the 2 began to bicker. I truly regret not taking this course. Otherwise, I would have. You tell your father? Eve Good interjected, observing Draco's pale face flush slightly. Absolutely not, he retorted quickly, determined to prevent her from continuing. All right. I certainly won't dwell on such nonsense. After all, this professor has made very few accurate predictions. They met Hermione, Ron, and Harry, who had just finished Transfiguration class, and the group seamlessly began discussing divination. What a complete disaster, Harry fumed. She said I have bad omens. Take it easy, Eve Good replied, as she sent the ravenous crab and Goyle ahead to grab a meal. She saw more than one ominous sign in my cup. I think it's all nonsense, Hermione coolly added. Harry, Ron said, pulling the group together to prevent eavesdroppers. You haven't seen a large black dog that looks like the tea leaves in your cup, have you? I have, Harry replied, looking somewhat conflicted. I saw one a few days before heading to Diagon Alley. Draco's eyes widened. Eve Good sighed. Surely you're aware that your godfather's animagus form is a black dog? What? Ron's eyes also widened. He probably just wanted to see you. I don't think black is anything ominous, Eve Good declared, taking the lead toward the Slytherin table, unless anyone believes that, they truly need to visit St. Mungo's to check for any mental deterioration. Quite right, Hermione agreed, having heard about black from Harry that morning. What? Potter has a godfather? Draco inquired, elegantly dabbing his mouth with a napkin as he sat beside Eve Good. Mind your manners, Mr. Malfoy, Eve Good chided lightly. Well, Harry, it was because of this matter that I missed the ceremony last night. She took a piece of pudding for a nearby girl, savoring a plate of stew. I know his godfather. Of course, you must not speak of his animagus form. The 2 nodded in unison. It can't be the black I'm thinking of. Can it? Pansy asked, as Draco immediately recalled recent issues of the Daily Prophet. It is, Eve Good confirmed, sipping her pumpkin juice, unfazed by their astonished expressions. He is indeed a genuinely good person. He just spent some time in prison. Pansy remained skeptical, but she conceded that he was quite handsome, making it somewhat believable. In the afternoon, they were about to attend the Care of Magical Creatures class with Gryffindor. Eve Good demonstrated how to open the book that would continuously struggle against them. You see, just gently touch the spine like this. That works? Draco tried it, finding no issue at all. They ventured outside the castle, where it had rained that morning, leaving the ground damp and the air fragrant with fresh grass. The sky remained overcast, but such weather made for a pleasant outdoor class. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Eve Good greeted him warmly, and Draco finally acknowledged him with a casual nod. Good afternoon, Eve Good, and Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson, Hagrid called, still clad in his moleskin coat. Seeing that most had arrived, he beckoned them over, saying, Come on, gather round. We're about to set off. Harry and the others hurried over, panting, and stood behind Eve Good. Hagrid led them to a small enclosure, and Hermione glanced around, confirming that there was nothing inside. Open your books, he instructed. Excuse me, Harry raised his hand, One of his rare classroom behaviors, but how do you open it? Draco straightened his posture, adopting an air of confidence, and Evegood chuckled, nudging him to speak up. With a simple flourish, the platinum-haired Draco Malfoy began to speak in his characteristic drawl, prompting a light touch. Very good, Mr. Malfoy, Hagrid remarked, a rare commendation for the Malfoy family. But wait, has no one else dared to open it? Draco was about to mention Evegood and Pansy when Evegood interjected, No, sir, we haven't opened it. Excellent. Slytherin receives 5 points, Hagrid noted, glancing at Draco, surprised by how adeptly Mr. Malfoy handled the situation. Now, you may attempt this method. Evegood nudged Draco and winked at him. Naturally, the confirmed young master was pleased. Indeed, anyone would be, as Evegood hoped this would encourage him to be slightly more courteous towards the majestic creature. Hagrid ventured into the forbidden forest, bringing forth their magnificent beasts. A dozen creatures were ushered into the pen, and Evegood craned her neck curiously, gasping alongside Lavender. They were truly extraordinary beings, possessing the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse, yet with the forelegs, wings, and head of an eagle. Ron thought they were simply magnificent. Can these creatures be domesticated? Evegood rubbed her hands together, her excitement directed at the towering griffin. Look, they are undeniably stunning. Each creature boasted a glossy coat that shimmered even without the sun's rays, and their colors varied beautifully. Evegood was particularly eager to touch the one with a gray coat adorned with circular patterns. If possible, I would love to examine that elegant platinum one closely, Draco remarked, clearly enamored with its hue. Before you observe closely or approach, I have a vital piece of advice, Hagrid stated, appearing far more confident than at the beginning of the lesson. He earnestly cautioned everyone. Firstly, they are exceedingly proud magical creatures. So under no circumstances should you provoke them unless you possess the ability to resurrect yourself from beneath their sharp beaks and claws. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Hagrid seemed pleased. This joke had eased his tension. Once you make eye contact, minimize your blinking, or they will not trust you. Lastly, bow to them, of course. If they bow back, you may stroke them. If not, run as far as you can. Indeed, Pansy chimed in, or you'll find yourself tossed into the nearby swamp. I have no doubt. The group erupted in laughter, fully aware of Hagrid's penchant for the dramatic. I reckon that's much better than being thrown into the swamp by Evegood, right, Warrington? Draco was never one to align with Pansy. Yet now he seemed to enjoy the banter. Don't speak, Malfoy. Ron found the situation highly amusing, observing the deepening scowl on the professor's face. Draco cast a glance of appreciation at Ron, finding that this Gryffindor Weasley was not entirely intolerable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with the lesson. Hagrid cleared his throat, reminding them, who would like to go first? Surprisingly, many hands shot up, leaving Hagrid in a quandary. Let us have Draco go first, Evegood suggested. He can handle that book, and I believe he will manage this magical creature with ease. Draco puffed his chest out, resembling a proud white peacock. Please bring forth the platinum griffin, thank you. Come forward, Malfoy. Hagrid unfastened a chain and led the griffin over, while Evegood watched Draco intently. Draco focused earnestly on the creature, quickly bowing as instructed, then raised his gaze to meet its eyes. The griffin seemed to take a liking to Draco, bending its foreleg in a graceful bow. Well done, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. You may now pet it. Go on. Draco cautiously stepped forward and turned to look at his peers. Evegood and a few others offered him encouraging nods. Taking a deep breath, Draco boldly approached and stroked its coat, to which the magical creature surprisingly closed its eyes, appearing to relish the attention. The crowd cheered, and Pansy looked even more delighted than Draco himself. Incredible. I think I could try that too. Indeed. Perfect, Evegood remarked. This is certainly better than Draco getting scratched by its claws. Chapter 111, Shrinking Potion and Daisy Root. They each took turns approaching the magical creature, with Harry even managing to ride one for a brief moment. Although he claimed it was not a pleasant experience, it certainly looked impressive. Neville, however, failed to get a griffin to bow to him, and if Evegood were to comment, she would say the boy was rather unfortunate. The engaging lesson concluded amidst cheers as they happily made their way back to the castle. Absolutely splendid, Hagrid, Thomas exclaimed loudly. I dare say those who didn't choose this class must be regretting it immensely. Hagrid, fastening the collars back on the griffins, began to chuckle foolishly at the remark. It truly was wonderful, wasn't it? Evegood remarked, believing her griffin to be particularly beautiful. Had it not been hazardous to pluck its feathers, she would have been tempted to take one. Hermione tucked the now docile Magical Creatures of the World book under her arm, noting how well suited Hagrid was for this course. She could hardly wait to learn more. The following days of lessons were remarkably pleasant, if one could overlook Professor McGonagall's usual overwhelming workload. When Evegood visited Lupin's office, she learned that Black had returned to his old home, and, if all went well, could spend the upcoming winter holiday there with Harry. Snape's potions class remained as rigorous as ever, though there was a slight improvement. He was not as volatile since taking over the defense against the dark arts class last semester. Moreover, Neville's enthusiasm for potion making had increased, resulting in far fewer explosions from his cauldron. Who are you intending to feed those daisy roots to? Snape coldly inquired of one student. I dare say your grandmother's teeth are more orderly than those. Evagood's eyes nearly bulged out as she eagerly awaited to see how the daisy roots were being chopped. Miss Evagood. She immediately sat up straight, feigning diligence with the fig before her. Snape sighed in exasperation, only to glance over and see Harry nearly pulverizing his daisy roots, causing his blood pressure to rise once more. Potter, he muttered under his breath, but everyone recognized this as a precursor to his fury. Are you intending to feed that to the flobberworm residing in your head? How does he manage to insult without repeating himself? Pansy whispered. Don't you think he is quite impressive when he is angry? Evagood replied softly, while Pansy sensed a notable drop in the tension surrounding Snape. In a rare moment, Snape did not deduct points, instead moving on to seek another target. Oh look, Evagood exclaimed, completing her final stirring. Her shrinking potion gradually transformed into a vibrant, dazzling green. Undoubtedly a success. Miss Evagood finishes first, Snape drawled lazily, not even bothering to check if her potion was correct. 10 points to Slytherin. How many points do you think we would receive if we managed to complete ours? Ron grumbled. If we get 3 points, I'll be grateful. Weasley, Ron shivered, nearly knocking over Harry's copper balance. Yes, sir. If you do not add leech juice soon, I suspect your house will lose far more than 3 points. Snape leaned down, calmly assessing Ron's potion. All right, sir. Snape's figure faded from behind them, and Ron sighed in relief, gloomily adding a drop of leech juice to his cauldron. Neville finally concocted a potion that was, for the first time, somewhat presentable. As Snape passed by him, Neville dared not even breathe, and to his astonishment, Snape refrained from delivering his usual scathing remarks. You did it, Neville, Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with joy. See, Eve's after-class tutoring was indeed beneficial. Yes, Neville replied, a mixture of awe and delight swelling within him, nearly bringing him to tears. Longbottom, before this lesson concludes, I expect you to administer your potion to your toad. Snape suddenly turned, his cold gaze assessing the potion's quality, curious to see what would transpire. I trust you do not intend to poison it yourself. What? This was undoubtedly shocking, and Hermione hurriedly leaned in for a closer inspection. It's all right, Neville, this is manageable. With 5 minutes remaining before class ended, they moved to the stone basin in the corner to tidy their equipment. Evagood had already organized everything, seemingly with nothing else to occupy her time, and she intended to see how Neville's potion had fared, only to be halted by a mere glance from Snape. She chose to refrain from approaching. A gathering formed around Neville's desk as Snape, his expression inscrutable, picked up the toad and carefully administered a few drops of the potion into its mouth. They all held their breath. Neville, terrified, turned his head away, unwilling to witness the outcome. After a few agonizing seconds, the toad abruptly transformed into a tadpole. It worked. Neville, look, it worked. Hermione urged him to turn back, her excitement palpable. You're incredible. Snape appeared far from pleased, with a disdainful huff. He retrieved a vial and poured a few drops of liquid onto the tadpole, which promptly reverted to its original toad form. Your potions are improving, Neville, Evagood remarked as she exited the classroom, casually praising him. The boy seemed to exude a newfound confidence. The previous day's defense against the dark arts lesson with Professor Lupin had been cancelled due to personal matters, so they attended this afternoon's class with the Gryffindors. They chattered excitedly about this new professor. After all, he was one of the few whom Evagood had praised extravagantly. Good afternoon, Lupin announced as he entered. The fatigue on his face markedly diminished, thanks to Evagood's potion, despite Snape's many sarcastic remarks regarding it. His attire appeared quite worn, yet it was impeccably clean, and some students regarded him with a respectful gaze. Good afternoon, Professor. The voices of Gryffindor and Slytherin rang out in rare unison, prompting a raised eyebrow from Lupin. All right, please put your textbooks away. Today is a practical lesson. All you will need is a wand. They exchanged glances and followed him out of the classroom. They felt a degree of trust in this professor, given Evagood's discerning judgment. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they entered the staff lounge with Lupin. It was a long room furnished with various chairs, yet Snape slowly lowered his newspaper, surveying the group of students before his gaze settled on Lupin. Severus. If you don't mind, go ahead, he replied coldly, though he set down the paper, seemingly curious about what Lupin would teach. Chapter 112. Boggett. Very well, Severus. Come along, students, gather here. He led them to an old wardrobe at the far end of the room, an unsettling noise emanating from within, as if something was stirring, causing Pansy to step back and hide behind her peers. This is a boggett. There is no need to worry, students, Lupin reassured them. I found it yesterday afternoon. It isn't particularly dangerous. In fact, These creatures prefer dark and enclosed spaces. What is a boggart? Hermione raised her hand, and Lupin gestured for her to respond. It is a shapeshifter, she explained. It transforms into whatever we find most frightening. Excellent. Lupin commended, Hermione's cheeks flushing with excitement. If I were to speak, I couldn't have articulated it better. After all, no one knows what it looks like alone, as it becomes our greatest fear upon sight. However, we hold an advantage. Lupin continued, I believe someone can enlighten me. This time, Eve Good raised her hand. Because there are so many of us, it won't know what to turn into. Precisely, Lupin nodded, pacing as he spoke. The incantation to repel it is equally simple, but it requires strong willpower. Now, please raise your wands and repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The class echoed. Very good, students, Lupin said with satisfaction. Additionally, what will truly vanquish it is your laughter. After reciting this incantation, you can compel it to transform into something you find amusing, though other forms may work as well. Who would like to go first? You, Mr. Weasley? Ron. His face pale with fear, raised his wand, and murmured a reply. Could you share with me what you fear most, Mr. Weasley? Ron took a deep breath before answering. Spiders, sir. Very well, Lupin smiled reassuringly. Have you decided what to transform it into? No need to be anxious. I will assist you. Yes, all right, Professor, Ron said, edging closer to the wardrobe, holding his breath. The class, following Lupin's instructions, stepped back to give him ample space. Lupin opened the wardrobe, and suddenly, a massive, hairy jungle spider leapt out, eliciting gasps from many girls who pressed their backs against the wall, for it was indeed terrifying, especially with its wildly moving eyes. Ron appeared torn between tears and screams, while Eve Good felt goosebumps prickling her skin, turning away from the sight. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ron stammered. And the horrid spider lost all its legs, its solitary body spinning in circles. Eve Good thought this was even worse. At that moment, the entire class seemed to hold their breath in unison, and the head of the spider began to roll toward them. Oh, help. That's disgusting. Someone screamed first, prompting Lupin to call the next student forward, Parvati. The legless spider transformed into a bandaged mummy, which Eve Good found much more visually appealing. One by one, each student approached, and she witnessed a skeleton, a corpse, and even some dismembered organs, broadening her horizons. She had previously thought there was nothing she particularly detested. Then came Neville, and Eve Good felt an overwhelming sense of unease. She genuinely feared that Neville's boggart would take the form of Snape. While this would be dramatically fitting, Snape might very well retaliate with an Avada Kedavra right then and there. Trembling, Neville stepped forward, and the boggart morphed into a cauldron on the brink of explosion, prompting a sigh of relief from Eve Good. Thank goodness, the tutoring proved somewhat effective. Ridiculous. He stuttered, and the cauldron transformed into a tap-dancing toad, which appeared rather amusing. It's my turn, it's my turn. Eve Good thought this was manageable enough, quickly stepping in front of it. She feared her boggart might indeed resemble Ron's spider, Merlin. She could scarcely describe anything more revolting. However, when the boggart transformed into Snape, she froze in shock, as everyone looked on with curiosity. For it was evident that this Snape was not the one seated there. This version bore a gaping, ghastly wound on his neck, his robes shredded by some unknown creature. Drenched in blood, Eve Good took a step back. Snape seemed to sense her fear and approached her deliberately. Meanwhile, the man who had been sitting silently in an armchair suddenly rose and walked toward them. Would Eve Good be reprimanded? Neville anxiously inquired of Hermione, who stood momentarily stunned by the scene before her. She shook her head and replied, You're overthinking it, Neville. Her throat felt constricted, as if an invisible serpent had savagely bitten into her trachea, its venom gradually spreading throughout her body, rendering her immobile. How did he die? What did it feel like to have blood saturate his neck? How did he gaze into Harry's eyes, repeatedly recalling his tragic, aimless existence? Eve Good, snap out of it, Draco exclaimed, observing the girl's face grow increasingly pale. The majority of the classroom was transfixed, staring at the boggart, which had taken the form of Severus Snape with a bloodied neck. Look at my eyes, he commanded, stepping closer to Eve Good. Lupin, too, was momentarily taken aback. He gripped his wand, prepared to intervene if the boggart advanced any further. Eve Good seemed frozen in place, her hands trembling, but upon hearing those words, she immediately reacted. Ridiculous. After uttering that phrase, she collapsed, utterly drained, and Pansy hurried to assist her into a nearby chair. Eve Good waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. The boggart transformed into a blue rose, gently floating in midair. Moments later, Eve Good was lifted by Snape and carried away. Lupin knew he could not intervene at that moment, watching helplessly as the man departed. Remus Lupin, Snape's dark gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Lupin. Yet he said nothing further before exiting. Oh dear, Hermione murmured. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Her inquisitive glance met Pansy's. and the two hurried to a corner to share hushed whispers. The commotion caused by Eve's departure was significant, but Harry's boggart was even more shocking. It was a Dementor, an entity that instilled a bone-chilling terror, devoid of a face. As they watched Harry collapse to the ground, chaos erupted in the classroom, prompting Lupin to rush towards the boggart, which morphed into a silver sphere before being hastily banished back into the wardrobe by a spell. Do not worry about Harry. Thank you, Miss Granger, Lupin earnestly explained. Dementors are exceedingly malevolent creatures. They consume all joy and can induce a fainting state, but with proper handling, they do not cause substantial harm. Is Harry all right? Seamus asked. Of course, but he will require a bit of treatment, Lupin replied, producing a piece of chocolate from seemingly nowhere and offering it to Harry. Everyone performed admirably in this class. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor earned 10 points. Chapter 113, The Dementor. That was indeed an unpleasant experience, Pansy remarked as they exited the classroom. Harry was sent to the hospital wing as a precaution, prompting the group to leave together. I wonder how Eve Good is faring, Ron mused. Her boggart was rather frightening, wasn't it? You needn't worry, Hermione assured, exchanging a knowing glance with Pansy. She will be just fine. What was that? Snape inquired bluntly, ensuring she was unscathed. Nothing, sir, she replied. Snape sighed, unceremoniously depositing the last vial of calming potion into her pocket. He said nothing further, merely adding some powdered lavender to the cauldron before him. I believe this defense against the dark arts lesson. No. It is absolutely not Lupin's fault, Eve Good asserted, sitting up straight. Snape slowly turned to her. This is my oversight. It has nothing to do with him. I enjoy his classes. Humph, Snape replied, but he refrained from commenting on Lupin. You have interrupted, Severus. Lupin's figure fortuitously entered the chamber, the old professor's brow furrowing with concern. Has no one taught you that one should knock before entering another's office? Professor Lupin? Lupin, displaying good sense, closed the door, knocked, and then re-entered. Eve Good found this man quite intriguing. How are you feeling now, Eve Good? Lupin asked, offering her a large piece of chocolate. You truly startled me. Heh, Eve replied, taking a bite of the chocolate and finding it quite delightful. It's not your fault. Professor Lupin, I simply got frightened. Harry's boggart was a Dementor, just like yours. I should have suspected as much. He has now been sent to the hospital wing. He fainted? Yes. I deeply regret that, Snape said coldly, intensifying the flames beneath his cauldron. It appears I must bolster Harry's defenses in this area, Lupin continued. Turning to Eve Good. There has been a problem at the Ministry. Evidently, the Dementors from Azkaban are running rampant. I think it is essential for you to learn the Patronus charm. What has transpired over there? Eve Good asked incredulously, bewildered by the situation. Snape finished brewing the potion, casually tidying the workspace before settling into his usual armchair. Dumbledore has inquired. There has been a severe uprising among the Dementors, but further investigation is needed. This current Minister of Magic is not particularly adept, Lupin remarked, rarely criticizing politics. He is overly idealistic, too focused on maintaining his position. There has been no resolution to this matter as of yet. Shall we consider a change? Eve Good suggested, leaning forward, chocolate smudged around her mouth. A tissue floated to her side. Snape gestured for her to clean herself. A change? Humph, he scoffed, setting aside the difficulties involved. The Ministry is currently filled with obstinate old fools. In my opinion, it would be futile to replace him. Let Kingsley take over, Eve Good exclaimed impulsively, prompting both men to look at her. I believe no one is more suited than he. I recall you do not know him, do you? Snape queried, scrutinizing Eve Good. I am Merlin's little angel. Lupin chuckled. I can hardly remember how many years you've been saying that. The situation remains relatively stable, Snape stated, rising and waving his wand to turn the Daily Prophet to the latest issue. It is not too dire, but I suspect it may not be long before. His piercing gaze fell upon a line of text. The tides shift. Soon, Harry and Eve Good were summoned to Lupin's office for extra lessons. Even sooner than Eve had anticipated. They both understood precisely what they were to learn. Repeat after me, Professor Lupin instructed, his demeanor serious. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. They echoed. Yes, that is how it is pronounced, Lupin affirmed. However, this is a highly advanced spell. I would not expect you to master it immediately. It requires a process. And even many skilled wizards have not fully grasped it. This is essential knowledge for you. They nodded in understanding. When casting the spell, you must concentrate all your thoughts on a particularly joyful moment. That is the key to its effectiveness. I believe I have previously explained this to you. As they waved their wands, silver mist emanated from the tips. Something is amiss, Lupin remarked, taking Eve Good's wand. This is very wrong, given her current abilities. She should be able to conjure at least a hint of a Patronus, not merely mist. This wand needs to be examined. So who wants to try first? Lupin asked with a smile. Do not worry, I will keep you safe. I will go, sir. It may not be very chivalrous to let the girls go first. Harry volunteered. In fact, you do need to transform the boggart into a Dementor first, Lupin joked lightly. I believe the Patronus charm would be of little use to Snape. Wouldn't it? They exchanged amused glances, but soon their smiles faded as the Dementor materialized, evoking a profound discomfort. Its gnarled hand stretched forth, and Eve Good felt the classroom darken, a chill penetrating to her very core. She anxiously glanced at Harry. Expecto Patronum. Expecto, whose voice echoed in his ears once more. This time particularly clear, as he felt engulfed in a thick fog. Please, do not harm me. Do not harm me. Then came another voice, not that of his mother. Yet Harry always sensed a peculiar familiarity in it. Go to sleep. Why don't you just die? Harry. He abruptly sprang to his feet from the floor, the surroundings regaining their brightness, with a hint of silvery mist still lingering at the tip of Eve Good's wand, indicating that her spell had indeed taken effect. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow awkwardly. Lupin handed him a chocolate frog. Eat it, all right? I suppose you will have Quidditch practice soon? Yes, thank you, Professor. Let us call it a day for now, Lupin suggested, and as Harry stood up, he noticed that the boggart had already been banished into the wardrobe. Well done. I believe this is quite a commendable progress. But it's not mine, Harry replied as he exited his office, glancing back at Eve. Take it easy, Eve comforted him. You're doing quite well. I believe you'll conjure a decent Patronus in no time. I hope so, Harry said dejectedly. Goodness, it's still raining outside. I can hardly imagine how dreadful practice will be. The subsequent lessons yielded little success, and Eve grew increasingly frustrated at her inability to summon a Patronus, which was entirely unacceptable. Regardless of how impeccable her posture and pronunciation were, it merely manifested as a formless mist. Something essential was missing. Yet she could not discern what it was, nor did she perceive any flaw within herself. It was simply unacceptable. Chapter 114, Hogsmeade. Eve's ire did not linger for long, as she soon received the most exhilarating news. The entire Slytherin common room buzzed with discussions about Hogsmeade Village. How splendid! Eve exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At long last, I can spend some money. Pansy reminded her. Don't forget, you promised to reimburse us. Oh, I shall remember that well, Eve said. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, sister, it's all on me, yes? Pansy felt an intense, exclusive aura of wealth emanating from behind her. Ever since learning they could venture there on Halloween Eve, the classes that followed felt rather tedious, and Eve found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. She longed for the day to arrive, rendering her inattentive while shelling peas. Mind your focus, Eve, Draco cautioned her. You nearly dropped your beans. Oh, thank you, Draco. Eve accurately tossed them into the bucket. I can't wait to go to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Their next class was Transfiguration, shared with Gryffindor, where they reunited with Harry, who appeared elated. My godfather signed my form to go to Hogsmeade. He beamed. I can join you. That would be splendid, Eve replied. I believe we can go together. It will simplify my reimbursement. Eve, that was merely a jest. You truly needn't reimburse me, Hermione interjected, her furrowed brow resembling Professor McGonagall's. I mean, you haven't earned any money yet. Are you unaware of my sister's financial prowess? Eve teased Hermione, draping an arm over her shoulder. Tell me, how many galleons would it take to secure a date with you, fair maiden? You're incorrigible. Hermione's face flushed crimson, but she ultimately relented. All right, if you truly wish to reimburse me, then it's up to you. The day arrived swiftly, and the disgruntled caretaker, Filch, stood at the entrance, checking each student as they exited. Eve thought this was far more unpleasant than Snape's usual scowl. They exited Hogwarts without a hitch, conversing about the myriad of shops and delectable butterbeer, while Draco regaled them with his tales. Eve could scarcely fathom the excitement that awaited them. Let us head to Honeyduke's, Pansy exclaimed. We must hurry, otherwise the crowd will be immense. Let us run. They dashed along the street, unceremoniously, and soon became the first to enter the shop. Eve immediately called for the shopkeeper. I'll take 10 of everything. Everyone gaped at the white-haired girl, as she placed a pouch of galleons on the counter, shimmering with a dazzling golden hue. Please hurry, the crowd will soon swell. What the bloody hell? Ron exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? I simply adore shopping. Eve replied nonchalantly, observing the shopkeeper bustling about, as boxes of sweets piled up before her. Look around for anything you fancy. I'll grab a few more. Really? It's unnecessary, Eve, Pansy said, exchanging glances with Draco. I believe we can treat you. No need, Eve insisted. All right. She conceded under the watchful eyes of her friends, who would fight to pay for someone else. Place those items in the carriage at the entrance, Draco instructed. Having anticipated this scenario and arranged for a carriage to be parked nearby, a crowd parted to make way for them, filled with astonishment and envy as they beheld the boxes of treats. Eve casually opened a pack of juice jelly balls, munching on them. I think I'll let Filch try one of these, she remarked, eyeing a collection of blood-flavored lollipops. I'm all for it, the Weasley twins chimed. Hey, Hermione gasped. When did you arrive? Just now, George replied, gesturing to the boxes of sweets. What is going on? I treated them, Eve answered. Care for some? No, no, Fred replied. We're off to Zonko's joke shop to check out the new arrivals. See you. We should also visit there, Eve said, conversing with Draco and the carriage driver. Before the group set off once more. Let us head to the post office first, Pansy suggested, as she had recently developed a penchant for collecting various stamps and postcards. They entered the post office, which was entirely unlike a Muggle establishment, with a wall lined with owls of all types, chirping softly. How adorable, Eve exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, suddenly yearning to purchase another one. Don't look, don't look, Hermione quickly pulled her away, fearing she might recklessly spend money. As they passed some stamp exhibits, Eve paused. What's wrong? Harry inquired, following her gaze to discover a commemorative stamp from 1938, depicting Grindelwald and his followers initiating open warfare against the wizarding world, leading to the outbreak of the global wizarding war. Do they even make stamps for such events? Eve mused, observing the moving image of Grindelwald, contemplating whether buying such a stamp would be appropriate, only to spot a stamp commemorating Dumbledore's defeat of him. She thought that the earlier stamp would make a fitting gift for Dumbledore. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald. Ron exclaimed, Look, I think purchasing this one is far more significant. What sentimental value is there in a couple of lovebirds squabbling? Eve replied ambiguously, No, I mean, let us just forget it. Isn't that akin to stabbing someone in the chest? That is not a deed I could commit. Thus, she opted to purchase 100 stamps of Grindelwald, leaving even the post office clerk with a perplexed expression. Ron felt compelled to inquire, You're not a Death Eater, are you? Get out of here. How could that be? Eve carefully placed them in her bag. I'm the most benevolent wizard, so kind I wouldn't dare crush an ant. They exited the post office, and Draco led them to the 3 broomsticks, boasting, My father reserved a private room in advance. We can head straight in without being swarmed by a throng of wizards. How thoughtful of you, Draco, Eve remarked. They crossed the street and entered the quaint tavern. The atmosphere was bustling with a throng of people as they made their way directly to the bar. Draco explained the situation to Madame Rosmerta, the strikingly beautiful woman, who then led them to a quieter room. Indeed, it was significantly more serene here, Hermione remarked as they placed an assortment of sweets in the center of the table. Harry sampled a new product from Zonko's joke shop, while several mugs of butterbeer were brought to them, along with a glass of soda topped with ice and a cherry swirl, which belonged to Pansy. There is no place more delightful than this, Ron declared, lazily reclining against the back of his chair. I could easily spend my entire life here. It seems you only have 3 hours left in this life, Ron. Eve Good retorted, prompting laughter from the others. There's still the Halloween feast tonight, Harry added, and this isn't it, Ron. Chapter 115, 1981. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts remained as joyous as ever, with pumpkins adorning the hall and flames flickering in peculiar hues, creating a particularly delightful ambience, complemented by banners slithering like serpents, emblazoned with the words Halloween. Most amusing of all was witnessing Dumbledore's astonished expression. Eve Good had previously visited his office, presenting him with a generous supply of honeydew sweets, of course. Look what I have procured, she exclaimed mischievously, revealing 100 Grindelwald stamps, leaving Dumbledore momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Don't be like that, dear Professor, Eve Good beamed, thoroughly amused. I know you adore them. Shortly thereafter, she was ushered out of the office. Divorced couples are such a hassle, she muttered discontentedly as she descended the spiral staircase. Just wait, I will absolutely get you two back together. On her way to the Great Hall, she encountered Snape, who was holding a potion, and together they proceeded to Lupin's office. If Eve were to be honest, the concoction was far from pleasant. It emitted a faint smoke and had an unappealing odor. Ah, Severus, and Miss Eve Good, Lupin remarked, as he too prepared to leave. He took the goblet, hesitated for a moment, then drank it down in one gulp. Terribly bitter, he stated, but alas, the sugar does nothing. Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in his mouth. Lupin felt the potion grow even more acrid. Miss Eve Good evidently wishes to offer you a sweet. Snape continued, his expression unchanged. I doubt you require it. So yes, Severus, Lupin replied, convinced that the potion he just consumed was the most distasteful in the wizarding world. I can certainly give you that one, yes. I would be more than willing. Eve Good regarded him with a hint of skepticism, to which Lupin nodded with a wry smile. Snape reluctantly accepted 2 pieces of candy, although he was not particularly fond of the colorful sweets typically favored by young girls. Yet, knowing they were from Eve Good made it somewhat acceptable. I still have a cauldron full, Snape remarked, appearing considerably more cheerful than when he had arrived. Just in case, if you need anything, feel free to come find me. Thank you very much, Severus, she replied. No need for thanks, Snape responded. And the 3 of them made their way to the Great Hall. Is that the Wolf's Bane potion? Eve Good inquired. You truly know everything, Lupin affirmed, Indeed, it is. Working alongside Professor Snape certainly afforded one the convenience of such knowledge. This year's Halloween feast was bountiful. Even Draco, who usually critiqued Hogwarts meals, indulged in quite a bit. They entered the common room, patting their full bellies as they settled onto the couch and engaged in casual conversation. Today's pumpkins were delightful, Pansy commented. I truly wonder how Hagrid grows them. I agree, Eve Good concurred, contemplating how to procure another of Hagrid's pumpkins. Ever since Halloween, everything had seemed remarkably calm. The pendant had been dormant for months before beginning to heat up again, and Eve Good felt that there was nothing that could possibly startle her anymore. Let me see which third-year student from Hogwarts will be so fortunate to encounter the killing curse so many times, she mused to herself, boasting to the green serpent, who seemed unimpressed. You will not find another like me, I assure you. Are you still pleased? I dodged Avada Kedavra with 100% success, dear sister. I am no mere novice. You have come perilously close to being hit, you know? Gabriel's golden eyes gleamed in the night. I worry for you. Do not treat such matters lightly. I know you are concerned for me. Eve Good's voice softened as she gently patted the serpent's head. I will not deliberately court danger. Rest assured. About a week later, Eve Good felt the time had come regarding the necklace. Due to the recent rainy weather, she chose to take refuge in an abandoned, dry classroom at Hogwarts. All right. She adjusted the blue rose hairpin atop her head. If you do not wish to scorch me, then now is the time to transport. October 31st, 1981. Today was the annual Halloween celebration, with throngs of people on the streets, most of whom were adults and children in costume. Eve Good wandered aimlessly, glancing left and right, feeling as though she were in a place she had never visited before. Observing that it did not seem too perilous, she casually grasped the pendant. Noticing the date displayed prominently, October 31st, 1981. How splendid, she exclaimed to Gabriel. Today is Halloween as well. I feel as though time has returned to a few weeks ago. It is truly delightful. Suddenly, she looked back at the pendant, her vision clear. It indeed read 1981. Goodness. She quickly scanned her surroundings, relieved that there were not many houses nearby. She searched one by one, her feet nearly sparking from the friction, finally stopping in front of a two-story house, recalling that there should resemble this one. Inside, a cacophony of voices could be heard, and she discerned the indistinct sound of James speaking. As her hand reached the door, she hesitated. This was the day of Lily and James' demise, and as their friend, she felt a responsibility to assist them. But what if Voldemort were indeed inside? What could she possibly do? Although her magical prowess was certainly on par with that of an adult wizard, could she truly face him? What if she were to die here? The hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, along with James' voice, urged her onward. I will hold him off, Eve Good resolved, drawing her wand and casting a spell to break through the door. The occupants within were taken aback by her sudden arrival, turning in unison. James stared, astonished, at the trembling Eve Good, who gripped her wand tightly. Take this, she shouted, flinging her wand to the man as she dashed toward the staircase, needing to assist Lily in finding her wand. The dark-robed figure behind her raised his wand. James finally comprehended the situation. Firmly grasping Eve Good's wand and forcefully rebounding the curse, which struck the wall and began to melt away. Your opponent is me, Voldemort. The hooded figure slowly shifted his gaze toward him. James had seen those eyes countless times before, but it was the first time he truly felt the chilling grip of death within them. This girl, I know her well, Voldemort sneered, caressing the wand that had slain countless wizards, a terrifying malice emanating from his face. She will ruin my plans, so I cannot afford to converse with you today. Do not even think about harming her. James exclaimed fiercely. She is merely a child. To me, she is merely an obstacle. His terrifying, scarlet eyes fixed on James. Nothing more. James understood that he was no match for him. All he could do was delay Voldemort, knowing he could trust Eve Good to look after Lily. This child had the courage to rush in at such a perilous moment. She would absolutely not be a coward in that moment. The sound of a spell slicing through the air echoed in the next instant. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this man possessed considerable strength. But James struggled to withstand the onslaught, but ultimately he could not match Voldemort's mastery of dark magic. He found himself cornered, and suddenly, the figure of Lily materialized before him, along with visions of Hogwarts and countless memories of the Order of the Phoenix. Pitiful and weak, Voldemort, reveling in his supremacy, relished the knowledge that James was doomed, his expression growing ever more elated. Your life is utterly meaningless. No, you are mistaken. James erupted in laughter, genuinely feeling pity for the man before him, a profound compassion from the depths of his being. In this life, I have been blessed with the love of my wife and the joy of my children. Many have loved me, and the ideals I pursued will ultimately come to fruition. From the moment I joined the Order, I was prepared for this, Voldemort. Voldemort's eyes bore into him, searching for a glimmer of fear and trepidation, but to his dismay, None was found. Your son will perish at my hands. No, he will not, James retorted, still smiling. He will become a formidable wizard and then vanquish you. Voldemort, incensed, seemed to have heard an outrageous jest, raising his wand with intent. In my youth, I indeed made many grave mistakes, James finally admitted. And I lament that Severus cannot hear these words. He regarded the man before him with a cold stare. But I shall never regret facing death for my family. You will never comprehend this, not ever. A flash of green light erupted, and Voldemort's wand slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground, releasing a wisp of smoke as if a caged beast had been liberated. Chapter 116, Love and Farewell. Evangeline rushed upstairs, flinging open the door to a room and frantically searching for her wand. Evangeline, Lily, cradling Harry, turned in surprise upon seeing the girl. What are you doing here? You must leave at once. Enough with the nonsense. Evangeline shouted. Where is your wand? Lily. It's in the second drawer of the nightstand next door, Ev. Let me get it. But the white-haired girl had already dashed to the door, narrowly avoiding a killing curse that grazed her arm. As something yanked her back from the wardrobe, Gabriel glared at her with his golden eyes. Lily was drenched in cold sweat. She had nearly met her demise. Just a hair's breadth away. Evangeline glanced down the staircase, observing Voldemort aiming his wand in their direction, but for the moment, he remained still. It seemed James had engaged him in confrontation, and to prevent any further spells from penetrating the door, Evangeline decisively shut it. There was no way to escape now. Voldemort had undoubtedly set his sights on this location. The next person to venture out, whether it be herself or Lily, would face dire consequences. Evangeline had never felt such despair. Could this truly be insurmountable? She turned to look at Lily, but her eyes were drawn to a photograph hanging on the wall. What is that? Evangeline inquired, noticing a picture affixed beside one of little Harry. It depicted her being embraced by Lily, taken during their graduation ceremony. Both of them nestled together in joyous laughter, surrounded by a flurry of colorful streamers. Our photograph, even in such dire circumstances, as Lily gazed upon it. A smile graced her lips. Does it not resemble a family portrait? What? Evangeline felt something unfurl within her, an emotion she could not quite place. Yet it radiated warmth and purity. Are we not already family, little Ev? Family. She swallowed hard, as if that alone could suppress the tears welling in her eyes. I have no blood relation to you at all, do I? What does that matter? Lily smiled at her. We all love you. You are our family. Images of James's boisterous demeanor flooded her mind. That man always so carefree. The last time she visited, he had shielded her from numerous curses. Yet now he lay below, never to rise again. Lily knelt, pinching her cheek gently, handing Harry to her. Evangeline trembled as she cradled him. The little one gazed up at her with wide, watery eyes that mirrored Lily's own, even knowing that the Dark Lord was present. You rushed in without hesitation to aid James, striving to ascend the stairs to rescue us. Lily continued. You love us dearly, do you not? Evangeline quivered, her lips trembling as she fought to maintain composure. Such words were foreign to her, yet if she did not speak now, it might be too late. Of course. I certainly love you all. That is sufficient. The door burst open with a resounding crash, and Evangeline felt a part of her heart crumble. Both were acutely aware that time was running out. I have always regarded you as my child, Evangeline. Lily blinked. To me, your existence is as vital as Harry's. You are both my cherished family I long to protect. Evangeline's head snapped up, yet she could not meet Lily's eyes, for she had already risen to stand in front of them. Please, do not harm my children. Do not plead with him. Do not plead with this monster. Curse him to death. May he suffer. Evangeline attempted to scream as she had before, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. She glared at the approaching figure. Voldemort's eyes glowed crimson, a stark contrast to the frailty he had exhibited when cornered by Quirrell. His long fingers were almost inhuman, his face unnaturally pallid. Yet he held his wand with unwavering steadiness, as though indifferent to the slaughter he would wreak. Indeed, he was utterly unconcerned. He circled his wand around his body, and Evangeline immediately understood it was a feint. She shoved Lily aside, the killing curse narrowly missing her hair and slamming into the wall with a deafening crash. Once again, she had narrowly escaped death. Evangeline felt the specter of mortality loom ever closer. She knew without turning around the scene that awaited her behind. Voldemort's blood-red eyes suddenly fixed upon her, the suffocating pressure nearly rendering her breathless. I only desire that infant. Voldemort's voice resonated, and Evangeline was taken aback. This was not part of the original narrative. What did this mean? Give me that infant. Join me. His lips curled into a grin that was anything but friendly. And I can spare your life. Huh. Evangeline swept her hair from her face, her eyes gradually shifting to a vibrant green. Dream on. This time, the curse struck without warning. She saw the blinding green light, and suddenly, a figure shielded her, followed by Lily collapsing, her crimson hair pooling on the cold, unfeeling floor. Evangeline felt her blood run cold. No, this cannot be happening. She longed to lift Lily into her arms. But Harry's presence reminded her of the gravity of the situation. Evangeline steadied herself against the wall, inching away, as if that might prevent the man before her from launching another attack. You have one more chance. I refuse. The green light flared again, and Evangeline crouched behind the cradle, watching it shatter into pieces, trembling uncontrollably. She understood this was fear, and without her wand, escape was impossible. The ornament in her hair slipped slightly, and to avoid distraction, Evangeline hastily removed it, discarding it into a corner. The man opposite her, having failed to strike several times, furrowed his brow in irritation. Then came an even more ferocious killing curse, and Evangeline cursed under her breath. This madman truly regarded Avada as a mere basic spell. Madman, lunatic. A sudden sound of something shattering on the ground captured everyone's attention. Eve Good turned to see that the photograph of her and Lily had fallen. The noise so jarring that even little Harry was startled into tears. The glass lay shattered, as if something within her heart had also been irreparably broken. James was truly gone. Lily was indeed gone. No one would ever mock her height again, and there would be no more of that red-haired figure to protect her in times of peril. Silence froze the air. Eve felt as though her throat were being constricted, and the atmosphere became thin, making it difficult for her to breathe. Damn it, how could you still be alive? Something surged forth from her body, a dark substance that rapidly coalesced into form, surging toward Voldemort. The man opposite her, taken aback by this turn of events, had been honed into a razor-sharp blade through years of experience. He dispersed the incomprehensible matter with ease, though his exposed skin bore fresh wounds from the encounter. He toyed with his wand, his gaze akin to that of a hunter spotting prey, intrigued but not alarmed. Upon meeting Eve's furious eyes, he recognized that this remarkable girl would never submit to him. Avada Kedavra! Eve understood that she could easily place Harry in front of her as a shield, for he would undoubtedly escape the curse, yet she chose not to. Why was that? The green light enveloped them both, and Eve shut her eyes. The anticipated death did not arrive. When she slowly opened her eyes, Voldemort had vanished. Stunned, Eve rose, cradling Harry in her arms. Standing alone amidst what could only be described as ruins, she noticed the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, and fear and despair took root in her heart. But as she gazed into his pure, innocent eyes, she gradually regained her composure. Eve gently lifted Lily, who Harry mistakenly believed was merely playing a game with him, staring at her with wide green eyes, babbling incomprehensibly. Exhausted, Eve leaned against the wall, her mind blank, wondering when she had begun to cry. Memories of their time together surged in her mind, and she recalled the first moment she saw Harry, trapped in his aunt's cupboard. She should have known that Lily and James would perish. Her own family had been lost more than a decade ago. No, it couldn't be like this. She attempted to rise and restore the fallen photograph, but her weakened limbs refused to obey her. Ultimately, she struggled to move toward it, laboriously flipping open the picture, and was struck dumb as she beheld Lily soothingly patting herself in the image. The ribbons from that celebratory day flew swiftly through time, binding her heart in the present. Eve felt as though she had never wept so profoundly in her life, thinking that she must not let anyone witness her in such a state, while her sobs nearly rendered her breathless. Little Harry crawled over, speaking in a language she could not comprehend. Eve brushed aside the shards of glass and held him close. They maintained that position for a long time, until Harry's breathing steadied and he fell asleep. The world was a testament to Lily and James's legacy, and this child was their inheritance. Chapter 117, Horcrux. Time passed without her awareness, until footsteps echoed from downstairs, a group rushing up, evidently having first discovered James's body. Eve raised her head, quietly awaiting their arrival. The first to enter was Professor McGonagall, who gasped in shock as her gaze met Eve's lifeless eyes. Next came Dumbledore, followed by Snape. Eve paid little attention to the others. She sensed many had arrived, yet could only focus on those three. Snape was uncertain how to feel upon seeing her again. He had envisioned their next encounter countless times, but never imagined it would unfold in such a scene. The room bore the marks of dark curses, with several pieces of furniture shattered and glass fragments strewn across the floor, while Eve sat alone before the photograph, cradling the sleeping Harry. She had faced the Dark Lord and survived. No one spoke, and the first to act was Professor McGonagall, who raised her wand to repair the room, restoring the photograph to its place on the wall, revealing Lily and Eve once more. The group fell into a hushed silence, exchanging glances, their eyes shifting to the girl on the floor. Eve felt unaccustomed to so many stares. She slowly stood, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. After a moment of stillness, she handed the baby to Dumbledore, who stood to her right. Voldemort had suffered the backlash of his own curse and temporarily vanished. The child bore a scar, and Eve could not bear to meet his eyes, fearing they might hold a trace of reproach. "Lily and James, I am so sorry." "No, child, you must not think that way," McGonagall said, her voice tinged with emotion. "Sorry? Why would you be sorry?" Snape's voice rang out, the loudest it had ever been. As he approached, wanting to embrace her as he had before, but hesitating, Dumbledore gave him a gentle push forward. Eve found herself stiffly embraced. "Do you understand what you have faced?" Snape's voice softened. She looked much the same as she had the first time they met. "The fact that you survived with him is remarkable. Do you realize that?" "Child," Dumbledore's gaze pierced through his half-moon glasses, landing squarely on her. "No one will blame you. I cannot imagine another adult who could have handled this better than you. You are not at fault." In truth, Snape had been profoundly unsettled lately, especially after hearing the new divination professor's prophecy. He knew that only 3 people, including Dumbledore, had overheard it, yet he felt an inexplicable unease. The recent attack confirmed his fears. There had indeed been another person present, one of Voldemort's followers. Someone must have betrayed them, but who? The pressure in the room dropped once more. Clearly, Dumbledore had considered this as well, and his gaze locked with Snape's, who recognized that he had come to a conclusion. "Are you all right, child?" Dumbledore approached her, carefully assessing her magical aura, only to find it exceedingly faint. He frowned, drawing his wand to cast a spell, and Eve felt a flicker of warmth return to her icy body. She had expended an immense amount of magic, nearly exhausting herself. Dumbledore's voice resonated in Snape's and McGonagall's minds. "Protect her closely on the way back. She must refrain from using any powerful and advanced magic for the time being." Eve was unaware of how she arrived at Hogwarts or how she entered the headmaster's office. Portraits of past headmasters observed her with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves. "Child, are you all right?" "I want to pluck Fox's feathers," she said, her words disjointed, prompting an unusual silence. Fox, ever perceptive, took flight from his perch, but upon seeing her swollen eyes, returned to her, graciously allowing her to take a few of his feathers. "How extraordinary," Dumbledore remarked, astonished. "It seems he holds you in high regard." Eve squeezed the still warm feathers. "I thought I could accept everyone's departure," she spoke, "but I was mistaken." The portraits and the 2 individuals in the office listened intently, while Snape sat beside her, as he had during their first visit to the office. "I thought I was like Voldemort, cold and devoid of empathy, a Slytherin through and through." She bore the surname of Slytherin, her ancestors steeped in the dark arts. And she herself was a person driven by self-interest, harboring a cruel heart. Apart from Severus Snape, she had no desire to empathize with anyone in this world. When did she begin to change? Perhaps it was the remnants of the original owner's emotions that stayed her hand from killing Eva. Perhaps it was the warm, soft bread from the Weasley family. Or perhaps it was in her most perilous moments that Lily, much like Stodgy, shielded her with unwavering protection. It could also have been Draco and Pansy's proud yet protective natures, along with the countless cycles in which she discovered each better transformation. Or perhaps it was the starlit sky she and Snape had once gazed upon together at Hogwarts. She yearned to remain here, to genuinely alter everything around her. Dumbledore reassured her with a nod. "Child, you are certainly not alone." "I am indeed not," Eve Good declared, standing tall, reiterating that despite her own shortcomings, there would always be someone who would love her. Dumbledore regarded her with kindness. The portraits of former headmasters smiled, and Snape gently ruffled her hair, filling her with an unexpected sense of strength. Voldemort had yet to perish. Eve Good resolved to reveal everything. He had splintered his soul and concealed the fragments in various vessels. Dumbledore paused momentarily, his gaze reflecting myriad thoughts. "You are aware of what you speak, are you not, my child?" "Yes, I am quite certain," Eve Good replied, lifting her chin, believing that by voicing her knowledge, the future would be significantly brighter. The sorrow stemming from Lily and James's deaths had been profound, yet it imbued her with immense strength and a sense of responsibility, clarifying her path in life. "What I am about to say may strike you as extraordinary, but it is imperative that you remember it well." Eve Good walked over to procure a piece of parchment. Having reclaimed her wand, she opted against using a quill. Voldemort possesses 7 Horcruxes, both in the past and present. Snape gazed at her in astonishment. She had known from the outset far more than even Dumbledore had surmised. They included Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, the Slytherin locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Nagini, and Harry Potter himself. The parchment transcribed her words as she spoke, prompting Dumbledore to rise. "I am a Slytherin student from the future." Eve Good felt it necessary to clarify. "I shall not divulge how I came by this knowledge, and I hope you will not press me on it." Chapter 118, Destined for Imprisonment. Dumbledore nodded, having anticipated some inkling of the truth. After all, how could one remain unchanged for decades? Moreover, the necklace worn by this girl bore a resemblance to a time turner, albeit in a markedly different design. "As for how I know," Let us say I am Merlin's little angel. Eve Good continued. Among these, I will resolve his diary in my second year. At that time, please have Fawkes bring the sorting hat to the Myrtle's bathroom, allowing it to fly down the pipes directly. Dumbledore nodded. His snake is not currently a Horcrux. That was created after his resurrection. She paused, sighing. Poor girl. You know her, Dumbledore stated affirmatively. Yes, I know her, Eve Good replied. But she has now completely lost her consciousness, reduced to a mere serpent. The portraits of past headmasters gazed at her in astonishment, not expecting this girl to possess such extensive knowledge. If true, this would undoubtedly have a monumental impact on vanquishing Voldemort. I shall now detail where each Horcrux is hidden. Ravenclaw's diadem is concealed within the Room of Requirement. Hufflepuff's cup lies in Bellatrix's vault. And Marvolo Gaunt's ring is in the Gaunt family manor. Exercise extreme caution. Eve Good suddenly fixed her gaze on Dumbledore, adding seriously, all are cursed with malevolent hexes. And you must not be beguiled by illusions. Those ensnared by such curses can live only for another year. Dumbledore had not expected to be mentioned. Eve leaned closer, reiterating. But this time her voice was hushed, only for him to hear. Even if the illusions pertain to your family, you must never don it. Absolutely not. Now Dumbledore felt that whatever she said would no longer surprise him, responding, I assure you. Leave it be. It is the resurrection stone. As for the locket, Eve began to recall, Voldemort concealed it in a cave, yet it has been switched. Switched? A portrait inquired, and Eve nodded politely. It was switched by Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, she stated, a truly brave soul, if I may say so. He perished because of it. So the locket should currently reside in the Black family home, and if all goes well, it will be safeguarded by Creature, a house elf. He holds a strong regard for bloodlines, yet is exceedingly loyal to his master. If the locket is not with him, it may be with Mundungus Fletcher, and if not there, then it is likely with Umbridge. Someone gasped in awe. It was Phineas Nigellus Black, Sirius's great-great-grandfather, who had also once been the headmaster of Hogwarts. Snape felt that it was no longer appropriate to label her revelations as shocking. Eve Good articulated her thoughts with clarity and brevity, as though she had experienced it all firsthand. As for Harry Potter, he is extraordinary. May I interject, child? Of course. Eve Good smiled. This Horcrux, Voldemort himself is unaware of its existence, correct? Indeed, sir, Eve Good continued. Due to the killing curse, a fragment of his soul entered Harry, which explains why the boy is indeed somewhat different. For instance, he speaks Parseltongue. How can this be resolved? Dolores Umbridge inquired, a former headmistress and an accomplished healer. Eve Good understood her concerns. This will certainly not lead to Harry's demise. However, the risks are inherent. He is the child of James and Lily, and I shall do everything in my power to protect him, yet the situation is quite complex. The current solution requires someone to cast the killing curse upon him. Eve heard the collective intake of breath. It must be done with the Elder Wand. I am unsure about other wands, Eve Good recalled earnestly. First, he must disarm the Elder Wand from its master, then use the Elder Wand to attack him, which will cause the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him to dissipate entirely, as wands do not harm their owners. Snape analyzed, yes. The wand will not attack its recognized master, thus it will automatically target Voldemort's soul. There is another theory, Eve added, which involves uniting the three Deathly Hallows. However, whether this is effective remains to be seen. She sketched the symbols on the parchment, suggesting that Harry gather the three, thus becoming the master of death, able to command his own demise. Her discourse concluded, the headmaster's office fell into a prolonged silence, unexpectedly broken by Snape. Tonight is perilous. I am deeply concerned for you. Eve thought she must be hearing things. Pardon? Snape, unwilling to repeat himself, fell silent, sitting there calmly as though nothing had been said. The time allotted to Eve was similarly scant. They resorted to sharing some of Dumbledore's long-preserved treats in the office. I do not know how to thank you, child. There is no need for thanks. Eve Good waved her hand, Fawkes obediently flying to her as she stroked him. I have contemplated this alone for quite some time. I now believe you possess the capability to resolve these matters. She glanced at the silent Snape, whose eyes were partially obscured by stray locks of hair. It dawned on her that he had begun washing his hair at some point. And you, Severus? She tilted her head, popping a piece of bubblegum into her mouth. Don't you have anything to say to me? Dumbledore exchanged glances with Snape, who slowly raised his head, seemingly in hesitation. It was futile, this child. Dumbledore felt it unwise to burden himself with her concerns and chose to continue brewing his tea. Severus had many admirable qualities, yet he was notoriously sharp-tongued and reserved. His conversations were often laced with sarcasm, and over the years, Dumbledore had scarcely heard him utter a kind word. Truly nothing to say? Evangeline thought she might be overthinking it as she blew a bubble. What if I were never transported back here? What would you do? I would seek you out. The words slipped from his lips with such unguarded ease that Evangeline was momentarily taken aback. She sighed and shook her head. You wouldn't be able to find me. At that time, her family was still in hiding. Moreover, if they remained unseen, no one would ever know of their existence. No one in this world would be able to locate them. I would simply attend school as usual. Just prepare a lovely dormitory for my return. Snape neither shook his head nor nodded. Remember to look for me at the opening ceremony, she said with a sly smile. Perhaps I shall make an appearance one day, but I must take my leave now. Her form became translucent as she attempted to touch Fawkes. Her hand passed straight through his body, causing him to emit a nervous trill. Oh, and there's also Black. In the next moment, Evangeline found herself back in the abandoned classroom. Oh no, I forgot to warn him not to assault ministry officials or attempt an escape. Black, it seems you are destined to languish in prison for 12 years. Chapter 119, A Peculiar Pyramid Scheme. Severus, Severus, Severus? Snape finally reacted, staring intently in the direction where the girl had vanished. What is the matter with you? Dumbledore inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. In your youth, you should. I do not harbor any feelings for her. Snape interjected. Dumbledore observed the slight flush on his face in silence, contemplating whether to expose the fact that he had covertly stashed the girl's blue rose hairpin in his pocket. Severus felt increasingly uneasy under Dumbledore's gaze and stood up. I need to check on that ugly baby. Who knows what ridiculous notions he has about being cradled. Severus, Dumbledore also rose, teasingly remarking, I suspect you are feeling envious. I am not. I merely worry for my friend's safety, that is all. She should not take such considerable risks to protect a baby. James, your mother. Let me repeat, I have no extraneous feelings for her. She is merely my friend. Everyone take note. This is a classic case of a quintessentially stoic individual revealing his true emotions. Dumbledore began to chuckle. An overwhelming sense of surrealism washed over him. After years of war, it seemed that a child who appeared scarcely 16, alongside an infant, could cause Voldemort to temporarily vanish. How swiftly the years had passed. He thought of Neumont, where the instigator of the last great battle resided. So many years had flown by, during which he had endured 2 perilous wars. Who will love you now? Dumbledore? Dumbledore was jolted back to reality, pressing his aching temples. I must go see Harry. Let us proceed. Harry was still asleep, surrounded by wizards who parted to let the two enter. Snape merely cast a glance, and then shut his eyes. What an ugly thing. Severus, McGonagall chided, suddenly recalling Evangeline. Where is that white-haired girl? She's gone. Snape seemed increasingly irritable, finding Harry more bothersome with each passing moment, and turned away from him. Albus, how will you address the ministry regarding these 2 children? McGonagall asked. We shall reveal that Harry is to be presented, but Evangeline must remain undisclosed. Dumbledore pondered aloud. However, it must be stated that 2 individuals were responsible for Voldemort's demise. I shall advocate for a Merlin's badge for that child. It must be a first-class one. It is imperative, Snape stated brusquely. Rest assured, Severus. McGonagall shot a glance at the man in the black robes. Severus, did you or did you not say anything? What? The crowd erupted in jeers, and Snape left the room with a scowl. That child, McGonagall admonished. I wager he won't say anything the next time either. Remarked a witch from the crowd. He will never do so in his lifetime, a wizard chimed in. Absolutely not, McGonagall asserted firmly, her gaze resolute, as if she were preparing to enlist. I believe we can begin considering how to slip him a dose of Veritasrum. Upon her return, Evangeline promptly flung open the classroom door and raced toward the headmaster's office. She needed to ascertain the status of the Horcruxes. She ascended the moving staircase and knocked on the gleaming wooden door. Enter, came Dumbledore's voice from within, offering an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Sir, she burst into the room. The Horcruxes, what is their status now? Oh, Dumbledore paused his activity, fixing her with an unwavering gaze. It appears you have returned once more, Evangeline. Yes, are you well? Thanks to you, child, I am quite well. Dumbledore motioned for her to sit. Everything has been dealt with, save for Harry and Nagini. That is splendid news. Furthermore, there is even better news, though I believe it is not for me to disclose. Dumbledore, as was his custom, retrieved a jar of sweets for her. Have some candy, my dear. Evangeline blew a bubble, and Dumbledore recalled that she had been chewing bubblegum before her departure. There is one more thing. Dumbledore extracted a box from his drawer. Evangeline watched as it opened to reveal a shimmering Merlin badge. Indeed, my dear, this is for you. Because of your efforts, the long-standing war among wizards has come to an end. I personally petitioned the ministry for this, and it is well deserved. The badge gleamed under the candlelight as Evangeline picked it up, examining it before placing it back in the box. This is a first-class badge, Dumbledore continued. It was indeed challenging to obtain, but many of us willingly offered our memories to verify your contributions. Please accept it. Evangeline found the badge cool to the touch. reminiscent of the cold floor in the Potter household that year. Well, now everything has concluded. Dumbledore sighed, sampling one of the candies from the jar. Concluded? Concluded? Yes. My dear, Dumbledore affirmed, you have not visited since that year. Evangeline hastily retrieved her necklace. The time-turner bore only her warmth, appearing no different than usual. I truly have not returned? Indeed. Evangeline tucked the box away, turning her gaze to Dumbledore. I wish to see Lily and James this weekend. I shall take you. Dumbledore readily agreed. Have you considered how to broach this with Harry? Perhaps you would prefer to use that phrase. I am Merlin's little angel. Ha 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 ha. Evangeline grasped his jest. Of course not. I believe I will speak with him earnestly. They both descended the stairs. As it happened to be the day of the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, though the weather was dismal, with heavy rain pouring outside. Huh, Evangeline remarked. I bet Flint will definitely call for a timeout. Just as those words left her lips, the burly Quidditch captain rounded the corner with Snape, his expression brimming with mischief, indicating he had something to say. Yet, it was still Snape's sharp tongue that proved most protective. Mr. Dumbledore, Evangeline glared at him, noting his nonchalant demeanor. It's pouring outside. What about our team? Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Evangeline. You have guessed correctly, though I had considered it as well. You see, Dumbledore is well aware of your antics. Eve Goode deemed it absolutely necessary to instill some clarity into the mind of the Quidditch captain. Naturally, she positioned herself before Snape, embarking on an elaborate and highly convoluted discourse that resembled a sales pitch, aimed at persuading him to continue playing, all while presenting her arguments with an air of undeniable logic. As the lengthy oration neared its conclusion, Eve felt it was time to bring it to a close. Tell me, Flint, Eve Goode said with utmost sincerity, if Gabriel were to witness this, he would undoubtedly suspect some ulterior motive at play. Are we Slytherins not driven by the pursuit of our own interests? Indeed, the tall boy replied, appearing dwarfed in her presence as he responded in a daze. Tell me, is the honor of our Quidditch team not the very embodiment of Slytherin's collective benefit? Absolutely. Thus, this torrential downpour serves as your baptism, the most magnificent baptism. Eve commenced the final round of her persuasive endeavor, her voice booming like thunder, reverberating throughout the corridor. Do you not wish for all of Hogwarts to witness the grandeur of our Slytherin Quidditch team, even in inclement weather? Indeed, yes. Repeat after me, Flint. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. Dumbledore interjected. Isn't this sentiment rather familiar? Well, splendid. Your spirit is commendable. You are truly deserving of being the captain of Slytherin. Go forth, Flint, and show them the splendor of Slytherin. Flint, in a state of bewilderment, departed, with only Snape appearing equally astonished. Miss, I believe I must reassess your oratory prowess, Snape finally remarked. Chapter 120, For the Greater Good. It turned out that Flint possessed a knack for rallying spirits, for Eve had never witnessed the entire Slytherin Quidditch team enter with such unwavering determination. Students from other houses were left in shock. After all, it was a tradition for Slytherin to request a match cancellation during rain. Had they been bewitched today? Eve, alongside Hermione, had equipped the Slytherin team with waterproof charms, then leisurely settled into the front row to watch the two teams compete. At that moment, someone shouted, "For the glory of the house," and the situation escalated uncontrollably. Eve felt as though she had walked into a realm of youthful exuberance. Although the chants were undeniably invigorating, the fact that she had concocted them made her feel rather embarrassed. The cries of the little snakes seemed potent enough to pierce through the clouds, leaving Harry somewhat bewildered by the spectacle. Eve Goode, take this. Someone handed her a megaphone, and she foolishly accepted it. We unanimously believe you are the most suited for rallying cries, a round-faced boy said, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Please. Wow, Ron remarked, glancing towards their side. Slytherin is exceptionally spirited today. Something feels off, I must say, very off, George commented. They might be plotting something, Fred added, though he had developed a much more favorable view of the house. I think not, Angelina countered, look over there. Eve Goode's striking white hair was impossible to miss. She was brandishing the megaphone, shouting slogans while the nearby Slytherins cheered in agreement. The Gryffindor Quidditch team fell into an unusual silence. Flint, I advise against any underhanded tactics, Wood expressed his lingering unease. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. While such behavior might be typical for other houses, Slytherin had a reputation for avoiding significant losses. Flint was busy rallying his team's spirits, casting a sidelong glance at Wood. Are you frightened? As the rain intensified, casting an even darker pall over the field, the cheers from various houses rang through the air with palpable authenticity, making the downpour seem inconsequential. All right, Eve Goode mused, noting the remarkable progress in Draco and Harry's training. Their skills were now nearly on par with one another, though Harry still held the edge. It was evident that Draco had been diligently practicing. They play as though they've been invigorated, Katie exclaimed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity. if you ask me. Anything happening with Eve Good's involvement would be perfectly normal, Fred remarked while maneuvering on his broomstick, narrowly avoiding a bludger. The bludger whizzed perilously close to her right leg as they continued to engage in the match. Eve Good's megaphone drew a throng of Flint's admirers, prompting her to tactfully step back, soon realizing it was the wisest decision she could make. Go Flint. I love you Flint, you're absolutely stunning. So handsome Marcus. If Eve were to comment, she'd say such declarations ought to be made without regard for his prominent incisors, though he did appear somewhat more attractive than she remembered. Don't laugh at them, Pansy interjected. If it were Snape flying, I guarantee you'd shout louder than anyone. Now I understand. Thank you, Pansy. Throughout the match, Slytherin's chants never waned, their cries becoming increasingly synchronized. For the greater good. For the greater good. Oh dear, Eve Good thought. It seems we have truly become a cult, reminiscent of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's ilk. To her surprise, it was Draco who first spotted the golden snitch, and the two began to pursue it. Draco deftly navigated obstacles, his skills noticeably improved. He and Harry were mere inches apart as he seized it. The cheers that erupted were the loudest Eve had ever heard. The little snakes shouted exuberantly, embracing one another as if they had triumphed over the most skilled team in the world. The rain continued to pour, but it could not drown out their jubilant cries. Pansy and Eve Good quickly descended to witness the scene, spotting the captains of both teams shaking hands, both agreeing that it had been a fair and thrilling match. You were incredible, Draco, Eve exclaimed, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Fantastic. Your practice really paid off. Of course, Draco replied, bashfully lowering his gaze, hastily handing the snitch to Pansy. This is for you. Oh dear, someone teased. What is going on between you two? We have nothing to hide, Draco retorted, though his confidence faltered. A throng of students rushed down to celebrate, surrounding their team with enthusiastic praise. Eve Good had never witnessed such a display. Have I truly brainwashed them? What you've done cannot be called brainwashing, Dumbledore remarked, having approached at some point. He cast a charm over the stadium, creating an invisible canopy that shielded them from the rain. You did splendidly, my child. Quidditch should embody such spirit. Eve Good's gaze drifted to Harry, who was chatting amiably with Draco, both sporting broad smiles. Your team is impressive, a nonchalant voice chimed from behind them. Eve needed not to turn around to identify the speaker. What are you doing here? Black was clad in a striking black suit, resembling a suitor ready for an engagement. Beside him stood a smiling Lupin. Of course, I'm here to see my dear protege. Harry's skills are no less impressive than James's in his day. Speaking of which, Eve Good interjected, I just returned today, having arrived in 1981. Black promptly fell silent, flustered. I apologize, No, not at all, Eve Good reassured him, as their gazes returned to Harry, whose luminous green eyes seemed to cast a spell, captivating everyone. He has grown so much, Lupin remarked. So many years have passed. Black added. It feels like just yesterday when he was so small, Dumbledore mused. He remains as foolish as ever, Snape's cold voice interjected from behind them, arms crossed. You shouldn't speak of my protege in such a manner, Snape. Blake was decidedly displeased, as Snape had nonchalantly disregarded him. A sense of regret washed over me. Eve Good lamented, her face awash with remorse. Lupin turned to her. What exactly do you regret? I regret that Peter met his demise so effortlessly. I should have severed his limbs and cast him into a dung heap to drown, then repeatedly flayed his corpse. A few individuals silently recoiled, and Snape nodded appreciatively. Chapter 121, The Serpent's Circle. At that moment, the tall Hagrid descended from the Gryffindor stands. Noticing the gathering crowd, he approached them. Mr. Dumbledore, Mr. Snape, Mr. Lupin, and Mr. Black, as well as Miss Slytherin. They greeted him, and the conversation resumed. Did you witness his somersault? Quite astonishing. James was quite fond of that maneuver back in the day. Hagrid glanced nervously at Eve Good, who bore no trace of sorrow. He is far more obedient than his father, quite docile, Eve Good remarked, though he does have a penchant for adventure. Hagrid grew even more anxious, as if he wished to say something. Back in the day, James's pursuit of Lily was nothing short of chaotic, wasn't he, Black? The taciturn Lupin chimed in. I still recall how he bought 3 large bags of chocolates for Valentine's Day. Ultimately, Lily distributed them among her roommates. Snape, ever keen to douse their enthusiasm, remarked. Poor James. Eve Good chuckled, yet they did end up marrying. Eve, Hagrid suddenly interjected, drawing their attention. When was it that you? Today, Hagrid, Dumbledore clarified. And they observed Hagrid fumbling with his beard, appearing particularly melancholic. Do you recall how you were back then? You even rode on my motorcycle. It was only then that Eve Good slowly recollected her arrival at Hogwarts, having been in a daze and scarcely aware of her surroundings. I apologize for not noticing. Hagrid. Of course, you wouldn't, Hagrid replied, his sadness deepening. I cannot imagine that scene. You were truly brave, Eve. I wished to express this when I first met you. Eve responded, It's somewhat regrettable that I didn't greet you back then. Oh, that is of no consequence. Child, Hagrid exclaimed, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were all acquainted with you. They were well aware of your existence. Once you departed, we felt a strong sense that you would not return for months. Lupin commented as they ambled slowly towards the castle, surprised at how swiftly the years had passed without her return. Snape seemed poised to say something, but all words coalesced into a single utterance. It's good to see you well. Is that all? Black and Lupin began whispering to each other. Do you think something's wrong with him? After so many years, he can't utter a word about what he has been searching for. Oh, Sirius, Lupin replied. He simply struggles with expression. What good is that mouth of his? I say he might as well be mute. He muttered in frustration. Perhaps James installed all your verbal faculties in his own mouth. I wouldn't doubt it. In the library, Hermione and Pansy were engaged in conversation. We must play matchmaker. Hermione insisted. Matchmaker for whom? You and Ron, or Pansy and Draco? Eve Good had just parted ways with the professors, intending to return a book, when she discovered the two seated together unusually. There is nothing between Draco and me, Pansy stammered in rebuttal. Nor between Ron and me, Hermione countered, though her eyes darted nervously. And there is certainly nothing between Snape and me. You must have something, Pansy exclaimed. Understand? Oh, women. Indeed. There is a connection between me and the professor. Eve Good began her masterful performance. You see, we were blissfully united in a past life, but fate conspired against us, leading us both to perish in a tragic accident, only to be reborn in two different wizarding families. I, a pumpkin belonging to Hagrid, can narrate the rest of the story. Such a silver tongue, Hermione chuckled, playfully hitting her. In any case, you should leave now, Pansy huffed, pushing her to the other side. We have pressing matters to discuss. All right. You two discuss your pressing matters, Eve Good said as she returned the book and departed, while Hermione and Pansy continued their conversation. I still firmly believe there is something going on, Pansy asserted, her earnestness surpassing that of an exam. What are you planning to do? What can I do? I am a Gryffindor, and Snape would delight in deducting points for any Gryffindor scene. The conversation reached an impasse. That evening, Lupin's special class commenced, and Eve Good and Harry arrived punctually at his office. Lupin looked at them with concern. Are you both well? No unusual ailments? Absolutely none, they replied. As per usual, let us start with the incantation. Eve Good drew her wand, suddenly sensing an odd texture. She scrutinized it for a moment, yet found nothing amiss, though she inexplicably felt a surge of power. Harry's wand tip emitted a wisp of mist, and they turned to Eve. She was still pondering where the issue lay. Is it my turn? Patronus charm. This time, instead of mist, a massive serpent emerged from the wand. Its patterns reminiscent of Gabriel's. It glided gracefully around the office, ultimately presenting its fangs to Eve Good. How splendid. Eve Good attempted to touch it, only to find her hand passing through it. It lingered in the air for an unexpectedly long time. Now, that is correct, Lupin remarked, observing the Guardian with satisfaction. Why does it seem so familiar? I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. I would say, given your magical aptitude, you should have summoned it long ago. Well done, Harry. You should keep it up. How marvelous. Eve exclaimed. Harry, let us see if you can conjure a Dementor. The Boggart transformed into a Dementor, and Eve Good sensed the temperature around them plummeting. She focused on happy thoughts. But the presence of the Dementor and Harry standing before her filled her mind with the haunting image of Lily's death. Do not harm my child, Eve heard. Let me go? Give me that baby. She stepped back, desperately searching for a joyful memory, but found herself utterly lost. Aren't we already family, Eve? Eve Good suddenly fixed her gaze on the Dementor, swiftly extending her wand. Patronus charm. A silver serpent rapidly took form, charging at the Dementor. Lupin applauded, and then stepped forward to shield Harry, who watched as the Dementor instantaneously morphed into a silver sphere. We mustn't destroy it, right? Harry still needs it. Harry, frustrated, pounded his wand against the table. For every sight of the Dementor conjured his mother's voice and a strange girl's angry cries, drowning out any happy recollections. Do not fret, Harry, Eve Good consoled him. Perhaps you would like to accompany me somewhere this weekend? To unwind. If we can go out. It would be an honor, Harry replied listlessly. Thank you, Eve Good. Lupin cast a questioning glance at Eve Good, who nodded, and he discerned where they were headed. Chapter 122, The Graveyard of Godric's Hollow. This Saturday, Eve Good received a message from Dumbledore, instructing her and Harry to wait outside his office at 9:30 in the morning. Can we really leave the school? I mean, aside from Hogsmeade. Absolutely, Mr. Dumbledore has granted his approval, and I believe it is quite necessary, Eve Good replied, hearing footsteps approaching from the stairwell as the elder descended. Harry and Eve Good, Dumbledore greeted cheerfully, guiding them down. This time we will be using apparition. Remember to hold onto my arm tightly. They arrived at a location within the Forbidden Forest, both nervously gripping Dumbledore's arm as he waved his wand gently. In the next moment, Eve felt herself soaring through the air. In the southwestern region of England, nestled within the Godric's Hollow Valley, they tread upon the grass that had begun to take on a subtle yellow hue. It is worth noting that it is now mid-November, and the air has turned crisp, with the weather here appearing rather arid, as if it had not rained for quite some time. Towering trees loomed on either side of them, and a few desiccated leaves fluttered down, carried away by the wind to unknown destinations. Harry tightened his robes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity envelop him. Following Dumbledore, they ventured into a church graveyard, and suddenly, an epiphany struck Harry. He slowed his pace. Here, Dumbledore announced. As Harry and Evie Good saw a gravestone inscribed with a poignant inscription, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Evie Good sat opposite the gravestone, as if facing two long-acquainted friends, while Harry silently stood beside her. Dumbledore moved to the other side, seemingly wishing to grant them privacy. "This is my parents' grave." Harry finally spoke after what felt like an eternity, unsure of the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. "Indeed," Evie Good replied, gently wiping a droplet of condensation from the inscription, her gaze fixed upon the epitaph. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Harry felt compelled to inquire, "Do you know my parents, Evie Good?" "Yes, I do," she replied without hesitation, her deep blue eyes meeting his. Harry thought her eyes resembled the depths of a vast lake. "I was their close friend, Harry. How could you?" He stammered. "My family's time turner transports me to various moments in time," Evie Good explained calmly. "I witnessed them during their school days, at their wedding, and even at the moment of their demise." Harry recalled the anguished cries of a strange girl and suddenly formed a conjecture. "You heard my mother's voice when you encountered the Dementors, didn't you?" He nodded, the desperate plea of the woman echoing in his ears. "I also heard the words 'go to sleep,' spoken by a girl's voice." "That was me," Evie Good replied serenely, glancing at him once more. "I didn't realize you could hear my words back then." "In other words, we must have met when I was quite young," Harry mused. "No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when we first encountered each other." "It seems your memory serves you well, Evie Good remarked, her gaze still fixed on the gravestone, her heart weighed down by an unfamiliar sorrow. "I am your family." "Lily? You mean my mother?" "Yes." Evie curled her legs, burying her face in her knees. Harry sensed that she bore a heavier burden than he. "But a few minutes after that statement, I lost all my family." "I am your family too, are I not?" Harry exclaimed in haste, feeling utterly at a loss for words of comfort. "In that case, the Weasley family cherishes you as well, you see." "Of course," came Evie's muted voice. "Those who do not like me lack discernment." Harry chuckled softly, sensing that her spirits had lifted somewhat. Evie looked up. "Did hearing your mother's words cause you great sorrow, Harry? Do you fear death, akin to what your mother experienced?" Harry pondered earnestly for a moment before shaking his head. "If it is for the sake of protecting family and loved ones, I do not perceive death as a fearsome thing." Evie Good seemed to glimpse Lily's spirit within his green eyes. "What did she say back then?" "I have always regarded you as my child, Evie. To me, your existence is as vital as Harry's. You both are my cherished family whom I have always endeavored to protect." "If that is the case, then that is wonderful," she replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I wish to convey to you that every departure is inevitable. Friends may part ways due to quarrels and differing ideologies, and loved ones may pass away unexpectedly. Yet, they invariably leave behind something that alters a part of you, propelling everything toward a better direction. If one were to articulate it, it would be the indelible imprints left by all those who have loved us, inscribed in unseen places." Harry turned to her. "If a significant person were to distance themselves from you, even to the point of enmity, would you still feel this way?" "I would cherish the joy they brought me and the genuine emotions of the past. Naturally, I would feel sorrow at that time," Evie Good reflected, recalling Dumbledore and Grindelwald. What thoughts would they have when the blood pact was irrevocably shattered? "However, I believe accepting farewells is part of growth. Love and loss are lessons Lily wished to impart to me. I suppose I shall not fear the Dementors any longer," Harry finally said, reaching out to grasp a yellow leaf spiraling in the wind. "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." Evie Good recited the epitaph once more, a smile illuminating her face. "To confront death, to disregard the dichotomy of life and death, to choose to die for the sake of living, ultimately. Fate is a cycle of death giving rise to life." "I do not quite understand," Harry admitted uneasily. Evie Good waved her hand, summoning her Patronus, a silver serpent that danced above the graveyard before gradually dissipating with the breeze. "You need not comprehend it now," she said softly, "for you are still but a child. We shall protect you. Death is still too distant for you. But you are also a child, Evie Good. You are of the same age as I." The girl rose, gazing toward the distant horizon where the midday sun was no longer blinding in the winter sky. She turned back to face Harry, who remained seated on the ground. "I possess abilities that transcend those of others, and naturally, I must bear responsibilities that others cannot shoulder. Those who came before were so, and those who will come after will be as well. I believe that the wizarding world does not yet require you to shoulder such burdens. A distinct and recognizable male voice interrupted. You need not concern yourself with such matters while I draw breath each day. The hem of his coat billowed with the currents of the air as he approached. Harry turned to see Severus Snape, his long black hair tousled by the wind, having apparat directly to their location, where he observed her for a prolonged moment. Am I being flirted with? Surely this is flirting? Evie wondered to herself. Damn it. I feel no yemo whatsoever. I just want to dance. Had it not been for Professor Lupin needing that potion, I would have never known where you were all day. Snape remarked, dismissing Harry's presence as they were both accustomed to. Why not inform your poor professor beforehand, especially when it involves Mr. Potter? Harry interjected, wait. How is this relevant to me? I have told you that I regard him as a child, Evie huffed. We are merely friends. Snape's teasing gaze landed on Harry, who remained seated. So, it turns out I am but a pawn in your emotional play, Harry quipped. Dumbledore ambled over leisurely, his surprise evident upon seeing Snape. Severus? What brings you here? Should I not be here? Snape replied. Indeed, yes, Dumbledore responded, affirming. Snape regarded the gravestone silently, as if grappling with words that would not come. Eventually, he directed his gaze toward Harry, the duration of their mutual stare unprecedented. You certainly resemble James, with hair as unruly as grass. And the only feature you share with Lily is your eyes, Snape finally remarked, taking a long pause before recalling James Potter's name. You remain as unappealing as you were in childhood. Severus. What is it, miss? Why speak of him thus? He is rather handsome, in fact. Snape's brows twitched. Do you truly believe that I would declare him handsome? Oh, that is indeed true. Dumbledore appeared notably more relaxed, and Eve Good surmised that he had likely visited Ariana. It seemed that coming here was indeed the right decision. Shall we dine here for lunch as well? Dumbledore led them away, assuring them that the small village, though modest in size, had an abundance of offerings that he believed they would find delightful. Eve Good accompanied him, while Harry, filled with curiosity, glanced around, noting the village's warm and quaint charm as they paused before a cozy tavern. Come along, Dumbledore said, pushing open the tavern's large door. It's all hearty fare. So please, no need for formality. If the gentleman is treating us, then we must maintain a semblance of decorum, Eve Good quipped lightly. They settled at a table by the window, and Snape calmly nudged Harry aside to take his place on Eve's left. Harry? As the appetizers were served, Dumbledore stretched his legs comfortably. You still have a stack of essays yet to grade, don't you, Severus? At this mention, Snape set down his fork, his emotionless black eyes fixing on Harry, seated across from Eve Good. I believe, Mr. Potter, that you owe an explanation regarding the striking similarities between your essay and Miss Granger's. Eve Good, she interjected, displeased. Did we not agree that one could only use it as a reference and not copy it verbatim? You promised us that. Harry felt an acute embarrassment that made him wish to vanish as Dumbledore hastily intervened. I'm certain Harry did not intend to do so. Did you, my boy? Not for the first time, Snape retorted, unwilling to entertain Dumbledore's defense. Oh dear, Eve Good sighed, tugging at his sleeve. Do not speak so harshly. Look at how awkward they both are. With a hint of amusement, the old professor deftly transferred a piece of black cod onto Eve Good's plate, casting a sidelong glance at the two across from him. Then let us consider this a mere accident. Such was the nature of their loud conspiracies, Harry mused, feeling very much like the dish before him. By this time, the dishes had all been served, and Eve Good noted that they appeared quite appetizing until her gaze fell upon a cake adorned with an abundance of diced carrots. What is this? Carrot and potato cake, came the reply. Someone must have misheard, she exclaimed, disbelief evident. What? My aunt has made it a few times, Harry admitted honestly. It's actually quite tasty. Eve Good stared at the carrot-laden cake in silence, deciding that it might be best to forego sampling such an unusual dish. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, it was well past 1 o'clock. Snape returned to the dungeon to continue grading essays, while Harry resolved to practice Quidditch with Draco, as the recent match had seemingly improved the other house's opinions of them, for what appeared less resistant than before. Professor Snape. Eve Good burst into the dungeon as he was grading the 72nd essay. He lifted his gaze. What is it? The potions classroom is unbearably cold in winter, she lamented. May I bring a heater? What heater? Eve Good promptly revealed the fire lizard that the Weasley twins had gifted her, encased in a large transparent dome. A fire lizard. Snape's hand stilled, nearly spilling red ink onto the parchment. A fire lizard is out of the question. Why not? The Weasley twins went to great lengths to procure it from Hagrid. It was no easy feat. Because previously, that fool Lockhart had one as well, Snape replied coldly, continuing his writing, nearly igniting the classroom in the process. But I am not Lockhart, Eve Good insisted. I am Eve Good. You might as well be Severus. It is still unacceptable, Mississippi. Then perhaps you could purchase an air conditioner, Professor. Eve Good pressed on, snatching the essay from his grasp to halt his work. Snape looked at her. You seem capable of employing such advanced presentations. Surely an air conditioner is within reason? Snape remained silent, merely observing her. I could assist you in grading these essays. Surely that would suffice. Please, Professor. I am truly freezing. Snape continued to say nothing. Casually marking a Gryffindor's essay with AD, Eve Good prayed that it was not Ron's. Very well, Snape finally relented. What do you propose in return? I will reimburse you. The old professor's brow twitched. My financial situation does not require your concern, Mississippi Eve Good, such a woodhead. A stretching ear discreetly pressed against the slightly ajar door of the dungeon, as Black listened nearby. At that moment, she should have said, How about I give you a kiss, Professor? Such boldness, however, was not in her nature. Pansy and Hermione nodded vigorously. Then I shall prepare your potion ingredients. No need. Oh dear, this is infuriating, Pansy exclaimed, while Hermione hastily covered her mouth. Really, I am at a loss. Then how about I kiss you? A collective sigh of satisfaction escaped the three from a distance. Unnecessary. Your mother, Snape. Chapter 124, Merlin's Manifestation. Who is outside? The three quickly withdrew their listening ear and fled the scene with great haste. Snape swung his robes and opened the door, only to glimpse a few indistinct silhouettes. Black. It must be Black. Eve Good, clutching the fire lizard, approached, inexplicably feeling that the long-haired figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Hermione. Professor, come here. What? Snape, still in a foul mood, bent down and was unexpectedly kissed on the cheek. About the air conditioning, I will trouble you, Professor. Eve Good dashed away, disappearing around the corner of the staircase in mere moments. Snape stood there in a daze, touching the cheek that had been kissed. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore. Snape stated in the headmaster's office, my dungeon requires 4 air conditioners. Yes. Air conditioners? 4 of them? Dumbledore looked up in astonishment. I never imagined, Severus, that you would be so amenable to Muggle inventions. They will facilitate better learning for my students, Snape asserted, and Dumbledore had never seen such determination in his eyes before. The dungeon was indeed frigid in winter. You have endured the cold for over a decade, Severus. I stated that it is for my students, Professor Dumbledore. Your student, I believe, is but one. Snape remained silent, and Dumbledore recognized this as acceptance. Very well, approved. Approved. Dumbledore scribbled a receipt and summoned a gray owl. Placing the receipt into the small pouch on its left leg, with the costs charged to the school. Severus, I wonder when you will. Snape turned sharply and exited with remarkable decisiveness, leaving Dumbledore unable to finish his thought. Only to express my sentiments, that child. In the ensuing days, they were abruptly informed that Potions class would be relocated due to the old classroom requiring repairs, and Eve Good began to boast with pride. Absolutely correct. It must be the air conditioning. You must understand how effective it is. It even releases cool air in the summer. Muggle appliances. Hermione interjected. Well aware of what they were. You truly persuaded Snape. After she and Black, along with Pansy, hastily fled the scene, they were astonished to learn that Eve Good had managed to win over Snape. Indeed, she was a promising student. Who am I? Eve Good declared proudly as she made her way with the crowd toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. Her spirits lifted at the thought of the upcoming lesson. Today, we will study the red cap, Lupin announced from the front, sketching a few lines to outline its shape, revealing a magical creature resembling a goblin. They look quite short, Harry remarked from behind her. They resemble dwarves. Dwarves? Eve Good scoffed. How very rude to mock their height when viewing such a creature. Most of them inhabit the trenches of ancient battlefields and the dungeons of castles. Lupin chuckled to lighten the mood, and as his gaze met Eve Good's, she sensed trouble brewing. Harry is correct. This creature is indeed rather diminutive, about the same height as Eve. What? How could they possibly measure 153.74? Just kidding, Eve Good, just a jest. They are, of course, much shorter than you. Lupin stifled a laugh as he continued his lesson, while Eve Good wore an expression of utter despair. When will I ever grow taller? She lamented to the 2 girls beside her. How did you both grow so much? Perhaps you just haven't reached that age yet, Hermione suggested, discreetly slipping her a piece of candy. I, too, have grown quite a bit in these past few months. I believe your time is approaching. Indeed, it must be, Eve Good wailed. Oh dear Merlin, grant me a bit more height. There was no need to wait several months or half a year, for by the weekend before Christmas, her current robe would no longer fit. The longest pants she had purchased no longer concealed her ankles, compelling her to select an oversized robe to cover that area. Merlin has granted his favor, Eve Good mumbled. But I doubt he should do so quickly, as I have yet to buy new clothes. You will be able to buy them soon. Pansy chimed in, sitting beside her and piling a mountain of homework on the Potions classroom desk. We can go back to Hogsmeade tomorrow. Just think of having a mug of butterbeer in this cold weather. Once the air conditioning was set up, The potions classroom quickly became a hot spot, even more so than the library, with many students coming here to study. Snape, however, had no time to concern himself with such trivialities and merely turned a blind eye, provided they did not damage anything. Otherwise, they would be expelled like some unfortunate Slytherin. You can start making your list again. Eve Good, Draco teased from the side. I still remember that lengthy list you had 2 years ago. It trailed all over the floor. With an impassive expression, Eve Good pulled out a scroll of parchment, unfurling it so that it slid off the desk and down to Draco's feet. This year's list is half an inch shorter than the last. I am still contemplating what I have yet to purchase. Half an inch. Eve Good sighed in distress. I have only written 58 inches this year. This defies logic. Pansy gaped at the list, which was nearly as long as Eve Good herself, realizing she had underestimated Eve Good's expenditures. You know, wizarding beauty products are significantly fewer than those for muggles. I've already used up Pansy's set, Eve Good remarked as she checked the frighteningly long list again. Once I can go out again, I will definitely buy more. Last time I saw a tailor shop near the post office, and a ready-made shop, blah blah, blah blah, blah blah. Have you thought about what job you want to pursue? Draco inquired. I mean, you currently have no source of income. I have thought about it. Eve Good replied without looking up, continuing to mumble about the items she had yet to buy. I plan to rob Gringotts. Pansy and Draco's eyes widened in shock. Eve Good chuckled at their naive expressions. Of course, I was joking, dear sir and madam. Well then, she continued, it is quite simple. Gringotts does not charge interest. So I can directly exchange it for Muggle currency and deposit it in a Muggle bank. With the interest, I will be able to double my money by the time it is due. She had already lost a third of her galleons from her family vault, having spent only a fraction of it, while the rest had been deposited in the Muggle bank, where the interest accrued was substantial. With all these things, I could probably earn back the interest in just a few days, Eve Good said, laboriously rolling up the lengthy list and glancing at the astonished duo. Even if I don't have a job in the future, I can still live quite comfortably. Chapter 125, Selective Superstition. This year's winter at Hogwarts was not particularly cold, perhaps because Eve Good spent most of her time in air-conditioned rooms. That day, they ventured to Hogsmeade as planned, and she finally purchased suitable clothing for herself. Eve Good acquired many outfits from the elegant wizarding apparel shop, and Pansy and Hermione also bought a few sets. Several boys went to the quill and feather shop to buy supplies, and Hermione even asked Ron to pick up a few new quills. No wonder the dress Snape gifted me in my first year was so long, Eve Good remarked to the two girls beside her. I truly wish I could grow that tall. For you, the chances of Merlin granting his favor are exceedingly high, Pansy replied, munching on a slice of pumpkin pie as they boarded the train back. At that moment, the hem of everyone's cloaks was damp and stiff to the touch, likely frozen. Merry early Christmas, Draco announced. We will be spending Christmas at home this year. Will you still be here? Can I still go to your place? Eve Good quipped, gazing out at the blurring scenery beyond the window. Of course, why not? Draco replied, picking a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from Harry's stash. Green apple flavor, my luck holds. I consider you all family, he added. Eve Good slowly withdrew her gaze from the window and turned to Draco. You can come to my place as well, Pansy said. Adjusting her hair in the mirror, we can certainly celebrate Christmas together. Families should be together on such a day. Or we could stay here to keep you company, Hermione suggested, scanning her checklist and surveying everyone present. I actually do want to stay here this year. Harry stole a glance at Eve Good, who was once again gazing out the window. Her blue eyes flowed like a river, gently meandering with each breath. If possible next year, you all can spend Christmas at my home, she said calmly. Families should indeed be together on Christmas. Then this year, we will celebrate at Hogwarts. Pansy finally smoothed her black hair, closing her compact. I won't have any issues here. I'll mention it to my parents, Draco said, still chewing on the Bertie Bott's bean. I don't think they would object. My mum is fine with it, Ron mumbled, having just tasted the thick cream flavor and finding his teeth stuck together. So it's settled then, Harry declared. I wonder if my godfather can come to Hogwarts as well. Eve Good observed as they began animatedly discussing how to spend the upcoming holiday. She fell silent, turning her gaze back to the swiftly passing snowy fields outside. This Christmas was lively, though not overly crowded. Most present were familiar students and professors. Dumbledore cheerfully invited them to sit with the professors, and aside from their small group, there were 2 or 3 first years. Come sit here, Harry. Lupin kindly beckoned to Harry, who happened to be seated between Snape and Eve Good, fearing that Snape might erupt at any moment. Merry Christmas. Dumbledore gestured for Eve Good to move over a seat. There are slightly more people this year than I anticipated, but still quite few. Do not be shy. Today is Christmas. Professor Trelawney's array of decorations jingled, resembling a cheerful Christmas melody. Though Snape did not seem to share her sentiment. Tripe? He inquired of the girl beside him, who nodded eagerly, unable to reach it. Professor McGonagall appeared to be in a better mood than anyone else present. The atmosphere during the 2-hour feast was lively, with Dumbledore donning a comically ridiculous hat. Eve Good discreetly used her wand to inscribe GGAD upon it. Fortunately, no one here knew its meaning, and the hat's owner remained oblivious. Several first years trickled out, yet they leisurely savored their post-meal desserts, when suddenly the divination professor nervously interjected, "Albus, if we continue like this, our number will dwindle to 13. A number I dare say is ominous. Goodness, does this person always manage to conjure up something foreboding?" Eve Good exchanged incredulous glances with Snape. "I do not subscribe to such superstitions. I am willing to take that risk," Snape replied coldly, having never been one to believe in such things, especially when they came from her lips. "Be quiet. You are not allowed to get up," Eve Good retorted sternly, though inwardly she conceded that she could indulge in a smidgen of superstition, just a little. A newly arrived freshman gazed in astonishment at Professor Evgood, utterly taken aback that anyone would dare to speak to the potions instructor in such a manner. Pansy shot a threatening glare, prompting the freshman to return to his meal in meek compliance. Perhaps when the moment of 13 arrived, those wishing to depart could adhere themselves to their seats. As Evgood remarked with a sardonic tone, effectively averting the calamity of the first to rise. "I can provide glue," Harry interjected. Draco and Ron stifled their laughter. "I suppose if a deranged woman were truly standing outside," as Professor McGonagall coldly stated, specifically selecting the first person to rise for execution, "then your concerns are not without merit." Professor Trelawney's neck and face flushed crimson. "Oh, Bellatrix," Evgood mused, recalling that woman. If she were at the door. Lupin and McGonagall clinked their cups together. "I have no doubt. She can't come in, can she?" Hagrid scoffed, shaking his wine glass. "Hogwarts would never permit such a lunatic entry." "Then it seems you need not worry, Sybil," Professor McGonagall continued, deftly cutting into the lamb chop before her. "If all goes as expected, no one will be executed in the coming decades. Hogwarts faculty must possess a requisite skill." Sarcasm. "Ha ha ha. Did you see her expression? Show, Pansy. Lower your voice. Who would utter such outrageous words at Christmas?" Ron exclaimed discontentedly. "No such taboos existed at our family gatherings." "Look at this," Evgood announced, producing a large package. "Severus, no, Professor Snape, has given me a Christmas gift, and I have yet to unwrap it." Several individuals gathered around the package. "It's even heavier than before. I must see what it is with all of you." The fact that someone like Snape can give a gift has already astonished me. Hermione remarked to Pansy. "He wouldn't use this gift to confess his feelings, would he?" "That seems somewhat plausible," Pansy whispered in response. "But I can't shake the feeling that he is not that type of person. What if he has had a change of heart, as Mr. Black suggested?" "Then that change would be meaningless," Pansy replied honestly, stretching her neck to peer at the contents. Wow. Chapter 126, The Centaur Debate. A throng of people quickly gathered, and after Pansy discerned what it was, she particularly wanted to storm the dungeons to confront Snape about his choice of Christmas gifts for young ladies. "All my textbooks for the upcoming semester." Hermione turned her head silently, feeling an unprecedented level of exasperation. Let Black add Veritaserum to his water. The Hermione who once valued school rules spoke with unwavering determination this time. "Either I go, or please." "How considerate. Now I need to purchase them myself." "Indeed." Ron agreed. "It does seem quite practical." Draco nodded in assent. "I believe Snape has no inkling that his gift might be inappropriate." Pansy finally accepted, considering that there were 3 wooden blocks present. "My godfather gifted me a crossbow," Harry remarked, with Draco puffing out his chest. "Evgood also gave me one." "How fortuitous," Hermione said, beginning to sift through Evgood's textbooks. "I believe this will give you an advantage in the competition. May I borrow this one for a moment, Evgood?" "Certainly." "I think not, Granger." Everyone was taken aback, staring blankly at Snape, who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. After all, this was the potions classroom, and he seldom ventured here outside of lessons. "You ought to focus on your potions studies first, then teach Mr. Potter," Snape enunciated, his tone devoid of any Christmas cheer. "And do not submit your paper in its current state." "The deceased paper suddenly began to attack me," Harry quipped. Hermione flushed with anger, casting a disapproving look at Harry. "Harry, Miss Slytherin, I believe you have yet to visit Professor Dumbledore this month." Evgood tapped her head, recalling that the curse's after-effects required Dumbledore's Phoenix. "She hadn't yet gone this month." "I shall go now." Snape waved his wand, neatly aligning the disheveled books on the table before they trailed after him from the potions classroom. "If you don't want to lend your books to Hermione, just say so." After all, they were specifically purchased for Evgood. Pansy arched an eyebrow, nudging Hermione. "They were precious." "Harry, about the paper." "That was ages ago, Hermione." "I really haven't." Christmas passed for Harry amidst Hermione's incessant reminders. Despite having repeated that the paper was a minor oversight from long ago, Hermione remained irked by his apparent lack of effort. Ron, too, would unconsciously reach into his front pocket, only to discover that Scabbers had long since vanished. Thus, Hermione permitted Crookshanks a few days of petting, and the large cat's squished face seemed less unappealing to Ron. The ultimate showdown between Gryffindor and Slytherin was set for a few days after Easter, as they prepared to vie for the Quidditch Cup, an unparalleled honor for each house, rendering the match particularly significant. "You can no longer train with Draco," Harry would maintain a stern expression. "We cannot reveal any strategies to them." Although Harry was aware he had never done so, he was to continue refining his skills with their team for the next few weeks. Understood? Understood, Oliver, Harry replied, noting Wood's fervor for Quidditch. Even if the match day brought forth blades, he would unhesitatingly seize his broom and take flight. That very Quidditch match had transformed the opinions of various houses towards Slytherin, and now Harry and Draco had become somewhat mutual rivals. Thus, as the competition drew near, the two houses had not engaged in intense conflict. Of course, there were still tensions, given their discord over the years. Evgood watched as a sixth-year Slytherin and a fourth-year Gryffindor were on the brink of fighting. She feigned nonchalance, retrieving her wand for a moment of admiration, before casting a silent spell to separate the two. "Excuse me, gentlemen," she greeted them with a smile, dropping 2 chocolate frogs into their hands. "I believe a sweet treat will uplift your spirits, yes?" They stared at her, momentarily halting their verbal sparring. "Looking forward to the Quidditch match between our houses. Gryffindor is quite strong, and I believe Slytherin will not fall short either." She winked at them before departing with Pansy and the others. The 2 boys beamed as they watched her leave, then exchanged exasperated glances before tearing open the wrappers of their chocolate frogs, munching away. The taste was quite pleasant, prompting them to begrudgingly forgive each other. At least, no third-year student dared to act out, having learned from someone's previous misadventure and that dreadful duel. No one entertained the idea of provoking her, especially since even professors like Snape inexplicably favored her. "How did you manage to achieve such high marks?" Hermione queried, her dark circles evident as she lamented the burden of having chosen every class, now regretting the overwhelming workload. "I have a cousin who scores all OS. As for me, I simply embrace idleness." Evgood languidly sat beside Hermione, peeling an orange, reveling in the sheer pleasure of watching others labor away at their studies. "Your cousin? I don't recall you mentioning him," Hermione inquired. "Tom Riddle." Evgood tossed a segment of orange into her mouth, offering one to Hermione as well. "Voldemort. Don't joke about that." Hermione chewed the orange, feeling the bitterness in her mouth gradually dissipate. "You must understand, he is considerably older than you. Yet the centaur refers to him as my cousin, which I find rather peculiar." Evgood responded, remarking that it was not a significant issue, as he appeared to be in good spirits and not particularly aged at the moment. "By lineage, I would have to address him as grandfather, a notion I firmly reject. Centaurs are not particularly sensitive to age. Rather, they lean towards the essence of one's spiritual world." Hermione extracted a book from her bag and pushed it towards her, while her right hand continued to scribble notes. "This tome is a rare find, rich in insights about centaurs, which I believe will greatly aid our understanding, especially given the current strained relations between wizards and centaurs." Evgood flipped through several pages, discovering that it resembled a history of magic, with meticulously detailed timelines and a wealth of information regarding centaur lore. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. Hermione dabbed her quill in ink and resumed her writing, expressing her admiration for the centaur's remarkable divinatory talents, which far surpassed those of a certain professor known for his vague pronouncements. Why can't wizards and centaurs become allies? A spark of inspiration ignited within Evgood as she continued perusing the hefty volume. "Hermione, may I commend your exceptional bookfinding skills? I genuinely ought to delve into this subject." "Pansy, could I borrow a piece of your parchment?" "What are you up to?" "Just jotting down some thoughts," Evgood replied, her gaze still glued to the book. "I believe this could serve as a perfect thesis argument. Does anyone recall that we came here to relax?" Ron queried, perplexed. "When did you turn into a scholar?" Chapter 127. The Dominant Potion Master's Top Hidden Moonlight. Their basic operations. Pansy resorted to reading the only novel she had brought along, prompting Harry's curiosity. "What's that?" "This." Pansy showcased the cover, and Evgood glanced over, feeling an inexplicable wave of nostalgia reminiscent of classic Mary Sue tropes. The Dominant Potion Master's Top Hidden Moonlight, a new release within Hogwarts. "What do you think, Harry? Are you interested?" Harry flipped through a few pages, his expression one of utter disbelief. "What on earth is this?" "It's a fanfiction derived from that photo Ernie mentioned earlier." Harry cast a wary glance at Evgood, only to find her reveling in the moment. Pansy turned to Evgood. "This is the novel I showed you the excerpt of before. Why didn't you recommend it sooner?" "You were too busy penning that history paper," your quill nearly sparking from the friction. Pansy rolled her eyes. "Let me see how it's written," Evgood said, taking the book from Harry to peruse the synopsis and the first chapter. "With elements of captivity and a fiery pursuit, Eve Good's eyes widened with each word, especially with the inclusion of various male-x-female pairings. For privacy and an enhanced writing experience, we shall refer to the female character as Slytherin, Pansy explained, since the girl in the photograph wore Slytherin robes, and her identity remains a mystery. This book, I sincerely hope no one at Hogwarts remains unaware of its existence. Eve Good declared, radiating an aura of golden light. I will cover all expenses associated with its publication, including printing costs. Now, tell me, who is the author? Qiu Zhang is the one. Ah, I know her. She is that Ravenclaw girl with East Asian features, correct? Indeed. Harry's memory of her seemed particularly vivid. You better not entertain any ideas about her. Eve Good. She playfully flicked his forehead. She currently has a boyfriend. I'm not. Just hold your tongue for now, Harry. Eve Good turned to Pansy. I must say, this girl undoubtedly possesses exquisite taste. I am utterly convinced of that. Where is the Ravenclaw common room? I must see her at once. Pansy led Eve Good away, while Draco flipped through the book, feeling as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered. The Ravenclaw common room resides in the tower, and as Eve Good followed Pansy upward, they encountered several young eagles clad in their uniforms. They paused at the entrance, where Eve Good politely inquired of a passing boy if he could summon Qiu Zhang. The boy, blushing and awkward, hurried off, and soon enough, Qiu Zhang appeared. Having not observed her closely before, Eve Good now noted that the dark-haired girl was indeed a beauty with a unique charm. The girl looked at her anxiously, likely piecing together the connection, given that Eve Good had named the leading lady in her story Slytherin, sharing the same surname. Senior, I love you. Pansy swiftly covered her mouth. I apologize, Mississippi. She is simply overly excited about your novel and has a particular fondness for Professor Snape, which is why she sought you out. Eve Good's eyes widened. You just sold me out. Pansy, equally astonished, was Qiu Zhang, who hadn't anticipated that she had unwittingly captured the correct pairing. Let us talk here. Pansy guided them to a quieter corner beside an armor suit. Senior, you're of Asian descent, right? Yes, indeed. Eve Good immediately extended her hand in greeting. I must confess, I have always held a fondness for that place. After all, I was part of Huaxia before arriving here. Encountering a fellow compatriot in a foreign land is certainly a cause for warmth. I genuinely adore your writing, Eve Good continued. I can reimburse you for any costs associated with this book, so please don't feel shy about it. She lavished praise upon Qiu Zhang until the latter's cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Pansy quietly peeled an orange, listening to Eve Good's impassioned speech. And there's one more crucial matter. As Eve Good reached an emotional peak, she nearly revealed details about the time turner, but managed to halt herself just in time. After a moment's contemplation, she resumed, I can earnestly tell you that the girl is indeed me. Pansy almost dropped her orange, swearing by Merlin, but could not divulge the specifics. Qiu Zhang nodded in confusion, realizing that the writing had become all too real. No wonder you were so composed upon seeing the school publication. You didn't show a hint of anger. Eve Good maintained a look of utter satisfaction, while Pansy gave her a playful tap on the head. Turning to Qiu Zhang to explain, she has been like this for quite some time. Please forgive her. If you're willing, Qiu Zhang hesitantly offered, I could write the female lead as you. Eve Good erupted into a fit of unrestrained joy, prompting Pansy to cover her mouth again. It's truly been a long time, Senior. She then leaned in to whisper something in Qiu Zhang's ear. A smile crept onto Qiu Zhang's face, resembling that of a knowing aunt. Count on me. Eve Good appeared genuinely on the verge of proposing to her. All right. All is well now, yes. Pansy led her away from Ravenclaw, shoving half an orange into Eve Good's mouth to silence her, for her incessant giggling seemed rather foolish. All is well, completely well. And thus, the much-anticipated Quidditch match arrived, imbued with the excitement of all. That morning, greetings were exchanged as usual, and the great hall buzzed with chatter, more lively than on any typical morning. Have something to eat, Draco, Eve Good urged, pushing a plate of snacks towards him. There will be considerable exertion. Now is not the time to skip breakfast. Draco obediently picked up a fork, while Pansy appeared even more anxious than he. And you, Pansy, finish your bread. Are you on a diet? Pansy complied, taking up her fork as well. The Gryffindor team was equally tense, for this was indeed a crucial match, causing everyone to feel a sense of heightened anxiety. Harry felt as though the breakfast he had eaten was now a rabbit hopping around in his stomach, leaving him quite uncomfortable. I think the strengths of the two teams are actually quite comparable, Ron whispered to Hermione. If Flint and his team avoid fouling, Hermione replied honestly, today's match should be thrilling. Suddenly, the Slytherin table erupted with a resounding cheer, for the greater good. A resounding applause and cheers erupted, signaling that there would be no violations. George, content, savored the last morsel of cheese. No one would dare to jest with the honor and integrity of the Academy. We're off, he declared, and everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Hermione beamed with encouragement. Chapter 128. The Quidditch Cup at Hogwarts. The weather was splendid, and the pitch was in perfect condition, a harmonious blend of favorable circumstances. Remarkably, the supporters of Gryffindor and Slytherin stood united, with the audience divided evenly, half in crimson, half in emerald. Silver serpents and golden lions adorned the banners fluttering above, imparting an air of formality to the match. Both teams from the esteemed houses took to the field. Lee Jordan continued his role as the commentator, and after the last Quidditch match, his perspective on Slytherin had somewhat softened. Allow me to introduce the Gryffindor team. Cheers and applause erupted from the stands. It was widely regarded as Hogwarts' finest team in years, and their prowess in previous matches was indeed formidable. Next came the Slytherin team, led by Flint, whose previously dark demeanor had transformed into something more amiable. Flint, the captain, was known to have made some adjustments to the lineup, notably including the Seeker Malfoy, who had excelled in the last match. The crowd from Slytherin erupted in cheers, accompanied by the peculiar chant that always left Dumbledore feeling uneasy. The two captains shook hands, and would notice Flint was not exerting his usual force. He began to wonder if something was amiss. Both teams mounted their brooms. Madam Hooch called out, 3, 2, 1. The whistle was soon drowned out by the thunderous cheers of the spectators. All players soared into the sky, commencing a fierce contest. Slytherin gained initial control of the quaffle. It was intercepted by George Weasley. On this side, Warrington seized the snitch, only to have Angelina intercept brilliantly. What a goal! Gryffindor scored. They were now leading 10-0. The lovely Gryffindor girl performed a twirl on her broom, eliciting rapturous cheers from the Gryffindor supporters. What on earth is Warrington doing? Pansy seethed, her eyes ablaze. Just a normal mistake, Eve Good remarked, casually sucking on a lollipop, recalling Draco's words that if he didn't perform well, this would be his last match. They spotted Harry darting past nearby, searching for the golden snitch, while Draco scoured the opposite side. The metallic clasps of their firebolts shimmered in the sunlight. The scores began to rise steadily, with Gryffindor's tally climbing rapidly, leaving Eve Good in a state of anxiety. They VE surpassed 100. This is outrageous, she exclaimed, standing up in her seat. When did George and Fred become so skilled? Another 30 points. The Weasley twins exchanged high fives, recognizing that Slytherin was at least playing fair this time. They've been training hard since that last match, Hannah noted, still worried for Slytherin's performance. However, Slytherin was not without merit. At that moment, Harry and Draco spotted the golden snitch almost simultaneously, hovering beside a banner. They both propelled their firebolt towards it. No, Draco cannot catch the snitch. Why not? We're down by 170 points. Slytherin's beater, Bowl, swung his bat and sent the bludger flying. Another 10 points for Slytherin. Even if we catch it, it will only tie us, and we must ensure Harry doesn't catch it, Eve Good declared, raising her binoculars to watch them closely. Due to their identical brooms, their speeds were neck and neck. A bludger approached them, and Harry abruptly shoved Draco aside, narrowly missing the back of Draco's head. Thanks. The two exchanged a high five in such a tense moment. In the stands, Lucius quietly withdrew his head, contemplating whether he should consider his son forming a better camaraderie with Potter. Following this, the golden snitch seemed to vanish again, and both continued their aerial search while Slytherin's score climbed. Looks like we don't need to be too anxious just yet, Eve Good said, pulling out a toaster she had purchased in pairs, one for Harry and the other gathering dust. It appeared now to serve as a snack machine. A few still warm slices of toast sprang out, and Eve Good munched contentedly. Even if it was a bit pricey and technically contraband, the taste was delightful. Preacher, where's my toast? At number 12 Grimmauld Place, a curly-haired man had just risen. The ever-dutiful house elf promptly prepared his breakfast, even though it was already afternoon. Black felt as if he were still in a dream, for he could have sworn the toast before him had vanished until he shifted his gaze to the now empty plate. Creature. Eve Good and Pansy had finished off a total of 21 pieces of toast, most of which had been devoured by Goyle and Crabbe. The match had entered a critical phase, with both teams neck and neck, and now all hopes rested on the two seekers. The firebolt is astonishingly fast, Pansy fretted. As much as I want Slytherin to win, I feel Draco's speed is perilously risky. Yes, he hasn't quite adjusted yet, the usually taciturn Crabbe chimed in, catching Eve Good's attention. He's going to get hurt. A Slytherin girl voiced her concern, and Eve felt an odd familiarity with her, though she couldn't quite place it. Draco nearly collided with a flagpole, causing a collective gasp from the Slytherin supporters. I really hope Draco doesn't come out of this match missing limbs, Eve Good said, though she knew his safety was paramount. I really shouldn't have bought him a firebolt. Fortunately, Draco seemed to realize this and adjusted his speed to a more manageable level, continuing to surge ahead. But it was evidently too late. Harry seized the golden snitch. The sea of red erupted in cheers, and many began to rush from the stands to celebrate. Pansy and Eve Good hurried to Draco, who hung his platinum head low, akin to a child caught in mischief. Don't be disheartened, Draco. Evegood pulled him close, forcing his face to turn toward Pansy, who made him break into a silly grin. I dare say you did your utmost. Harry squeezed through, admiring Draco's significant improvement in adaptability, and then inquired if they could all lift the Quidditch Cup together. In the end, both teams raised that trophy, which held immense significance for them both. The scene was so surreal that I felt as if I were dreaming. Indeed, Ron remarked. Fred and George had told me that these two teams would leap at the chance to brawl. Draco still appeared somewhat dejected. But I didn't catch the snitch. And our house didn't win the match. How can you think like that, Draco? Eve shook her head. The essence of the match lies in the joy and thrill it brings. If the sole purpose is to win, that thought will only become a shackle. Besides, you've truly improved, Pansy teased. I remember how nervous he was the first time he mounted a broom, his legs trembling. Pansy Parkinson. Chapter 129, Dreaming of Prophecies. Since Gryffindor's narrow victory over Slytherin, Quidditch training had come to a halt. Hogwarts had grown quieter and busier than ever. Likely due in large part to Fred and George preparing for their OWLs, leaving no one to orchestrate any delightful explosions or pranks. Due to Hermione's decision to enroll in every single class, her mental state deteriorated significantly. Harry and Ron had to tread carefully to avoid inciting her ire. Meanwhile, Evangeline became increasingly occupied, as she was informed that she could sit for the OWL exams alongside the fifth-year students. The only source of solace for Evangeline amidst the chaos was the Mary Sue fanfiction penned by Autumn Zhang, wherein Snape was portrayed as a domineering CEO, yet remained mute and uncommunicative, having failed to confess his feelings even after 129 chapters. Goodness, has this fellow's tongue been thrown into a cauldron? Pansy exclaimed, her frustration palpable after reading the latest chapter. If I can't find romance in real life, must I endure such absurdity in fiction? I think it's rather delightful. Came the retort. Of course you do. What's not to appreciate about Snape? Pansy had absorbed a good portion of Evangeline's sarcastic demeanor. That is indeed true, she admitted. But a touch of authenticity remains the ultimate weapon. Could you kindly pass me the numerology and grammar textbook, dear? Hermione inquired. Evangeline pushed the hefty tome towards her, and the duo resumed their daily grind of academic rigor. Hermione's multitude of classes coincided at the same time, and apart from the professor who granted her the time-turner, Evangeline was likely the only one aware of this predicament. Do you know why that is? Hermione subtly probed. Evangeline remained non-committal but revealed her own time-turner, which bore little resemblance to the one Hermione possessed. As the exam week approached, Evangeline felt compelled to set aside the Mary Sue narrative and devote herself entirely to the impending OWLs. During that period, she even attended fifth-year classes alongside George and others. You simply won't believe what we encountered in Transfiguration, Draco remarked, having intercepted Evangeline on her way down the stairs. We transformed a teapot into a tortoise. Oh, that? I sat for that exam in advance, she replied casually. What? After all, I decided to take the OWLs quite some time ago. So Professor McGonagall examined me a month ago. Pansy continued to lament how her tortoise resembled a peculiar patterned stone, which left Harry astonished. So, you mean to say you completed all the third-year exams a month ago? Except for divination, yes. I should have listened to you and studied that material more. Ron groaned. What a foolhardy endeavor. Hermione mused, gently patting Crookshanks, who awaited her downstairs. I've told you time and again, yet you refuse to heed my advice. The subsequent exams proved far simpler than Transfiguration. The Charms exam predictably featured the cheerful charm, and Hagrid-esque air of magical creatures class clearly accounted for their frazzled nerves, thus avoiding overly difficult questions. That afternoon, they exited the examination hall with smiles plastered across their faces. During the potions exam, they discovered that Evangeline was Snape's assistant, which made the experience significantly more comfortable. Harry, however, forgot the fifth step in the confounding potion, rendering him unable to thicken it, until Evangeline discreetly slid some herbs his way. Snape, observing the entire exchange, calmly jotted notes, appearing to record a 0. Next came the astronomy exam, followed by history of magic. The penultimate assessment was in defense against the dark arts, and Evangeline's assertion proved accurate. Lupin was indeed an exemplary professor. The exam content was intriguing, encompassing Grindylows, Redcaps, the Boggart, and the Swamp. All students performed admirably, and Lupin smiled at Neville, the last to finish. What an engaging experience. I believe I learned a great deal, Hermione joyfully conveyed, momentarily disregarding her fright at the Boggart. Ron quietly asked Harry, how concerned is she about her grades that the Boggart morphed into Professor McGonagall? At that moment, Evangeline had completed her OWLs but felt an inexplicable urge to double-check her fourth-year textbooks, seemingly devoid of anxiety regarding the upcoming divination exam. Just make it up. Thank goodness I wrote it down. A group of them proceeded up the spiral staircase leading to the divination classroom, where Neville greeted them. The professor mentioned she wants to see us in small groups. I'm currently reviewing crystal balls. Unfortunately, he was soon called up. When Neville returned, his complexion was pale. No, I can't say, he reiterated, shaking his head at their concern. If I reveal anything, calamity will ensue. Hermione's icy retort was, that is indeed something she would say. Eventually, only the 5 of them remained on the platform, and naturally, they were summoned next. The divination classroom still exuded its characteristic fragrance, the curtains drawn tightly, and many lamps draped in deep crimson shawls. Doesn't it feel hot in here? Evangeline wondered, noting that the classroom was even warmer than outside. They then took turns gazing into the crystal balls, and Evangeline's improvisational skills reached new heights, even impressing Professor Trelawney with her fabrications. Once the others finished their exams, they sat cross-legged on cushions, awaiting Evangeline. She's really going all out, Ron remarked in astonishment. How can anyone fabricate their future so absurdly? 4 high marks, Pansy replied, resting her chin on her hands as she watched the girl feign intense concentration. Recalling how Evangeline had told her before course selection that she was an adept storyteller. Let us go, she'll finish soon. And indeed, she appeared more relaxed and cheerful than anyone else. I just made up a bunch of nonsense, she whispered to them, seeming to derive genuine pleasure from the ominous predictions. As they prepared to leave the classroom, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Tonight, they all turned in unison to see Professor Trelawney sitting there, motionless, her eyes darting around in a particularly unsettling manner. They held their breath, fearing she had lost her senses. The sharp, somewhat jarring voice echoed again. The Dark Lord lies alone, abandoned by his followers. Evangeline recognized this prophecy all too well in the original narrative. It concerned Wormtail's survival and his service to the Dark Lord. Yet what made this rendition different? The shackles binding his servants are peeling away layer by layer. The prison will no longer remain secure, and tonight it shall become exceedingly fragile. It's Azkaban. Evangeline rushed to the forefront, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Breaking free of chains and reuniting with their master, the Dark Lord will return with their assistance. Hermione gasped, and Pansy clutched her sleeve tightly. He will return more powerful and terrifying than before, at midnight, tonight. The voice trailed off, growing fainter, and once the sentence concluded, Professor Trelawney's head drooped forward. Mumbling incoherently, all remained breathless, too afraid to exhale. I apologize, children, her hazy voice resumed. It has been unbearably warm lately. You know I dozed off. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but Evangeline quickly ushered them out. Chapter 130, The Errant Minister. What is the meaning of this? The Dark Lord, the Dark Lord. Hermione's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more as they followed Evangeline towards the top of Hogwarts Tower. This is a genuine prophecy. Draco was already waiting for them downstairs, and Harry hastily relayed what they had heard during the divination exam. Soon, the group ascended to the top floor. Evangeline knocked on the door of the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore appeared surprised to see so many visitors. After listening to their animated recounting, his gaze shifted to Evangeline. It seems she has made a genuine prophecy once again. I must consider a raise for her, Dumbledore remarked half-jokingly. But you must promise me, children, not to disclose this to anyone. What is going on? As they exited the headmaster's office, confusion still enveloped them, and Draco was the first to inquire. Evegood abruptly turned to him. Indeed, if Voldemort were to resurrect once more, what would become of the Malfoy family? I am not entirely certain. I believe you are the most informed, Pansy muttered. With several hours remaining before curfew, the evening was bustling, and all Hogwarts students had completed their examinations for the term. Evegood remained uneasy about the situation concerning Azkaban, yet reassured herself that with Dumbledore present, no calamity would ensue, and so she joined Pansy and the others for a stroll by the Black Lake. George and Fred were engrossed in examining a large squid missing many tentacles, with a crowd gathered around. It appeared to have been bitten off, remarked Drake, a first-year student. How unfortunate, indeed. Evegood caressed the Gabriel concealed within her sleeve, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. It is a pity you did not manage to kill it, Gabriel. The green serpent cautiously poked its head out, expressing its distaste for raw fare. Very well, Evegood replied, pulling up her sleeve. I had intended for the house elf to prepare it as a dish. It merely almost ensnared you and that boy. Midnight snack? What midnight snack? Susan arrived punctually in the kitchen, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the steaming platters before her. Fresh squid, it smells delightful. Evegood pushed a plate towards her. Perfectly paired with soda. Care for some? Gabriel interjected. No, are you out of your mind? This stir-fried squid tastes rather exquisite. Indeed, I concur. This plate of poached squid is also delectable. Where did you procure these ingredients, Evegood? Do not concern yourself with that. Just dip it in some soy sauce. This condiment is quite appetizing. I consider this to be alarmist rhetoric, Albus. Fudge sat in his office, a nearly empty pot of tea before him. He scrutinized Dumbledore once more. The old man's expression bore no hint of jest. You know, I have always been skeptical of such prophecies. Oh, is that so? Dumbledore's smile remained unbroken. Yet I recall that upon your appointment, you utilized your position to have a New Zealand seer read your fortune. Albus's memory remains as sharp as ever. I am flattered. Dumbledore's smile did not waver. For that day, the Daily Prophet had dedicated an article to the matter. Fudge set down his cup with a measured force. Dumbledore discerned his unease. Those Dementors disrupted my train at the onset of this term at Hogwarts. Dumbledore maintained his expression. Yet you have yet to provide me with a response, Minister Fudge. The last rays of the setting sun had vanished entirely, and even the treetops, which had been gilded by the twilight just hours prior, blended into the night. Dumbledore had occupied this place for a full 3 hours. The candlelight appeared dimmer now. Fudge's form scarcely illuminated. Dumbledore reached to light a candelabrum, but was halted by Fudge. I believe my intentions are clear. I am the Minister of Magic, Albus. Dumbledore's cerulean gaze bore into him, sending a chill down Fudge's spine. Just when he anticipated the elderly man would cast a spell, Dumbledore departed. What a peculiar fellow. Fudge sipped from his now tepid tea, grimacing as he downed it, as if it were a hot beverage. How could Azkaban, such a fortified place, be subjected to doubts regarding my judgment due to a ludicrous prophecy? Evegood tossed and turned, sleep eluding her. She surmised it was due to the squid being too delectable, leading her to overindulge, her stomach now uncomfortably full. Thus, she felt compelled to take a midnight stroll to aid digestion. Gabriel, roused from slumber, accompanied her outside, clinging to her left arm in a despondent manner. Nearly sliding off. I have already explored the main castle. How dreadfully dull. Evegood had honed her skills at evading Filch, glancing around before deciding to venture out. Are you heading to the Forbidden Forest again? You do realize you have already violated school rules to an excessive degree this term, do you not? Mind your own business. They swaggered out of the castle, the recent weather being just right, neither too rainy nor overly warm, making the Forbidden Forest more accessible. Evegood casually pulled aside a vine to clear a path, honestly unsure of her destination. She figured she could always return if fatigue set in. They circled the Forbidden Forest for a short while, and Evegood plucked an unfamiliar fruit resembling a walnut from atop Gabriel's head. We meet again. A voice, ethereal and distant, resonated from not far ahead. It was Firenze, this time accompanied by a large gathering of centaurs. Oh, good evening, Firenze. Evegood greeted him amiably, her enormous serpent wide-eyed behind her. What brings you here? Observing the stars, he replied somberly. How is Mars faring this time? Has it dimmed? No. His blue eyes turned to the girl, Evegood unable to discern the emotion therein. It is growing brighter, and I believe it may shine even more in the future. Surely not. Are you jesting? You are questioning our expertise, Bane interjected, one among the centaurs with dark hair. It is indeed becoming increasingly luminous, Ronan stated, appearing quite intrigued by Evegood. I trust your astronomy lessons have informed you of Mars's location? Firenze approached, and Evegood nodded as they gazed skyward. Something significant is transpiring tonight. Just moments ago, it has already occurred. Evegood felt a wave of suffocation. The last time this happened was when she utilized the time turner to return to 1981. They have emerged. They have truly emerged. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Young lady, Ronan replied in astonishment, only to catch a glimpse of Evegood's swift departure. Thank you for your warning. Until we meet again. Oh, Firenze remarked, his hooves scraping the ground. At last, someone who can comprehend our words. Chapter 131. Encountering difficulties with a slumber. Perhaps due to her hurried pace, Evegood was entirely unaware that the castle doors were ajar, resulting in her colliding with Dumbledore, who had just returned. My apologies, sir. I had thought Severus would successfully teach you to refrain from wandering into the Forbidden Forest, especially during curfew hours, my child. Evegood was now too preoccupied with concern over potential house points being deducted to ponder her own predicament. She anxiously inquired, Azkaban? Dumbledore fell silent, gesturing for her to follow him, and Evegood's growing unease intensified until she trailed him into the staff lounge. The heads of the 4 houses were seated, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Their surprise at seeing not just Dumbledore, but also Evegood was fleeting, quickly replaced by a sense of normalcy. Snape slowly turned his gaze toward her, summoning a chair with a flick of his wand, and Evegood obediently sat down. You are once again out for a nocturnal stroll, Mississippi. This was not a question but a statement, prompting Evegood to shake her head in guilt. They began discussing the day's prophecy and Fudge's unyielding stance, inciting Evegood's ire to the point of wanting to slap him awake at the ministry. He does not treat his prophecies in this manner. The diminutive Professor Flitwick rarely set aside his customary smile. He has always behaved thus. Professor McGonagall conjured a cup of pumpkin juice for everyone present, continually requesting Albus's input on various ministry matters, truly a nincompoop. Snape's renowned sharpness was acknowledged by all. Thus, there is no means to halt this. Eve Good, in a fit of frustration, tugged at her hair. Reminiscent of the moment, she could only watch helplessly as Lily was slain. There is still time, my child. Dumbledore reassured her. I can still. There is no time left, sir. Eve Good blurted out before her mind could catch up, revealing her excursion to the Forbidden Forest that night. I ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Firenze and the others informed me that something dreadful has transpired. Miss Slytherin. Snape turned to her, and Eve Good felt an ominous premonition. You went to the Forbidden Forest again tonight. No, you must listen to my defense. Dumbledore's expression remained as serene as before he had heard Eve Good's words. Devoid of surprise, as if he did not consider the lack of intervention a grave matter. You must understand, child, when you were transported to the past by the Time Turner, you should have realized that the causality of certain events is highly mutable. No one can perfectly achieve the outcomes they desire. Moreover, when you steer certain matters towards a favorable direction, another facet of reality is inevitably altered, a truth that is unavoidable for anyone. However, the things you change will undoubtedly culminate in a different conclusion than before, perhaps in the present, perhaps far in the future, Dumbledore said, gazing into eyes of the same hue as his own. You will come to understand. Fudge is always like this, Professor Sprout remarked to Dumbledore. He has contemplated the position of minister for quite some time. This prophecy is quite detrimental to his standing, so it is no surprise. Shouldn't it be that something must have gone amiss at Azkaban for it to be more disadvantageous for him? Eve Good pondered, utterly baffled by his reasoning. Including the original plot trajectory, he had persistently evaded the news of Voldemort's resurrection until Cedric's death, which was utterly foolish. And didn't the Dementors during our opening term already indicate that place is quite unreliable? What is he actually trying to accomplish? That news was suppressed. Snape pushed the untouched pumpkin juice towards her. Others have contemplated reporting this matter, but the ministry intervened. We can change the minister now. Eve Good pushed the empty cup back to Snape and, with a sense of entitlement, began to drink from his cup. If you agree, please breathe. Snape calmly regarded the empty cup before him and then set it upright. Professor Sprout had expected him to respond with the same fervor he exhibited towards other students. The UK has unanimously approved. We can change the minister. This is not Snape at all. You must understand that the process of changing the minister is quite cumbersome. McGonagall affectionately patted her head and sighed. This matter requires careful deliberation. However, I believe Hogwarts must indeed strengthen its scrutiny of outsiders, and we need to inform the board. Eve Good suddenly recalled Draco and wondered what would become of his family if Voldemort were to resurrect this time. In any case, I will keep a close watch on the developments at Azkaban, Dumbledore concluded, looking at the girl still sipping her pumpkin juice. Eve, what do you think? If he remains obstinate, we may have no choice. Eve Good wiped her mouth. She found herself increasingly displeased with the minister. Theoretically, there was likely only one Horcrux at present, so if he wished to resurrect, he must rely on it. But the problem was that he was entirely unaware that he was a Horcrux. A series of these left others confused, with only Dumbledore and Snape understanding whom Eve Good was referring to. So, for the time being, it remains safe, Eve Good finally stated. But she still believed that the prophecy of the divination professor would prove more accurate. Voldemort would indeed resurrect once more. The situation had descended into a peculiar state. No one knew if Voldemort had added more Horcruxes in the past. Fudge seemed temporarily disinclined to address Azkaban. And now it appeared that Dumbledore also found it a tricky matter. Faced with difficulties, she felt utterly exhausted. Do not worry, Snape, as per usual, gave her a good-night kiss. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Good night. The ensuing days would simply consist of idleness. They could roam freely, making a detour to urge Cho for updates. Yet more often than not, she found herself indulging in the sweetness of her and Cedric's relationship. Eve Good noticed Ginny and Harry growing increasingly close, which seemed rather dubious. I've waited so long, and finally, Snape has confessed, Pansy exclaimed, thrilled by the latest chapter. Look at how atmospheric it is. It truly is atmospheric, Eve Good remarked, twisting her hair into a braid. Oh, if only someone would confess to me like that. Remember, Ron interjected, when Eve Good mentions someone, she typically refers to Severus Snape. I have another significant announcement, Eve Good exclaimed, pulling a measuring tape from her pocket and stepping forward. I've finally reached 65 meters. You're growing at an alarming rate, Pansy remarked in astonishment, and then gestured, confirming it was indeed true. With Percy achieving high scores on his newts, their final grades were soon released. Excellent, Eve Good said, holding her OWL results, all OS. Now I won't have to take exams again. How delightful. Hermione, enviously borrowing her results, noted that although Eve Good had not selected every subject, mastering such a plethora of knowledge was no small feat in recognition of her outstanding performance. Dumbledore personally announced that Eve would have no homework during the upcoming summer. Now that's something to be envious of, Ron said, licking a cut lemon beside him, his tone sour. Hermione set down the book she had been reading. You can also apply to take the OWL and aim for all OS, just like her. I think I'll pass. Chapter 132, the summer of year 3. The Hogwarts Express awaited just outside the castle shortly after the end of year feast. Eve Good felt that this academic term had surprisingly flown by, likely due to the few memorable occurrences in her mind. Hermione decided to drop a few elective courses. The intense studying had left her feeling somewhat disoriented, a sentiment they all supported. You're nearly driving yourself insane. Pansy handed her a piece of chocolate. This summer, we have the Quidditch World Cup. Ron exclaimed excitedly on the train. Shall we go together? It will truly be exhilarating. It happens every 4 years, and it will undoubtedly be spectacular. I'm sure I'll attend. Draco's eyes sparkled. I've written to my father about it many times. I will definitely go as well, Eve Good replied, lazily leaning against the back of her seat. I'll reimburse your tickets, all right? Don't say that. Ron waved his hand. The ministry will issue my father a receipt. If we all go together, we might even get in for free. The children eagerly reached a consensus, and it was settled. Dumbledore informed me that my aunt and uncle will no longer be responsible for my lodging and meals, so I can spend this summer at the Blacks. Harry was particularly thrilled. He would finally escape from those relatives, which meant a handsome man in casual attire stood at the train station, his joyful demeanor reminiscent of the young Black from Eve Good's school days. Harry hurried over to him, engaging in conversation about the World Cup. Lupin also disembarked from the compartment, markedly different from before. His previously pale, haggard face now bore a healthy flush, and he genuinely appeared quite popular, with many students eagerly bidding him farewell. Snape shared the same staff carriage. He descended after Lupin and immediately spotted Eve Good waiting atop a large trunk. This summer, he began, let's stay in Spinner's End. All right, the girl promptly agreed, a hint of a smile gracing Snape's lips. To watch the Quidditch World Cup, he added. You mentioned it. Did I? You expressed a desire to witness the grandest Quidditch match in the world. He awkwardly adjusted his cuff. This year, the Quidditch World Cup is happening. Eve Good halted her stride, standing still as she gazed at Snape. Those ahead of her sensed her pause and turned to look. Eve found herself locked in a gaze with him. I've remembered for quite some time. Snape finally managed to utter, so go and see. The days of yore were like the wind, fleeting and devoid of nostalgia. Yet, if the wind were to bring a blue rose, he would plant it in the stillness of a windless night, ensuring it would never leave the starlit sky of yesteryears. Did Eve Good truly say that? The casually dressed Black was pulled aside by Hermione and Pansy, while Harry curiously leaned in, eager to hear their conversation. Absolutely, let him proceed as such, Pansy declared with unwavering conviction, thoroughly satisfied. Hermione promptly handed the book to Black. Harry's eyes widened as he gazed at the title page, which boldly proclaimed the top hidden moonlight of the overbearing potion master. There was no doubt about it. Black patted his chest and solemnly vowed, it will be flawless. Hermione and Pansy trotted away, while Harry followed Black out of the train station. Let us first head to the house I purchased for you at Elops, Black cheerfully suggested, taking Harry's luggage into his own hands. Take a look and see what you might need to bring along. You must visit my home this summer. Creature will be delighted to welcome you. Creature? Who is that? Harry inquired. A house elf, Black explained. He is the only one in our household. Your presence will certainly liven things up. I've already prepared your room. Feeling a bit bashful, Harry scratched his head. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. We are family. Black hesitated to respond, anxious about the possibility of detecting even the slightest hint of distaste on Harry's face, but he found none. A warm sensation enveloped Harry, and he began to grasp the true meaning of family. Perhaps we could invite Eve to our home, he suggested earnestly, raising his gaze. My mother once told her that we are family. Of course, we can certainly extend an invitation, Black affirmed, as their figures gradually became indistinct, elongated by the setting sun. Lucius and Snape brushed past each other. He contemplated calling out to the silver-haired girl beside him, but ultimately remained silent. He felt a faint warmth on his left arm and turned to regard Draco. Eve's admonition from years past lingered vividly in his mind, her words having aided him immensely. Amidst a riot at Azkaban, he had learned that some had indeed managed to escape, and the long-dormant dark mark had begun to stir. No longer lost as he had been years ago, he now grappled with an unmistakable sense of agitation. He had chosen Narcissa and Draco, both of whom had evaded imprisonment in Azkaban, sustaining minimal losses to their estate. But what about this time? Draco was currently engaged in conversation with Scorpius about Quidditch, carelessly mentioning the Weasley family, a clan that the Malfoys had always despised for their blood traitor status. You've grown so tall, Draco, Narcissa remarked fondly as he opened the car door for her. The family settled into the vehicle, and Lucius listened to the mother and son chat, suddenly appreciating the rarity of such moments. Darling, I wish to dine at that restaurant we discussed last time, Narcissa said. Lucius never hesitated to lavish money on his family. Of course, Scorpius, he replied, steering the vehicle. We can go right now. Can I go see the Quidditch World Cup with Eve and them, Dad? Certainly, Lucius answered. But keep your distance from the Weasley family. I truly don't understand what you experienced over these past few semesters. Draco contemplated retorting, but, recalling his family's long-standing disdain for them, ultimately fell silent. They exited the car, with Lucius allowing the two to proceed first while he feigned adjusting his cuff. Discreetly observing the dark mark, which seemed slightly more pronounced than it had been in recent days. He gazed at the ordinary yet blissful family ahead of him, wondering how long such a tranquil existence could endure. Draco, he began, his voice trembling in a way that others could not detect. You may accompany Eve and them to the Quidditch World Cup. Mind your manners. Okay, Dad, he replied, taking a step forward, initially finding it challenging. He ultimately quickened his pace to catch up with his family. They were, in that moment, akin to countless ordinary families, savoring a reunion that was uniquely theirs. Chapter 133, The Choice. Harry found the dream he had that night to be exceedingly peculiar. He struggled to awaken, feeling the familiar pain of his scar. He could not articulate the content of his dream, but the scene seemed to unfold in a dimly lit room, where he glimpsed several unfamiliar men and women. Yet, one voice was unmistakably familiar. He knew without needing to see his face that it was Voldemort. They appeared to be plotting his demise. But why was he dreaming of this? Harry switched on the bedside lamp, illuminating his reflection in the mirror. The scar showed no signs of change, yet it throbbed painfully. He suddenly felt that this was not merely a dream, but something that had indeed transpired, perhaps just moments ago. The alarm clock beside the lamp chimed, reminding Harry that it was only 3:51 a.m. The boy lay back down, feeling as though his bedding had never been so soft in decades. The comfort of staying at Black's house afforded him unparalleled freedom and ease. Throughout the holiday, he had been able to do as he pleased. With this thought, Harry closed his eyes, sensing that the pain in his scar had lessened. He could write to Dumbledore or Eve. They would surely provide him with sound advice. At precisely 8 o'clock, guests arrived at Black Manor. Good morning, Black and Harry, Eve greeted, clad in a lovely little dress and accompanied by a man. Upon recognizing who it was, Black's countenance darkened. What are you doing here? You think I wish to see you? Snape replied impassively, casting Black a withering glance as he entered the home. Hey, this is my house. Snape chose to ignore him entirely, proceeding inside with Eve. You mentioned your scar was starting to hurt. Harry hesitantly brought up during lunch, uncertain whether she would insist he go to the hospital or inform Dumbledore. Did you see Voldemort? Harry stared at her in shock, while Eve continued savoring her dish, not even glancing up. Yes, Harry replied. At that moment, Black laid down his utensils, intently scrutinizing Harry's scar. How do you know? Does Black know? Eve suddenly turned to the silent man beside her. But Snape shook his head in response. Well, Black is unaware that Harry is a Horcrux, so we must keep that under wraps for a while longer. Until we can discuss it with Dumbledore. When you were a child, you were attacked by Voldemort's killing curse, Eve continued, relishing her dish. It is likely that he inadvertently placed some of his consciousness within you, which is why you can see some of the things he sees. This is quite normal. Is it? Does it affect your life in any way, Harry? Harry touched his scar, finding no abnormalities. No. Then there is no issue, Eve nodded. If it begins to significantly affect your life, do bring it up. What did you see? They were discussing how to kill me. Harry hesitated before finally speaking. Black appeared very upset. They cannot kill you, Eve said dismissively, taking a sip of her cold drink. Right now, they are like ants in a gutter, secretly plotting to ruin the lives of others. Harry discovered that listening to others vent their frustrations truly alleviated his anxiety, and he felt considerably better. With the World Cup approaching, how do you plan to spend the upcoming days? Eve inquired, setting down her fork and regarding the two men inquisitively. Black seemed to recall something, summoning Snape over. Come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. The two adults rose from their seats, leaving Harry and Eve to deliberate on ticket purchases. If we desire better seating, we must rely on Lucius, but Ron may not be able to afford such expensive tickets. Eve pondered. If Draco dislikes the cheaper seats, then we should reserve the more costly ones. I just wonder if the ministry will reimburse us. I can go anywhere. Harry mentioned that he had just finished watching a documentary on the last Quidditch World Cup a few days prior, and the exhilarating scenes had stirred his blood, leaving him impatient with anticipation. Perhaps I could directly purchase a lavish suite at a premium rate, ensuring that everyone enjoys the match in utmost comfort. Eve Good was still contemplating how to spend her money, with the opportunity to profit presenting itself, as she was privy to which team would triumph this time. A swift wager would surely yield substantial gains. The two engaged in conversation for a full half hour, discussing everything from ticket selections to the competing teams in the Quidditch World Cup, listing various possibilities. In truth, Both the Irish and Bulgarian teams possessed comparable strength, and Harry found himself unable to discern a clear outcome. Their delightful discourse was abruptly interrupted by the return of Black and Snape, the latter exhibiting a somewhat evasive gaze, prompting Evegood to suspect she might have misread the situation. "We should be leaving," Evegood remarked. "I must head to Malfoy Manor this afternoon. Lucius mentioned he needed to speak with me." The two escorted them to the door, watching as Snape took her away via apparition. At which point Black suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "What's the matter? What happened?" Harry inquired. "You'll find out soon enough, young Harry." Malfoy Manor was as opulent as it had been on her previous visit, the drawing room adorned with purple wallpaper, and a grand chandelier suspended from the center of the ceiling. Dobby led her into the parlor, where only Lucius, with his platinum hair, awaited. "Please, have a seat," Lucius said, pulling out a chair for her. "I cannot believe you would seek me out regarding business matters." Evegood sat down gracefully, casually picking up a nearby cup of tea. "Is this because of Voldemort?" "Indeed," Lucius replied, slightly tightening his grip on the cup, a sign of his unease. "Before we proceed, I must thank you for the advice you provided previously. More importantly, it is commendable that you were able to heed it. You ought to thank yourself." "Mr. Malfoy," Evegood absently stirred her tea. "Is there something you wish to ask me? If, indeed, when your heart wavers, it is best to cease that endeavor." Evegood calmly interrupted him, gazing through the tea towards the bottom of the cup. "You sought me out. I believe you already have an answer in mind." "To protect my family." Eve glanced at Lucius, who leaned slightly forward. "I do not know how you came to possess that knowledge, but I have but one request." "Have you come to understand?" "Lucius," Evegood inquired lazily. "You must always be prepared for the risk of being discovered. You must realize this is perilous." Her blue eyes seemed to possess a formidable penetrating quality. "Moreover, my interactions with you have been limited, making it difficult for me to place my trust in you." Chapter 134, Weasley. "I have come to understand." Evegood raised an eyebrow, needing to see Lucius's sincerity. One must always maintain a degree of caution, especially when dealing with a wizard who has followed Voldemort for so long. "I discussed this matter with Sissy last night." Lucius set down his cup decisively, fixing his gaze upon her. "As long as Draco's safety is assured, we are willing to do whatever it takes." "I believe I shall consult with Dumbledore," Evegood replied. "This matter must be communicated to him. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer at this moment." Even knowing that the outcome would take time was a consolation for Lucius, who lifted his cup once more, his complexion losing some of its pallor. "Let me see the dark mark." Lucius hesitated for a moment, but eventually extended his left arm. The mark was relatively faint, yet signs of re-emergence were evident. "Oh, to be close to the powerful is to be harmed by the powerful." Evegood gently took a piece of souffle. "Many fail due to their desires destroying them. All their efforts rendered futile. Years ago, I warned you, albeit subtly, but I knew you would understand, Lucius. In truth, earning a little less isn't such a concern. At least do not profit alongside such a clever individual." Evegood gestured. "My cousin is ambitious and astute. Most cannot withstand his influence." Lucius's eyes twitched slightly, suspecting she was indirectly praising herself. Ultimately, he produced a valuable gift he had prepared in advance, which the girl declined graciously. "I have already perceived your sincerity. Such worldly possessions are unnecessary." Indeed, as described, their family shared an unbreakable bond, with each member being of utmost significance to the others. This precious emotion constituted the true wealth of the Malfoy family. The World Cup arrived amidst eager anticipation. Thanks to Lucius, Evegood had secured a grand suite, albeit regrettably adjacent to the Ministry of Magic's high-ranking box. They decided to depart at dawn. Evegood, brimming with excitement, found it difficult to sleep. Though this did not imply that Snape would permit her to stay up all night, for she was promptly ushered to bed by 6 o'clock. "I don't want to sleep. Severus, we just finished dinner." "No, you must," he said, placing a kiss on her forehead. "Good night." "Oh, fine, good night." Gabriel felt as though his eyes might roll back into his head. Early the next morning, Snape summoned her again, and once Evegood had gathered all her belongings, he directly apparat them to a spot near a stone cottage, where they encountered a genuine muggle gazing off into the distance. "Good morning," Snape said calmly. "Are you Mr. Roberts?" "Yes, indeed," the muggle replied. "And you are?" "Severus Snape," the man answered, producing the previously prepared money from his coat pocket. "I have reserved 2 tents for one night's stay." Once Roberts confirmed the payment was satisfactory, he diligently checked a list affixed to the door and nodded, indicating the direction. "Your tents are over there, sir and ma'am." As they departed, Roberts re-verified the amount, finding it neither too much nor too little. "How peculiar," he muttered to himself. "This is the only instance so far where I've encountered someone who can accurately count money." Before long, a large group approached from afar. Harry was still helping Mr. Weasley tally the muggle currency and instructing him on how to identify it. "These little pieces of paper are quite interesting, aren't they, Mr. Weasley clearly struggled to grasp the peculiar bills, leading to their inevitable stalling at the payment stage. Is this a galleon or a sickle? This is too strange. The Muggle, Roberts, leaned in closer, seemingly eager to discern their conversation. Harry hastily calculated the money and pressed it into Roberts's hand. Our tent should be in this area, right? Hello. Severus. Snape also greeted them, casting a disdainful glance at Harry, seemingly wishing to deduct points from Gryffindor, but upon remembering they were not at Hogwarts, he refrained from speaking. Is Snape also interested in Quidditch? Harry asked, then turned to see Eve Good. I think I understand why. Come along, children. Arthur began to figure out how to set up the tent. You must understand, this is Muggle territory, we cannot easily use magic. I truly want to see how to manually assemble these things. They clumsily began to handle the materials, discovering they could not manage to put it together correctly. Ginny curiously observed how Eve Good was constructing her tent, only to witness Snape effortlessly wave his wand, erecting the tent in an instant. Dad, they're using wands. We can set it up better than they can without wands, dear Ginny. Very ambitious. Eve Good called from her tent entrance. But I recall your two-person tent is triangular. How has it turned into a square now? Harry and Ron silently stepped back, realizing it had indeed become square. Use your wands. After much deliberation, Hermione finally produced her wand. Mr. Weasley, still grappling with a pile of stakes, looked up, walking over to see that their tent had become a lopsided square. Use your wands, he finally suggested. Huh. Snape crossed his arms, standing beside Eve Good. Why didn't you opt for a two-person tent? Black strolled over leisurely, bringing them water. Standing before the two individuals, he scrutinized the two tents, which were indeed of commendable hues. No one solicited your opinion, Snape retorted casually. I would like to indulge in the sausages we brought, said Evguide, feeling a twinge of hunger. Moments later, a sausage was thrust into Evguide's hand, while Snape, under the watchful eyes of all, expressionless, closed the cooler and wiped his hands. Black, deciding to join in, declared, I would like one too. Snape tossed the cooler into the tent. Huh. Evguide opted to accompany them on a stroll nearby, as the sun began to emerge from behind the mountains, gradually dispelling the surrounding mist. They beheld an endless array of tents, each in various colors. One tent appeared to house a French wizard who struggled to strike a match. Evguide kindly bent down to assist him. So many wizards, and all from different countries, she observed. Hermione walked in the middle of the group, flanked by Evguide and Ginny, as they passed numerous tents adorned with shimmering banners. Why is it only our banner that bears the wrong name? Ron inquired upon their return to the campsite. They spelled Weasley as Wesby. We could be Wesby as well, little Ronnie, George chimed in. All right, George Wesby, Ginny replied. No problem, little Ginny Wesby, Fred added. What are your thoughts on betting? Bet on Ireland to win, but Crumb will catch the golden snitch, Evguide stated without hesitation. I shall wager 30,000 galleons on that. 30,000. Hermione gasped. That's an exorbitant amount. Evguide, and you must know that if you lose, you won't receive a single penny back. I have placed wagers at other casinos, staked quite a few galleons, but you ought to understand. I don't gamble unless I have a 90% certainty. Evguide replied languidly, while George and Fred continuously took turns shaking her hand. I must ensure I recover the money for the suite. If you are inclined to bet, and trust me, you may wager on this. Chapter 135, The Panorama Telescope. Just then, Bagman arrived, inquiring if they wished to place a bet. Despite Mr. Weasley's attempts to dissuade them, Evguide produced a money pouch. 30,000 galleons, she stated calmly. As if the pouch contained merely 3 coins, bet on Ireland to win, but Victor Crumb will catch the golden snitch. Bagman's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a sum, and it was indeed remarkable for a 15-year-old girl to produce so much without a flicker of hesitation. This is Evguide Slytherin, Mr. Weasley introduced, our friend. Slytherin, I've heard of you, Bagman acknowledged, taking the pouch and offering her a slight handshake. We'll bet on that too, Harry interjected. Producing several galleons, Ireland to win, but Victor Crumb will catch the golden snitch. Oh dear, children, you must understand that this is nearly impossible. Allow me to offer you higher odds. As long as no one deceives us with leprechaun gold, Evguide remarked, fixing her gaze on the man before her. I believe we should not incur losses. If they do, I can arrange for him to speak with the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley quickly grasped what Evguide meant. Astonished at her suggestion, I can also give him a good thrashing on the spot, Black added with a grin, ruffling Harry's hair. So just place your bets without fear of anyone defaulting. They observed as Ludo Bagman, somewhat trembling, recorded everyone's names. Mr. Weasley contemplated for a moment before finally producing 2 galleons. In the end, each received a small piece of parchment, and Evguide appeared exceedingly satisfied. Suddenly, there was a small pop, and someone apparat to their campfire. He was a meticulously dressed wizard, standing upright. Ah, Barty Crouch, Ludo Bagman greeted. Care to join us? I've been looking for you, Ludo, the man replied impatiently, scanning the group until his gaze lingered on Evgid for a moment. May I offer you some tea, Mr. Crouch? Percy stammered, visibly excited, as he greatly admired this wizard, a sentiment known to all in their circle. Oh, thank you. Crouch seemed to forget his surname. Casting a discreet glance at their banner, reading Wesby, Evgid stifled a laugh, her face contorting, while Fred and George nearly spilled their teacups. And Percy's ears turned crimson as he lowered his head, pretending to be preoccupied. After a sumptuous lunch, Evgid decided to take a nap, while Snape was reluctantly dragged by Mr. Weasley and the others to play cards. Harry opted to wander outside the tent, where they fortuitously encountered Dean and Seamus, gathering together to chat until the sun began to set. The evening atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Evgid finally emerged from her tent, curiously watching the vendors who had apparat nearby. I have placed everything you need in the box at your tent entrance. Snape materialized behind her unexpectedly. Evgid retrieved a panoramic telescope from the box. You don't want it, Severus? I do not require it. Evgid, unconvinced, waved her hand and procured a set for him as well, tucking a small Irish flag into the front pocket of his coat. Look at Snape, Black remarked with a tone of mischief, like a bat with a flag stuck to it. The next moment, the cards in his hand flew away, the culprit trailing further away with Evgid. Hey, Black exclaimed in discontent, glancing at the recently arrived Lupin. Look at him. Spare us, Sirius. They followed the brightly illuminated path, mingling with the crowd towards the other side of the woods. Snape, contemplating lifting Evgid to prevent mud from splattering on her trousers, looked down to find she had grown quite tall. First-class ticket, your suite is beside the Ministry of Magic, the witch at the entrance remarked. Please take this corridor to the top floor. That suite could only be reserved by the elite of the business world, and it was fortunate for Lucius. Otherwise, with this amount of money, it would indeed be unattainable. Draco arrived with his parents at that moment, appearing excited, yet maintaining noble decorum as he politely shook Evgid's hand. Good evening, Evgid. Narcissa still held a fondness for her, informing them of their suite next to the Ministry of Magic, wishing them an enjoyable match. Fudge soon arrived, drawn by the scent, as he exchanged pleasantries with Lucius. He glanced at the approaching Weasley family and Evgid. Lucius recently donated a substantial sum to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. This is my esteemed guest, Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. Lucius, for once, refrained from mocking him. As they settled the children here and turned towards the ministry suite, Fudge's gaze lingered on Evgid. He remembered her being awarded the first-class Order of Merlin over a decade ago, and according to Dumbledore, she had indeed received it. A plump witch entered the suite. Interrupting, excuse me, she lifted her notebook. Which gentleman or lady reserved this suite? I require a signature for confirmation. Evgid stood, took the pen from her hand, and signed her name. Black, entering behind her, appeared utterly astonished. You paid for the suite entirely on your own? Indeed, Evgid replied, returning to her seat. Fudge's expression soured, for Black had previously assaulted ministry officials and had escaped from prison multiple times. Sharing a suite with such a person was quite unacceptable to him. However, out of courtesy, he offered a greeting before exiting the suite. It appears that only Percy has ventured to the box at the Ministry of Magic, as he indeed requires contact with the high-ranking officials he wishes to engage with. However, they are of no concern, for Draco has discovered that the view here is absolutely magnificent. This perspective, from above, allows them to behold the entirety of the pitch, with many spectators gradually taking their seats, resembling tiny inhabitants of a miniature world from a distance. The Quaffle's hoops appear to align perfectly with their box, while to the right, a colossal blackboard-like screen displays a variety of advertisements. Ron is still engrossed in examining his panoramic telescope. Bill and Charlie continually express their gratitude to Evie for securing such a splendidly positioned box. It's nothing, sir, she replies. What did the vendor say? Ron inquires of Hermione, seeking to understand its usage. You can replay footage, use slow motion, and it swiftly generates match analyses, which is quite useful. Remarkably useful, George exclaims, having just borrowed Harry's, asserting there is nothing more delightful than this device. What? Evie asks, picking up her own telescope. Hey, Fred snatches the telescope from his twin. We can replay an old man picking his nose, even in slow motion. Evie silently sets down her telescope, fully aware that these two would not be watching anything of merit. Chapter 136, The Cheerleaders. Shortly thereafter, a resounding voice booms. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. A thunderous cheer and applause erupt, countless small flags wave wildly, and various national anthems fill the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Snape sits quietly in his seat, feeling little resonance with the spectacle, though it appears to be somewhat captivating. Beside him, a girl waves an Irish flag, which sings the national anthem, sounding rather peculiar. At this moment, The advertisement board changes content, displaying Bulgaria 0, Ireland 0, now. Allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. It is the cheerleaders. Evie Good exclaims, wishing she could see how stunning they truly are. What are the cheerleaders? Harry wonders, but he soon finds his answer. 100 cheerleaders glide onto the field, all women, and among the most beautiful he has ever encountered. They are so breathtakingly lovely that they seem almost unreal. Evie Good stifles a laugh at Ron and the others, who are nearly leaning out of their seats in a comical manner, but suddenly remembers Snape's presence and quickly turns to him, only to find his expression vacant, almost dazed. How could she forget that he is exceptionally skilled at mental occlusion? A misstep. What are you looking at? Snape taps her on the forehead, not sparing a glance at the cheerleaders dancing below. I have no desire to behold such trivial, unnutritious entertainment. Evie Good feels her face flush with embarrassment, hastily turning her head elsewhere, only to discover Ron nearly toppling from his seat, his eyes filled with the sight of cheerleaders. She delivers a sharp slap to his head. Steady now, you're about to fall. The slap jolts Ron back to reality, and he finally realizes he is on the verge of falling, hastily retracting himself. Just then, the music concludes, and the cheerleaders exit the field. For some reason, Harry finds himself inclined to support the Bulgarian team, as if everyone around him is irate at their departure. Such is the power of the cheerleaders. Evie Good marvels, delivering another light smack to Ron, who has begun to absent-mindedly tug at his shamrock. Look at you all, and you too. Harry, can you not behave normally? Next, the mascot of the Irish national team makes its entrance in an extraordinarily entertaining manner, resembling a fireworks display. A gigantic, shimmering shamrock composed of Irish leprechauns ascends into the air, followed by a shower of gold coins cascading down. Upon closer inspection, they do indeed resemble galleons. Pansy carefully identifies them without succumbing to the frenzy of the crowd, as do Draco, Snape, and Evie Good. Indeed, Evie Good picks one up, noting that it is leprechaun gold, which typically bears no discernible differences to the naked eye and will vanish shortly. She decides to discreetly warn the Weasley twins, glancing at them. If you win your bets, someone might try to pass off leprechaun gold to you. Remember to authenticate it. The Weasley twins nod solemnly, recalling Evie Good's earlier words when they had placed their bets. The Bulgarian Quidditch national team. First to enter is Dimitrov. A broomstick zooms by so swiftly that only a blur remains visible, revealing a man clad in red. Zograf, Volkov, and finally Krum. This is the one I told you about, Ron exclaims, excitedly raising his telescope, a truly gifted seeker. The young man possesses thick, dark eyebrows, a robust physique, and a piercing gaze akin to a hawk poised for flight. It is hard to believe he is merely 18 years old. Next, the Irish Quidditch national team makes its entrance. Connolly, Moran, and lastly, Quigley. The crowd transforms into a rolling sea of green, with many spectators cheering enthusiastically for them. All are mounted on the latest Firebolt model, their jerseys embroidered with their respective names in silver thread. As the Bludgers, Quaffles, and the Golden Snitch are released, the match officially commences. Evie Good fails to spot the Golden Snitch, its speed seemingly surpassing that of their school matches. Snape ponders for a moment before deciding to observe with the panoramic telescope. This is astonishingly fast. Draco has long forgotten any semblance of decorum, surrounded by familiar friends. Look at that flawless hawk head attack formation. This is undoubtedly the most intense and exhilarating Quidditch match they have ever witnessed, with everyone moving at an extraordinary speed, making it nearly impossible to discern their paths without slow motion. At times, bagmen can only manage to announce their names. 10-0, Ireland leads. The cheers of many resonate, causing Evie's eardrums to ache slightly, yet she must concede that this is indeed a promising start. The Irish chasers are undoubtedly top tier, their teamwork seamless. Evie Good imagines that if Wood were present, he would be more excited than anyone else in attendance. As Ireland scores their 30th point, Bulgaria manages to score as well. Plug your ears. Black warns them. The cheerleaders are about to dance in celebration. As the score reaches 130-10, the match intensifies, becoming increasingly fierce and ruthless. The Bulgarian keeper fouls the Irish team. The leprechauns in the air form the letters ha, ha, ha. The cheerleaders appear quite irate, and they commence their dancing once more. Oh, for goodness sake, Pansy jeers at them, and soon everyone notices that the Quidditch referee seems to be somewhat affected. Hassan Mustafa lands before them, showcasing his muscles as if he were a contestant in a bodybuilding competition, attempting to capture the cheerleaders' attention. Ah, ha! The crowd bursts into uncontrollable laughter, keenly observing the referee's foolish antics, and even Bagman seems to find it amusing. This simply won't do, Bagman declares. Someone must go up and give him a slap. A medical staff member plugs his ears and approaches, kicking him. The hapless referee finally reacts, appearing exceedingly embarrassed, and Evie Good can almost empathize with his desire to vanish. Why doesn't he use mental occlusion? Evie Good asks Snape, who seems to have developed some interest in the match, retracting his gaze. That is advanced magic. Not everyone possesses that ability. Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance at the squabbling Vila, asserting that many would be beguiled by beauty. For sometimes the eyes can be more deceptive than anything else. Chapter 137, The Dark Mark. The score disparity was utterly vast, resulting in an intensely fierce competition that far surpassed the previous infractions committed by the Slytherin captain. Both teams' chasers swung their bats with reckless abandon, indifferent to whether they were striking a player or the ball, which led to yet another foul by the Bulgarian team. The house elves appeared to express their grievances about the repeated fouls with a rather crude gesture. The Vila, too, looked exceedingly enraged, their faces elongating into avian forms, with scaly wings sprouting from their shoulders. "My Merlin!" Ron exclaimed in shock. "You are absolutely right," said Ivy Good to Snape. "Sometimes one must discard their eyes to truly perceive the truth." Snape merely acknowledged her with a soft hum before returning his attention to the match. Moran of the Irish team scored again, and Harry cheered, but the predominant sound was the furious outcry of the Bulgarians, for the score was absurdly lopsided. Crumb was struck in the face by the quaffle, prompting a gasp from Ivy Good. It appeared quite painful, and Harry and Ron noticed, exchanging worried glances, puzzled as to why the referee had not blown the whistle. "His broomstick's tail has been ignited by a Vila's flame," Draco remarked, peering through his binoculars. Indeed, this distraction hindered his focus, and they could hardly blame him. "We need a timeout. This match cannot continue," Hermione shouted. However, the tide of the game shifted rapidly as Crumb suddenly dove downward, simultaneously with Lindsay. Harry found it hard to fathom how this boy was unaffected by the blood streaming down his face as he hurtled toward the golden snitch. "Vertical descent," Hermione screamed. "They will surely crash to the ground." "No," Ron shouted, craning his neck to see. "Lindsay can handle it. He is too high up," Charlie added. Crumb, indeed, did not plummet to the earth. He seized the golden snitch while Lindsay crashed heavily to the ground. The snitch was captured by Crumb. He had truly caught it. And Harry stood there, agape, before glancing at the scoreboard, which read 170, 160. Ireland had won. "You are simply incredible, Ivy Good," Hermione exclaimed, shaking her vigorously, to which Ivy Good raised an eyebrow in response. The Irish flag waved in the stadium, accompanied by national anthems from all directions, while house elves showered gold coins from above, though none of them bothered to collect any this time. The golden trophy was presented to Fudge, followed by a rousing speech and the exit of both teams, with countless telescopes trained upon them, offering thunderous applause and cheers for their spectacular performances. At that moment, Bagman approached, seemingly hesitant, before speaking in a hoarse voice. "What a surprise. Well, I wager this match will be talked about for many years. How much should I give you?" "Slow down," Ivy Good waved her hand, stepping on George's foot to prevent him from moving forward. "We can tally it up later at Gringotts. My galleons are not to be trifled with." She certainly did not trust this man, for in the original narrative, he had duped George and Fred with house elf gold. The match concluded with an air of lingering excitement as everyone returned to their tents. Ivy Good felt remarkably alert, devoid of any fatigue, and she sipped her coffee while sitting in a clearing with Snape. As night deepened, a sudden commotion erupted, prompting Ivy Good to spring up and peer in the direction of the disturbance. A crowd was moving through the camp, it appeared to be. A silver serpent darted in front of her, and Ivy Good was startled to hear it speak. "Death Eaters, we are among them. Disperse the crowd, find Draco." It was Lucius S. Patronus. Ivy Good resolved to seek Draco immediately, but Snape positioned himself in her path, speaking in a calm tone, though she sensed his anger. "I will find him, you wake them." They both moved in unison, and Ivy Good raised her wand, casting several loud, explosive fireworks to alert everyone to the situation. She swiftly opened the tent marked Weasley. "Get up, all of you. Emergency, retreat to the woods." Harry and the others groggily opened their eyes, while Mr. Weasley remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Ivy Good pulled him aside and whispered, "A multitude of Death Eaters is here. We must leave quickly." This revelation jolted him awake. Urging everyone to rise, Ivy Good dashed outside to assist the ministry personnel in managing the chaos. She extinguished the flames that had just begun to spread, rescuing a poor Muggle family before they were captured, casting a disillusionment charm to place them in a safe corner. Everyone to the woods now. Lupin had also awakened, illuminating the dark surroundings with magic to guide everyone toward the woods. Harry and the others were commanded to flee to the woods, while Ivy Good chose to remain behind. At that moment, a silver serpent appeared before them, revealing Snape's voice. "Find Draco, all is well." Just as they believed everything was under control, a truly terrifying event transpired. Someone was chanting a spell. "Revenge of the dead." A massive green light shot up to the treetops, suddenly revealing an enormous skull in the sky, with a serpent emerging from its mouth like a tongue. It ascended higher, illuminating the entire area. Lupin looked on in shock at the symbol. Memories pulling him back to years past, the fearsome emblem of Voldemort. I knew Azkaban was definitely a problem, absolutely. Ivy Good's rage reached its zenith. For this signified that a far graver confrontation was imminent, confirming that the Centaur's prophecy had been entirely accurate, and that everyone would soon face a magical world akin to that of over a decade ago. Sirius rushed about frantically, checking for injuries, urging everyone to evacuate carefully. Damn it, who would have thought such a commotion would erupt on World Cup Day? At that moment, Hermione and Pansy ran over, trembling with anger. Ivygood, can you imagine? Someone is blaming house elves, insisting she is responsible. It's utterly deplorable. Oh dear, try not to be too upset, Ivygood hastily consoled her. What is the situation on your end? So far, nothing dangerous has occurred, Pansy replied, gasping for breath before continuing. We found Draco. He should be safe now. Thank goodness everyone is all right. The situation was brought under control, and those masked individuals vanished with a discreet apparition upon seeing the dark mark. Seemingly, no one managed to apprehend them. Harry and the others returned shortly, and Ivygood cast spells to heal their wounds, as everyone nervously recounted the events of the night. Draco sat quietly to the side, appearing profoundly shaken. Just then, a loud explosion resounded overhead, and Snape stood before them, brushing ash from his sleeve. Chapter 138, The Mirror of Heiress. What was that thing? That skull? Ron asked, observing the palpable anxiety among the crowd. Why is everyone so frightened? Lupin settled down on the other side, reigniting the campfire in front of them. That is Voldemort's symbol, he stated, and at the utterance of those 3 words, nearly everyone present shuddered. I'm sorry, we haven't seen it in 13 years. Every time the Dark Lord and his followers committed murder, they would display that skull in the sky. The fear he instilled is beyond your imagination, Ron, Mr. Weasley remarked, pouring Ginny a glass of water and patting her reassuringly. If one day you see that thing hovering in your home's sky, you will comprehend what you are about to witness. No one wished to witness it, and Black 2 took a seat, seemingly lost in the memories of a bygone era. A time that could be described as the very embodiment of everyone's deepest fears over a mere cup of warm water. Will Voldemort return? Eve Good foolishly inquired of the man standing beside her. Snape fell silent for a moment before finally placing his hand atop her head. At least that is what Dumbledore and I believe. They gazed toward the distant horizon, where the turmoil had persisted for quite some time, and a faint light of dawn began to shimmer, heralding the approaching day. Mr. Weasley resolved to set off home immediately, lest Mrs. Weasley become frantic with worry. After contacting Dumbledore via the two-way mirror, Snape decided to seek him out, with Eve Good expressing her desire to accompany him. Before long, they found themselves traversing the stairs of Hogwarts. Snape was the first to open the door, and Eve Good beheld the elderly man scrutinizing the mirror of Heiress before him. Care to take a look, Eve Good? Dumbledore asked, seemingly unhurried to discuss the events of the day. He stepped aside, allowing her a chance to gaze into the mirror. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, she approached nonetheless. What appeared was a scene identical to that of the Christmas of her first year, with only one notable difference. Am I truly within it? Eve Good stared, astonished, at the girl before her, certain that it was indeed herself, with white strands cascading down and those striking blue eyes. She attempted to raise her right hand, and the reflection mirrored her gesture. You can see yourself, Dumbledore remarked, moving behind her. I have long wished for you to gaze into it, though it only occurred to me now. Why? Eve Good inquired, her gaze returning to her reflection, where she undeniably existed. You must understand, this is a rather subtle transformation. Dumbledore indicated for Snape to sit to the side before offering a smile. The mirror of Heiress reveals 2 types of individuals. Those who cannot see themselves, unable to ascertain their own existence, and thus, they cannot be reflected in the mirror. The other type? The other type believes they possess no sense of belonging. They feel they do not belong here, nor anywhere else. Neither to the past, nor to the future. Eve Good paused, turning her gaze toward the elder. I do not believe you are incapable of recognizing your own child, Dumbledore stated, his spectacles glinting in the candlelight. Hence, I lean toward the latter. You have developed a sense of belonging here, where you can genuinely acknowledge yourself. As for what that is, you must inquire within. Now, shall we discuss the matter of the World Cup? Dumbledore concluded, having listened intently throughout. He set down his tea thoughtfully. It truly astonishes me that Lucius would go so far. Very well, I suppose I must contemplate this. However, I must first allow you to see this. Singing off key? Eve Good received the newspaper, discovering the front page reporting on today's World Cup attack. How did Rita Skeeter manage to be there for the report? It's quite unbelievable. Her article was overly rigid. She had lost her touch somewhere along the way. The elder continued sipping his tea. Thus, the Daily Prophet has rescinded her status as a special correspondent. But her writing has become more authentic, has it not? Snape remarked calmly. A newspaper devoid of readership will inevitably be consigned to oblivion. I had anticipated this outcome for her. Articles that fail to garner attention are seldom acknowledged by certain individuals. This one, however, is quite forthright. The girl read the text detailing insufficient security yet appropriate handling. With no casualties reported, Snape said nothing more, his displeasure evident as he absently stroked the left pocket, where a blue rose hairpin was concealed. He was experiencing a heightened state of agitation today, yet he admonished himself not to display any signs of abnormality. It appeared Black still had some utility. Managing to procure valuable intelligence, he resolved to express his sentiments the night following the World Cup's conclusion. The match ended swiftly, yielding a result that satisfied him. And the girl seemed to be in high spirits, leading him to believe that soon he would. Remarkably, someone had the audacity to disrupt his plans the very next morning. Before him stood the insufferable Lockhart, accompanied by a group of conspicuously clad Death Eaters. He was well aware of Eve Good's obligation to protect Draco as per Lucius's directive, yet such a perilous task was one he would never permit her to undertake. Thus, he decided to handle it personally. By sheer coincidence, the child had already come to terms with the fact that his parents were Death Eaters, for when he arrived, he found himself surrounded by several cloaked figures, seemingly engaged in deliberation. He would not harm Draco, yet that did not imply. A flash of red light cut through the air, as someone was struck by the curse and fell to the ground. Others bore wounds from sharp implements. And some attempted to flee, only to be felled moments later. Snape forcefully stomped down on a Death Eater attempting to crawl away, towering over Draco, who found him particularly intimidating, as if he were to be subjected to the same curse in the next instant. Draco Malfoy, he commanded in a chilling tone. Follow Potter to our camp. Is that clear? Draco, terrified, retreated repeatedly, nodding hastily before heading in another direction. Behind him, cries and moans echoed. Yet he dared not look back. Once Draco had departed, Snape unleashed a torrent of flames upon the remaining Death Eaters, watching as the fire spread before retracting it to prevent igniting the entire forest. He gathered his cloak, silently observing as they turned to ash, granting a swift end to those still clinging to life. Simply courting death, he mused. Chapter 139, A Blast from the Past. Since that tumultuous uprising of the Death Eaters, time seemed to accelerate. Eve Good frequently convened with Snape and the other professors to deliberate matters, yet clarity eluded them. As it appeared, every issue ultimately circled back to the Ministry of Magic. The sole source of joy for Eve Good lay in her betting activities. As money flowed in abundance, nearly filling their family's vault, despite Bagman appearing less than pleased, Snape had grown more irritable than ever. Though only a select few were privy to the reasons behind it, even Black now tread carefully around him, hesitant to provoke him, as if only the white-haired girl seated beside him could temper his volatility. Next semester may bring you know what, Snape remarked, assessing the items Eve required for school. Is your dress robe ready? I adore the one you gifted me, she replied. Snape paused momentarily, his expression unchanged. Yet Eve Good felt certain there was a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Everything is in order this time. It seems you 1T need to return midway to retrieve anything, Mississippi. The day they departed for Hogwarts was dismal, marked by a persistent drizzle. Snape tucked away his umbrella as he led her toward the station, where they directly entered platform 9 3/4. This time, Snape intended to arrive at school early, so he sought a concealed spot to disapparate away. Draco had already secured a compartment for her, and they decided to sit together. Have you heard? Draco exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The Triwizard Tournament. I know, Eve Good replied, pinching the chubby face of Pigwidgeon, who gently pecked her in return. What? Ron, still miffed about his second-hand dress robe, finally lifted his head. What? The Triwizard Tournament, Draco answered, puzzled. Didn't your father and brother tell you? This year our school has changed its regulations. It's been over a century since such events were held. Moreover, this time it will take place at Hogwarts. Pansy chimed in, equally exhilarated. Just think, students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will also attend. Sorry, Harry interjected, but Beauxbatons and Durmstrang are? Certainly. They are the other two magical schools, Harry, Hermione replied, closing the book she had been reading. The Magical World isn't limited to just one school. Ron's excitement surged as he swiftly dismissed his previous grievances regarding his second-hand robe, and the group animatedly discussed the news all the way. All magical schools are concealed from the eyes of Muggles, appearing to them merely as unremarkable ruins or something similar. Nonsense, Ron interjected. How could they possibly hide such a grand castle? By means of enchantment, explained Evegood, or perhaps through the use of the Muggle-repelling charm. Should they wish to keep it hidden from foreign wizards, they can also ensure that it remains unmarked on maps, thus preventing outsiders from discovering it? I don't know. Ron replied candidly. Anyone who has read Hogwarts, a history should be aware of this. Hermione and Eve Good chimed in almost simultaneously. Huh, Draco remarked. It seems that only the two of you have done any reading. As they disembarked, the rain poured down in torrents, accompanied by claps of thunder. Eve Good drew her wand and cast a spell, transforming it into a marvelous umbrella, leaving her the only one unsoaked. Had I known, I would have learned that spell too. Hermione exclaimed breathlessly. This was not the end of their troubles. Upon entering the Great Hall, they encountered Peeves playing with water balloons, nearly drenching them all. Eve Good adeptly used her umbrella to shield herself from a few splashes. All right, I suppose we can proceed now. Following the sorting hat ceremony, as customary, they were briefed on the new term's matters, all craning their necks in hopes of hearing what they yearned for. In the coming months, we shall have the distinct honor of hosting a most splendid event. I am delighted to announce. The Triwizard Tournament will take place here at Hogwarts this year. What? George Weasley exclaimed loudly, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. This is true, right? Fred Weasley shouted. Indeed, gentlemen, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Now, please allow me to introduce this exhilarating event. Of course, those who have prior knowledge may choose to remain silent. The Triwizard Tournament, steeped in history, represents a friendly competition between the three largest magical schools in Europe, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Evegood muttered under her breath. Oh, whose ex-husband's school is that again? What? Pansy wondered if she had misheard. Nothing, you misheard, came the swift reply. Each school will select a champion, and these 3 champions will compete in 3 magical tasks. This tournament is held once every 5 years, with the 3 schools taking turns as hosts. However, it was eventually suspended due to the excessive loss of life. Daphne, seated nearby, gasped. Yet, it appeared that many were fervently discussing the tournament. I understand everyone's excitement. However, it has been agreed upon by both the school and the Ministry of Magic that an age limit will be imposed on this year's competitors. Only students who are 17 years of age or older may enter. An uproar of angry protests erupted, with the Weasley twins shouting, "What a ridiculous rule!" Dumbledore had to raise his voice slightly. This measure is quite necessary, as the tasks are exceedingly arduous and perilous. Regardless of the precautions we take, students below the 6th and 7th years would be ill-equipped to handle them. I think Evegood is an exception, someone remarked. I think so too, Draco added. Me? I think I'll pass. She shook her head. That thing is far too dangerous. By the time they finished their meal, nearly everyone was still buzzing about this thrilling news. They won't arrive until October. I can hardly wait until tomorrow. Why impose such a ridiculous age limit? George lamented. I feel like our lives could use a bit more adventure. Right, Fred? Absolutely. His twin agreed, exchanging knowing glances, causing Evegood to suspect they were concocting yet another scheme. The following day, the rain outside the castle finally ceased. To Evegood's delight, all classes except care of magical creatures were indoors. However, her enthusiasm waned as she glared at the blast-ended Scroots in Hagrid's box. How hideous, she finally managed to utter after much hesitation. Particularly so, Pansy concurred, stepping back silently. Disgusting, Lavender offered a rather objective assessment. Indeed, they were not particularly lovely creatures, writhing atop each other while emitting an overwhelmingly foul odor reminiscent of rotten fish and shrimp. I would rather be kicked by a hippogriff. So would I, Harry agreed. Chapter 140. The 3 Unforgivable Curses. Evegood decided to remain idle, as she could not bring herself to retrieve that slippery toad's liver, nor could Pansy. At last, this lesson concluded amidst a chorus of wails, and they had to attend divination class. Although Evegood had completed her OWLs, she found the occasional ramblings rather amusing. In truth, she often dozed during divination class. Professor Trelawney's speaking cadence was particularly conducive to sleep, though sometimes her utterances left much to be desired. My dear, I must tell you, you were clearly born under the ominous influence of Saturn. Evegood listened impassively as she continued her nonsensical chatter. Your white hair and slender frame suggest a tragic loss of parents. I dare say you were born in the summer? Correct, Evegood replied earnestly, if January is considered summer. Daphne and Pansy erupted in laughter on either side of her, and, in fact, a significant portion of the classroom was stifling their giggles. Subsequently, each student received a complex circular chart, on which they were to record the planetary positions at their time of birth. Evegood had always found this somewhat intriguing and perked up to doodle on her chart. How did I end up with 3 Plutos? Daphne exclaimed, glancing at Pansy and Evegood. This is definitely a mistake, right? Oh dear, Pansy mimicked Professor Trelawney with a low voice. When 3 Plutos appear in the sky, it heralds the birth of a pure-blood heiress, Daphne. Perhaps even in that summer of January, Evegood whispered back. Those nearby began to chuckle. Unfortunately, it seemed that these remarks caught Professor Trelawney's ear as she assigned a hefty amount of homework, causing some Slytherin boys to roll their eyes in exasperation. Thank goodness I passed my exam. Evegood stuck out her tongue, relieved to be exempt from the assignment. Hey, Pansy protested indignantly. The other classes over the past few days had been quite pleasant. Evegood often audited the sixth-year lessons. And she had even witnessed George's legendary incident of burning 3 cauldrons in one class. It was evident that George was itching to laugh. But Snape mercilessly penalized him with detention, thereby transferring the mirth to Fred and Evegood, who shared secret smiles across the room at George's misfortune. You too, George grumbled. Gryffindor loses 2 points. Evegood's grin widened as she continued to stir her potion. Snape paused beside her to advise her on how to grind the mistletoe berries more efficiently. It's just part of the game, Fred remarked, casting a knowing glance at a few Gryffindor classmates, who promptly understood the cue. Hogwarts one and only bat-bogey hex specialist. I have no objections, George replied as he set up another cauldron. Evegood had long been aware of Lupin's intention to enlighten them about the unforgivable curses, as tensions had begun to rise inexplicably, especially following the turbulence of the World Cup, which had intensified the search for Death Eaters. It was rumored that traces of fiend fire had been spotted in the woods during the Cup, though whether anyone had been harmed remained uncertain. I do hope the ones harmed are those Death Eaters. Evegood set down her newspaper. Snape remarked, Humph. I must inform you of these matters. For they had never known Lupin to be so grave. During the war over a decade ago, these curses were responsible for countless deaths. I must make you aware of their dangers. Now, who can tell me what those curses are? Hermione was called upon. The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Killing Curse. Excellent. Lupin gestured for her to take a seat, then, with an air of solemnity, surveyed the entire class. I believe mere admonitions will not suffice to convey the true horror of these creatures, which is why I borrowed a blast-ended script from Hagrid. It's rather unfortunate for it, Ron remarked. This is the very creature that burned Dean's hand, Lupin clarified. I dare say you chose exceedingly well, Dean replied, visibly pleased. Let us first experiment with the soul-binding curse, Lupin announced, uttering the incantation, soul depart. The blast-ended script began to writhe, as if engaged in some peculiar dance. And its appearance was rather grotesque. Evegood felt it prudent to avert her gaze. I can compel it to do my bidding. And you must understand that this is not a jest, Lupin said calmly, causing some laughter to subside. If I were to cast it upon any one of you present, you too would find yourselves akin to it. I could command you to leap from the highest tower or to act violently against your closest friends, or even compel you to perform actions far more incomprehensible. The classroom fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the writhing script. Nevertheless, this malevolent curse can be resisted, though not everyone possesses the skill to do so. Hence it is imperative that you all strive to avoid being struck by it. Next, we shall explore the Cruciatus Curse. Lupin cast a sidelong glance at Neville, who appeared particularly apprehensive. I shan't demonstrate this one, he continued, noticing Neville's pallor briefly brighten. However, I must convey its terror. I sought Professor Snape's guidance to learn how to present it effectively. Evegood interjected, trendy Lupin. Perhaps it should be trendy Snape. Pansy chimed in. They watched a video depicting a spider on the brink of death, having been subjected to the Cruciatus Curse. Evegood felt it bore a striking resemblance to Quirrell, cursed by Snape. Neville's flushed face once again turned ashen, memories flickering across his mind, just as Lupin switched off the footage. A truly wicked and shameless curse, Lupin stated, his expression devoid of mirth. This is a technique commonly employed by Death Eaters to inflict torment. Those struck by this curse endure excruciating pain. Some may even descend into madness. And it can be fatal. Draco shifted restlessly, glancing at Evegood, who offered a reassuring pat on his hand. And lastly, we arrive at the Killing Curse. Lupin paused significantly after uttering this phrase. The class enveloped in a stillness so profound that even their breaths seemed audible. This curse is insurmountable. There exists no counter-curse. I believe that, thus far, only 2 individuals in the wizarding world have survived its direct application, and only one is widely known, Harry. The identity of the other remains a mystery to nearly all. Harry, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, lowered his head to examine the desk as if it held some profound significance. And both of these individuals are among us, though I cannot speak of it openly. Whispers erupted throughout the room, as the students appeared eager to discuss the implications. Yet, Evegood remained expressionless, absently toying with a moonstone she had retrieved from her pocket. Lupin tossed the blast-ended script into a nearby box and produced another creature contained within a bottle, revealing it to the class. This is a muggle creature that Miss Evegood specifically introduced to me. She informed me that it is indeed a pest. So I deemed it fitting to showcase it for you all as a demonstration of the final curse. Pansy leaned closer to inquire. What is that? Oh, that? The girl replied languidly. Is simply an ordinary cockroach. Chapter 141, Bows, Batons, and Durmstrang. The witches and wizards present, familiar with such creatures, erupted in applause, particularly Hermione. I advocate for its immediate extermination. You cannot imagine how bothersome these creatures truly are. Dean exclaimed. My mother's storeroom is rife with them, Merlin above. You've underestimated the quantity, Professor Lupin. The Muggle world is teeming with such marvelous species, Ron remarked, craning his neck to glimpse the cockroach, only to be forcibly pushed back by Harry. Avada Kedavra! A fierce green light shot forth towards the cockroach, which lay lifeless in the bottle. Devoid of even a single mark upon its body, the swiftness of it all was staggering. They stared in shock at the insect's remains. And as Harry recalled that his parents had perished due to this very curse, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He glanced towards Ifgud, who maintained her inscrutable expression. However, this curse requires an immense reservoir of magical power to wield. I would surmise that of all present, only one among you possesses the capability to cast it. All eyes turned once more to Ifgud, who fidgeted with the ring on her finger. Now, I ask you to record all of this, Lupin instructed, tapping the blackboard. These details are of utmost importance. The sole methods of countering the killing curse are threefold. First, when it collides with an obstacle or is deflected. The classroom erupted into a flurry of rustling as students retrieved parchment and quills, diligently noting down the information. Second, to interrupt it, or to deflect it with a spell of equal power. Of course, this is a feat not many can achieve. Third, I would highly recommend this approach. Lupin paused, the room falling silent in anticipation. If you can run fast enough to avoid being hit, you may indeed evade it. A ripple of laughter coursed through the classroom, the previously tense atmosphere easing slightly. And a fourth, Ifgud interjected. If you happen to be a phoenix, sustaining a few hits is hardly an issue. Indeed, Lupin nodded, scrutinizing each student present. However, I doubt there is a single phoenix among us. If you believe yourself to be one, by all means, give it a try. Though I would not advise such a course of action. The lesson concluded on a surprisingly pleasant note, and the students began to file out. Neville was summoned to Lupin's office for a discussion, while Ifgud and her companions opted to visit the library to complete their divination assignments for the week. Let us consult our beloved peering through the mists of the future. The group of Ron and others enrolled in divination began to predict their fortunes for the upcoming month, filling their parchment with numbers and symbols and fervently calculating unknown variables. Thank goodness I no longer have to study this, Ifgud sighed, flipping open another advanced divination book and jotting down notes. You're no better than they are, Draco teased. You've been at this for quite some time. I doubt I could compute these predictions even after 30 days, she retorted. After an hour of silence, Pansy was the first to toss her quill aside. I intend to resort to the old method. The old method? Draco asked, perplexed. Fabrication, Harry replied. Write more misfortunes, Ron suggested. Emphasize your own misfortunes, Hermione concluded. Thus, the four of them began to concoct tales, although Hermione managed to record her own predictions with relative accuracy, despite her disapproval of their shortcuts. Next Monday, Harry said as he wrote, I'm bound to get into an argument with someone. Then I'll write that I might be scratched by Hermione's cat. Ron chimed in. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, giving him a light smack on the head. On Tuesday, Harry continued, I'll tumble down the moving staircase or trip over something. No way, Pansy interjected. I've already noted that for Monday and Thursday. After approximately 40 minutes, they finally filled an entire month's worth of predictions. And Ifgud took a glance at Harry's work. By your accounts, you're in for quite a streak of bad luck next month, aren't you? Ifgud remarked, genuinely impressed with their creative prowess. Harry, how on earth do you expect to fall 8 times in a month? Perhaps I should revise that, Harry mused. I'll write that I nearly drowned instead. I can hardly endure you all. To their astonishment, Professor Trelawney awarded high marks for the assignments, loudly reading them out in front of the entire class. Ifgud stifled her laughter as she listened to her recite Pansy's assignment, in which she claimed she would be handling snail slime 10 times the following month. Several weeks later, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of the representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, scheduled for 6 o'clock on the evening of Friday, October 30th. The afternoon classes concluded half an hour early. What a relief, Harry exclaimed, considering that the last class on Friday was potions. How dreadful, Ifgud countered. The castle had undergone a thorough cleaning and renovation, and Filch seemed more neurotic than usual, enforcing hygiene rules with an almost obsessive fervor. Moreover, Snape was inexplicably absent. The door to the dungeons was frequently locked, and she had rarely seen him lately. Under the pretense of seeking treatment from Fawkes, Ifgud entered Dumbledore's office, where he informed her that he had sent Snape on an errand, so his absence might be prolonged. This is just terrible, she lamented. Dumbledore smiled at her, and after Fawkes finished his song, he grasped her wrist. I haven't checked on the curse in a while. I believe it has improved significantly. Dumbledore sensed it again, retracting his hand in surprise. Your curse is gone. Gone. Eve Good was bewildered. What do you mean gone? It's been some time, Dumbledore mused. I suspect it might have resolved itself before last term's summer break. Strange indeed. However, I believe what matters is that Fawkes can now grow his tail feathers in peace, my dear. Eve Good silently withdrew her hand, which had been poised to pluck a feather for amusement. At long last, the highly anticipated day arrived. That evening, Eve Good accompanied Pansy and the others to the entrance hall, where she brushed past a dark figure. Turning to see who it was, she realized it was Snape. He had been rushing about lately. Apart from classes, he was almost impossible to find, presumably occupied with tasks assigned by Dumbledore. Yet, Eve Good felt something was amiss. Snape appeared unchanged, still deducting points from Gryffindor with the same meticulousness, his buttons fastened in perfect alignment, and he continued to shield Slytherin unconditionally. Only his presence had diminished. What's wrong? Pansy asked, noticing her hesitation. Nothing. Don't you think there's something off about Snape? Not at all, Pansy replied, casting a puzzled glance at Snape's retreating figure. Besides, didn't you ask Dumbledore? He is indeed busy with something. You're probably just overexcited, Draco chimed in, urging them. Come on, it's almost 6. Chapter 142, The Goblet of Fire. They did not have to wait long before a carriage, large as a house, soared across the sky. They stood agape as 12-winged silver-maned horses landed before the castle, followed by the descent of a formidable woman from the carriage. It was Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. After exchanging pleasantries with Dumbledore, she entered the castle, and now they awaited the representatives from Durmstrang. As Eve Good had anticipated, a great ship emerged from the whirlpool of the Black Lake. Pansy gasped upon seeing the boys, exclaiming, Merlin, they are incredibly handsome, exuding masculinity. And even more handsome, Ron exclaimed, turning to gesture excitedly at a boy. That's Krum. If you knew he was your future rival, you wouldn't say that, Eve Good replied. Yet Ron was too enthralled to heed her words, nudging Harry to look at the boy walking by. At this point, many had taken notice of Victor Krum. Does anyone have a pen? Please. Ron turned his head back and forth like a clock on a tower, while Eve Good was already prepared. If you truly want his autograph, here, she tossed him a quill. Take it. No need to be polite. As they settled into the great hall, the atmosphere became even more lively with the addition of new faces. A few girls sat at the Slytherin table, and Pansy surmised they were drawn here by Eve Good's striking white hair. Meanwhile, Draco, having honed his social skills over the years alongside his father at various events, swiftly persuaded Krum to sit with them. As he took his seat, Krum curiously glanced in Eve Good's direction. This dinner is quite lavish, Eve mused, contemplating how to discreetly reach for a plate of meat to Krum's left. Perhaps some braised meat? Of course, Pansy replied. Suddenly, a Beauxbatons girl at the neighboring table lifted her head, seemingly feeling her scarf was obstructive, and removed it. Her silver hair cascaded down, leaving Blaise momentarily speechless. Definitely Vila blood, Daphne whispered to Eve Good. I concur, Pansy nodded. When everyone had finished dining, Dumbledore introduced Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Next came the introduction of the Goblet of Fire, the impartial selector of the 3 champions. Every student wishing to compete must write their name and school on a piece of parchment, then cast it into the goblet. Dumbledore paused momentarily, then showcased the roughly carved wooden goblet, within which flickered blue and white flames. The registration will close tomorrow evening. I will place it in the entrance hall, accessible to all students wishing to enter the competition. Additionally, I must inform you that I will draw an age line around it. Anyone under 17 years of age will not be permitted to cross. At this point, the elderly wizard paused again, and Eve Good sensed his gaze directed towards the Weasley twins. I must emphasize that this tournament is exceedingly dangerous, and once chosen, the champions cannot retract their decision. Therefore, please think carefully and make your choice before placing your names in the goblet. Don't you want to give it a try, Eve? Pansy seemed particularly intrigued. I bet with your skills, you could easily outclass them all. No. Please don't flatter me. Eve Good shook her head vehemently. And I'm not even 17 yet. Simple, Draco said. If you wish, I can find an upperclassman to help you submit your name. That is quite unscrupulous, Draco. Just a joke. The following day was Saturday, and many seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement. Gathering in the entrance hall near the Goblet of Fire to see who would enter their names, Eve Good included. Oh dear, another Durmstrang student, someone remarked. How many is that today? Perhaps the 8th? Hermione continued reading her new book. Let us hope this goes smoothly, Eve Good said. She truly couldn't bear the thought of Harry being chosen. And this term had thus far appeared calm with no signs of trouble. Perhaps they wouldn't be repeating the old plot after all. Several Beauxbatons girls sequentially tossed their parchments into the goblet, causing Ron's eyes to widen. At that moment, Eve Good wished she could slap him a few times to regain his attention. Never mind. She decided to see if she could play matchmaker between Krum and Hermione instead. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, A light rain began to fall, and they remained in the hall as the surrounding flames ignited warmly. Harry felt utterly content. How absurd. Hermione is still poring over that book, Hogwarts, a history, which she has been reading for 4 years. Can you guess what happened in the 1792 tournament? I am aware that Eve Good mentioned that the warriors were to capture a monstrous creature with the body of a chicken and the tail of a serpent, which spiraled out of control and left all 3 headmasters injured. Quite the exhilarating tale. My goodness, Draco exclaimed, lifting his head in astonishment. Have you memorized the entire book? I'm not entirely familiar with everything, but I'm getting there. Please, don't learn it all, sister. Ron glanced at Hermione's book and found that the text mirrored her words exactly. Can you imagine how disheartening that is? At that moment, the Weasley twins and their good friend Lee Jordan sauntered into the hall, exuding confidence and exuberance. Eve Good knew at a glance that these 3 had undoubtedly indulged in the age-enhancing potion, a familiar ruse. Ron, you better watch closely, George exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Come on, brothers, show them what you've got. It's going to be spectacular, Lee added. Showtime, Fred shouted. Then, the twins were propelled past the age line, their chins sprouting white beards akin to the Santa Claus scene on Muggle television. Laughter erupted as everyone was amused, and the 2 looked at each other, beginning to mock one another's beards. Perhaps we should style those beards of yours. They're quite impressive, Penelope suggested. Then Angelina, the Quidditch chaser from Gryffindor, tossed her name into the cup, a tall girl with dark skin, drawing a round of applause from the crowd. As the banquet drew nearer, the excitement reached a fever pitch, with everyone eagerly anticipating which name the blue and white flames of the cup would reveal. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Applause and cheers swept across the great hall. Ron's voice could be heard from a distance, proclaiming, I knew it. There was no need to guess. The champion from Beaux Batons is Fleur Delacour. This was the girl of Vila descent who had previously sat to his right, and the crowd offered her a round of encouraging applause. Eve Good leisurely shelled a peanut, and the next champion from Hogwarts was a certainty, Cedric Diggory. She popped the peanut into her mouth, chewing while observing the many who cheered for him. Then, the flames in the goblet turned red once more, and Eve Good suddenly felt a sense of something slipping from their grasp. Dumbledore extended his hand to catch the parchment, glancing at the words before bringing it closer, as if what he read was beyond belief. It felt like an eternity before he finally spoke. Harry Potter, Chapter 143, The Fourth Champion. The first voice to break the silence was none other than Eve Good, who choked on a mouthful of peanut and began to cough violently. Dumbledore's unique gaze turned toward her, and she returned it with a look of shock and confusion. That's impossible, she exclaimed suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. Harry has been with us the entire time. He hasn't submitted his name. He hasn't even turned 17, Ron chimed in, his voice trembling as he struggled to meet the gazes of those around him. He was right beside me. He didn't enter. The previously angry expressions of the crowd shifted to bewilderment. Harry himself hadn't entered, and he was too young to cross that age line. What could this mean? There was only one possibility. Someone had thrown in a slip with Harry's name. Neville spoke loudly for the first time in front of everyone. His stutter seemingly vanished. Those who knew him looked at him in astonishment. Whispers began to ripple through the hall. With so many witnesses, there was some belief in Harry's innocence. Yet how could the Goblet of Fire have produced an extra slip without reason? Eve Good felt a chill run through her. The Halloween feast that had settled in her stomach now felt like a stone churning within her. Rather than dismiss this as a prank orchestrated by another, she found it far more plausible that an intruder had infiltrated the school. Previously, it had been Mad-Eye Moody impersonated. Who could it be this time? Who, indeed, was responsible? At the head table, Dumbledore seemed to engage in a discussion with the professors, and Professor McGonagall hurried over to whisper something to him. Harry Potter, Dumbledore finally spoke again. And at that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Please come forward. Harry rose unsteadily, like a fish out of water, nearly tripping over his robes. All eyes were upon him as he approached, their gazes filled with confusion, pity, and skepticism. Standing before Dumbledore, Harry's posture was rigid. The old man gazed into his green eyes. Go through that door, my child. Harry was unsure how he found himself stepping through the door into a small room where the other 3 chosen champions awaited him. Initially thinking he was there to relay a message. I'm sorry, but Harry stammered, and several heads turned to look at him. A flurry of footsteps approached, and a few professors entered the room. Ludo Bagman seized Harry's arm, exclaiming, This is extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, I must clarify that this young man, Harry Potter, is the 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament. The 3 champions stared at him, their expressions filled with disbelief. The door behind Harry remained ajar, allowing the voices of hundreds from the hall to spill in, making him feel a bit dizzy. Eve Good was also drawn over by Dumbledore. She stood apart, not engaging in the discussions, her blue eyes sharper than ever, as if they could pierce through anyone. Harry wouldn't he do this? Lupin was still arguing with them. And for once, Snape did not mock Harry. His gaze occasionally flicked to Harry's face, as if confirming something. Igor Karkaroff had been observing the white-haired girl beside him, aware that she was Miss Eve Good of Slytherin, who, despite largely remaining at Hogwarts in recent years, had frequently been mentioned in various circles. Even Lucius Malfoy had a decent rapport with her, and Dumbledore always remained an enigma. I believe, Albus, Karkaroff began, and Eve Good cast a fleeting glance at him. Fully aware of his past as a Death Eater, why was such an important conversation allowing an outsider to intrude? I suspect she may know more than any of us. Igor stated. Dumbledore replied firmly, and Lupin could see that Karkaroff was wary of her. Well then, I believe she should say something, Miss Good. The girl's gaze swept over the assembly, all awaiting her words. Madame Maxime placed her ornate, gem-encrusted hand on Fleur's shoulder, while Karkaroff wore a cold smile. A Death Eater has infiltrated. This statement struck like thunder, and Karkaroff's smile stiffened, while the tall woman's expression shifted rapidly, as if she believed she was speaking nonsense. We do not yet know who, but the likelihood is high, Eve Good continued, feeling an odd gaze upon her, but unable to find its source. The conversation ended on an unpleasant note, with some believing she was merely babbling. Dumbledore decided to dismiss the assembly, arranging for a few prefects to escort the other school's students to their dormitories. Hermione and the others spotted Eve Good emerging with the professors and hurried over, but Eve shook her head, equally perplexed by the events that had unfolded. You know whose name it was, don't you? Hermione asked, looking anxious. She had been emphasizing how perilous this tournament was over the past few days and believed that none among them would be foolish enough to submit their name. I don't know, Eve replied, uncertain. They waited until most of the students had dispersed before walking out of the hall alongside several Hogwarts professors. I must say, it seems to me that someone has cast a rather potent confundus charm upon the Goblet of Fire, Lupin began, prompting the group to slow their pace and listen to his analysis. Snape, who had been leading the way, was compelled to halt and hear him out. It's far too perilous, Hermione exclaimed almost in a shriek. Harry will be in grave danger. Must he truly participate in this tournament, Professor Dumbledore? He hasn't yet reached 17. Regrettably. Miss Granger, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. This is a long-standing rule, and we must adhere to it. Harry must compete. Harry felt his head spinning even more. He couldn't shake the notion that he was dreaming, perhaps due to having overeaten that evening. And the other three competitors appear formidable as well, Pansy remarked, Diggory, Crumb, and Fleur. And only Fleur is a girl. Draco chimed in. I've heard she is quite a powerful witch. Indeed, Ron added, and she's rather lovely too. He observed Hermione's expression, which suggested she was ready to kick him. Her grandmother was a Vila, Professor McGonagall explained with a smile, and she has certainly inherited those traits. She is indeed a beautiful child. Madame Maxime is quite proud of her. Speaking of Vila, Ivy Good was reminded of the group of them at the Quidditch World Cup, which had utterly captivated Ron. The thought made her chuckle. Oh dear. The one who was completely unresponsive back then was Snape. Look at how well his occlumency worked against those Vila. Ivy Good suddenly halted, causing the individuals behind her to inadvertently bump into her. I figured it out, Ivy Good declared, lifting her head abruptly, realizing what was amiss. Sometimes, the eyes can be more deceptive than anything else, so I must cast them aside and perceive with my heart. She turned to face Snape, who remained as expressionless as ever, yet undeniably lacking something vital. His eyes continued to exude the same coldness, failing to elicit even the slightest ripple of emotion in anyone he gazed upon. When he looked at Ivy Good, his expression had become even more rigid than before. The hurried exits after each class over the past few weeks, the locked cellar, and even the long-forgotten goodnight kiss. When she first noticed all of this, she had assumed he was merely busy, especially since Percy had mentioned that Snape had been out daily, not to be seen. Now, however, Ivy Good sensed that something was dreadfully wrong, and she felt on the verge of collapsing. Gabriel suddenly sprang forth, transforming into a massive python that constricted the man tightly. Ivy Good swiftly snatched away his wand. They had never seen her like this, as if she radiated a kind of flame, cold yet fervently burning. Now tell me. She exerted all her strength, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen, causing the man to spit blood. Where is Severus? Where is he? Everyone was taken aback by this transformation. Ivy Good now appeared terrifying, her sea blue eyes morphing into serpentine slits, and her wand-holding arm trembled slightly. Is domestic violence occurring? Ron remarked, still trying to grasp the situation. I said, you fool, Wesley. Hermione shot back, nudging him. Ivy Good slowly raised her head, scrutinizing the surrounding crowd. Those whom her gaze passed over involuntarily shivered. She seemed outwardly composed, yet those who knew her recognized this as a precursor to her fury. As dark tendrils began to coalesce around her. Get the Veritaserum, Someone hurry. An unknown voice called out as they dashed away. Professor McGonagall looked on in astonishment at the transformation, while Dumbledore quietly withdrew his hand, which had been poised to intervene. The Veritasrum was soon procured, but Ivy Good had no intention of touching the vile substance. She kicked him again in the stomach, and at the moment he opened his mouth, she forced the entire vial down his throat, shards of glass accompanying the potion. Enjoy the taste of glass, you beast. She was utterly unhinged now, and no one dared approach her. Gabriel's fangs were poised, ready to strike at the man's neck. Tell me, Severus Snape, where is he now? As the man emitted a tortured, gasping sound, his mouth foaming with blood, his face began to contort, transforming into something unrecognizable, a precursor to the polyjuice potion's expiration. Down in the cellar, there's a hidden room, he finally gasped. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on the man's face, accompanied by the sound of teeth shattering. Everyone swallowed hard, as if the one being struck was themselves. Keep a close watch on him, Gabriel. Do not let go, Ivy Good commanded, before sprinting towards the staircase. They stood frozen in place, observing as the man's visage morphed into that of someone they did not recognize. Yet those professors present were evidently familiar with him. Barty Crouch Jr. Hagrid's voice, usually so booming, was rendered low in shock. Little Barty Crouch. This must be shared with everyone. Professor McGonagall's voice pierced the air, filled with incredulity. This is utterly absurd. Simply absurd. Several professors retraced their steps, while Professor Flitwick attempted to approach and escort him away. But the green python would not allow anyone to do so, its mouth gaping menacingly, revealing its frightening fangs. This is absolutely the end. Pansy was the first to respond, her voice trembling. How could he possibly disguise himself as Professor Snape? It's tantamount to courting death. Indeed, courting death, Hermione agreed, shivering slightly. Quite literally courting death. Ron shouted. Do you know what others have said about Harry after he entered that room? He shouldn't have to participate in this ridiculous tournament at all. Indeed. It seems he is seeking a death wish, Harry remarked, gesturing for Ron to lower his voice. We're not certain, he asked the one responsible. We must go see Ivy Good. He is a Death Eater, Dumbledore interjected, his demeanor now devoid of the kindness it usually bore. No smile graced his lips, nor any other expression, yet Harry could sense that his anger was no less than Ivy Good's. They hurried towards the cellar, where the door had been violently breached, indicating that the spellcaster had been exceedingly brutal. Blood was smeared across the jagged edges, evidence that someone had forced their way in without the luxury of time to open it further. They swiftly entered, discovering a hole in a deeper part of the cellar that led downward. Harry surmised that a stack of trunks must have been placed atop that opening, for the area was now littered with scattered luggage. Ron attempted to kick them aside to create a path, only to howl in pain. These are too heavy. They must be filled with stones. After searching for quite some time without discovering anything resembling a ladder, Hermione estimated the distance and leaped down. It was indeed a considerable depth. When they all descended, they found a silver-haired girl standing there, draping her robe over a man in the corner, who was under the effects of a sleeping charm and appeared exceedingly weak, although it seemed he clutched something in his hand. He's been so weakened for several days. He must be handed over to Madame Pomfrey, Ivy Good, Dumbledore intoned, sensing the man's magical signature, breaking the silence. The girl gently levitated him with a soft spell, leading the group to the infirmary. Once they confirmed that Snape was no longer in danger, the girl exited, clearly intent on seeking out that Death Eater. I shall remain here, Pansy stated. I will stay as well, Lupin added. Harry, come with me, Dumbledore beckoned, and the two of them exited the infirmary, leaving Hermione and the others behind. What is that? Hermione inquired, following her gaze to Snape's tightly clenched left hand, where something appeared to be nestled. Lupin approached and pried open that hand, revealing a blue rose hairpin. Barty Crouch Jr. Pansy covered her mouth, recognizing the object. I know that piece well. It undoubtedly belongs to Ivy Good. Remus Lupin stated that he had carefully placed it on the bedside table next to Snape's bed, a fact known to all of us in this circle. All of us know? Draco inquired, perplexed. Lupin gestured for them to lower their voices, then drew the bed curtains and moved towards the outer room where they gathered closely. Eve Good possesses a unique time turner that allows her to travel back to the past. Lupin continued, his gaze fixed on Draco. During that time, she became acquainted with many of us. She even saved your father, thus rescuing your entire family, Mr. Malfoy. Draco stammered, at a loss for words, his gray eyes filled with confusion. Eve Good had traversed back to the day of Harry's parents' demise. She and Harry were struck by the killing curse, yet survived. At the scene, she left behind this, a blue rose hairpin. Hermione understood immediately. What does that imply? Ron asked. For many subsequent years, Snape kept it close to him, Lupin recalled. Many of us teased him about it. And I believe you have also heard that Snape hasn't ventured outside since your first year. My brother claimed he was searching for someone. Indeed. He was searching for someone. He has always been seeking Eve Good, but she has not returned since James and Lily's passing. He continued searching until the year she entered Hogwarts. A heavy silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Pansy burst into tears, prompting Draco to hurriedly fetch her tissues. "Darling, what is the matter?" Hermione asked, embracing her and stroking her hair. "It's so touching. My ship is so real," she sobbed. "Given all this, why hasn't he confessed his feelings yet?" Draco questioned. "Eve Good is very fond of him as well. Initially, it was Dumbledore who instructed us never to disclose anything that could interfere with the past." Lupin shook his head. "It's quite complicated. You cannot fathom what has been said to her in the future, which could alter the past once more. Do you understand? You cannot predict what a single extra word might change. She might even die in the past. We remain silent on these matters. What about now? Surely he should confess now? He indeed wished to, around the time of the World Cup. Black mentioned that it might have been during those days. However, Lupin spread his hands, displaying a look of resignation. That day we happened to encounter Death Eaters, and that plan fell through. Draco recalled how Snape treated the Death Eaters surrounding him, shivering at the memory. No wonder he was so brutal back then. Who wouldn't he go mad in such circumstances? No wonder he was so determined to train Eve Good. Pansy grasped the implication, realizing that Eve Good had indeed faced the Dark Lord directly. Lupin nodded, clearly indicating that Snape had trained her exceptionally well. I believe even an ordinary adult wizard would struggle to hold their ground against the Dark Lord. They all gasped in astonishment, with Hermione particularly in awe, but amidst the shock, Ron had another thought. That Death Eater is definitely doomed. Eve Good cast a cold gaze upon the gathering crowd, which included Hogwarts faculty, the heads of the 3 schools, for champions, and Barty Crouch. Upon seeing his son among them, Barty nearly lunged forward to strangle him, but the massive serpent forced him back. Are you a Death Eater, little Barty Crouch?" The man on the ground had just been administered a powerful truth serum, and he blurted out his response. "Yes." "Were you the one who placed Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire?" "Yes." Fleur's previously displeased expression immediately shifted to one of fury as she glared at the man, a sentiment echoed by her headmistress, Crumb, and Cedric. "When did you replace Severus?" "On the 13th of this month," little Barty replied in a monotonous voice. "We have been monitoring him since this summer. Dealing with him has indeed been troublesome, as we deployed quite a number of our people. My master commanded me to replace him and to place Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire." Bang! His nose was struck with a punch, clearly breaking his nasal bone. And Fleur began to fear the girl slightly shorter than her. "Miss Slytherin, what you've done is illegal. Shut your filthy mouth. Either leave now or stay here and listen." The girl raised her head, her eyes glowing with a haunting green. "Let me be clear, if anyone utters another word, I can assure you he will be the first to die. I will say this only once." No one dared to speak. Karkaroff glanced at Barty Crouch, who had once held strict adherence to rules, yet remained silent now, all feeling the palpable pressure emanating from the girl before them. "So tell me, you escaped from Azkaban, correct?" "Yes. My mother replaced me. She swapped places with me under the pretense of a visit. I escaped, and she died in there. Everyone believed I was dead." Barty Crouch's face turned ashen as he clutched his wand tightly, trembling. "There was a riot in Azkaban." "Yes, many Death Eaters escaped. Voldemort has returned?" Upon this question, expressions varied among all present, as if a pot of boiling oil had suddenly erupted. "Not yet." The moment the words escaped, it seemed like they collectively exhaled in relief. "He still needs the blood of his enemies." Barty Crouch's face contorted with malice. "Do you remember, during that potions class before the Triwizard Tournament, when your palm was accidentally scratched by a porcupine quill? I feigned concern that it might be poisonous and advised you to visit the hospital wing. After class, I used the Imperieuse curse to have Madame Pomfrey collect more of your blood, and it has, if all goes as planned, been sent to my master. You." Professor McGonagall regarded him as if he were a pile of vomit. "Fuck. Shameless." Harry shouted, trembling with rage. "Voldemort remembers me. Of course, my lord certainly remembers you. You've destroyed his Horcruxes repeatedly. Moreover, you've managed to escape from his killing curse. Just like Potter, he is particularly intrigued by you." "What is this about?" Madame Maxime asked, utterly bewildered by their discourse. "Of course, he could kill Lily and James, but he could never kill me and Harry." Eve Good moved closer, suddenly gripping his neck forcefully. "He was now a mere wretched thing, filthy refuse. Before me, he will always be a failure." Karkaroff felt as if that very hand was tightening around his own neck. As a former Death Eater, he well understood how terrifying Voldemort had been back then. This girl had evaded the killing curse and seemed to be the other savior concealed over a decade ago. Little Barty's eyes bulged, clearly realizing that she was exerting no restraint. Crumb gulped unconsciously, inexplicably relieved that Eve Good had not participated in the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 146, The Bright and Cheerful Slytherin. Eve Good released her grip, leaving a distinct mark on his neck, As little Barty Crouch coughed violently. When will he likely resurrect? Cough, cough, certainly imminently, little Barty spluttered. Yet his mouth betrayed him uncontrollably. As soon as my master acquires your blood, he will resurrect at once. How can you exploit others' emotions to commit such despicable acts? Fleur interjected. Having recently been introduced to that Autumn-esque novel, she was aware of the unusual relationship between Snape and Eve Good. It was utterly sordid. Fleur. Madame Maxime cautioned her to mind her words, though it was evident she shared the same sentiment. Cedric had remained silent, having read his girlfriend's novel and held profound disdain for such vile tactics. So what? He retorted arrogantly, only to receive a slap across the face. Cough. My master will soon resurrect, and my contribution is indispensable. Watch closely, for I shall soon become his most trusted subordinate, and the one he deems the most formidable. Our bond will surpass that of father and son. Eve Good interjected. Are you out of your mind? Who in their right mind would run to become a socket's son? Upon hearing her words, Barty Crouch seemed as if he had been jolted awake. He trembled as he raised his wand. An impulse to end the life of the person before him coursing through him. Do not move. Eve Good commanded sharply, her gaze fixed on the tightly bound young Barty. We shall discuss your family's troubles later. How did you treat Severus Snape? I cast the Cruciatus curse upon him, originally intending to use him to draw you out. Alas, his will is remarkably strong, young Barty replied venomously, and he persistently concealed that wretched flower. However, in the end, I cast him into the cellar. I was ordered not to kill him, but I was permitted to torment. The clear sound of ribs cracking echoed as the enormous serpent constricted its body, then violently hurled him into a classroom down the hallway. Eve Good stepped inside, the door slamming shut with a thunderous sound, followed by the unmistakable noise of something crashing to the ground. No one dared to intervene. The absurdity of the night demanded time for digestion. Contact the Ministry of Magic. Conduct a thorough investigation of every corner of Hogwarts, including students and professors. Dumbledore's tone left no room for doubt as Professor McGonagall swiftly departed with Flitwick and others. The four chosen champions exchanged glances, their headmaster's expression grave, while only Karkaroff displayed a barely perceptible hint of panic. Bagman forcibly dragged Crouch away, leaving the corridor eerily silent, save for the distant sound of a man's laughter that morphed into a heart-wrenching wail. No one moved, all seemingly awaiting a conclusion. Though Harry remained unaware of what that conclusion might be, it felt as if they had waited an eternity when the door creaked open once more, revealing Eve Good. Her hands and robes drenched in blood, splatters marring her face, blood that was undoubtedly not her own. With a breath still in her, she spoke, her voice cold and hoarse. Yet her face bore a smile. You may take this to the ministry as evidence. Tell them that if I am unsatisfied with the manner of his death, I cannot predict what I might do. She appeared wholly uninterested in cleansing her hands. The serpent had transformed back into a small snake, now hidden within her robes. She walked toward the staircase, leaving bloody footprints in her wake, and casually cast a cleaning charm to tidy her soles before continuing onward. From somewhere, Filch had intended to scold her, but upon witnessing the bloodied footprints, he found himself at a loss for words. Madame Pomfrey erupted in a frenzy, shrieking as she fled the scene. Argus, you may need to clean this room, Dumbledore stated politely as he opened the door. What met their eyes was a scene of splattered blood, with a nearly lifeless figure sprawled in the center. The elder waved his wand, lifting the unfortunate soul, revealing that both kneecaps had been brutally removed, one eye seemingly lost, and hair appearing as if it had been violently torn. The right arm was severed, lying on the ground, a victim of dark magic. Madame Maxime and Fleur had never encountered such a sight. Dumbledore gentlemanly prevented them from continuing to look. Crumb appeared equally unable to process the gruesome tableau, and Harry finally understood why the man's cries were so haunting. Those sounds seemed inhuman. You may also take a rest. If you wish, Dumbledore said, donning a smile once more as he led them away. So much has transpired tonight. You must take care of yourselves. Karkaroff, equally stunned, understood that the direct torment among wizards was typically executed through curses, often involving excruciating pain, a spectacle so rare that its visual impact was overwhelming. You must know, this student is a rare talent. Moreover, she typically possesses a gentle and cheerful disposition, Dumbledore continued, seemingly oblivious to the rigid expressions of those around him. It is clear she has indeed been provoked this evening. Had no one sought to deliberately antagonize her, this outcome would not have transpired. Impersonating Snape for so long, while arrogantly admitting to tormenting him, and inadvertently invoking the deaths of James and Lily. Now that is a skill you possess, he implied, his words resonating particularly with the two headmasters, especially Karkaroff, who understood it as both a warning and a form of comfort. Though somewhat brutal, I believe such a fate is deserved, Fleur mused, now regaining her composure, admiring the decisive nature of the girl. She certainly has a certain charm about her. Fleur. Madame Maxime exclaimed in astonishment. My Merlin. Eve Good, what have you done? Hermione gasped, as Madame Pomfrey emerged from within, fearing Eve Good had sustained grave injuries. She rushed forward to check, but Eve Good waved her off. I'm fine, madam. This blood is not mine. She surveyed the room, asking, could someone fetch me a clean towel? I wish to wipe myself down. You see, I told you that Death Eater was doomed, Ron muttered quietly to Draco. Just a minor punishment, Eve Good replied, taking the damp towel to cleanse her hands and face, though the heavy scent of blood lingered, primarily due to his obnoxious mouth. You killed him? Pansy inquired, while Hermione considered that it was indeed a possibility. How could I possibly kill him? Eve Good replied obediently, following Madame Pomfrey's orders to remove her robes and toss them into the laundry. Underneath, she wore a pristine white shirt, entirely free of bloodstains. As a good witch of the new era, I am so kind that I couldn't even bear to crush an ant. Now clad in immaculate attire, one would hardly suspect the deed she had committed if one could overlook the scent of blood. Eve Good resumed her elegant demeanor as she was seated in the center, and they were eager to learn about the current state of the Death Eater. He has become a mere husk. What? No, what I mean is, Eve Good contemplated. Opting for a more tempered description, he is currently unable to walk or wield a wand. However, he is still alive, capable of speech and sight. Why do I feel this isn't your usual style? Pansy queried, sensing that the individual had merely suffered slightly more than Walden. Because I am a sunny, cheerful Slytherin. I hold no grudges. Chapter 147, The Two-Way Flu Network. Snape awoke in the dead of night, his body aching all over. The time he had been rescued was shorter than he had anticipated. He had certainly encountered that Death Eater's methods before, even having witnessed him mimic them with uncanny perfection, so flawless that even he could not discern any signs. As he opened his eyes, he was met with darkness. Yet he could faintly detect the distinct scent of disinfectant typical of the hospital wing. He strained to pull aside the bed curtains, allowing moonlight to filter in through the window. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss with his hand. He quickly groped around the bed, eventually finding the blue rose hairpin near his pillow. He exhaled in relief. Speaking of which, he vaguely recalled hearing Eve Good calling for him earlier. Seemingly distressed, truly a source of worry, Snape swung his legs over the side of the bed and found his wand resting on the bedside table. He tucked it into his pocket, donned the robe hanging nearby, and exited the room. The cellar was eerily empty, and he ignited the nearby fireplace, repairing the damaged door frame. A dull ache throbbed in his waist, a reminder of having been flung into the corner. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was 3 in the morning. Most certainly, the young girl was fast asleep. He stared blankly into the flames before finally steeling himself to step into the fireplace. There, no flames erupted, and the man's figure vanished within the hearth. Eve Good was evidently awake, still feeling that she had missed an opportunity to tug more forcefully at young Barty's hair. The dim light cast upon her profile rendered the girl's features even more ethereal. At this moment, Gabriel had succumbed to slumber, a rarity that had not graced him in what felt like decades, perhaps even centuries. Yet, the mere presence of her proximity enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of comfort. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace surged dramatically, and Eve Good could scarcely recall if anyone other than Gabriel and herself could traverse this space. If it were a Death Eater, she mused, deftly drawing her wand towards the source while supporting her head with her other hand. She was intrigued to discover who it might be. A figure clad in a black cloak emerged from within, momentarily stunned to find the room still illuminated, before hastily retreating back into the fireplace. Eve Good remarked, "Is it possible to simply return like that? My chambers are not a place one can leave at will, my friend." With a flick of her wand, she forcibly yanked the individual back, demanding an explanation. The man addressed as brother was Severus Snape, who now stood before her, a hint of panic flickering in his dark eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, neither knew what to say. Eve Good contemplated whether she could still push him back into the fireplace. The walls were adorned with photographs of Snape, and a frame on the desk contained the original shot she had previously obtained from Colin. "I shall permit you to leave. You may do so now." She paused. "Wait, isn't Snape still in the hospital wing? Who is this? Surely, he is not another person under the influence of a polyjuice potion?" She urged. "Do not go just yet." Conflicted, Snape hesitated, uncertain whether to depart or remain. "I have a few inquiries for you, or I shall flay your skin this instant," she threatened, raising her wand to keep him at bay. "What was the first question you posed to me during our inaugural potions class at Hogwarts? What do you obtain from crushed asphodel root and unicorn hair?" Eve Good slightly lowered her wand. "Who was the most bothersome student you encountered?" "Harry Potter," he replied, his expression unyielding. "Again, I ask you, what was your nickname during your student days concerning me?" "The Bat of the Dungeons." A smile broke across her face. "Severus." How did you find your way here? Were you not supposed to be in the hospital wing? Eve Good rushed forward, seizing a vial of potion from the desk and scrutinizing Snape's arm. Her wand had somehow been misplaced, and at that moment, Gabriel groggily opened his eyes, only to be momentarily dazed by the impact of a nearby stick. No, you must return at once. Without hesitation, Eve Good donned a robe and pulled him away, unflinchingly opening the dormitory door to lead him outside. You must recuperate properly. How could you wander here in the dead of night? Though Snape wished to remind her that he could exit through the fireplace, the warmth emanating from her grasp rendered him silent. The common room was devoid of life, and they ascended the staircase, traversing the quiet corridor. A few professors had congregated to discuss recent events, and upon seeing Snape, they momentarily thought themselves hallucinating. Professor McGonagall's furrowed brow relaxed as she watched them depart. Am I seeing things? She questioned. I believe not, Phileas. Suddenly, a woman rushed in from the other side, Madame Pomfrey. Have you seen? The professors quickly gestured for her to lower her voice. Shoo. They silently observed the pair exit, an unspoken understanding passing among them. Moonlight streamed through the adjacent window, casting their shadows long upon the ground. McGonagall was reminded of years past, when Snape traversed the same empty hallways alone. Indeed, they find themselves in quite a predicament, Madame Pomfrey remarked, her tone tinged with astonishment. I discerned that Death Eater was left in a particularly dire state. She arrived in the hospital wing, drenched in blood. Lupin pressed his weary temples, recalling the long-hidden blue rose. Of course, if that could even be considered love. Some claim love is a passionate kiss, warm blankets, weddings, and unrestrained joy. Yet for certain individuals, love resembles a decade-long quest, a steadfast choice, a collection of heartfelt confessions eternally locked away within the heart. Society tends to focus on appearances, age, and gender, neglecting to truly appreciate the authenticity and permanence of love. Very well, you must remain here tonight, understood? Eve Good searched for Madame Pomfrey, pondering why she was absent from the hospital wing. I suppose it matters not if I cannot locate her, for she administered potions to you this evening. I am quite well now, Snape retorted. No, you must stay here. He reluctantly resumed his seat on the bed, sighing as he cast a warming charm upon her. How did you discern it was not mine? She inquired. In truth, I sensed something was amiss long ago, but I presumed you were merely preoccupied. Snape raised an eyebrow, recognizing her cleverness in avoiding him. Do not wear that expression, Mississippi. It is not your fault, Snape said, enveloping her in his embrace. They remained in that position, surprisingly at ease with it. I had anticipated it would take longer. I underestimated your familiarity with me. Understood. Chapter 148, The Dance. Only after Eve Good departed the hospital wing did she remember she had neglected to inquire about the fireplace. Hadn't Snape mentioned that only he and Gabriel could traverse that passage? Oh well, I shall ask next time. The following day, the events of the previous night spread like wildfire, particularly concerning the Death Eater. Ron, upon hearing Harry's account, felt a chill run down his spine. What she described isn't entirely unfounded, is it? Draco remarked quietly, acknowledging that for the time being, he could neither walk nor wield a wand. Yet he remains alive, capable of speech and sight. There is no fault in that. Indeed, this is not your style, Eve. Hermione cautioned. Your actions must have breached several statutes of the Underage Wizarding Act. You've previously been quite adept at navigating school regulations. If the opportunity arose again, I would act similarly, Eve Good declared, setting down her quill. I would even pluck a few more hairs. Ouch. Pansy nodded vigorously. In the aftermath, the ministry dispatched numerous personnel to conduct investigations, resulting in the postponement of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament until the following year. Although Harry was reluctant to compete, this unforeseen delay afforded him ample time to prepare. When Fudge learned of the situation, he was profoundly astonished, particularly upon witnessing the state of young Barty, who, in Dumbledore's words, could barely utter a syllable. He intended to penalize you, yet I believe you have discerned the peculiarities of this individual, Dumbledore remarked, pouring her a cup of tea. Ultimately, he refrained from taking action. Firstly, you are a savior from many years past, naturally. I believe the second point is more significant. He is indeed somewhat fearful of you. Do you comprehend? Fearful of me? Why would he fear me? Your abilities are exceptional, and he possesses a desire to win you over. Moreover, you are a Slytherin, and more importantly, you have considerable connections above. Eve Good placed her cup down. If he still cannot acknowledge the impending return of Voldemort and make it public, I believe even if he did so, he could not retain his position as Minister of Magic. Quite astute. He truly cannot afford to admit it. Eve continued sipping her tea, having anticipated this possibility long ago. Did he order Dementors to give Barty a kiss? Indeed. Dumbledore's demeanor turned serious. I came here to discuss this matter. Even in such a situation, he would not disclose this to the wizarding world. Fool. Your manner of speaking is increasingly reminiscent of Severus, Eve. The kiss of a Dementor can extract a person's soul, leaving them as an actual shell of a being devoid of thought. This also means that young Barty Crouch can no longer testify in court, for he is now wholly a thoughtless husk. I am quite satisfied with the manner of his demise. Eve Goodcold spoke coldly. So the current situation necessitates the Triwizard Tournament's commencement, does it not? If we were to cancel the tournament now, it would only serve to validate the recent rumors that the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr. has explicitly confirmed Voldemort's imminent resurrection. Coupled with the Azkaban riot and the resurgence of numerous Death Eaters infiltrating the wizarding community, allowing the Triwizard Tournament to proceed would undoubtedly render these rumors even more absurd. For how could the Ministry of Magic possibly permit Voldemort's revival without implementing any protective or counteractive measures? Thus, a meticulous investigation of all participants in the Triwizard Tournament becomes imperative. Professor McGonagall, upon hearing these words, was incensed. Connolly was utterly unreasonable. At least there is a silver lining, Professor Flitwick interjected. We can now ensure the safety of the tournament. After all, this concerns the Ministry's reputation. Furthermore, Black has provided us with crucial intelligence. Lupin approached, producing a piece of parchment. The witch Bertha Jorkins, who had gone missing from the Ministry, has been abducted by Voldemort. Her fate uncertain. However, I suspect, he remarked, tapping the table, that she has likely met her demise. Thus, we can surmise that Voldemort may possess some significant information, potentially facilitating the placement of his agents during the tournament. Excuse me, Professor Sprout, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Who is Voldemort? The Dark Lord, Eve Goodcold replied. At this pronouncement, save for Lupin and Dumbledore, all present shuddered. Devoid of hair, a nose, possessing merely 2 eyes and a mouth. Who else could it refer to? Professor Flitwick could not suppress a chuckle. I have no objection to calling him that. Snape entered from outside, appearing to have recovered remarkably well. And his disdain for the Death Eaters was now more pronounced, far more palatable than the Dark Lord's presence. Consider that a code, Eve Goodcold, and he concurred, vividly illustrated, and undoubtedly undetectable to anyone else. Regrettably, Snape took a seat beside her. I do wish that the Dark Lord could decipher this code. I would prefer that the Steel Ball could understand it too, Eve remarked. By then, her expression will surely be more ghastly than if she had consumed a bitter potion. Steel Ball? Professor McGonagall inquired. Bellatrix, Snape explained impassively. Her hair is so coarse it could easily serve as a scrubbing tool. No Muggle device could compare in efficacy. Hagrid added with his deep voice, prompting laughter from everyone present. The ensuing time was markedly more pleasant, especially with the arrival of students from other schools, during which they had all gotten along splendidly. Ron appeared to be genuinely infatuated with Fleur, and Eve Goodcold directly introduced Hermione to Krum. Ron, you and your sister-in-law will yield no fruitful outcome. Thus, I have temporarily appropriated Hermione, she teased. What is this foolish lad attempting? Fleur asked Eve. As their camaraderie had blossomed, the girl greatly admired her remarkable abilities and sought her company whenever she had the chance. Just a typical adolescent boy, Eve Goodcold replied, turning a page of her book. You ought to meet his older brother Bill. He is indeed a fine lad. As Christmas approached, with a ball planned for the occasion, Hogwarts seemed intent on impressing the guests from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Consequently, each house had commenced teaching their students various dance steps. For Eve Goodcold and Draco, this was a trivial matter. Having participated in such balls numerous times, dancing had become second nature. However, Harry and his friends clearly lacked experience, leading to some comical missteps during their practice sessions. Mr. Potter, watch your feet. Mr. Weasley, keep in time with the music. They finally completed a rather awkward rendition of the Viennese waltz. Snape, observing from the sidelines, did not hide the smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth, while Professor McGonagall appeared equally displeased. I believe, Potter, you could truly benefit from a professional demonstration, he remarked disdainfully, causing Harry to feel his face flush with embarrassment. Come now, Miss Goodcold. A cacophony of indecipherable cheers erupted, and Snape cast a disinterested glance at the rowdy students, neither frowning nor smiling. Though Draco had already discerned the twitch at the corner of his mouth that almost betrayed him, yet he stifled his amusement. How had he been so oblivious? He should have recognized it sooner. Chapter 149, The Unceasing Fireworks and the Blue Rose Confession Night. Well done, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall remarked, her gaze drifting towards Eve Goodcold. Music. The Weasley twins promptly restarted the music system. The pair's dance steps aligned harmoniously. Draco noted that this was a pure waltz, considerably more challenging than the Viennese variant. A standard contra exchange. For heaven's sake, Draco, could you not fixate on the steps at this moment? All eyes were on the duo, though it was hard to ascertain whether they were admiring the waltz or merely observing the couple. Pansy emitted a series of silly giggles. They are perfectly matched, aren't they? I concur, Daphne, standing behind them, chimed in. That piece written by Qiu Zhang is utterly accurate, Ilya commented. She is a Gryffindor. Just look at her, TSK. Indeed. Oh, a collective sigh of satisfaction rippled through the crowd for reasons unknown. After the dance concluded, Eve Goodcold rejoined the throng. Suddenly looking forward to the Christmas ball, wishing that Snape might invite her just as he did now. Hermione discovered that she and Krum shared a surprisingly engaging rapport. She had heard that he typically did not spend time in the library, yet for her, he now accompanied her there daily. Moreover, although he was a pure-blood Quidditch star, he held no disdain for Muggle-born wizards, making their interactions exceptionally comfortable. Eve is right. Instead of waiting for Ron to come to his senses, I might as well spend some time with Krum, she mused. Have you not chosen a dance partner yet? With only 3 days remaining until the ball, and the holidays already begun, Eve Goodcold had already turned down dozens of offers. Pansy and she were idly chiseling away at the ice pillars on the marble banister, which, despite being enchanted, refused to melt. However, it appeared rather drab, so they worked together to carve it into a honeycomb shape. Filch's cat passed by several times, seemingly eager to summon Filch, but upon sighting Eve Goodcold, hesitated momentarily before bolting away in fright. I have certainly chosen my partner, Eve remarked. But voicing it is out of the question. I do have someone in mind, Snape stated from his office, feeling that the usual quietude had never been so lively. Several professors had cornered him at the door, insisting on receiving a response. Very well, Severus. Remember what you said. Youth is a splendid thing. The professors departed, satisfied, leaving Snape bewildered at what had just transpired. Turning around, he noticed something new on his desk, a peculiar book titled The Overbearing Potions Master's Top, Hidden Moonlight. What on earth is this? Ron grumbled as he watched Hermione and Krum conversing at another table, seemingly engaged in teaching him the correct pronunciation. Hermione. It's Hermione. Hermine. Eve Goodcold watched them with satisfaction. Their chemistry was delightful, and she had heard that Krum had invited her to be his partner. Ron's expression shifted rapidly, as though stripped of some vital essence, and he turned away, lost in thought. Fleur approached, greeting Eve, which failed to capture his attention. Serves you right. Eve Goodcold discreetly stuck out her tongue. And you, Pansy, what of your partner? Draco interjected, raising an eyebrow at the group, invited someone a fortnight ago. Quick to catch on, Eve continued her rhythmic tapping on the table. And you, Harry? If I reveal it, you mustn't be angry, Ron. What could possibly warrant anger? Ron took half a day to respond, appearing somewhat dazed, as long as he wasn't tea-dancing with Percy. That's a relief, Harry replied cheerfully. I've invited Ginny. This statement was undoubtedly a thunderclap, leaving Ron gaping at his best friend, speechless for an extended moment. I consider you a brother, my closest brother. And yet you wish to pursue my sister, the only daughter of the Weasley family. His voice was raised, drawing the attention of many who turned to see the source of the commotion. Harry swiftly covered his mouth to prevent any further outbursts. Congratulations, Harry. Eve tossed him a piece of candy she had pulled from her bag, just a little gift. This gesture clearly irritated Ron further. He glanced back at Hermione and Krum, then spotted Ginny approaching. If there were any special effects at that moment, Ron would have undoubtedly been reduced to a complete meltdown. Hey, Ron, where are you going? Eve popped a piece of bubblegum into her mouth. Don't mind him. He really needs a moment to think. The castle was growing increasingly lively by the day, with everyone engrossed in discussions about the upcoming ball. To avoid being swept up in it, Eve spent her days immersed in the library, while Snape continued his potion studies as if nothing were amiss. However, it was rumored that those who had invited Eve to dance had been subtly penalized, or had fallen victim to the elusive Filch's pointed attention for a few days. The two remained as still as the suits of armor lining the corridors, the armors occasionally breaking into song with Christmas carols. The sight was becoming increasingly exasperating for them, and it was not just them. A throng of fervent bookworms was equally anxious. When will it finally happen? Soon, Hermione calculated the time. The much-anticipated evening finally arrived. With just 2 hours until the ball commenced, Pansy informed her that Hogwarts had recently finished repairing a swing near the castle, which was particularly beautiful. Shall we go take a look? Eve suggested, reasoning that idleness was not preferable, and if she chose not to dance later, it wouldn't matter. They strolled to the swing, leisurely rocking back and forth as the sky darkened, seemingly concealing the stars behind a veil of night. Eve had fashioned a new hairstyle, with strands artfully arranged at the back of her head, creating a more layered effect. She had intended to select a hair accessory, but realized she couldn't find the blue rose she was looking for, recalling that it must have fallen at Lily's house. As a result, she settled for a piece of blue moonstone. The dress chosen by Professor Snape suits you perfectly, Pansy remarked, having seen the dress, which had been a Christmas gift from Snape during their first year. It fits just right, indeed. Shall I fetch you a cool drink? She inquired, as they were both under the warmth charm and found it slightly warm. Yes, dear, I like that one from the dining table yesterday. No problem. Pansy departed, leaving Eve idly swaying on the swing. To be honest, she didn't recall the swing being here. Nor did she remember anyone ever coming to play on it. Perhaps she had been too preoccupied in the library lately. She reached out to touch the ropes on either side of the swing, and to her astonishment, a rose sprang forth at her touch, as if activating some hidden mechanism, causing the ropes to become entwined with an abundance of roses. Minerva, your transfiguration skills have become remarkably refined. Meanwhile, a group of people stood on the balcony above the swing, their eyes fixed intently on the girl below. Pansy entered, raising her eyebrows as if seeking praise. How is it? Absolutely perfect. Pansy, identical, Autumn exclaimed, her boyfriend Cedric standing nearby, likely oblivious to the exchange. Eve heard footsteps approaching, the distinct sound of polished shoes striking the stone floor. She looked up to see Severus Snape, who appeared to have made an effort with his appearance today. The chain of his brooch was meticulously placed in the lapel of his suit, which looked newly purchased, as Eve had never seen him wear such formal attire at any of the events. Today, he even wore a tie clip and cufflinks. Was this formality due to the ball? She was momentarily taken aback until he reached her side. Good evening, Professor. Eve greeted awkwardly, not noticing the slight tremor in his hand. Good evening, Snape replied. Pausing before continuing, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? A group of individuals leaned in, eager to catch every word he would utter to Eve. Snape retrieved something from his suit pocket, and Eve instantly recognized it as her blue rose hair accessory. This, I believe I should return to you. Silence enveloped the group above. I think, Fred began, I could also drink Polyjuice potion and transform into Snape to confess my feelings for him. You'd be asking for trouble, Pansy retorted. If you did that, you'd surely meet a grim fate. Eve accepted the accessory, examining it closely. She was certain it was hers. Remarkably, it had not sustained any damage over the years, retaining its original beauty. Suddenly, realization washed over her. After you left all those years ago, no one acknowledged that it was the last time. Yet somehow, they all inexplicably believed he would never return, and in truth, he had not. For Snape to articulate such a long statement was akin to a miracle descending from the heavens. The group leaned in even closer, the silver-haired girl listening intently. I have been searching for you, until you enrolled. Eve looked up in astonishment, never having anticipated that an unintentional question would lead to such a profound answer. She stood from the swing, facing the man. No wonder I never encountered anyone in Spinner's End. No wonder they say Snape is virtually untraceable during his teaching tenure, except in class. This situation persisted until my year. And it was all for this reason, because of me? You are too foolish, Eve said, her voice trembling slightly. I am not deserving of such devotion from you. She could hardly fathom the thought that through each sweltering summer or frigid winter, a solitary figure traversed across Europe, all for a miracle that seemed utterly unattainable. From the moment she entered this world, each step she took retraced paths he had traveled years prior. I do not share this to compel you into making decisions, Snape said, a faint smile gracing his lips, but you must first understand that you are indeed worthy of this. Professor McGonagall emitted a soft sob, while Pansy appeared eager to push their lips together at that very moment. Even if I did not find you, it does not mean I wasted those years. In the pursuit of her, his own emotions grew increasingly resolute. If the girl could repeatedly save her past selves without hesitation, then he too could persist year after year. In truth, when he saw her again at Hogwarts, Snape suddenly realized that the years of searching had been but a fleeting moment, akin to the seconds it took to pour a potion into a cauldron. When we first met, I believe we were not so different. However, Snape stated calmly, his voice tinged with sorrow, we are now separated by 20 years. I believe many would find it difficult to accept, especially her, the Slytherin heiress, excelling among her peers, never wanting for anything, born into privilege. Countless admirers surrounded her. She possessed far better options than himself. Yet I believe you might be inclined to dance with me, if only for tonight. Eve slowly shook her head, desperately restraining herself from bursting into tears. No, no, Severus, she implored, her cerulean eyes brimming with tumultuous waves. After all these years, was it all just to share a simple dance with me? Snape remained silent, merely gazing at her. You do not even share how you have spent all these years, Severus. I would only blame myself for asking that question. You could have easily avoided it. Had you not asked that question, I would have acted just the same. He extended his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye. Snape sighed. Miss, you hold great significance for me. Oh, Pansy wailed despairingly, while Draco fumbled to console her. It's so touching, oh? Black stood beside Lupin, hands on his hips, whistling, finally not mute anymore. Snape. Well, we shall take our leave with Harry, George declared, effortlessly lifting the broom beside him and soaring out through the wide-open window. Fred followed his twin, while Harry turned to seek out others. Snape slightly bent down. In that moment of their gazes locking, it felt as if they had returned to their first meeting. The girl in the blue rococo dress burst through the door without hesitation, celebrating his first birthday free from abuse, adorned with sweet cakes. So if I were to ask, he swallowed involuntarily, would you be willing to have me accompany you in a different guise, Miss Slytherin? Suddenly, the sky erupted in a brilliant display of fireworks. As the Weasley twins waved their new tricks, the inky night sky was embroidered with one blooming rose after another, showering countless blue rose petals as they extinguished. Eve Good remained silent, pulling on Snape's tie, planting a kiss upon his lips. Pansy began to scream mindlessly again, joined by a chorus of voices behind her. All right. Dumbledore promptly retracted the silencing charm. Harry, carrying Colin, prompted him to take photos, while the Weasley twins tossed a few more fireworks into the sky before descending nearby. I want to go down, Pansy shouted, dashing down the stairs, followed closely by Draco. Hermione and Crumb trailed behind as well, leaving Dumbledore standing alone. Once everyone had descended, he retrieved a stamp from his robe's inner pocket. In 1938, Grindelwald and his followers launched an open war against the wizarding world, igniting a global wizarding conflict. Chapter 150, Resurrection. All set, Harry, Colin exclaimed excitedly. I can go wash it out now. Thank you, Colin. Harry, who had been listening to him speak, now felt slightly overwhelmed. He landed beside the Weasley twins. Snape was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the implications, enveloping her in his embrace. Oh, look who has grown a mouth. Black's playful voice drifted from behind him, prompting Snape to turn and realize a group was watching them. His expression darkened immediately. When did you arrive? Seems like romance has rendered your ears blocked. Lupin? Black leaned against Lupin, a posture Snape recognized well from their school days. In any case, congratulations were in order. Harry nervously hid behind them, anxious about being discovered among this crowd and losing points for Gryffindor. The Weasley twins, however, stepped forward boldly, each standing on either side. So how's it going? George asked. This is the limited edition from the trick shop. You two are the first to use it. I estimate it can last the whole night, Fred added, high-fiving his brother, celebrating the most successful new product ever. Eve Good plucked a blue rose petal from Snape's shoulder, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the fireworks and the swing. The classic scene from the overbearing Potion Prince's top hidden white moonlight. You said you liked this, Pansy interjected, tossing her hair back. Isn't it identical? Oh, Pansy. Eve Good offered her a hug, which Pansy returned with a pat on the back. It's time for the ball. Hermione reminded everyone. Harry and Cedric, we need to go dance for the opening. We should leave now. A throng of people made their way back. As the hall began to fill with guests, the walls glimmered with sparkling silver frost, the ceiling adorned with a radiant starry sky and a plethora of mistletoe. As pairs of dancers linked arms and entered, the main seating area was already filled, with Dumbledore and several professors smiling at them, though Karkaroff wore a displeased expression. Eve Good understood the reason well. Crumb was his pride, a pure-blood warrior, and Hermione was a muggle-born witch, which likely irked him somewhat. As expected, Crouch did not attend, leaving an empty seat, surprisingly occupied by Percy. From what Ron had said days prior, he could hardly believe that Crouch's son was a Death Eater, and he dismissed the rumors of Voldemort's resurrection entirely. However, she had no time to dwell on that. She needed to run and fill her stomach. The teachers, still unaware of the situation, were astonished to find Snape not seated at the main table, but beside Eve. We also have a castle. Crumb was animatedly chatting with Hermione. Though it only has 4 floors and very few fires. But I believe our venue is far more spacious than this. Karkaroff intended to make a snide remark, but found a threatening gaze inexplicably fixed upon him. Upon looking, he discovered it was Eve Good. Remembering how young Barty had been tormented, he swallowed his words. Are you interested in that Death Eater? Snape remarked dryly, prompting Eve to shift her gaze away. I'm curious how he has managed to survive after severing ties with the Death Eaters. She prepared to slice into the steak before her when the man beside her offered a portion of his already cut meal. Just some minor tactics. He took a sip of rum. Just wait. When they return, he will surely meet his demise. Have you heard about young Barty? Well done. The man unabashedly praised her. If it were me, I would have done the same. Fudge, where's the law? Where's humanity? His right arm was severed by your wand. The girl clinked glasses with him, mischief dancing in her blue eyes. So you've participated too. Fleur subtly shifted her position, initially expecting the two to indulge in romantic discourse, only to overhear this. After everyone had finished eating, the lanterns at other tables extinguished, and several champions and their partners stood to lead the dance. As they danced halfway through, others gradually entered the dance floor, easing the pressure on Harry. Snape glanced at the girl beside him, and Eve Good smiled back, the central dance floor's lights illuminating her face, accentuating her exquisite features. He slightly bent down, extending his hand. May I? Countless eyes discreetly observed the two, as Cho curiously turned her head, and Cedric thoughtfully adjusted his position. Eve raised an eyebrow, placing her hand upon his right. It is my utmost honor, Severus. Uncertain who initiated the whistle, the atmosphere immediately spiraled out of control. A crowd of onlookers tactfully cleared the central dance floor, and as the first piece of music concluded, all those dancing received resounding applause. The quirky sisters on stage bowed, and then continued to perform a new piece, which Harry recognized as the Voices of Spring Waltz. They seamlessly settled at the table, watching the two dance above, Hermione and Ginny humming along to the rhythm, while Ron had disappeared without a trace. Harry poured himself a drink, clinking glasses with Crumb, and the two began a friendly conversation. Isn't it a bit too obvious that so far, only the two of them are dancing? I feel like the whole school is aware of this, Ginny giggled. After all, Cho's book is such a bestseller, isn't it? The tune indeed fits the mood, Draco remarked lazily, seated beside Pansy, the buttons on his black velvet robe shimmering. Indeed, perfectly fitting, Pansy replied, brushing her hair back. Considering we just watched that operetta a few years ago, which coincidentally relates to this tune. What? Their companions lacked the artistic finesse to appreciate such a spectacle. The operetta Die Fledermaus, Pansy remarked. Look, there's a bat dancing above. Laughter erupted among them. Outside, fireworks continued to burst forth, a gust of wind lifting countless petals into the air. In the darkness, someone awakened, surrounded reverently by his followers. He gently caressed Nagini's head, his eyes a brilliant red, more radiant than blood. Meanwhile, Gabriel lifted his golden serpentine gaze in the forbidden forest, turning towards the distant south. You know, don't you? Asked Ferenz, aware that it could not comprehend their words, yet he posed the question nonetheless. Naturally, a moment of silence enveloped the air. If you can understand our words, why can't you speak? The centaurs around him recoiled in astonishment, as if they had encountered a monster. Having lived this long without understanding these words and not being able to speak would indeed be a form of disability, Gabriel replied coolly. He sensed that far away. That individual was stirring once more. Slytherin blood coursed through his veins, yet he was destined to be Eve's adversary. Then why don't you speak? We've coexisted for so long. A centaur retorted angrily, his forehead surely adorned with the word fool if it were visible. In my lifetime, I have only spoken to three. The first, Mr. Salazar. The second, the master I recognized. And the third, Miss Eve Good. Gabriel disdainfully flicked his serpent tail, his tone dripping with contempt. Chapter 151, The First Project. Thus, the delightful ball came to an end. Now, not a soul at Hogwarts remained unaware of the affair between Eve Good and Snape. The book The Top Hidden Moonlight of the Arrogant Potion Master circulated wildly, especially among the girls of Beauxbatons, who appeared genuinely enamored with it. However, this meant Snape had to feign blindness and deafness, for nearly every student possessed a copy of that gaudy covered book, discussing it loudly in the corridors and the Great Hall. Enough! Snape ground out through clenched teeth at a Gryffindor student who had just incited a ruckus, lamenting the emptiness of their intellect. Good morning, Severus. Eve Good happened to pass by, no longer bothering to feign politeness, too weary to address him as professor. Morning. Snape's mind momentarily stalled, and he forgot to deduct points from Gryffindor. The group seized the opportunity to slip away. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, thank you. Snape's temper was most patient with Miss Slytherin. With the melting ice and snow, the Triwizard Tournament approached, though the weather remained chill. The four champions had already undergone wand inspections by Ollivander in the preceding weeks. Harry knew he would have to face a dragon, and he felt he ought to speak with Eve Good. However, he could not find her anywhere. Perhaps you should check Snape's dungeon, Ron suggested despondently, his demeanor particularly lackluster of late. Harry felt this was not a wise idea, a sentiment confirmed when he caught sight of Snape's scowling face. The two appeared to be engaged in discussion, which was abruptly interrupted by Snape's knock. Harry Potter. Snape pronounced his name with deliberate enunciation, and ordinarily, Harry would have fled, but recalling his purpose, he steeled himself and entered the dungeon. Eve Good, I'm sorry, Professor, I need to find her. Snape's displeasure was almost palpable, yet Eve Good kindly indicated a chair for him to sit upon. As Harry passed their table, he noticed several large sheets of parchment covered in scribbles and corrections. It's about the dragon? Harry fidgeted nervously with his fingers, but as expected, his words were met. Concerning the dragon, you should leverage your strengths, Harry. You know you are quite adept at Quidditch. But I can't bring a firebolt into the tournament. I thought you understood. Has your little girlfriend distracted you, Potter? Snape's timely sarcasm surfaced, suggesting that Eve Good's duel had not instilled in him the memory of how he had sustained that bump on his head years prior. Harry recalled that Eve Good had recited some spell, and then something had struck him. A summoning charm, Eve Good interjected, placing her quill down and looking at him. It can summon whatever you desire. Harry listened, bewildered, never expecting such a straightforward reminder. All right, Potter, Snape interjected impatiently. You may practice before you are devoured by the dragon. Severus, Evegood retorted, displeased. Harry felt the intensity of Snape's gaze increasing. And although he had intended to ask Evegood for guidance, he immediately turned to exit. The sound of their discussion resumed in the dungeon. Harry leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. As he lifted his left foot, he caught a snippet of Evegood's words. Voldemort, Riddle Manor. Standing at the door, he found it impossible to hear more clearly. He knew eavesdropping was improper, yet he wished to listen a little longer. What about Harry? Eve asked, pulling out another sheet of parchment. I feel this is the safest approach. Give him all 3 Deathly Hallows and utilize that method I told you about. Now, Snape's voice inquired. Harry did not understand the implication but felt an inexplicable tension rising within him, his heart racing. After the tournament, the occupants seemed to shift in their seats. This must be secure, and I need to act. It will reignite the curse. Harry strained to hear, cautiously pressing his ear against the door. But the reason he struggled to hear was that his heartbeat was deafening. The trace is clearer now. Evegood spoke. I have no trace, and the curse has dissipated. There will be no repercussions. Silence enveloped the room for a lengthy interval before Harry managed to control his legs and step outside. What were the Deathly Hallows? And what did they have to do with him? Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. As in 2 days he would face a dragon, a veritable dragon, and the tournament was perilously dangerous, not to mention retrieving the golden egg nestled beneath it. Over the past few days, Harry had lost count of how many times Hermione had reiterated her advice. Right, I should find Hermione. She can surely teach me how to perform that spell. 2 days swiftly passed, as if he had just enrolled yesterday. Harry sat at breakfast, preoccupied. While his friends watched him with concern, equally anxious were Professor McGonagall. No need to be nervous or afraid, child. She accompanied him to the tournament grounds. Harry, you are no less than the others. I believe the Goblet of Fire choosing you signifies your excellence as a wizard. Yes, thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied, feeling somewhat reassured. The 4 champions awaited together in the tent, hearing hundreds of feet passing by. Harry even heard his friends shouting words of encouragement, greatly alleviating his sense of helplessness at the prospect of facing the Hungarian Horntail, the most dangerous of all dragons, as Hagrid had informed him. Cedric patted his shoulder, silently inquiring if he was all right. Harry returned a smile, though he felt his facial muscles stiff, as if he hadn't smiled in ages. In accordance with the order, Cedric was the first to confront the dragon, stepping out of the tent. Harry sensed the tension in the remaining 2 champions. Fleur's face no longer exuded its previous vivacity, but bore a pallor that rendered her less aloof. Crum's brow was furrowed, his expression darker than ever. Approximately 15 minutes later, they all heard Bagman's boisterous voice exclaiming, an outstanding performance. Now, let us invite the judges to score. Fleur suddenly sighed, for she was next. Harry's gaze met hers, and to his surprise, this typically difficult girl bestowed upon him a smile. I hope that among that group of professional wizards, there is Ivygood. Otherwise, I shall find no solace and will take my leave. May all go smoothly. Harry shared this sentiment, watching her depart alongside Krum, both discerning mutual agreement in each other's gaze. Chapter 152, The Noisy Golden Egg. The end for Fleur came swiftly, perhaps due to Harry's heightened anxiety, rendering his perception of time rather vague. Krum exchanged a friendly high-five with him before stepping out of the tent when Bagman called his name. He too had acquired the golden egg, as Harry once more heard the overwhelming cheers and shouts of the audience outside, his palms now slick with sweat. Last champion, Mr. Harry. As he exited the tent, Harry constantly reminded himself to avoid disgrace in front of such a multitude. His peripheral vision hinted at a familiar presence to his right, and upon glancing over, he spotted the white-haired figure amidst the professional wizards. Ivygood flashed him a thumbs up, and an immediate sense of security washed over him. Indeed, there was no cause for concern. He simply needed to focus on confronting the dragon and securing the golden egg with his firebolt. Numerous gazes fixed upon him as Harry turned to face the dragon before him. Its fearsome appearance no longer intimidated him. The firebolt soared. He raised his wand and uttered the incantation. Then, all present heard something whizzing through the air at remarkable speed. Grasping his firebolt, he mounted it gracefully, as he had practiced countless times. With a powerful kick, his trusty companion lifted him into the azure sky. He succeeded. Hermione's voice rang out triumphantly. Despite the menacing dragon spewing fire at him from a distance, it mattered little. Its flames felt as harmless as a mere ball. Harry leapt deftly. Evading the fiery breath it unleashed. He can truly fly, Bagman exclaimed, while the audience gasped and some even struggled to catch their breath, as though they too had nearly been scorched to ashes. Krum cast admiring glances at Harry. Indeed, he possessed remarkable talent. Then, Harry was struck twice by the Hungarian Horntail's tail, which lashed out with its long, sharp spikes, piercing his shoulder and waist. The stands erupted with gasps and sighs. He knew he had to act swiftly. Although the wounds were not deep, they would nonetheless hinder him. With persistent provocation, the dragon finally soared into the sky, and in the next moment, Harry dove down, grasping the golden egg with one hand, stabilizing himself mere feet from the ground. He had triumphed. It was as if the volume of the arena had been turned up, shattering the chilly, early spring air. Applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. The dragon tamer rushed to quell the Horntail's fury, and Harry saw Hagrid and others rushing over to congratulate him. Quite the prowess, Ivy Good remarked lazily, leaning against the wall. Bemused by the inexplicable circumstances that had led her to this spot, considering she was merely a fourth-year student, lacking any formidable strength. The nearby ministry wizards broke into a cold sweat, having witnessed what had befallen young Barty. Moreover, the heads of the three schools unanimously deemed her presence here as the safest option, refusing to elaborate on their reasoning, their resolve unwavering. Next came the scoring. Ivy Good casually joined the wizards seated at the judges' table. Harry's performance had been outstanding and swift, though marred by his injuries. He was unlikely to score too low. Madame Maxime, 8. Dumbledore, 9. Ludo Bagman, 10. One could hardly believe that this judge would award Harry a perfect score. Ivy Good's gaze fell upon Karkaroff, who would undoubtedly target Harry with his judgments, despite having granted Crumb a 10 for points. Ron's furious exclamation nearly drowned out everything else. What? The arena fell silent. Hermione stared at him in disbelief, and even Ron himself was taken aback by the volume of his outburst. Ivy Good concealed her wand, feigning indifference. The Hogwarts students seemed to expect Ron to elaborate. His face flushed as he stuttered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately fell silent. Oh dear. A sardonic voice floated from behind Karkaroff. He recognized it instantly, despite the distance. 4 points for Harry? How is that even possible? Miss Ivy Good, Dumbledore interjected, his beard twitching as if in amusement, given that Mr. Igor's scoring criteria were notoriously stringent. Indeed, Madame Maxime responded without reservation, acknowledging that he favored granting high scores to his preferred champions. Karkaroff's expression darkened as he raised his wand once more, emitting a score of 6. Huh. George plopped down beside them. You're something else, little Ron. While some celebrated, others were disheartened, and Karkaroff's countenance suggested he might crush his wand in frustration. At that moment, a dark figure approached from the opposite side, silently escorting the white-haired girl away, a clear message that no one should dare provoke them. Karkaroff felt a suffocating sensation in his chest, as if he had swallowed a large lump, and he yearned to curse someone. Yet found himself at a loss for whom to direct his ire, as it appeared he could not chastise anyone. The second task was scheduled for February 24th at 9:30 a.m. Harry informed them, "We must discover the clue within the golden egg ourselves." "Do we need to open it?" Draco inquired, tapping the golden egg's indentation. "Good idea." Ivy Good barely had time to intervene before Harry pried the egg open, a piercing, shrill scream emanating from within. "Oh no." Pansy leaped aside, covering her ears. "Is this the hint?" Ron assisted Harry in closing the egg, the cacophony finally ceasing. That sound was akin to a banshee. At that moment, Lockhart's confronting the banshee would have been quite useful. Draco mercilessly mocked the incompetent wizard, while the Weasley twins were drawn over by the commotion, curiously eyeing the egg in Harry's hands. "Is this a clue for the second task?" "I must say, that's quite absurd." "Yes," Harry earnestly asked. "Perhaps you know what that sound resembles?" "Percy," George suggested. "Percy singing," Fred added. "Percy shower songs," Ron agreed. "I say." Lee Jordan mysteriously leaned in to whisper, "Perhaps the second task involves attacking Percy while he bathes." "I wouldn't doubt it." "Lee," George patted Harry's shoulder, adopting a serious expression. "It's a colossal and perilous undertaking." "Extremely dangerous," Fred chimed in, "for he might yell at you. I am the head boy and assistant to Mr. Barty. He might even brandish his newt results at you in a bid to intimidate. This summer, he would be eager to display it atop his head, ensuring every passerby could see it." "Well said, brother." The Weasley twins high-fived, while Harry and his companions erupted in laughter. Chapter 153, Underwater Breathing. They ultimately bid farewell at the corner, pressed for time. Ivy Good decided to directly instruct him on what to do, gesturing for Harry to follow her. "Take this golden egg into the bath, submerge it, then open it." She spoke rapidly, as the crowd around them grew larger. "Use the prefect's bathroom. The fourth door on the left of the statue of the confused egg on the 6th floor. The password is fresh pineapple." Harry, momentarily perplexed, wore a silly expression that visibly flustered Ivy Good. "Do you remember?" "I think so," he replied. "Don your invisibility cloak and take the Marauder's map," Eve Good admonished earnestly. "I distinctly recall the Weasley twins gifted it to you this Christmas. Do not share the map with anyone, and should anything seem amiss, report it to me immediately, understood?" Harry, though curious about how she knew so much, decided to swallow his question. "Furthermore, even if you wear the cloak, it's advisable to avoid others. For I cannot ascertain which professors at this school possess the ability to see through it. Understood, Harry nodded, reassured only when Eve confirmed that he had fully grasped her instructions before departing. What did she want with you? Hermione inquired, and Harry recounted the exchange in detail, leaving the three of them standing in contemplative silence. Do you think she might be privy to some insider information? Ron pondered aloud. Don't be foolish, Hermione retorted. Ever since we entered Hogwarts, she seems to possess an uncanny ability to foresee many events, doesn't she, Harry? Indeed, Harry replied, clutching the golden egg as they made their way to the common room. I intend to follow her advice tonight. I brought you steak, Gabriel. Eve Good announced as she routinely delivered supper to him that evening, reveling in her late-night excursions to the kitchen. The giant serpent at the bedside slowly opened its eyes and greedily consumed the offering. What do you think of me, Eve Good? Gabriel asked, regarding her with an expression of bemusement. What do you mean? She replied, seemingly reassessing the question. Of course, I see you with my eyes, silly serpent. I meant, how do you perceive my existence? Gabriel lazily slithered closer, inviting her to stroke its head. You are a snake. Am I not aware of my serpentine nature? I mean, do you not consider me a symbol of the family, an entity that has endured for nearly a millennium? Yet, first and foremost, you are a snake, Eve Good insisted, shaking her head. You must prioritize your identity as a serpent, do you not? How could you ponder such profound inquiries? Have you been to the Forbidden Forest recently and muddled your thoughts? I have not. Gabriel continued to repose against her leg, reflecting on the myriad events of the past centuries, each memory playing out like an endless film. They proclaimed it a family honor, a cherished pet, eternally living, a symbol of Slytherin across generations. They called it the finest instrument of assassination, an untamable beast, its skin a prized material, its worth immeasurable, coveted by countless individuals. Its immortality was bestowed by the founder of Slytherin, tasked with eternally guarding the family. It, along with the entirety of Slytherin, was hidden by its master, entrusted to safeguard the time-turner in accordance with his wishes. Gabriel witnessed both the zenith and the present decline of Slytherin. A family without a capable leader and a unifying vision for prosperity was doomed to perish. This was the last counsel imparted by the founder of Slytherin. And what of my identity beyond being a serpent? Gabriel hissed, locking its golden gaze with hers, and Eve Good perceived a storm brewing in its typically bright eyes. Of course, you may be whatever you choose to identify as, she replied, counting on her fingers. You could be Slytherin's serpent, a cold-blooded assassin, or even an ancient being. Ha ha ha, though I jest about that last one. Gabriel flicked its tail and seized a serpent-shaped cushion, tossing it playfully. And what do I represent to you? It queried. Oh my, Gabriel. Eve Good scrutinized it closely to ensure it was not speaking nonsense. Are you envious simply because I accepted Severus's confession? I am not. That is hardly the point. Really? I assure you, there is absolutely no possibility of anything happening between us. Gabriel, growing frustrated, hurled the cushion at her, declaring, I swear. I absolutely do not. Oh, very well then. Would you kindly repeat the question you just asked? Were you even listening to me? I must have caught half of it. Gabriel was now thoroughly disinclined to engage with her. Eve Good straightened. Of course I was listening. Let me think. It doesn't quite feel right to describe us as master and pet. That would be more fitting for George and Fred. To say we are friends feels inaccurate as well. To claim I am your employer would be too peculiar. So, how about this? I could consider you as my long-lost father. Ouch. The cushion landed squarely on Eve Good's face, and she cast a mournful glance at the culprit, who coiled up in a huff. You seem to be dodging the question, Gabriel thought, wishing to seal her lips. It felt as though this girl, now, was entirely different from the one who tormented little Barty. Yet this was the very relationship it yearned for. Such a person could be its leader. Moreover, she was the only one capable of wielding the time-turner after the master. Well then, tonight I also brought you some warm milk, Eve Good said, gesturing to a bowl on the table, knowing you dislike cold milk. Silly serpent, what I meant was, we could also be family. The following day, Harry recounted the golden egg incident to them, meticulously recalling every note of the melody he had heard. I have an hour to complete this task. Impressive, Eve Good remarked, munching on her chips. That you managed to remember it all is truly remarkable, Harry. What does that mean? Hermione asked. I have a feeling you two need to dive into the water. Whether or not she would enter the water was of no concern to her, Eve Good mused. For Harry needed to locate and rescue Ron, and she had no intention of getting wet. You must figure out how to breathe underwater, Harry, Ron said anxiously. Can you swim? I cannot. Hermione and Pansy began to scour for books, gathering a heap of them, and thus, the group commenced their search for solutions. Eve Good and Draco were engaged in conversation when the platinum-haired boy pondered for a moment before extracting a piece of parchment to write a letter. Is this all right? There will be no issues. Chapter 154, the second task. They spent several days searching without any leads, and as time drew nearer, palpable anxiety enveloped them. Finally, in the second week, Draco received a letter, signaling Eve good with a glance. "How much did you manage to obtain?" Draco boasted. "With my father involved, of course. We secured as much as we needed. Let us give it to him now." Just as Draco pulled out the letter, he was interrupted by a voice. "So, you all are here." George's voice suddenly emerged, causing them to lift their heads from the books, confusion etched on their faces. "What are you doing here?" Ron queried. "Looking for Hermione and Eve good," George replied. "Dumbledore is looking for you." "Oh no, oh no, oh no." As Eve good was led away, her mind was consumed with those words. She truly was going to be submerged in water, and she was in dire straits. Meanwhile, Draco showcased his father's response, shoving a handful of gillyweed into Harry's hands while explaining its purpose. "How did you come up with this?" "Of course, it wasn't my idea. Eve good instructed me to do this from the very beginning," Draco stated, though the response took too long. Thankfully, it arrived the day before the task. "If she knew how many teeth Filch had, I wouldn't be surprised," Ron remarked. "Nor would I," Pansy added as she closed her book. Hermione and Eve good were brought before Dumbledore, who explained why they were summoned and that they would need to remain submerged until the champions arrived to rescue them. Hermione immediately understood the source of Eve good's despondency. "I will freeze to death." "Not at all, my dear," Dumbledore reassured with a smile. "We will ensure your safety. Even if you are not ultimately rescued, you will not come to harm. Miss Granger, your champion is Crumb. Eve good, your champion is Harry. This Harry seems inexhaustible." And for the first time, Eve good feels that the mortality rate of champions far exceeds her own. Does Severus know about this? Hermione begins to stifle a laugh, then silently prays for the unfortunate Harry. "We are still unaware. After all, we must ensure the safety of our champion, mustn't we?" Indeed. Hermione and Eve good were assigned to specific rooms for rest, and everyone was strictly prohibited from divulging any details regarding the competition. "Harry has yet to find a solution," Hermione remarked, appearing quite anxious. "No, I had Draco assist him," Eve good replied, burying her head under the covers, her voice muffled. "I really do not wish to be submerged in water." Gabriel emerged from her left sleeve. "If you agree, I could bite them all to death, thus sparing you from participating." "My goodness." Eve good hastily sealed its mouth, admonishing, "I was merely complaining. Do not take such drastic measures. Can I venture into the Forbidden Forest during the competition?" "Oh." Gabriel flicked its tongue and slipped back into her robe. Early the next morning, they were all taken out, and as Eve good had surmised, the other two were Cho Chang and Fleur's sister, Gabrielle. "Sir, I wish to converse underwater." Dumbledore smiled benignly and refused. "No." "Miss Eve good, then what shall I do at the bottom of the water?" "Simply stare blankly. It appears that is the only option, regrettably, Miss Slytherin." Karkaroff displayed a row of large yellow teeth, relishing the moment. Regret should not be hers. A cold voice resonated from behind them. Snape, clad in his customary black robes, was present, and at that moment, the professors lined the shore, all eyeing the man. Who is her champion? At this juncture, several other girls had already been lowered into the water, and Eve good stood obediently. Snape had already formed an answer in his mind, casting a frosty glance across the gathering, while Dumbledore feigned interest in a cloud on the horizon, avoiding his gaze. "I arranged for her to enter the water." There was no time to refuse. He cast a spell, plunging the girl directly into the depths, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Hagrid broke the quiet. "Oh, let him go," he said in his booming voice, grinning broadly. "This is cheating," Karkaroff shouted, appearing quite displeased. "I have no interest in your little games, Karkaroff." The man resurfaced, drying himself with a spell, and deliberately rubbed his wand. "If you believe I am cheating, you may also plunge into the water and see for yourself." The opposing party fell silent, huffing heavily through their noses like a bull. He had heard much about this man during his time as a Death Eater. His own group had crossed paths with him, and the man's abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Yet, ultimately, he had managed to avoid Azkaban by betraying a number of Death Eaters. And now he was the headmaster of Durmstrang. Dumbledore, that crafty old fox, would not confront him openly, but this man was another matter entirely. It was truly vexing to contemplate. Why was I not informed of such an important matter? Snape began to interrogate Dumbledore, while Ludo, eager to avoid conflict, hastily ran to Hogwarts Castle to summon assistance. Before long, the shore was crowded with people. Harry and the other three champions arrived as scheduled. He was indeed quite exhilarated. But upon meeting Snape's gaze, which was even colder than before, he found his excitement waning. "The person you must rescue is Eve good," someone kindly reminded him in his ear. At that moment, he could not muster any excitement. He felt as though he was submerged in the coldest water on earth. "Potter." Snape finally moved his precious lips. "Either bring her back, or..." He continued to calmly stroke his wand, leaving his sentence unfinished, yet the menace radiating from him was palpable. Thus, when Ludo Bagman called out 3, Harry plunged into the water without hesitation, as if waiting for him below were not dangerous aquatic creatures, but a torrent of fire arrows. "Oh!" Fleur exclaimed in astonishment. Approximately half an hour later, Harry located the 4 individuals bound to the tail of the mermaid statue. It seemed that only Eve Good was in relatively good condition. She was still examining the ropes that bound her, while the others appeared somewhat disoriented. Eve Good spotted him and pointed to the stone on the ground, indicating he should use it. Without a moment's thought, Harry seized a rock and began to smash it. Then, without a glance at the others, he pulled her upwards. Eve Good wondered, does he not check on the other hostages? Is he so resolutely determined to leave? This does not seem right. There was nothing amiss, for as soon as she reached the shore, she beheld Snape's face, dark enough to almost drip ink. Harry was, astonishingly, the first to complete the task, finishing with 12 minutes to spare. Eve was given a large cup of potion by Madame Pomfrey, and she had never encountered such a peculiar concoction. Chapter 155, Nagini. Following that, the next 3 individuals emerged from the water in succession. This time Fleur was similarly besieged by Grindylows underwater and failed to rescue her sister. Yet, as Dumbledore had assured, no one was harmed during this competition. "I dare say I am injured," Harry remarked. "I have endured the most perilous intimidation ever." Ron cautiously glanced toward Snape, discovering he was preoccupied with watching Eve Good, and he exhaled in relief, having not overheard. "Yes," he smirked, "but it was still quite effective, wasn't he? You are now tied for the highest score with Cedric. If Karkaroff does not deliberately grade low," Hermione sharply interjected, "we would undoubtedly surpass him." The ensuing days were exceedingly pleasant. They were invariably accosted with inquiries about the situation beneath the water. Ron appeared to be diligently studying a book recently, but whenever they requested to see what it was, he always vaguely declined. "He can actually read a book," Hermione observed. "I have never seen him concentrate on one before." Eve Good quietly circled behind him and discovered it was 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches. "It seems he is beginning to awaken. Let us await the developments." The final task was still a considerable time away, scheduled for June 24th, granting them ample opportunity to prepare, which meant enduring another lengthy series of classes. Eve Good realized she could no longer subscribe to the Quibbler, as Rita Skeeter's articles were as astute as they come, persistently maintaining the narrative of Voldemort's resurrection even during the Triwizard Tournament. "You are not aware?" Luna replied with a hint of sorrow in her ethereal voice. "Father S. newspaper has ceased publication. Although we all believe what Rita has stated, the Ministry of Magic has pressured us, rendering it impossible to continue." "What?" Eve Good closed the latest issue of the newspaper. It seemed the Ministry of Magic was determined to contradict the truth, such a mindless act. Harry was utterly exasperated with divination class. He could not endure being reminded of himself daily, whether it was injury or death. According to Hermione, if even one of her predictions were accurate, Harry would have perished 800 times by now. A medical miracle, Harry. Eve Good patted his shoulder. Today they were once again attending class together. A throng of Gryffindors and Slytherins gradually made their way to the staircase. Gabriel had been placed in the Forbidden Forest by Eve Good, proving to be a wise decision. As her instincts suggested, the aroma in the divination classroom was growing increasingly potent. "Today we shall study Mars," Professor Trelawney commenced in her ethereal tone. And they felt drowsy once more. Its current position is quite intriguing. Harry and his group sat together, and he noticed Eve Good had already assumed her posture, a sign she was on the verge of sleep. Harry yawned, and at that moment, the classroom curtains were drawn back, the only source of illumination emanating from the flickering flames of the fireplace. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to slumber. Now, he found himself in a pitch-black chamber, facing an opulent chair occupied by a figure he knew all too well, though only half of their face was shrouded in darkness. A cold, sharp voice emerged from their lips, inquiring, "What is happening outside?" The enormous serpent that had been coiled behind his chair began to rise. Harry discerned that the snake was significantly smaller than Gabby, yet it remained an impressively robust viper. As the serpent slithered, it seemed there were indeed people beyond the door. Harry sensed the presence of numerous individuals. It appeared that Voldemort was not alone in this room. He wished to see who else was present, but in the blink of an eye, he was transported outside. There stood a woman, seemingly a muggle, and almost instantaneously, she was dragged into the room. The subsequent scene was hazy, and Harry felt a sense of disorientation. He witnessed the snake consume her, blood splattering, while those nearby knelt in unison, not daring to utter a sound. Where did this muggle come from? The chilling voice continued. Who was on exterior patrol today? Dolphin roll, a quivering voice responded. Nagini. The man seated above spoke again, sending a shiver down Harry's spine. You are fortunate. Today, 2 individuals can feed you. Harry watched as the snake lunged forth, vanishing in an instant. He felt increasingly dizzy, accompanied by a wave of nausea, as he beheld a burly blonde man being torn apart. his screams for mercy echoing as if every nerve in his body were ablaze. Truly, the most harrowing sight imaginable. Harry! Hey, Harry! He jolted awake, finding himself sprawled on the floor, the scar on his forehead throbbing as if pierced by a needle. Ron and the others were nearby, their faces etched with terror. To the hospital wing? Shall we head to the hospital wing? Eve Good suggested, helping him to his feet while Ron provided support. What has happened to me? Harry asked in confusion, but Hermione's attempt to speak was interrupted by the hurried arrival of Professor Trelawney. What is going on, Potter? You must have seen something, an apparition or a premonition. Speak to me. Enough, Pansy interjected, her face twisted in disgust. He needs to go to the hospital wing. You collapsed suddenly and started thrashing about. You frightened us all, Ron remarked as they watched him leave, Trelawney's expression one of disappointment. As if she had missed a fortune. Find him after class, Eve Good suggested, and they resumed their lesson, though it was uncertain how much of it they absorbed. After class, they convened in the hospital wing, where Harry hesitantly recounted what he had witnessed. Hermione and Pansy gasped in fear. Are you certain, Harry? Hermione asked. You really saw that snake kill someone? Yes, Harry replied, the pain in his head still lingering. They seemed to refer to it as Nagini. For heaven's sake. Why not just ask Eve Good directly? Draco chimed in, and they all turned their gaze toward the contemplative girl. Do you know this snake, Eve Good? She lifted her head, fixing them with a serious stare. Yes, I do. Could it simply be an ordinary snake? I mean, not linked to the Dark Lord? Draco inquired, his expression complex, while the others silently hoped this was merely a figment of their imagination. No, Eve Good replied, walking over to pat his shoulder. Nagini is Voldemort's snake. Chapter 156, lies at the Ministry of Magic. Everyone gasped in horror, Draco looking to her for reassurance, which Eve provided with a calming gaze. You will be fine. Your family is with us. He nervously grasped her sleeve. What about my father? And my mother? Rest assured, I will ensure their safety, Eve Good asserted, giving his shoulder a firm pat. However, for your own protection, I believe you all should learn the brain-blocking spell. What? Harry asked, perplexed, feeling as though there were many things he remained unaware of. You, Harry, Eve Good said, turning to meet his eyes, come to the headmaster's office tonight. Harry numbly agreed. And after ensuring his scar no longer pained him, they exited the hospital wing together. That evening, Harry arrived at Dumbledore's office as promised, expecting the same familiar furnishings, only to find a long table set in the middle of the room. The heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin, along with the smiling Dumbledore, were seated there, with Eve Good sitting beside Snape. Harry's here, Eve announced first, gesturing for him to take a seat across from her. Now, tell us what you saw today. Harry, bewildered, recounted his experience, and as he spoke, he noticed the expressions of some attendees growing increasingly grim. They shared his sentiment that this was an ominous sign, and more significantly, they all believed that it had indeed transpired. He killed a muggle and even slaughtered one of his own, Professor McGonagall remarked, her face as serious as ever. Fudge came to see me this afternoon, Dumbledore stated, fiddling with his thumb. He also mentioned the cancellation of the Quibbler, claiming that even if little Barty were under the influence of the truth serum, he would not believe it. What else did he say? Interesting, isn't it? Dumbledore replied with a smile. He subtly inquired whether I still supported him, and he also mentioned that Bertha Jorkins has indeed gone missing. He would rather say she has been missing for several months, perhaps even half a year, than admit she is dead. McGonagall scoffed. Furthermore, it seems there may be a traitor within the ministry, Dumbledore continued. Fawkes, perched nearby, emitted a few cries. Arthur, Ron's father, wrote to inform me of some internal strife and inexplicable injuries. And, Professor McGonagall said angrily, slamming a letter onto the table, Dolores Umbridge has written to me, insisting that Hogwarts requires a professor directly linked to the ministry. What does she think she is? Does the ministry believe it can meddle in our affairs? Eve Good erupted, recalling what the wretched woman had done, her anger flaring. So why won't they acknowledge Voldemort's existence at this juncture? He has indeed returned. This is not merely a lie, Eve Good shouted, slamming her hand on the table. How many more lives must we lose before Fudge awakens from his delusions? How much longer? Everyone swallowed hard. It was rare to see her this incensed. Why the deliberate pressure to halt the Quibbler? I suspect he is aware of the implications. Harry cautiously ventured. Too sharp, Eve Good exclaimed. If sharp criticism is silenced, then even gentle criticism becomes a crime. She directed her gaze toward Dumbledore at the head of the table. Haven't we had enough gentle criticism? The problem is, it is futile. If even gentle criticism is not permitted, then silence and apathy will become the norm. What good is that? It does nothing to alter the decaying core of the ministry. If only one voice is allowed to exist, it is a lie. If avoidance becomes the standard, then facing reality becomes a sin. Well said, Miss Eve Good, Snape remarked, pushing the pumpkin juice toward her, patting her head in a gesture of comfort. So what do you believe should be done now? Harry was astonished to find that they seemed to possess an innate trust in Eve Good, though he remained oblivious as to why. If Harry finds that these inexplicable visions have been occurring too frequently, to the extent that they disrupt his normal life, he must remember to inform us. Harry nodded. It is imperative to bring him down from the pedestal. She produced several large sheets of parchment. And Harry recalled that this was the very stack he had seen in Snape's office before. They needed to be entirely replaced. That was no easy task. Snape cleared his throat, glancing at Harry, who appeared unsure of what to do. Why are you still here? Harry, flustered, attempted to leave, but was called back by Dumbledore. You want to divulge what we discussed tonight? Will you, Harry? As their eyes met, Harry sensed for the first time that the blue in Dumbledore's eyes was distinctly different from that of Eve Good. Yes, sir, he stammered, feeling slightly dizzy. Thus, he exited the headmaster's office. If this war is unavoidable, it also presents an opportunity for us, Eve Good said, rubbing her temples in distress. The issue is, thus far, we cannot ascertain whether he is still solely focused on those Horcruxes. We must act swiftly. He is likely occupied with consolidating his power and probably isn't paying attention to his Horcruxes. However, to be candid, the more fractured his soul becomes, the easier it will be for us to capture him, Eve Good pointed out, indicating her head. After all, the more fragmented he is, the more unstable his emotions will be, and consequently, his mind will not function as effectively. And what about Dolores Umbridge's reply? Huh, that cow. Eve Good realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud and covered her mouth, glancing at Dumbledore. The old man tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling. My apologies. I suddenly experienced tinnitus and heard nothing. Then please, experience it again, Eve Good teased. Given the current situation, her response was merely a formality. I absolutely will not allow such a lunatic to wreak havoc at Hogwarts. Excellent, Snape affirmed, fully supporting her statement. As long as I remain at this school, I will not permit such a person to set foot inside, Professor McGonagall stated, brushing off her robes as if she felt something unsavory on them. Then we shall leave it at that for tonight, Dumbledore concluded, waving his wand to clear the table. They rose to take their leave, and Eve Good followed Snape out. Snape observed the bouncy girl beside him. Off to the kitchen for a snack, are we? Indeed, a midnight feast. Would you care to join? Snape instinctively considered declining, but realized who was asking. Very well. Chapter 157, the third task. By this point, Professor Flitwick had begun instructing them in more advanced dueling skills, though the results were not particularly promising. You can't fall like that, Ron, Hermione exclaimed. You need to fall backward. There's a mat behind you to catch you. Who can control whether they fall forward or backward when hit by a stunning spell? Ron felt as though his face might be squished. This was utterly absurd. It's quite simple, Eve Good observed, watching them practice. If you placed a gigantic acromantula in front of Ron, he would undoubtedly fall backward. Worth a try? Draco chimed in, having practiced sufficiently with Pansy. It proved to be an effective intimidation tactic, as the next time Ron was struck with a stunning spell, he fell directly backward. The final task was the maze. During dinner, Harry informed them that Eve Good and her companions were seated directly behind them, making it easy for them to converse. The Triwizard Cup would be placed at the center of the maze, and the first to reach it would earn full marks. Just navigate the maze? Hermione inquired. There are many obstacles, magical creatures, and spells, Harry explained, appearing more relaxed. It doesn't sound too difficult. I just need to train a bit to avoid injury. I'd be delighted to assist, Eve Good exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. I can teach you how to duel. Your kind of dueling seems lethal, Ron retorted, fixating on the potato on his plate. We do have to keep Madame Pomfrey on standby in case anything goes awry while you teach Harry. Your intentions are commendable, Pansy remarked, placing a piece of pie on her plate. But do hold off for now, Draco interjected. Hey. Soon the final match arrived. Eve Good and Dumbledore personally inspected each item, ensuring there was no dark magic involved. They carefully examined the Triwizard Cup, ultimately confirming it had not been enchanted as a portkey. A large contingent from the Ministry of Magic had arrived, claiming it was essential to guarantee the safety of the event. Eve Good now held little regard for this department. The sight of Fudge made her want to roll her eyes. Wait, who let that cow in here? Dolores Umbridge stood there, donned in her pink robes, and Eve Good found her far more unattractive than in the films. She was short and stout, even making Fudge appear slender beside her. Did you really bring such a dismal figure here? Eve Good glanced at Professor McGonagall, whose face was twitching, clearly reluctant to allow Umbridge entry. Fudge arranged it, Snape stated, his expression darkening since he received the news. Eve Good was once again assigned to the group of wizards responsible for security, her obedient demeanor making it hard to believe she had once managed to turn little Barty into such a state. Miss Eve Good, Fudge greeted her, shaking her hand, while Umbridge scrutinized her from head to toe. Is it appropriate to involve such a young witch, Minister? Harry is the same age as I am, Eve Good replied, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. her gaze as cold as poison. "Ah, this is Miss Slytherin," Fudge awkwardly interjected, quickly shifting the topic. Upon realizing she was the pure blood witch and currently the sole Slytherin, the woman's attitude transformed instantaneously. Her smile became sycophantic, making the girl exceedingly uncomfortable. "I must take my leave." She excused herself hurriedly, making her way towards the competition area, not wishing to confront her just yet. This time, Snape remained beside Eve Good, both suspended in the air, observing the maze below to better discern the happenings within. A crowd of people stared up at them, their eyes wide. Why do they have such privileges? Because both of them are responsible for the security of this event. Unfair, someone shouted. Eve Good is only in her 4th year. Then challenge her to a duel, said Slytherin, now a 7th-year student. Go ahead and try. He had a valid point, and immediately, no one dared to speak further. The competition reached a boiling point as they witnessed Cedric and Harry nearly sprinting toward the path leading to the trophy simultaneously. They encountered one another, and Cedric's height gave him a clear advantage. His legs were longer, but it seemed he was oblivious to something lurking in the left hedge. "Cedric," Harry shouted. "To your left." It was a close call. He nearly suffered a gash from the spider, but Cedric dodged with remarkable speed, sending his wand flying. Harry glanced at the trophy, which was tantalizingly close, then at the monstrous spider and the imminent danger threatening Cedric. Gritting his teeth, he raised his wand. "Stupefy," he shouted. Whether it was the spider's immense size or Harry's insufficient magical strength, it seemed utterly unaffected. Frustrated, Harry recalled how Eve Good had managed to stun a troll in their 1st year, but there was no time for further contemplation, as the spider clearly had become enraged. It swiftly approached, lifting Harry into the air with its forelegs. It was so massive that Harry felt Cedric had shrunk to the size of a doll. Had it not been for years of Quidditch training, he would have struggled to adjust to such an altitude instantaneously. In that moment, Cedric regained his wand and cast a spell at the spider, but like Harry, it seemed ineffective. Gritting his teeth, Harry strained to raise his wand once more. Expelliarmus. The maneuver proved unexpectedly effective, as the spider writhed in agony, indicating that it had lost the strength in its 2 front legs. Harry pondered that a fall from such a height would surely result in a concussion. As he landed, he struggled to roll forward, narrowly avoiding a headlong impact with the ground. Dazed and sprawled, he and Cedric had indeed amplified the power of their combined incantations. The spider was propelled away in an instant, collapsing motionless on the other side. "Are you all right, Harry?" Cedric inquired, his robes smeared with the spider's viscous secretions. And like Harry, he was not in a much better state. "I'm managing," Harry muttered, attempting to lift a leg only to find himself utterly weak. A sharp pain radiating from his ankle, likely sprained. Cedric's gaze fell upon the trophy, and Harry could see the yearning glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, it was a supreme honor for anyone. If he could claim it, the Hufflepuffs would be overjoyed. "You should go for it," Harry gasped, feeling his leg throb increasingly with pain. The rule was simple. Whoever reached the trophy first would be the victor. "I can't possibly run on this leg." Chapter 158. The conclusion of the tournament. Cedric hesitated, while Ivy Good craned her neck to discern his intentions, only for Snape to extend a hand to prevent her from toppling over the edge. "No," he declared emphatically. "You saved me. If you hadn't, that trophy would rightfully belong to you." "Don't indulge in such competitive banter," Harry replied, sinking onto the ground due to the unbearable pain in his leg. "Go on. If you take it, we can leave. But you save me first. I want to stand idly by and watch a fellow Hogwarts student ensnared by such a creature." Harry smiled broadly. He felt he had already gained enough, and Cedric was indeed remarkable. He held a deep admiration for such a worthy opponent. Moreover, the essence of the competition lay in the experience itself. The outcome was inconsequential, as either of them touching that trophy would signify Hogwarts honor. He recalled Ivy Good's comforting words to Draco during a Quidditch match. If one plays solely to win, it distorts the true meaning of the game. He was willing to assist Cedric. That was his choice, and the outcome mattered little. He simply knew he had learned immensely during this Triwizard tournament. Furthermore, Ivy Good's expression practically screamed her desire for special treatment. Although Harry was aware that others might seek help from professors or the headmaster, gathering intelligence, he knew it was irrelevant to him. He was determined to adhere to his own convictions. "I had assistance during this tournament as well," Cedric remarked, leaving Harry astonished by his forthrightness. "I think you should take it instead. Who hasn't received help at some point?" "I have as well," Harry replied candidly. "Your score for the second task should have been higher. Someone deliberately rated you lower," Cedric noted, approaching him and extending a hand, causing Harry to look up in disbelief. "If your score had surpassed mine, you would enter the maze first and reach the trophy faster than I could." "Don't jest," Harry retorted, momentarily envisioning himself claiming the trophy, Gryffindor achieving the highest honor in centuries. He would be remembered, surrounded by countless flowers, his name inscribed on the honor roll. The illusion faded, leaving only Cedric's stubborn but resolute face before him. "We'll do it together," Harry asserted, grasping Cedric's hand to rise from the ground. "What? We shall seize it simultaneously," Harry laughed. "Hogwarts triumphs, and we will be co-champions. Is that truly your sentiment? Shall we argue here until the others arrive to contest the trophy?" Harry teased as Cedric assisted him toward the trophy. "Competing with you is truly delightful," Cedric exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement, mirroring Harry's own exhilaration. "So it is. On the count of 3, we'll go together," Harry responded, feeling the joy radiating from Cedric's beaming face. 1, 2, 3. They grasped the handle simultaneously. This time, the original narrative did not unfold. They genuinely remained in place, the arena erupting with resounding cheers, as if the very heavens trembled. "Hogwarts has claimed the Triwizard Cup." Ludo's voice reverberated like thunder, announcing that Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory had concurrently seized the trophy, declaring them co-champions. The crowd roared, their jubilant shouts echoing as they celebrated heartily. Ivy Good spotted Dumbledore smiling, while Snape guided her down from the platform, both observing the crowd reveling in the moment, which felt surreal. A perfect conclusion. She joined in the celebration, while Snape stood with arms crossed, watching her merge into the throng, their ears filled solely with joyous cheers. Hagrid wept unabashedly, seemingly intent on exhausting his lifetime's worth of tears, while McGonagall dabbed at her eyes, and many professors and students were similarly moved. Dumbledore applauded the 4 champions. "You were truly remarkable, Harry and Cedric." Harry was promptly whisked away for treatment of his leg injury, as a throng surged toward Cedric, who was adorned with a floral crown, embracing Cho Chang, her face radiant with excitement. "This victory belongs to Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, as well as to the honor of Hogwarts," Ludo continued to declare, as Dumbledore announced a celebration in the Great Hall that night. The previously bleak history had faded, replaced by the bright sunshine, the joy of victory, and the aroma of a sumptuous feast. If Voldemort had not returned, if none of this had transpired, what a blissful scene it would have been. Ivy Good scanned the area, failing to spot that pink toad, which lifted her spirits. Observing the jubilant figures around her, a warm feeling surged within her. If altering the past were possible, every effort would be worthwhile. The Triwizard Cup was placed in a dedicated chamber, encased behind a large glass pane for all passing wizards to admire. Beneath it, a wooden plaque was intricately carved, commemorating the shared honor of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The feast was extraordinarily lavish, with an array of dishes both familiar and unfamiliar to Ivy Good adorning the table. People danced in the expansive space, devoid of instruments, their voices harmonizing in song. Students from the 3 houses appeared to have forged deep friendships, as Fleur and Crumb raised their glasses in toast to Harry and his friends, showering them with praise. Ron seemed to have come to terms with Hermione's closeness to Crumb, his reflections astute enough to surprise Ivy Good when he actively sought Crumb's autograph. As Snape approached, the crowd parted to grant him passage. Ivy Good took a final sip of her champagne when he invited her to the astronomy tower, and they departed. "Oh," Hermione exclaimed, "I never expected him to be so forthcoming." "That's splendid news," Draco remarked, inviting Pansy to dance with him in full view of everyone. "What is going on, mate?" Harry whistled, feeling a warmth radiating from his scar, though it was inconsequential. Draco turned back, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I'm simply asking the girl who captivates my heart to dance." The castle was alive with a joyous atmosphere. The echoes of song reached even here, serving as a delightful backdrop. Ivy Good and Snape stood on the deserted platform, the wind swirling from an unknown source, the moon peering through the clouds, casting a gentle light upon the world. Snape patted her head, perhaps thinking her too tall, wishing to bring her down a notch. "Is this the conclusion you wish to witness?" "Absolutely." The girl's face radiated with contentment. There could be no better Triwizard tournament than this. Their silhouettes stretched long beneath the moonlight, and for the first time, Snape genuinely felt that this elusive Merlin-like angel stood authentically beside him. She would not vanish again. And they were truly together. He involuntarily embraced her, and as he spoke slowly, he declared, there could be no better conclusion than this. Chapter 159, You Are Dead. Gabriel lay prostrate on the ground, acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of peril. Even within the forbidden forest, he sensed a thick, metallic tang of blood and an inexplicable urgency. The great serpent remained concealed until that feeling dissipated entirely. As centaurs passed by, a cacophony of animal movements drew Gabriel's gaze upward. "What is happening?" he inquired. The centaur known as Bane halted, declaring, "Someone has perished." He hesitated before continuing. "They have departed, near the edge of the forbidden forest." "Who has died?" The centaur numbers swelled, and Bane stomped the ground with his hooves, exclaiming, "The headmaster of that school, Karkaroff." The serpent swiftly slithered through the deserted stairwell, possessing an intrinsic connection with each generation of Slytherin. It soon made its way into the astronomy tower. The two individuals standing there turned in unison as Eve Good anticipated its arrival. "What is the matter?" she asked, suddenly recalling that Gabriel could not comprehend their speech. "Someone has died." She was momentarily struck dumb, while Snape furrowed his brow, momentarily convinced he was hallucinating. "How can you understand? How can you even speak?" "That is not the crux of the matter," Gabriel retorted, casting a guilty glance away. "That is not the main point." Eve Good grasped its head with her hands, shaking it back and forth as if kneading dough. "Do you realize how ridiculous it makes me appear after I specifically spoke in Parseltongue? I seldom reveal this ability." Gabriel's head wriggled in her grasp as it indignantly flicked its tongue. "I have only showcased this talent on 3 occasions, and you are among them. In that case, I am not a fool," Eve Good mumbled. "Wait, who has died?" "Karkaroff," it hissed, "the headmaster, near the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Within 10 minutes, Dumbledore and a group of individuals arrived at the scene, where indeed, a body lay on the ground, visibly tormented. With gaping black holes punctuating his neck, Eve Good immediately recognized the marks of a serpent bite. Dumbledore knelt down, meticulously examining the wounds. At that moment, Fudge stumbled onto the scene, his face pale with shock. "What is happening, Albus?" he gasped, nearly shouting. "It was Igor who did this." "Who knows?" Dumbledore murmured. "Perhaps we should summon Hagrid." Soon, the mountain-like Hagrid was summoned, wearing a perplexed expression as he gazed at everyone, ultimately settling his gaze on the now silent Karkaroff. "We need you to summon the centaurs, all right?" Dumbledore implored. "Rubius, we require their assistance." Hagrid ventured into the Forbidden Forest, his large feet trampling the surrounding underbrush. Before long, he emerged with a centaur, whom Eve Good recognized as Firenze. "Something indeed transpired tonight," Hagrid stated in his booming voice. Eve Good scanned the surroundings, noticing a group of individuals stealthily approaching. They appeared to be Harry and his companions. "Firenze, if you are willing, I hope you can recount the events of this evening." "Oh," the centaur replied, his blue eyes reminiscent of fireflies in a summer forest. "Yes," in his perpetually sorrowful tone, he continued, "a multitude arrived, sir and madam, along with a serpent." Everyone held their breath, intently watching him, as groups of centaurs gradually materialized at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Yet, Firenze seemed reluctant to elaborate further, leaving a few to wait patiently. Eventually, he spoke. "This place is no longer safe. My kin and I shall depart." His striking blue eyes turned to Eve Good as he earnestly warned, "It is your cousin. Be exceedingly cautious." Having uttered these words, he turned and left without a backward glance. The centaurs at the forest's edge following suit. Fudge stood frozen, as if turned to stone, while Dumbledore's expression was laden with meaning. "What does this imply?" Ron inquired, as they sat behind Hagrid's hut. "Do you remember that day I discussed centaurs with Eve Good?" Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. "Her cousin is the Dark Lord." Harry's complexion turned ashen. It suddenly made sense why he had felt an unusual warmth emanating from his scar. It was clear that something dangerous had recently been present. "Who is your cousin?" Snape asked softly. "By lineage, he does not qualify as my cousin," Eve Good replied, counting on her fingers. "However, in terms of blood, I indeed possess a relative." Fudge wore a peculiar smile, leaving Eve Good perplexed. She regarded him with curiosity. "Miss Slytherin," he began, his tone tinged with hostility. "Who is your cousin?" Eve Good returned his gaze with a chilling smile, brushing her long hair back, her eyes fixed on him as she declared, "My cousin. My only relative is, of course, Voldemort." Fudge now resembled a scarecrow, rigid and motionless, his eyes filled with obstinacy. "You jest. That centaur is lying. He must be a decoy." "They never lie," Hagrid retorted impatiently, exasperated by the disbelief. "Centaurs do not engage in such trickery." Fudge remained silent, visibly agitated, partly due to having been undermined and partly because a half-blood giant dared to interrupt him. "Do you still not grasp the situation regarding young Barty?" Dumbledore remarked softly. "And I warned you long ago about Azkaban. You did not heed my warning. What are your thoughts now?" "Azkaban is not at fault," he shouted, his face flushed. "And this is undoubtedly a problem from your Forbidden Forest. Something has bitten him to death." Harry and the others could hardly believe their ears. Ron had always considered Fudge a genial minister, as his father had spoken favorably of him, and his brother Percy regarded working in the ministry as an honor. Yet now, faced with such a reality, he remained willfully ignorant. "I must identify the culprit. I must inform the ministry." "What resurgence? This is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard." "You fool," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her hands clenched in her robes. "Is this chain of events not sufficient? Do not presume we are unaware of your deliberate attempt to allow Dementors to kiss young Barty, rendering him unable to testify. This is utterly absurd." "It is not absurd. Slytherin insisted he be properly punished. I am merely complying with her wishes." "Then do you suppose I ultimately allowed the ministry to punish him?" Evegood retorted coldly. Had I believed he held no value for you, I would have ended him on the spot. You are in contempt of the law. You are. Evegood moved her wand at her waist, yearning to strike him. Her desire to sever his head from his shoulders was palpable. Snape stepped forward, blocking her path, his cold gaze fixed on the man. He recognized the minister's folly, though he had not anticipated it to be this profound. What does the cessation of the counterpoint signify? Remus's voice drifted in, standing beside Professor McGonagall. They are spreading rumors. Irrelevant. You are dead, you fool, Evegood hissed. Though her words emerged as a serpent's sibilant sounds, unheard by Fudge, yet Dumbledore cast her an appreciative glance. You are inciting panic. After that great battle, we labored for 13 years to establish stability, and you would unravel everything. Evegood continued in parcel tongue, feeling the serpent within her left sleeve nodding in agreement. Chapter 160, The Conspiracy. Cornelius. Dumbledore raised his voice, and as his words grew louder, he insisted, you must take action. There is still time to salvage the situation. Manage Azkaban. Dispatch envoys to the Giants to win them over before Voldemort does. Absolutely impossible. Do you have any idea what would happen then? Fudge exclaimed, stamping his foot and pacing rapidly before Dumbledore. The Ministry has never faced such a crisis. If the magical community learns of my dealings with the Giants, they would be incensed. You cannot fathom the consequences. My career would be utterly ruined. What you are thinking about at this moment is still your own position. Snape articulated each word deliberately, his tone more a statement of fact than a question. Professor McGonagall found it increasingly normal to hear such absurd words from him. While Lupin clenched his jaw slightly, those who had weathered the war understood its brutality all too well. If timely measures were not taken this time, the devastation would be far worse than before. If war breaks out again, what will be the significance of those who have perished? Lupin shouted, unaware that his reaction was overly intense. My friend, my brother, you do not understand, you do not comprehend. Everyone turned their reproachful gazes towards Fudge, with two particularly fierce looks that seemed ready to do him harm. Both Evegood and Snape wore grim expressions, as though they might strike him at any moment. The fool babbles, Fudge muttered under his breath, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Preposterous. A prolonged silence ensued. No one dared to speak further, knowing that words would likely prove futile. Ultimately, the gathering dispersed unhappily. Snape, either intentionally or unintentionally, flicked a stone at Fudge's left knee, nearly causing him to stumble, while Evegood sent another stone to strike his right knee, resulting in his actual fall. Fudge, irate, brushed off the dust from his robes, still seething with anger. Failing to grasp what had just transpired, and erupted into a tirade against the path ahead, like a frustrated fool. If he can trip me, let him not rise again. Snape remarked darkly, and the others understood the implication. Evegood, without even glancing at the minister, strode directly toward the castle. We must root out all the Death Eaters who have infiltrated. We must bring him down first, Evegood asserted, as she and Snape descended to the cellar, still discussing how to approach the situation more effectively. Harry and his friends shakily emerged from their hiding place, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He has truly returned. Fudge will not acknowledge it, nor will he allow any newspaper to confirm it, Hermione declared, adjusting her hair that had become disheveled during their flight. We cannot allow him back. We cannot let him destroy this place. Harry growled, more lives will be at stake. Draco's face was paler than ever as he looked at the others, finally swallowing hard. I have something to say. With summer approaching, Evegood suddenly lifted her head from a pile of parchment, looking at Snape. Draco must learn the art of mind shielding. His father can teach him. Snape did not look up, recalling how he had mastered it himself long ago, having not been imprisoned in Azkaban for years while still seeking to refine his skills. It seems the shadows of his past loom large. He is still learning despite not being incarcerated, Evegood remarked, draping a scroll of parchment around the neck of a nearby snake. Gabriel, disinterested, flicked his tongue, but Evegood continued, however, I suspect this summer will be anything but tranquil. We must ensure he begins practicing immediately. Very well, Snape agreed, never one to refuse her requests. The two began to organize the pile of parchment when a knock resounded at the cellar door. Enter, Snape said coldly. It was Draco and Pansy. Evegood could tell from their expressions that something had happened. She continued her work without pause. Have you confessed to Harry and the others? Yes, Draco admitted, uneasily approaching. I wish to learn mind shielding. His face bore an unprecedented determination. Please teach me, Pansy. Evegood inquired tentatively, aware of Pansy's affections for Draco. It seemed they were now together, though she wondered if they would wed or if Draco still had feelings for Astoria. I am willing to stand by him, Pansy said. Her gaze lowered. You know, if he truly arrives, our pureblood family will surely be unable to escape. I must make a decision. I am proud of you, my dear, Evegood said, walking over to kiss her cheek. Pansy grasped her arm, and Ivgood recognized the immense burden this situation placed upon her. She offered a comforting embrace. "What can I do?" Pansy trembled, her lips quivering. "Train diligently in combat. Practice mind shielding with Draco," Ivgood advised, resuming her seat. "I will also begin learning, striving to teach you as swiftly as possible." At that moment, the cellar door swung open again, and an intruder stormed in without knocking, launching into a tirade. "What minister? What an imbecile! If I had been there, hello." Upon seeing Ivgood and Snape accompanied by two others, Black awkwardly rubbed his nose. "These are your friends, I presume?" "Indeed," Ivgood replied, introducing them. "This is Draco Malfoy, and this is Pansy Parkinson. A pleasure to meet you. I am Sirius Black." They exchanged hasty handshakes. Then Pansy and Draco wisely took their leave. As they exited, the pent-up frustration within Black erupted. "Fool! How could he be so misguided?" he shouted. "Madman! There are hardly any sane individuals left in the Ministry." Surprisingly, Snape did not counter his claim, even nodding in agreement, much like Ivgood. "How may I assist?" he suddenly inquired, noting the stacks of parchment covering Snape's desk and the intimidatingly large snake, which he knew belonged to Ivgood. "You could transform into a dog and bite fudge," Snape suggested. "That is your specialty." Black's face fell in dismay. "What?" "I find this method surprisingly feasible," Ivgood concurred. "Now both of you are conspiring against him. If we cannot confront him, can we at least avoid him?" "I still believe we must contact Arthur," Black stated, positioning himself between the two and deliberately pushing Snape aside. "Aside from the Ministry, where else do you intend to strike?" "From the leg of the dog that you just shoved me away from," Snape retorted. Black quickly retracted his leg. "I shudder to think how Hogwarts will change after this summer, and how the magical world will fare," Ivgood said, anxiously tapping the head of the snake. Gabriel, resigned, allowed her to do so. "School may be delayed. I have no idea, but I am certain this summer will be rife with significant upheaval." Another group entered, and Snape felt his head begin to throb. Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived, along with Arthur Weasley. "Mr. Dumbledore has already apprised me of the situation," he said solemnly. "We must write to anyone capable of recognizing the gravity of our predicament and alert them." "By all means," Snape replied for the two. "This time will not mirror the events of that year, correct?" the girl asked him, her blue eyes shimmering with confusion. He gently closed her eyes with his hand and enveloped her in an embrace. "Of course," he assured her, "nothing will go awry." After that day, they gradually became engrossed in their tasks. Crabbe and Goyle could never seem to locate Draco. Recalling Crabbe's earlier betrayal, Ivgood refrained from engaging with them, merely stating that he had contracted a rather unusual illness and spent most of his free time in the hospital wing. Ivgood also informed Dumbledore of the entrance method to the Room of Requirement, where they occasionally convened for meetings. Severus Snape bound every individual privy to this matter with the unbreakable vow, while the Ministry of Magic also made notable strides. However, the extensive layoffs ultimately incited discontent among some, notably Dolores Umbridge. "Is this a challenge to the minister?" she exclaimed, her voice piercing and laced with the self-assured sweetness of youth. Clad in her favored pink attire, Umbridge stood at the center of the office, a place where the ministry had never seen such frequent layoffs. Cornelius Fudge was preoccupied with sorting through letters, 80% of which criticized his ineptitude, likening him to a cowardly turtle, while a smaller fraction echoed his belief that Voldemort's resurrection was nothing more than an absurd rumor. His thoughts were in disarray, leaving him uncertain of his next course of action as he cast a glance at the woman standing before him. "Dolores Umbridge," he murmured, pressing his temples. "What do you propose we do?" "The minister's honor is sacrosanct," Umbridge replied, her eyes narrowing. Upon hearing her words, the man's demeanor visibly brightened. "Are you not perpetually concerned that Dumbledore might usurp your position? Moreover, you suffered a significant setback during the Triwizard Tournament," she continued, her flattery palpable. "Had I been present, I would have ensured you did not endure such indignities. I would have made them aware of what the ministry truly signifies." Thus, she sweetly suggested, "I believe Hogwarts warrants our investigation, or, at the very least, the dispatch of a temporary representative." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, others were already scheming to rid themselves of this pink toad, for since the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, she had bombarded Professor McGonagall with no fewer than 5 letters. As Ivgood was reluctant to endure further discomfort from the professor, who had no desire to become a cat. Let us elucidate the transgressions of this individual in the original text. Through her exceedingly unreasonable system of corporal punishment, she inscribed the words "I cannot lie" upon Harry's hand. Her enforced prejudices severely impacted the progress of the war, causing immense distress to wizards of non-pure blood lineage, and it has been confirmed that she engaged in torture, imprisonment, and the execution of several individuals. Umbridge endorsed Voldemort's views, harboring a profound disdain for Muggles and Muggleborns, relishing her connections with pure-blood families and the upper echelons of leadership. Ironically, She herself was not a pure blood, but rather a half-blood, yet she deceitfully proclaimed her pure blood status for many years. During her tenure at Hogwarts, she took delight in tormenting others, pure, unadulterated torment, encouraging Death Eater faculty to join in her cruel antics, reveling in the art of framing and surveilling others. It is widely acknowledged by those familiar with the original text just how loathsome she truly is. Furthermore, she has grievously injured Professor McGonagall and falsely accused Dumbledore. Assuming the role of headmistress, while her anti-werewolf legislation rendered Remus Lupin unemployable, Fudge's ineptitude, exacerbated by her interference, has been considerable. A little-known fact: although she harbors an affection for anything adorned with cat motifs, she considers cats to be dirty and troublesome. In conclusion, let us collectively denounce the pink toad. I would be utterly disarmed if even a single person expressed fondness for her. Any time will do. Snape maintained his usual demeanor, never pondering the motives behind her actions. If she desired something done, she would do it, and if it proved unfeasible, he could always intervene directly. Perhaps in a more chaotic moment, Evegood finally interjected, wary of provoking Fudge's ire by acting against his trusted confidant too soon. Evegood spent half a week mastering the legilimency and occlumency spells, while Pansy was whisked away for practice, leaving Draco in the unfortunate position of being summoned by Snape. A week later, "I can't take it anymore," Pansy exclaimed, flinging down her fork as she regarded the wan visage of Draco. Guess what I saw in her memories? What? Draco inquired wearily. Snape brewing potions, Snape giving goodnight kisses, Snape posing for photographs. It's all Snape, Snape, Snape. At least you have it better, Draco retorted, repeatedly slicing through his food. At least you didn't inadvertently witness things that would invite ridicule or a few inches of detention. Huh. Evegood stargazing with him. Evegood giggling in class. Evegood kissing his cheek. It's all Evegood. 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 Draco lamented, pulling 3 sheets of parchment from his sleeve. These are my reflections from the past few days. Pansy silently shook hands with Draco, united in their shared plight. Eventually, they managed to grasp these 2 skills before the summer concluded, albeit not with complete proficiency. Nevertheless, Evegood had already informed Lucius to ensure proper instruction for his son and daughter-in-law. Rumors of Voldemort's return circulated fervently among the students. Many were incredulous, yet more were too fearful to believe. Harry and his companions maintained their conviction, preparing earnestly for that fateful day, attending their recent classes with utmost seriousness. The Weasley family, staunchly loyal to Dumbledore, even saw Arthur hesitating to pen a letter to Lucius during the summer, though the reply was far from pleasant. Arthur Weasley, I do not require your reminders to make your paltry favor seem of worth. However, I must say, if you send another letter with this rag, it shall not survive the summer, he had written. How dare he speak of Errol like that? George read aloud. The family gathered around him, while Ron grumbled indignantly. So I've given you the 2 owls for delivering messages. George suddenly lost his bravado. I've never liked owing you favors, Lucius Malfoy. Then everyone turned their gaze to the 2 owls perched by the window, their heads held high, undeniably of superior quality. Mrs. Weasley took the letter, scrutinizing it repeatedly to assure herself that her son had not misread. Merlin S. trousers. Merlin S. tights. Chapter 162, A Secret Meeting. This summer passed with remarkable swiftness, even catching Evegood off guard. She received a kiss on the cheek from Fleur and shook hands with Crumb. It seemed they all had something to convey to her. The Durmstrang students were already aware of their principal's inexplicable demise, a revelation shared by Dumbledore in a speech prior to the summer. Voldemort had indeed returned, and the Ministry of Magic was doing everything in its power to conceal this fact. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as whispers circulated. To conceal the manner of a deceased individual's demise is a profound disrespect to their memory. I believe I have ample reason to inform everyone present that you all deserve to know this news. And now, every guest seated here is always welcome to return and join us, should they desire. He surveyed the room, where silence reigned. Only unity can render us strong. Our goals are aligned, and I trust that, as long as you all keep your hearts open, no differences shall serve as barriers between us. We have contemplated this matter extensively. My classmates, the headmaster, and I have engaged in discussions, Fleur articulated, glancing from Crumb to the assembled company. He has returned. Has he not? He has truly returned, the beautiful girl murmured. No worries, dear. If you wish to assist, we will certainly stand with you in defiance against him. They then turned their attention to Crumb, who had remained silent. The tall figure finally spoke. Of course, he affirmed. At the very least, I am glad to be with you during this time. It is widely known that Durmstrang has a preference for the use of the dark arts, yet throughout this period, you have all treated me with great kindness. Ultimately, both parties shook hands once more, with Fleur visibly reluctant to part from Evegood. You were simply brilliant in dealing with that Death Eater the other day, she remarked, pinching her cheek. When will you teach me? Not that anyone would wish to learn such a thing. Individuals like you are always welcome at Durmstrang. Crumb's smile was a rare sight. As he typically maintained a stoic demeanor, he glanced at them, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Then, unsurprisingly, he addressed Hermione with, "Will you write to me over the summer?" Indeed, Evangeline noticed the darkening of Ron's expression. "We should hurry," he urged, "or we'll miss the train." "How delightful." Evangeline stretched languidly as they boarded the train back, signaling the onset of summer. "This summer will hardly be tranquil," Ron remarked, a piece of toast clutched between his teeth as he tousled his slightly long hair. "It doesn't matter. It will be over soon enough. I cannot endure the current situation any longer." Evangeline tapped the table, returning her focus to the parchment before her. "Oh, that cow actually thinks she can take my snake. She truly must be dealt with." "Where will Harry be staying this summer?" Hermione inquired. "At my godfather's place," Harry replied. "If anything arises, Dumbledore will contact me directly." "Draco Pansy?" Evangeline asked as she tucked away the papers. "They might be staying at my family's estate," Draco replied with disdain. "My brain-closing charm is functioning adequately. I may accompany my family for a while, but I might also encounter the Dark Lord," Pansy added, her previous fears seemingly dissipated. "No worries, we'll be fine." "And what about your brother and father, Ron?" Ron cheerily whistled. "Fudge believes my father lacks the dignity befitting a wizard, simply because he enjoys Muggle culture. If the opportunity arises, he will certainly assist." "Very well, you must ensure your safety," Evangeline stated, her demeanor that of a person in authority. "If anyone gets hurt because of this, our plans will be jeopardized." Harry felt that even though the seating in the carriage was uniform in height, Evangeline somehow appeared to tower over everyone, her smile both delightful and chilling. "If needed, you can have Dobby reach out to me," Evangeline concluded, her gaze lost in contemplation. "I rather like him." The train seemed to arrive at its destination in no time, with Snape dutifully descending to retrieve her luggage. Numerous acquaintances greeted her along the way, including Narcissa, who offered her a warm hello. "We are all aware of how well you've cared for Draco. I recently heard about your past from Lucius," she said, affectionately stroking Evangeline's hair. "I cannot thank you enough, my dear." "It's a trifle. Do take care," Evangeline replied, as they embraced tightly. "They have already conspired to come here." Narcissa whispered in her ear. "There may be significant developments within the month, so take care of yourself." She kissed Evangeline's cheek. "I will," Evangeline assured her, though she felt it was unnecessary. Upon arriving at Snape's home, Evangeline flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can't get up, Severus." "Then perhaps you should stay there for a while," he replied, somewhat playfully. Gabriel returned to his original size, having witnessed her antics countless times. He then observed the man lean down to kiss her cheek. "And now?" she lamented. "I truly must have sinned." Gabriel wandered off, preferring not to witness the two. "I stored some Muggle ice cream in the cellar," Snape remarked, amused as he saw the girl's cheeks flush. "I think you might need it." "When did you store it?" "I have no idea," she replied. "Gabriel, do you want any? Every time you visit Diagon Alley, you must stop by Florin's for a cup." "I know you love it," Snape said leisurely, as both of them eyed the serpent that seemed eager to slither away. "Just a small portion." "Oh, it hardly matters whether I see the two of you or not, as long as there is something to eat." On the third evening, Dumbledore and others arrived at their home as per their original plan, with Gabriel stationed at the entrance. The radio began to play a fitting tune, and McGonagall approached to turn up the volume. "It's the Weird Sisters Hogwarts, Hogwarts," Dumbledore said joyfully. "Her guitar work is splendid. I've recently taken a liking to this song. Your taste in music is finally not as dreadful as that river in front of your house." Black seized the opportunity to tease him. Snape cast a faintly disdainful glance in Black's direction. "Too bad your dog's fur remains as unpleasant as ever. One glance is enough to make one cringe." "Hey," Lupin quickly intervened. "Sirius, we are here to discuss business." "It concerns Harry," Evangeline interjected, handing a parchment to Black. "You are his godfather. You have the right to know." Black read the words intently, his frown deepening with each line, until he finally set down the parchment. "Who will handle this?" He scanned the room, then noticed the silver-haired girl raise a hand. "You?" Chapter 163, Bong Explosion. "Indeed, I believe I am the best candidate." Evangeline traced the ring on her left forefinger before sliding it onto her right ring finger. "There shouldn't be any risk, right?" "Of course not. It's merely a killing curse," Evangeline reassured. She retrieved a book from a stack behind her. "I've perused many texts left by my parents. There are indeed accounts of the curse that may trigger upon my first use of Avada, but it poses no concern now." She then produced a very old parchment. Spreading it on the table, the ink was somewhat faded. "My similar, silent incantation is a variant of a curse. Many such records exist within my family. Of course, this will have little effect on me. At most it will leave me somewhat weakened." "You certainly know how to pile on the risks," Black remarked, leaning back with crossed arms. "I completely agree. I absolutely trust Evangeline." It is essential to eliminate the Horcrux from his body, and this is the safest method. Then it's settled for tomorrow afternoon, they concurred. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed from outside, as several house elves appeared before them. Miss, we have completed the tasks you assigned, one squeaked eagerly. And those things, we have buried them all. No snakes obstructing you, I trust? None, miss, another elf replied, seemingly preoccupied with their tasks. I haven't done anything like this in quite some time, miss, a third elf grinned. It was exceptionally smooth, though I have a request. Evangeline looked at him with amusement. Go ahead. I hope to be the one to detonate them, Miss Evangeline. I think I should call you Six, she chuckled, granting her approval. Would you like some apple pie? Or perhaps you'd prefer to cook for yourselves at the castle? We can't, another elf piped up timidly. We are house elves. We cannot eat our masteress food. There are no such rules here. Make yourselves something to eat. All right? Off you go. Evangeline waved her hand, and the group of elves chorused their thanks before vanishing. What did you have them do? Black inquired, his expression filled with unease, sensing that Evangeline was up to something significant. Yesterday, I took a look at the house I purchased for Harry and discovered traces of dark magic. They've completely ruined the exterior I painstakingly decorated, Evangeline stated calmly. I never expected they would target my property. Fortunately, Harry will be with you this summer, Lupin remarked to Black. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. You should have informed us of this situation, Evangeline. I intended to inform you, but after consulting with Severus, we decided to take preemptive action. A very astute decision, Snape replied, taking a sip of his drink and waving his wand to slice a piece of pie for the girl beside him. I acquired some small explosives from the Muggle world. McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. She had never anticipated Evangeline would. And then, we had the house elves bury them at their current hideout, Snape concluded, setting down his cup just as the music reached a climactic peak, sending shivers down Black's spine. In the dead of night, an explosion erupted, prompting them to hasten to Malfoy Manor. How exhilarating, exclaimed Eve Good, her eyes sparkling with fervor. You dare to trespass upon my abode. You are toying with fate. Thoughtful of you, Gabriel hissed from beside her. Bestow upon them a sweet slumber. Several individuals parted their lips, only to close them again, sensing that words would be inadequate. It was hard to fathom the consequences had you not aligned with our cause, Remus finally remarked. Never before had he felt such a chill emanate from Eve Good. For heaven's sake, a few may perish, yet I have lost the very walls of my home. Is this not a simple truth you fail to grasp? I understand you, Miss, Severus replied calmly, to which Black cast him a disbelieving glance. See, Severus is quite the rational one. Snape cast a sidelong glance at her, and Black could have sworn she detected a hint of affection in his eyes. The two of them gave off an impression that if one were to suffer harm, the other would unleash devastation upon the entire wizarding world. After much deliberation, Black donned his coat and muttered to his dear friend. This is quite sufficient, Remus mused, as if recalling someone from the past. I say, Eve Good's voice echoed from the far side of the room. When did you and Tonks become an item, Remus? The man, who had intended to use the fireplace, stumbled and vanished into the flames without a word. TCH, Black muttered, how long has it been? Then, amidst the stillness of a deep night, a severe explosion occurred in Little Gidding, startling the local residents awake. Police cars arrived in droves, accompanied by fire crews combating the blaze ignited by the explosion. The officers found the situation exceedingly peculiar, while the force of the blast was undeniably immense. As the Gunter estate lay in ruins, it was also oddly contained, affecting only that specific area, leaving neighboring homes untouched. Oh dear, a girl standing on a high ridge sighed, such a pitiful family. Amidst the sounds of destruction, 5 house elves clustered around her. As the night wind grew stronger, a man beside her draped his coat over her shoulders, and Eve Good wrapped herself in the warm garment. Are you satisfied? He inquired, sheathing his wand and gently stroking her hair with his right hand. Not entirely, the girl said, squinting her eyes. It seems there are no people left. They must have relocated to Malfoy Manor. Snape brushed a few strands of hair from his forehead. Then let us blow up Malfoy Manor. Lucius, I'm serious, Snape. I swear. That won't do. We certainly cannot demolish their home. Eve Good chuckled. This spectacle tonight will surely frighten them enough as it is. Let it be. At her signal, all the house elves departed, leaving the two standing there for an extended moment, lost in their thoughts. Severus, Eve Good suddenly said, I permit you to kiss me. Snape offered a resigned smile, bending to press a gentle kiss on her forehead, then fastening the 3 buttons of his coat. The wind has picked up. We should return. Chapter 164, Harry and the Card Game. Voldemort was particularly enraged now, and everyone within Malfoy Manor trembled in trepidation, fearful that even a slight noise or misstep might incite the Dark Lord's wrath, costing them their lives. Lucius stood in the hall of his home, already convinced he knew who was behind the calamity. He had sensed that provoking Eve Good was a grave error, and as predicted, the moment they departed, the old estate was reduced to rubble, nearly claiming Nagini, one of his Horcruxes, in the explosion. And that was not all. Voldemort discovered that he had lost contact with several previous Horcruxes. This time, his resurrection relied entirely on his great serpent, and during his recuperation, he had tinkered with 3 Horcruxes, all of which were obliterated in the blast. Quite unfortunate, Lucius mused, but they brought it upon themselves. The cost of further fragmenting his soul had rendered Voldemort's temper exponentially worse than before, and even Draco noted that his father seemed somewhat unhinged. Narcissa gazed at her opulent carpet, now muddied with footprints, and inhaled the strange scent wafting through the air, her anger boiling over at the state of her home. Sister. It's been ages. A woman with long black hair stood before her, her beauty marred by the scars of Azkaban's confinement. Yet Bellatrix appeared exuberant, for this signified she could continue serving her master. Bella, Narcissa acknowledged, though her loyalty to Voldemort was far from genuine, her sister's was fervent. Meeting her sister's fanatical gaze, Narcissa fell silent. Our master is now so weakened that he can no longer split his soul further, Bellatrix paced restlessly. Narcissa sighed and pulled a chair toward her. Yet her sister didn't even glance at it, muttering about how she would find out who was responsible for the explosion. Even if you discover who did it, there's little you can achieve, Narcissa thought to herself. Draco returned, pale and visibly shaken, forcing himself to maintain composure. Narcissa and Lucius hurried to his side, while Bellatrix approached with curiosity. What happened? Lucius asked softly. Draco trembled, his left arm exposed with the dark mark. The very emblem that both he and his father found abhorrent. The dark mark. Bellatrix exclaimed with glee. Well done, Draco. The master has accepted you into our ranks. Draco felt an overwhelming need to rest, and his mother led him away, embracing him in a secluded corner. It's all right, Draco. You're safe with us. We won't let you come to harm. He saw the faint tremor in her face, knowing she, too, was frightened, and he returned her embrace. I won't allow you to be harmed either, he found himself saying. This will all end soon, mother. Though the summer had barely begun, the wizarding world had been irrevocably altered. Houses had mysteriously ignited, and masked Death Eaters paraded about, while the Muggle world also felt the repercussions. All these signs indicated that Voldemort had indeed returned, and Fudge was utterly overwhelmed. During this time, banners and proclamations about Voldemort flooded the streets, and reports of deaths emerged, plunging the populace into a state of fear and anxiety. Still refusing to acknowledge the truth, Eve Good remarked, sipping her coffee as she turned a page of the Daily Prophet. This feather-brained turkey in pink attire wishes to shift the blame onto Dumbledore, despite the political instability he has incited. Snape, also perusing the day's edition of the Daily Prophet, halted abruptly upon reading a particular line. Miss Eve Good, a well-known pureblood descendant of Slytherin, openly defies the Ministry's decree, torturing wizards to death who should have been judged by the Ministry. What's the matter? Eve Good queried, having not caught his words. I've finished with this one. I'd like to see yours. Nothing of interest, Snape replied, folding the newspaper and tossing it into the fire. He gently patted her head. I must step out for a moment. Stay here, all right? Very well, she said, pointing to her face. Snape chuckled softly, kissed Eve's cheek, and stepped into the fireplace, vanishing. As he had observed, it was indeed time for such individuals to meet their end. By afternoon, Snape still had not returned, and Eve Good resolved to make her way to Black's residence. She arrived at the Muggle neighborhood, waiting for him to fetch her, for even she could not see number 12, Grimmauld Place. Eve Good did not have to wait long before Black arrived to escort her. They ascended the stone steps at the entrance and entered a lengthy hallway, which had evidently been tidied up, appearing spacious and illuminated. The antiquated gas lamps affixed to the walls had been replaced with more sophisticated pure copper vintage European sconces. Black guided her to the second floor, where a narrow sitting room awaited them. Harry and the others were already there, and the boy had just begun to grasp the ordeal he was about to face, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Did they give it all to him? Dumbledore nodded, gesturing for her to observe the items in Harry's possession, an invisibility cloak and a resurrection stone. Under the scrutiny of all present, Harry tremulously raised his wand, directing it toward Dumbledore's ancient wand. Disarm. The old wand tumbled to the ground, and Eve Good carefully picked it up, all eyes now focused on her hand. Look at me, Harry. Eve Good smiled as she raised the old wand. Are you ready? Yes, Harry swallowed hard. She gently elevated her wand, elegantly circling it at her waist, feeling the warmth of the ring on her right hand's fourth finger. Avada Kedavra. The green light surged toward him, and they witnessed Harry being thrown backward, much to Professor McGonagall's astonishment as she glanced at the girl. Let him lie for a moment. Black, still unconvinced, went to check Harry's breathing, and upon confirming he was unharmed, resumed his nonchalant demeanor. It would be quite amusing for Harry to awaken and discover everyone playing cards at another table. Awake? Evegood asked, chewing on a piece of candy. I told you it would be fine, a pair. Not good enough, Black retorted, waving Harry over. Come here. Blast. Lupin exclaimed, throwing down 4 cards, prompting Evegood to wail, while Harry remained in a state of shock. No, wait. Are you all not concerned, 3 of a kind, that this deadly curse could actually kill me? Straight, Dumbledore declared, laying down his cards. I win. The group grumbled in disbelief, momentarily ignoring Harry, who stood aside. Care for a round? Black inquired. Thanks. Harry silently squeezed in to join them. Suddenly, something began to chime. Evegood produced a 2-way mirror from her robe. Ah, she said, Severus. I want to be able to return tonight, came the man's low, gravelly voice from the other side. Eat well, it's been rather dangerous lately. Don't linger outside too long. I will, Evegood replied. And Harry noticed Professor McGonagall grinning broadly. Are you all right? I'll be fine, the man assured her, seemingly wishing to pat the girl's head but abruptly recalling that it was a 2-way mirror. Wait for me to return. Evegood burst into a fit of giggles, while Black clicked his tongue. You were once so repressed, and now you're all mushy pup. What about you? Evegood retorted, stowing away the mirror. When are you going to court a girl? Don't think I'm unaware of the posters of bikini-clad girls plastered all over your bedroom. What? Black exclaimed in shock, staring at her in utter disbelief. How do you know? You've never been there. I am Merlin's little angel, Evegood laughed, finding his reaction particularly amusing. There's nothing I don't know. How many points will Snape deduct from me in this lifetime? Harry inquired. That is a difficult question for me to answer, Harry. With Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore leaving for personal matters, Black, Lupin, Harry, and Evegood spent the afternoon playing enthusiastically. Harry suggested they visit Grimmauld Place next time, and the idea was met with unanimous agreement. Haha, I can't believe it, Evegood. You truly blew up their hideout. Black clapped her on the shoulder, nearly knocking her down. Well done. I heard about it early this morning. You weren't discovered, were you? Lupin still seemed anxious. Of course not. Who do you think I am? Evegood tossed her hair. But you should be leaving now. For safety's sake, you need to wear this. Black hurried upstairs and returned with an item, a protective garment crafted from the hide of a blast-ended scrut. Put this on. I'll escort you home. Goodbye. Evegood waved as she followed Black out the door. Lupin and Harry exchanged glances, silently reaching a mutual understanding. Let us check out Black's room. Upon returning to Spinner's End, Evegood found the dim atmosphere particularly comforting. Gabriel was swimming about the house and called out to her as she entered. Is he not coming over tonight? Should be why? Evegood retrieved 2 ice creams from the room below, and Gabriel skillfully took a bite. Isn't he the one who doesn't let you into his room? Before Gabriel could say another word, Evegood ascended the stairs and flung open the door to Snape's room. She was secretly praying not to encounter anything odd, even if she did. It wouldn't matter since they were together now. To her surprise, the room was neither locked nor warded, allowing her to immediately spot her portrait hanging on the wall opposite. Gabriel deemed this reminder fitting and glided into the room. Look who is hanging here, it exclaimed. The girl in the frame smiled, surrounded by fireworks and the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, while a small snake occasionally poked its head out from her sleeve. Evegood recognized herself at once, finally understanding why Snape had previously barred her from entering this room. That repressed old man, she muttered, brushing her fingers against the frame, which bore no dust, clearly having been regularly cleaned. Why do you do this? Evegood wiped her eyes, feeling a lump in her throat. You always do this. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic was in disarray. Umbridge, who was supposed to visit the Prophet on behalf of Fudge, had yet to return, and a majority of people believed she had encountered Death Eaters. Fudge felt dizzy, with calls for his resignation growing louder, rendering him indifferent to all matters. Atop a high mountain, the person they sought was tightly bound and cast aside. Snape leisurely unfolded the Daily Prophet, his tone icy. This is your doing. The woman's eyes widened in terror. She attempted to speak, but a curse rendered her mute. Snape softly intoned, soul extraction. Severus. A voice emerged from behind him as the man lifted an eye, making no significant movement. You were nearly discovered. Do you know what would happen if you were? Dumbledore inquired seriously, having anticipated Snape's reaction to the nonsensical article, though he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. He would simply turn against you. You've been waiting for this day for quite some time, haven't you? Snape glanced at the dazed woman before casting another memory charm. Dumbledore stood silently. What are you capable of, Severus? The depths of the man's dark eyes resembled the night sky, adorned only by a solitary star. Anything, he replied, anything. The Ministry of Magic erupted into chaos once more at midnight. Under the influence of the Imperius curse, Umbridge loudly proclaimed that he had returned, Voldemort had returned, and they would all suffer, before collapsing unconscious. Fudge was swiftly ousted, and an emergency election for the new Minister of Magic was convened. Snape reclined on his old-fashioned sofa, listening to the radio broadcasts while smoothing the creases in his attire. How did Dolores Umbridge end up in St. Mungo's? Eve Goode was utterly perplexed as she diligently perused today's edition of the Daily Prophet. Her mind was in disarray, necessitating treatment after being assailed by various unidentified potions and spells, leaving her life hanging by a thread, with little time to spare. Indeed, the Ministry of Magic was in utter chaos. Suddenly, Sirius's head emerged from the fireplace, and Snape raised the coffee cup in his hand. "Hey, don't throw anything at me," Black shouted in alarm, assuming Snape intended to hurl something at him, only to be taken aback when the man simply took a sip of coffee. "Are you jesting with me, Potter? What on earth is going on so early in the morning?" Eve inquired. "Dumbledore wants us to convene at Grimmauld Place to discuss matters. We might need to reactivate the Order of the Phoenix." Black's demeanor turned serious. The situation was dire, and Hogwarts might even delay its opening this year. The competition for the position of Minister for Magic was exceedingly fierce, and several candidates had already met with unfortunate fates. "It is no longer safe here. A complete mess." Arthur scoffed. "Fudge has made a total shambles of things. Voldemort's influence is far more extensive than we anticipated, with even foreign wizards arriving." Dumbledore's expression grew grave, and everyone present tensed, but Eve found the situation particularly intriguing. "So when will the magical world descend into chaos? I estimate." Black intended to ponder his response, but found the question increasingly absurd. "What do you mean?" "Literally," the girl replied with a smile. "Oh dear, little ones shouldn't pry so much." "What?" Black was flustered. "Am I the child here, or are you? And could you please refrain from smiling like that? It's quite unsettling." "What's the matter?" Snape queried with a glance. Eve leaned closer, whispering, "I need to make a trip to Germany to retrieve a prisoner." "A prisoner?" Snape asked quietly. "Newmontguard. You know?" The man shot a startled glance at the girl. "If he is truly released, the situation." "That gentleman's husband." Eve smirked towards Dumbledore, lowering her voice. "They've been divorced for several years. I intend to reunite them." Snape recalled Dumbledore's words before he had confessed his feelings, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "It appears the tides are turning." Dumbledore suddenly felt a chill at his back, sensing that some crucial information had been disclosed. Indeed, as Dumbledore had predicted, events unfolded far more swiftly than they had imagined. The Ministry of Magic had become a battleground for two opposing forces, a situation that showed no signs of improvement until mid-July. Nevertheless, Dumbledore resolved to proceed with the school year as planned, a decision that met with unanimous agreement. "After all, he truly fears you," Eve remarked. Professor McGonagall struggled to suppress her laughter. With the reactivation of the Order of the Phoenix, Eve Goode once again encountered Tonks, who had blossomed into a young woman since Eve had last seen her as a child. "When are you heading to Germany?" Snape inquired one evening as they resumed their potion-making routines. Eve stifled a yawn. "Soon. I want to collaborate with you on this. I can manage it alone." Snape sighed, moving closer to gently squeeze her aching wrist. "I just worry about you going there alone. Do not fret for me. You still underestimate my capabilities," Eve replied, raising her chin defiantly. The man draped his robe over her head, silently observing her. "You should never have had to endure such trials." "Oh, do not cover me up," Eve protested, pushing the robe aside. "More experiences can be quite beneficial, you know. I have never regretted meeting you all or gone back on those experiences." "Then you ought to go to bed now," Snape said, bending down to place a soft kiss on her forehead. "It is quite late. You require rest." "You need rest as well," Eve insisted, tugging at Snape's robe to pull him along. "Go to sleep. Everyone should go to sleep. Behave." Snape managed to utter after a long pause, turning awkwardly away. "Just a little more to finish. Then I shall wait for you to complete it," the girl replied, glancing out the window at the night sky. Tonight, there were neither clouds nor wind, just a round, luminous moon suspended in the dark. How many more peaceful nights like this do we have left? The following day, Eve set off for Grimmauld Place, and Arthur was taken aback that even her acquaintance with a flying car was known. He had intended to politely decline, but her pitiful gaze made him relent. "Well, as long as it isn't for anything dangerous. Of course, I won't engage in anything perilous," the girl declared, patting her chest. "You can trust me, Uncle Arthur. Haven't you already partaken in enough dangerous activities?" "What? Where do you think you're going, Eve Goode?" George emerged from nowhere, one arm draped over his father's shoulder. "Do you intend to use that car?" "I need to go to Germany. It's quite far," Eve replied candidly. "I heard your car is rather swift, so I thought I might borrow it." "George and I can be your bodyguards," Fred chimed in from an unexpected corner. "An adventure. This is a critical time, Fred," Arthur said sternly. "You cannot go out, and you are still too young." "Dad," George protested. "We've both celebrated our 17th birthdays. Are you on the same level as Eve Goode?" "You foolish child." Molly's voice suddenly rang out from behind them, hands on her hips, wielding a spatula. "She scored higher than both of you on her OWLs at such a young age, despite the Weasley twins' towering stature." Eve felt as though they were two shivering golden retrievers before Molly, while Mr. Weasley stood by, hesitant to interject. "We're older than her, Mum," George murmured. "We can be her bodyguards. If anything happens, we can clarify this for me. Is she your bodyguard, or are you hers?" George fell silent, realizing the absurdity of the situation. The current circumstances are perilous. "If you can remain here without meddling with your Weasley Wizard Wheezes products, I will be eternally grateful." Molly huffed. "I can just imagine you leaving Eve for even 5 minutes, and those lunatic dogs would turn you into a sieve. Oh dear. Why didn't you let us know you were visiting?" Molly approached Eve Good, her expression transforming with lightning speed. "Join us for lunch. You were hoping to borrow that car, weren't you?" "Yes, indeed. Mum, George attempted to speak, only to be silenced by a fierce glare. "Fred, go and clean up the goblins." Fred was taken aback, watching his twin flee to avoid being implicated in the chores. "All right, Mum. Ron informed me that your combat endeavors are indeed quite challenging." Mrs. Weasley seated herself across from me with a warm smile and rather presumptuously inquired, "Might I know the reason behind your desire to travel to Germany?" "To locate someone." Eve Good smacked her lips, draining half of her glass of milk, proclaiming that if it proves effective, there would be no need to worry about wars being waged for decades to come. "Who is it?" Ron asked, sleepily descending the stairs. "Good morning, Eve Good." "Good morning, Ron," she whispered, her voice barely audible to the three of us. "Dumbledore's husband." "What?" Ron exclaimed, as if pricked by a needle, instantly alert. "Oh, don't overreact, Ron," Mrs. Weasley chided, though her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Dear, you do know what you're saying, don't you?" "MHM. Eve Good finished her milk and watched the glass float automatically to the sink. "Grindelwald, his ex-husband." "Achoo, achoo." Dumbledore thought he must surely have caught a cold, having sneezed no less than 10 times since yesterday. However, this was quite unscientific. He hadn't been ill for many years. "Am I coming down with something?" He glanced sideways at Snape, who was preparing a new potion. "Perhaps you're unwell." "Huh." Dumbledore did not quite comprehend. "It's lovesickness." The man flicked his black robes, and his next words nearly caused Dumbledore to spew the tea he had just consumed. "After all, we all know you have a partner." Seeing his words hit their mark, Snape became more relaxed as he continued his potion making, while Dumbledore felt as though someone had placed tacks in his shoes, as if he could take flight at any moment from sheer anxiety. "Severus, I have no idea what you were talking about." "Oh," the man continued brewing, not sparing him a glance. "I absolutely do not." "Oh, I. After a prolonged silence, without further words from the elderly man, Snape glanced up in his direction and found Dumbledore standing there, lost in thought. A complete breakdown, utterly shattered. True breakdowns do not involve loud outbursts. "So, now you don't wish to accompany me, do you?" Eve Good leaned back lazily in her chair, as the Weasley clock pointed to the feed the chicken section, emitting strange reminder sounds. "Though I sense little danger, I always find it rather difficult to extract him. Darling, this is nothing. You needn't worry. You can certainly trust her, Mum." Ron shook his head as he plopped down beside Mrs. Weasley. "You didn't witness how she blew up the walls in first year, or how she dealt with people." "Don't be absurd, Ron," Mrs. Weasley reproached. "Eve Good appears so gentle and quiet. How could she engage in such behavior?" "Indeed, how could I?" The girl across from him cleared her throat. "I am but a delicate little flower, too kind-hearted to even stomp on an ant." Ron. Lunch was exceptionally lively, with Bill joining them at the table. Percy seemed preoccupied with his thoughts, while Eve Good noticed they had acquired 2 short-eared owls, who were preening each other's feathers. Where did they come from? Arthur glanced back and casually wiped a smudge of ink from Ron's face with a handkerchief. "Lucius gifted them to us," he said. "I never imagined he would one day present us with this. This is quite splendid, Dad." Ron took the handkerchief to continue wiping the stain. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, their fireplace erupted with green flames, and then Harry and Black emerged from within, appearing quite keen on visiting. "Good afternoon. You're all eating," Black declared as if entering his own home, pulling out a chair. "What a rare treat. Eve Good, you're here today?" Mrs. Weasley warmly invited the two to join their meal, but they insisted they had already eaten. Black and Mr. Weasley began sipping on some drinks, while Harry inquired about how Eve Good had been faring lately. "Splendidly. However, I shall be departing for Germany tonight." She casually speared a small sausage and popped it into her mouth. "Harry, you aren't busy, are you? Would you care to join me?" The Weasley twins began their lamenting. "We want to go too." All right. Mrs. Weasley finally relented. "If you wish to." Ron recoiled slightly, preferring to remain at home. Harry turned his questioning gaze towards Black, who, having indulged a bit, was slightly tipsy and hadn't quite caught what was said. "Of course you can go, Harry." He continued to toast with Mr. Weasley. "You can go anywhere you wish." Thus, that night, they packed the trunk of the car with fuel to avoid running out while soaring through the skies and plummeting into the ocean. Eve spread a magical map across the dashboard, It would guide them to their desired destination, and after several checks to ensure nothing was forgotten, they set off. "Be cautious," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, embracing several of them. "Stay safe," Mr. Weasley murmured softly, advising in a tone only they could hear, "when you wish to take flight. Remember to avoid muggles. Don't let them see you." "Rest assured, Dad." George rubbed his hands together. "Return promptly," Ginny added. Observing Eve Good and Harry share an extra hug. "What is this all about?" "Be careful not to harm anyone, Eve Good," Ron shouted after they set off. As at that moment, Eve Good couldn't turn back to give him a whack. He overthought it. A spell came flying back and struck him, eliciting a cry of pain. "Don't speak, Ron." Eve's voice faded, and they disappeared down the road. An exhilarating adventure was about to commence. Chapter 168, Flying Cars and Breakouts, 3. The group now floated above a vast expanse of ocean, evidently experiencing much cooler temperatures than on land. The Weasley twins showcased their latest inventions, while Harry munched on a cookie, only to transform into a canary the next moment. "Canary cookies. You really know how to have fun," Eve Good remarked, adjusting the car's direction and rolling down the window, switching off the cabin heat. Harry chirped in protest. But thankfully, he transformed back shortly thereafter, just as dawn broke. They planned to stop beside a secluded body of water to rest, of course. To allow the car to rest, it had its own quirks, much like a person. It was then that Harry remembered to ask about their destination. "So, where are we headed this time?" "To find Grindelwald, and then help him escape," Eve Good casually uttered, causing Harry to believe he had misheard. "Excuse me?" he asked, bewildered. The Weasley twins contemplated a barbecue, and Eve Good eagerly joined in. They retrieved a barbecue grill from a hidden compartment in the trunk and began to ignite it, while Eve Good hurried over to assist with the ingredients. "Helping Grindelwald escape? Has spending too much time in the car affected your hearing, Harry?" Fred quipped, pulling out gasoline from the astonishingly spacious trunk without looking up. "You're mad. How can you? I brought cards." Eve Good chimed. "We can play in the car later." "No problem." "Hey, is anyone listening to me?" Harry asked, analyzing their situation. "Given the tense circumstances, you can't just brazenly rescue him. It could go awry. We must wait until the wizarding world is in chaos to extract him. Otherwise, there are too many eyes watching, and it complicates matters," Eve Good said as she grilled a skewer of lamb, starting to eat. "And right now, it's the summer holiday. When else would we have such an opportunity? But you do know who he is, right?" Harry pressed, as he was pulled over to join in the barbecue. "Gellert Grindelwald. He once openly waged war against the wizarding world. He is extremely dangerous. Have you perhaps spent too much time with my little Hermione and been assimilated?" Eve Good quipped, stuffing a skewer of meat into his mouth to silence him. "I have, of course, conducted a thorough analysis before deciding to bring him along, and I assure you he will undoubtedly align with our cause." "Why?" came the muffled response. "Because his wife is with us." Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on a certain individual's face. "He will definitely heed his wife's words, I can guarantee that." After a breakfast that resembled a lunch, they set off again. The Weasley twins ensured that there were no witnesses before launching the car into the air, its engine emitting a joyful roar as they ventured forth. The search for the prison proved more challenging. After multiple comparisons with the map, they finally pinpointed a location as night descended, humming tunes while making their way to Nurmengard. The atmosphere oddly heavy yet inexplicably strange. "I see the tower, brothers," Eve Good announced, peering through binoculars. "It appears there is no one else around. It is quite safe." "Excellent, Eve Good," George replied, pocketing his cards, though Fred protested that he wanted to continue playing. "Harry, open that box beneath your seat." "Oh, all right." Harry hurriedly opened the box, expecting magical artifacts, only to discover it contained a common horn from a Muggle store. "Cough, cough." Eve Good cleared her throat. "When the car reaches the top of that tower, hand me the horn." It seemed that Grindelwald had already finished dinner served by house elves and was staring contemplatively out the window when he suddenly noticed a car approaching from the distance. "Mr. Grindelwald, please, do not resist. Return with us to the wizarding world. We are here to rescue you." "Who are you?" an aged voice inquired, as Grindelwald sat by the window. Though he had lost much of his former grandeur, the wildness and arrogance still flickered in his eyes. "I have no right to return," he replied calmly. "After all these years, I have come to many conclusions. You should leave." "Huh." Harry was taken aback. Why did he not wish to leave? It was not as he had imagined. "The wizarding world has suffered greatly. We need you," George said earnestly, his usual exuberance subdued as he gazed intently at the elder. "The wizarding world is of no concern to me," Grindelwald retorted sharply, his keen gaze fixed on George. "Do you not find it absurd to seek the assistance of a wizard who orchestrated a great war to quell another? You can trust us." "I do not even know you. What reason do I have to trust you?" In his eyes, these individuals were mere children, and entering their vehicle meant placing his life in their hands. He had been here for so long without a wand, utterly defenseless. The three of them exhausted every means and argument to persuade him to leave, yet to no avail. Throughout this, Eve Good remained silent, contemplating her words. Indeed, it seemed quite difficult to convince someone willing to stay here after having been bested by his own wife. Thus, she resolved to take a different approach. She seized the horn, cranked it to the maximum volume, and pressed play. If you don't find your Dumbledore soon, he will be with Newt. The four fell silent, stunned, as the horn repeatedly blared that statement, its volume echoing through the distant mountains. Your Dumbledore, he is going to be with Newt. Going to be with Newt. With Newt. Eve Good observed as Grindelwald's pupils dilated, a smile blossoming within her despite her outward composure. My ship has come in. I am willing to return with you, he suddenly declared, and Eve Good hastily turned off the horn, fearing that its background noise might spell doom for the four of them. But first, I must apologize to you, Mr. Scamander. The group carefully assisted him into the car, while George and Fred kindly retrieved water and clothing from the trunk for him to change into. Why has there been no commotion despite such a ruckus? Harry asked, puzzled. You fool, Harry, it is because I cast a charm, Eve Good replied, vaulting onto the car's roof to survey their surroundings. Once assured that no one was approaching, she examined the wall she had previously shattered and transfigured a chair from within the room into a dummy leaning against the wall. A few flicks of her wand later, the wall was restored. When did you learn that? George inquired, as Eve Good gracefully re-entered the vehicle. I learned it 6 months ago. My goodness, that is typically taught in 7th year, Fred exclaimed, astonished, recalling how Percy flaunted his proficiency in front of them daily. Grindelwald regarded the girl warily, sensing that she possessed a wealth of knowledge, and though she appeared young, she executed advanced spells with precision. He suddenly regretted not waiting for them to reveal more details before boarding the vehicle. It is all because of Albus, he thought, retracting his gaze from the window. As far as matters concerning him were concerned, he always felt this way. Newt is all about Newt. Why is he still that brown-haired lad? Chapter 169, Distorted Beliefs. Grindelwald had expected they would interrogate him during the ride, but to his surprise, they did not. The three conversed among themselves while the white-haired girl amused herself playing with a snake. He found the atmosphere oddly peculiar, yet could not pinpoint why. Perhaps it was due to his long absence from engaging with others. He simply leaned back in the car, remaining silent. To have the audacity to fly all the way from Britain to here suggested that these children possessed some ability, and their discussions revolved around useful information that he could conveniently eavesdrop on. 3 of a kind, 2 of a kind. Not good enough. Royal flush, Harry exclaimed, revealing 2 cards. My turn, straight. Grindelwald's head was filled with an array of questions. Mr. Grindelwald, would you care to play cards? Eve Good suddenly asked, all 4 eyes turning toward him. Grindelwald hesitated, shaking his head. It may take quite some time to reach Britain. Will you not find it uncomfortable to sleep in the car? The girl inquired again. The elder raised his unusual eyes, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. As long as I can return to see him, and Albus is willing to see me, then nothing else matters. Harry and the others felt somewhat constrained, given that the formidable Gellert Grindelwald from the previous generation sat beside them. Any misstep could result in dire consequences. We have yet to have dinner, Eve Good mentioned, glancing at the time display in the car. Shall we stop at a Muggle village to eat? Does Mr. Grindelwald require a meal? The elder's voice had lost some of its raspiness, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Over the years, he had learned to discern character, and he sensed that these individuals bore no ill intent. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the white-haired girl was not as simple as she appeared. To avoid attracting more Muggle attention, they ultimately decided to send Harry to purchase food, so they could eat leisurely in the car, as he was ostensibly more familiar with the Muggle world. During this interim, the Weasley twins checked the car for issues, while Eve Good sent a reassuring message to Snape, all the while listening quietly. How do you know that Albus and I are not enemies on the surface? He asked, having long wished to pose this question. Eve Good was aware that she could not be vague with him. I cannot say. You may inquire with Professor Dumbledore. The elder lifted his gaze, appraising her, and finally asked, how old are you? 4th year. You are quite talented. He glanced at the ring on Eve Good's finger. Having detected the presence of another dark magical aura surrounding her, he was taken aback that she could wear such a high-level dark magical artifact, indicating she was indeed formidable. Thank you. The girl displayed a poised smile, her every movement exuding an effortless elegance that was not at all stiff, but rather imbued with a sense of beauty. The elderly man cast another glance at her. You are of noble lineage. How could he discern that? It was evident that as a member of the wizarding aristocracy, her pure blood was unmistakable. Grindelwald spoke calmly. If I am not mistaken, you are a descendant of Slytherin. The serpent coiled lazily around the girl's left arm, raised its head, flicking its tongue. It had sensed that this old man was extraordinary, though it had not anticipated that he would uncover Eve's secrets so thoroughly. Indeed, Eve Good admitted obediently. Gellert Grindelwald, since he was aiding in her escape. He appeared to be someone of considerable importance to Albus, a person he admired for their potential. Thus, he extended his hand toward her. Eve Good raised an eyebrow and clasped his hand in return. Eve Good of Slytherin. You truly are a descendant of the Slytherin line. Correct. After a hasty dinner, they resumed their journey, and at this juncture, the elderly man was willing to engage in conversation, the atmosphere within the vehicle inexplicably becoming amiable. The group exchanged banter, and soon the car soared over a vast expanse of water. George adjusted the radio channel, which was reporting on Voldemort and the Death Eater's recent movements and the current situation. It won't be long. I hope we can eliminate him swiftly. Eve Good yawned, rubbing her eyes. So certain. The situation is dire, Fred remarked, though a smile graced his face. However, I trust you. After all, the Order of the Phoenix is not to be underestimated. The Death Eaters are on the verge of fracturing. Eve Good flipped the map over, a smile curling her lips. Moreover, most pure-blood aristocrats are inclined to align with my cause, so there is no need for excessive concern. So what of the Malfoys? George inquired. Of course. They are with us, Harry replied. We can establish contact through special means. I hope Hogwarts opens on time. Eve Good yawned again, fatigue overtaking her. I shall take a brief nap. When she next opened her eyes, dawn had broken, and she noticed George slowly steering the car toward the ramshackle abode. Squinting, she observed a considerable number of individuals below. Stop. Head to the bushes over there, she whispered. Fred roused the others in the vehicle, while Harry hurriedly adjusted his slipping glasses. You all stay here. I'll take a look. Without hesitation, the girl exited the car, using the morning light to discern that the strangers were indeed unfamiliar, yet undoubtedly up to no good. Inside the vehicle, the remaining three pressed anxiously against the windows. Grindelwald slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the girl. It seemed he was lying in wait, carefully observing Eve Good, confirming there were only 7 or 8 individuals. She then operated directly into the ramshackle dwelling, her proficiency preventing her from splitting her form. She noticed Mr. Weasley looking at her in astonishment, and she lowered her voice. There are people outside, did you know? Arthur shook his head. He had just concluded an internal meeting of the Order and had not noticed the commotion outside. I suspect they are Death Eaters. We must deal with them, Eve Good stated coldly, just as a considerable uproar erupted outside, accompanied by thick smoke as someone set something ablaze. At that moment, Eve Good hesitated no longer. She pushed the door open and dispatched several individuals with silent spells. They seemed utterly unprepared for anyone to be awake so early, and the girl swiftly incapacitated the remaining 3 with her magic, while Arthur hastily raised his wand to subdue them. Several curses shot past them, striking nearby trees. Arthur realized that the individual before them had no intention of restraining his power. He genuinely intended to kill. Do you so enjoy using the unforgivable curses? Eve Good's tone was icy as she noted that the man before her had consistently relied on those 3 spells, making it difficult for her to approach him. They are the most exquisite spells. You do not understand, the man proclaimed, his bloodshot eyes gleaming. You will inevitably perish at the hands of my master. All of you. No, you are mistaken. Eve Good shook her head, meeting his gaze. When you witness your loved ones, your friends, perish before your very eyes, you will not regard the unforgivable curses as a beautiful existence. You will not consider it a remarkable or noble act to trample upon the lives of the innocent with such spells. She traced the ring on her right hand, her voice steadying. Since you so cherish the unforgivable curses, I shall indulge you. A flash of green light erupted, and Harry was astonished to find that for the first time, his scar no longer pained him. Everyone witnessed the Death Eater collapse, lifeless, as he and his twisted beliefs were buried in the darkness untouched by dawn. Chapter 170. The Muggle Horn, truly remarkable. Seeing that everything was nearly resolved, Eve Good called toward the distant bushes. All clear, come out. The car rattled over, and 4 individuals disembarked. Arthur instantly recognized the extra person, frozen in place. It turned out she had not been jesting. Eve Good had truly brought Grindelwald back with her. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore felt he was becoming immune to the recent jokes about old flames and partners, making it difficult to concentrate on Voldemort. To be honest, he had no idea how the news had leaked, but he could easily guess who was responsible. What was more troublesome was that Eve Good had not been mistaken at all. Snape was still organizing recent internal documents. He hadn't seen Eve Good in days, and she was visibly more volatile. Dumbledore suddenly realized that the tides had turned. Just a few years ago, he had been subtly mocking Snape for his lack of a partner, and now a crowd was inquiring when he would remarry. The sun is about to rise, Severus. He reminded him. This meeting has gone on long enough. You should return to rest. Who are you off to rendezvous with in such a hurry? Snape's voice floated through, laced with a peculiar tone. Not again, he thought. Why was this man so resentful? Must you present yourself so meticulously, Mr. Grindelwald? Eve Good remarked humorously as she observed the once mighty wizard meticulously adjusting his attire in the restroom, having been at it for nearly 20 minutes, still feeling insufficiently formal. Just call me Grindelwald. He considered her an ally now. In other words, anyone hoping for a reunion with Albus was indeed an ally. All right. Take all the time you need. Eve Good kindly closed the door behind her as she left. Grindelwald gazed at his reflection in the mirror, observing the passage of time etched upon his visage, his two distinctly contrasting eyes, one shrouded in frost, the other deep as the summer of his youth, indelibly marked within his sight. His years of imprisonment had been his own choice. He had foreseen his fate the moment he realized he could not bring harm to Dumbledore. In this light, he, once a wizard of great renown, Gellert Grindelwald, had been confined for so many years. Yet, in truth, nothing could bind him, if he had wished. He could have left at any moment, even if he eventually recognized that his lifelong beliefs could not be fulfilled. I voluntarily imprisoned myself in that splendid summer, the most beautiful one of my life. I discovered that even separation could not sever the invisible chains between us. I longed to continue this unspeakable tale. Albus, this time, I have lost. Just before the clock struck 5:30, the fireplace in Dumbledore's office suddenly erupted with dazzling green flames. Both men instinctively paused their actions to look, as a girl with long white hair leaped from within. Snape's eyes flickered. Surprise. Good morning, Professor, Eve Good exclaimed, throwing herself into Snape's embrace. He gently stroked her head, though no matter how he concealed it, she could see the fatigue lurking in his eyes. Let us go home. She took his hand and headed toward the fireplace. You need rest, Severus. Very well. Dumbledore was taken aback to find only her present, for a fleeting moment. His eyes darkened with unspoken thoughts. He was uncertain of his own musings, merely watching the two depart before gradually making his way to the window. The summer cicadas chirped, and the sun bathed the scene in a gentle glow. Dumbledore felt, in a moment of reverie, that this summer echoed the vitality and myriad possibilities of years gone by. Yet it was distinctly different from that summer. There would be no warm barn, no golden bird-like youth. The fireplace behind him blazed anew, and he discerned someone emerging from within. He refrained from turning around, feeling both fear and anticipation. He feared that the figure emerging was not one he wished to see, yet he also feared that it was indeed him. Dumbledore himself could not predict the ramifications of Grindelwald's emergence. He had the power to thwart Evgood, yet ultimately chose not to. A sound of footsteps halted mere inches behind him, and in that moment, time seemed suspended, as if even the cicadas outside had ceased their song. Ow! A slightly hoarse voice called from behind him. This voice felt as though it had traversed countless timelines to reach him. Dumbledore slowly turned, and there he stood, Grindelwald, unchanged through the years, still resembling the golden bird of his memories, though now tarnished. Yet, through him, Dumbledore could still glimpse the boy from so many years ago. You shouldn't have come, Gellert. The man opposite him smiled. But you allowed it. Al, I know. If you had objected, I would not be standing here. He stepped forward, gazing down into those blue eyes. Admit it. Admit it. Al, you yearn for me as well. Though the blood pact has shattered, our bond remains unshaken. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but found himself speechless, silently regarding the man across from him. After all these years, won't you let me sit for a while? Grindelwald asked with a smile, finding Dumbledore particularly intriguing at that moment. It was not long before he was seated opposite Dumbledore, propping his head on his hand, feeling that escaping to be by his side was the wisest choice of his life. Dumbledore sensed a need for calm. Yet the sight of the man before him made tranquility elusive. He retrieved a piece of candy from his desk drawer and popped it into his mouth, meeting Grindelwald's mocking gaze. You ought to leave this place, Gellert. After so many years apart, is that all you have to say? Dumbledore averted his eyes, grappling with the words he could not refute. What do you intend to do? He finally asked, steeling himself. The tide of war was evidently turning in their favor. Yet Grindelwald's unexpected appearance posed an uncontrollable variable. For the greater good, he knew he must set him aside. I certainly stand with you. Albus, Grindelwald raised his eyes. Surely you don't believe I would assist them in confronting you? That remains uncertain, Dumbledore replied coldly, recalling the shattered blood pact and the last words he had spoken. I had long intended to write you a letter, but, he spread his hands, leaning closer to scrutinize him. Before I could, I escaped. With your abilities, I believe you could have escaped long ago, Dumbledore retorted as their gazes finally locked. Indeed, I could, Grindelwald chuckled lightly, as long as I desired. Even if they shattered my wand, I could still break free. However, the realization that my ideals were unattainable, that the greatest aspirations lay in tatters, echoed in Dumbledore's mind, reminiscent of the Slytherin's fervent chants. The thought of all his years of effort becoming mere wisps of smoke, his pride and confidence forbidding him from fleeing. How noble, Grindelwald remarked. Dumbledore smoothed the candy wrapper before setting it aside, His expression devoid of emotion, the signature smile faded. Yet none of this could ever confine me entirely. If it were merely this, one day, should I come to terms with it, I would certainly escape by my own means rather than being coaxed back by a young girl. Dumbledore's gaze, filtered through half-moon glasses, projected an earnest curiosity. I would very much like to know what she told you. Grindelwald produced a horn from behind him. Upon pressing a button, Evgood's voice resonated clearly throughout the office. Your Dandledore, he is about to be with Newt. To be with Newt. Together. A wave of awkward silence ensued. The portraits of past headmasters in the office feigned invisibility. And Dumbledore felt the question he posed was utterly superfluous. Observing the effectiveness of his tactic, Grindelwald quickly retracted the horn and leaned in closer. Albus, you see, I just emerged and have no place to stay. What do you think? Find your own way, Dumbledore interjected. You are cold-hearted, Al. Dumbledore felt a headache returning. Mr. Weasley had uncovered the orchestrators behind the recent attack. It was indeed the Death Eaters, who had grown audacious enough to assault the homes of Ministry members, a troubling development. The Order of the Phoenix had unanimously decided it was time to take action. With Fred and George now of age, they were included as per their wishes, injecting newfound vigor into the order. It's time to get to work, Evgood declared, brandishing her wand, while Snape smiled at her. Why do I feel like Snape has become a different person since falling in love? Black murmured. Unexpectedly, Lupin did not respond, and Black turned in confusion to find him engaged in conversation with Tonks. For heaven's sake, I'm truly at a loss. This is first-hand intelligence from yesterday. Moody unfolded a crumpled paper. Today they have decided to launch a full-scale assault on the Ministry. They can no longer afford to remain idle. Especially in their currently weakened state, swift resolution is more favorable for them. The Ministry is entirely in our favor now, Snape calmly stated, then glanced at the girl beside him, seeking her thoughts. We should engage in battle, Evgood replied, drawing a circle in the air, not seeking victory, but rather to withdraw when the opportunity is right, injuring as many as possible. In the afternoon, they indeed encountered the Death Eaters at the Ministry, and to her surprise, this time they wasted no words, launching directly into a fierce confrontation. Voldemort noticed her once more, his red eyes wide with fury. Yet he was being thoroughly suppressed by Dumbledore's side. Evgood was particularly eager to inquire where the old bee had hidden Grindelwald, yet now was not the time. At that moment, a blinding light surged toward Black. In an instant, Evgood was shocked to discover it was shot from Bellatrix. This time, I will not let anyone die. She forcefully shoved Black aside, and Snape, who had been attentively watching her, felt his pupils dilate sharply. The curse struck her, not the killing curse she had anticipated, but Cruciatus. Well, at least it's Cruciatus. That was her last coherent thought before consciousness slipped away, as a wave of pain surged from within. Akin to flames licking at her insides and limbs, a ferocious beast tearing at her body. Evgood, Black shouted, and the next moment, several curses flew toward the instigator, Bellatrix. However, she was clearly in a frenzy, her blood boiling in this life-and-death duel. With a few deft movements, Bellatrix deflected the curses, erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Her disheveled hair, swaying provocatively, Black unleashed a flurry of spells, Cruciatus. The surrounding curses suddenly surged towards her, and Bellatrix found herself momentarily overwhelmed, the spells striking her with unrelenting force. She, the most devoted follower of Voldemort and the madwoman of the Black family, was taken aback. How dare you strike my sister? You reckless fool, George shouted, while Fred aided him by hurling dung bombs, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Bellatrix collapsed to the ground, her body convulsing, her eyes wide with disbelief. The torment did not last long before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Even this woman was not immune to suffering. Leave her. Take her to headquarters. A shadowy figure swiftly enveloped Evgood in his embrace. Snape cast a cold glance at Sirius before vanishing in a puff of smoke. He had no desire to flay the foolish dog. He needed to find a place to secure her. It's over, it's over, it's over, Sirius exclaimed, as Evgood shielded herself from an attack, realizing she would bear the scars of this encounter. Life suddenly seemed devoid of color to him. Stop dawdling, brother. Tonks interjected gleefully. Before your life comes to an end, why not take down a few more Death Eaters? The skirmish concluded relatively swiftly. Upon realizing the tide had turned against them, the Death Eaters retreated in haste. Black ruthlessly trampled a few of them, still unsatisfied, delivering slaps to several others. Enough. I strike the dog, not the face. I am striking dogs. Black vented his frustration with a few more kicks, fully aware that Snape would surely flay him alive for this. It appears I must reassess the similarities between you and a toad, Black. Snape's voice cut through the air, startling Black, who realized that at least toads would not attack their own kind, while you would. I do not wish to be like this, Snape, I truly do not. Snape's unfeeling gaze sent shivers down Black's spine. He was acutely aware of how significant that girl was to him, and indeed to everyone. Black silently cursed himself for having missed the curse that had targeted him. Otherwise, he would not have had a young girl take the blow for him. Fortunately, the man did not dwell on the matter, fully cognizant of the main cause of these events. Bellatrix. Where is she? I've captured her. Moody has already brought her back to headquarters. She's locked up at my place. The situation morphed into what it was now as Black stared in disbelief at Snape, who was using a spell to cut open the madwoman's mouth. The dark-haired man seemed lost in thought, flicking his wand a few more times, instantly rendering the lower half of her face a bloody mess, causing Black to tremble in horror. Am I next? Snape shot him a look as if to say, are you an imbecile? Before turning to exit the dungeon prepared for that woman, Black ensured she would not escape before hastily following. You chose to leave her behind because you want to ruin her looks, don't you? The man halted, giving Black a pointed look before stowing his wand away. Eve Good once expressed a desire to tear her mouth apart. Is it that simple? Upon uttering these words, Black realized the question was utterly pointless. After searching for a wife for so long, such a trivial wish must certainly be fulfilled. If it were him, he would have gone even further. It is that simple. Snape replied calmly, then unleashed a piercing curse upon her. The woman's throat was filled with blood, her screams a disjointed cacophony. Then what is this? Inflicting such torment upon her, do you think it merely amounts to disfigurement? Is it so simple? Snape sheathed his wand and turned his back, walking toward the room where Eve Good could rest. Leave her. I will find a use for her later. Chapter 172, the predecessor of D.A. Eve Good was no fragile being. Before long, she was back on her feet. She even made a special visit to see Bellatrix, discovering how her lower face had been mangled by spells, a fate she had wished upon herself. I did that, Snape remarked, ruffling her hair. You know me too well. Severus. Now, you can return to your bed, Snape declared, lifting her effortlessly. Eve Good felt an odd sense of familiarity in this position. She needed a few days to recuperate. I don't need it. I'm perfectly fine now. This Princess Carrie felt strangely reminiscent of when she first traversed back in time to embrace him. According to Dumbledore, their battle had dealt a significant blow to the Death Eaters, who had since vanished. Eve Good understood that they absolutely could not touch Malfoy Manor. It seemed they would have to wait until school resumed to inquire about Draco's situation. Then there was another pressing matter. What? Eve Good was taken aback as she watched the man before her receive a resignation letter from Dumbledore, feeling as if she were in a surreal dream. Why are you resigning, Severus? Does this mean you won't be at Hogwarts? I can apply to assist someone else, but I will no longer serve as a professor. Snape replied, setting the paper down and ruffling her hair. You will have a new potions teacher, but I will remain at Hogwarts. Eve Good remained perplexed. But why? Snape leaned closer, whispering in a voice meant only for the two of them. Because romances between teachers and students tend to get shut down, so I resigned. Fortunately, from that day forth, the Death Eaters made no significant moves. Hogwarts opened as scheduled, and they boarded the train once more, where Eve Good was pleased to reunite with Pansy and Draco. We missed you, Pansy exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her. Are you all right? I heard from Draco that you were struck by a piercing curse. Of course, I'm fine. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? She shared hugs with both of them before they entered a train compartment together. They turned our manor into a complete mess, a bunch of lunatics. Draco fumed, hesitating for a moment before slowly revealing the fabric of his left sleeve, where the dark mark lay. How did he give you that so quickly? Eve Good gasped, shaking him. Draco, rocked back and forth, struggled to find his words. Pansy, beside them, unwrapped a chocolate frog. It won't be long. It will all be over soon. We trust in each other's strength. Of course, I have no doubts, Draco replied, fixing his hair as he looked at Eve Good. It's nothing serious. As my father says, he has gone completely mad. Sometimes he can't string together a coherent sentence. By the way, you blew up the house, didn't you? Need I even say? Ron answered for her. How was it? Wasn't it exhilarating? So cool. Eve Good, you have no idea. Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had so many Horcruxes, my parents were worried sick about what to do. Then you blew up the place where they kept them. Ha ha ha. Pansy laughed until she could barely breathe. You know, when I heard the news, our entire family laughed for ages. It was just too perfect. There was more good news to share. Harry was thrilled for them as he pulled Hermione and Ron closer. The new Gryffindor prefects. Well, we have our own. Pansy proudly pulled Draco closer. How about that? Draco and I, the new prefects of Slytherin. And one more thing, Eve Good lazily waved a shiny badge. I am now a member of the student council. How about that? What? Harry was taken aback. Have I been isolated? No, Harry, Eve Good said sternly. You isolated all of us. In the entire compartment. Only Harry held no position, but the girl did not want to dampen his spirits. She mysteriously produced another package, tossing it into his arms. I specifically requested this from Dumbledore to keep for you. I thought you might need this surprise. Harry eagerly tore it open, gasping as he held up a badge identical to Eve Good's. I joined the student council. Well done, Harry. Hermione held him tightly, sincerely wishing him well. Now we both have positions. I dare say there is nothing better than this. You made significant progress last semester, she continued. Dumbledore believes you are capable of this role. Eve Good winked at him. Of course, if you could be a tad more compliant. In that regard, you are remarkably similar to James. The train gradually came to a halt amid a chorus of chatter, and they had returned to Hogwarts. Despite the summer being as long as ever, Eve Good felt as though she had been away for an eternity. They were still discussing the Order of the Phoenix, and Harry expressed his desire to join, or perhaps form a mysterious underground organization. They had to take action amidst the tumultuous circumstances, no matter how much they could do. No worries. I believe that day will come sooner or later. It's wise to prepare in advance. Training them will spare them some suffering. I've witnessed enough life-threatening battles, Eve Good reflected. Eve never anticipated that on the very night she resolved to make a decision, someone would approach her. A Slytherin upperclassman sat beside her at dinner. A familiar face she often saw during upper-year commendations. Ivania Shafir, she introduced herself before Eve Good could speak. I suppose I shouldn't be a stranger to you? Not at all, Eve Good replied, shaking her hand, curious as to why this girl sought her out. I've heard you stand against Voldemort. She gazed into her purple eyes. Indeed, any noble would know of this. I've pondered long on how to approach you. Eve Good, she inhaled deeply. I wish to stand with you. If there are any actions or organizations that suit me, may I be called upon? That is not a simple matter, Eve Good noted, observing the determination in her eyes. A rarity among them. It was known that the nobility were largely under Voldemort's scrutiny, and given that Voldemort himself was a Slytherin, it was indeed remarkable to openly oppose him. Are you truly certain? The moment he murdered my parents, I was certain. Ivania raised her glass to her. Do not fear that your question might offend me. I have no regrets, Eve Good. If you can resist him so bravely, then so can I. The clink of their goblets echoed like a special cue, signifying a pact, and they downed their butterbeer in unison. I have many people with me, if you wish. I can summon them. Ivania smiled, her demeanor far less rigid than moments before. All are trusted individuals of my choosing. Then I entrust this to you. Eve Good raised an eyebrow, and they exchanged smiles. Chapter 173, Grindelwald. Dumbledore's Army? Pansy meticulously examined the outline Eve Good had prepared throughout the night. This name is indeed splendid. D.A., succinct, and to the point. When can we commence training? I'm still uncertain how many will join us, Eve Good lamented, resting her head on the library table, feigning despair. I had envisioned this as an underground organization. You didn't anticipate so many? Hermione closed her book, smiling with encouragement. Cheer up. This signifies that many are willing to resist alongside us. That's a good thing, Draco remarked, his usual vigor restored after a stifling summer. We all support you. To Eve Good's astonishment, the first week's DA training was personally arranged by Dumbledore in the dueling arena. Upon seeing a crowd of over 100 gathered before them, she was taken aback. What I wanted was an underground organization, do you understand? Such matters should not remain buried. My child, Dumbledore's wise gaze pierced through his spectacles. Any action that can alleviate suffering should never be concealed. Remember this. People will be grateful to you, especially given the favorable circumstances. But I don't know what to teach them. Eve Good stammered. You needn't worry. I found someone. Found someone. A stranger approached, one Eve Good had never seen before. She scrutinized him, wondering if the time travel had caused a butterfly effect. Miss Slytherin, the man spoke. His tone oddly familiar. I am Grindelwald, personally chosen by Mr. Dumbledore as your mentor. What? No, I mean, huh? Eve Good shook his hand, bewildered. What is happening? Polyjuice potion, he replied smugly. I did not expect Albus to make such a decision. It truly surprises me. You two can cozy up later. I just want to escape, she thought. No. Are we really going to call you Grindelwald? Isn't that rather conspicuous? Were it not for the necessity of discretion, I would announce my full name, he scoffed. However, for Albus's sake, I believe this minor inconvenience is inconsequential. Eve Good noticed Dumbledore rolling his eyes slightly. She found the two to be rather amusing. Soon, she stood with the others, eager to hear what Grindelwald would impart. Before we begin, I would like to ask all of you, he flashed that standard, beguiling smile, and Eve Good sensed trouble. Who among you is Mr. Dumbledore's favorite student? Perhaps she was overthinking it. By the third week, Eve Good was astonished to learn from the Daily Prophet that the pink toad had perished. Prior to this, she had endured a mental breakdown and severe hallucinations, several times endangering others' lives. St. Mungo's doctors unanimously concluded that she required Muggle-style euthanasia. Snape continued to oversee her as she consumed the restorative potion, as he had done in the past. You did this, didn't you? Eve Good suddenly queried, unexpectedly colliding with the depths of his dark gaze. What do you think? Snape chuckled lightly, taking the empty vial from her hand and pouring her a glass of water. This is, Quite dangerous. You're not hurt, are you? Eve Good hastily began to check his arms and neck. Snape shook his head, signaling her to drink. Of course, I am fine. After all, it was you who said it. He took the cup she offered and leisurely drained it. If I hadn't acted, she would inevitably die at your hands. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to take such risks. And I shall not allow you to take risks, miss. Snape set down the cup, lightly tapping her forehead. I would prefer you protect yourself. It's infuriating. Why must you be so charming? She thought, overwhelmed. Life continued as it always had. Indeed, as long as Dumbledore remained at Hogwarts, it was the safest place in the magical realm. They could still joke in potions class, complain to Hagrid about blast-ended scrutes, and curse the absurdly difficult disapparition spell. Of course, for Hermione and Eve Good, these challenges were but trifles. I recommended care of magical creatures to Hagrid, Eve Good remarked as she and Draco headed to the expansive grounds for their class. If Newt saw them, he would be thrilled, she added. Indeed, he is quite an extraordinary magizoologist, Hermione agreed. Under Hagrid's guidance, they interacted with the creatures, which appeared to relish being close to people. Eve Good and Pansy fed them mealworms, and if one listened closely, they could hear the creatures whispering amongst themselves. It's a pity they don't enjoy Hagrid's rock cakes, Ron said, struggling to bite into a dozen rock cakes Hagrid had specially given him. They're not bad, but I'd be happy to share some with them. Perhaps you should try knocking on Hogwarts floor tiles, Harry jested. Who knows? Maybe Hogwarts will collapse as a result. A chorus of laughter erupted among the group, and Hermione, sampling a piece of cake, winced at the pain radiating from her tooth. Draco ought to prepare a little, said Evie Good. What? Draco inquired, puzzled. Because you could catch Voldemort off guard and smack him on the back of his head. Then we'd have a complete victory. Savior Draco Malfoy. Well said, Harry, came the response, prompting even more laughter. Although the likelihood of such a plan succeeding was minuscule, discussing it brought joy to their hearts. With Oliver Wood having graduated, Angelina had taken over as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry had presumed that training would be less demanding, but to his surprise, she exhibited the same level of responsibility as Wood, maintaining a strict regimen for their practices. Is Wood dead? George asked, his face a mask of sorrow. What? Harry thought he had misheard. Oliver Wood's spirit has possessed Angelina, Fred declared, as he struggled to chew a particularly tough piece of steak. Indeed, she is considerably more stringent than before. But you must concede, she remains as enchanting as ever. George remarked cheerfully. I truly relish seeing her every day. Love is in the air, Fred whispered conspiratorially to Harry. I can see where your owl has been all summer, writing her letters. Chapter 174, always. That's quite nice, Harry replied with delight, though Fred scrutinized him with a skeptical eye. And what about you, lad? Fred finally managed to tear off that piece of steak and leaned in to examine Harry's face closely. I can't shake the feeling that you. Soon, Harry said, averting his gaze sheepishly. It's possible. He has something going on with Ginny. Ron, who had been silent until now, interjected. Harry felt Fred's eyes widen in astonishment. Well, you can't be serious, Fred exclaimed, pulling him closer. As the in-laws of the Weasleys, you've truly struck gold. Harry, yes, I suppose so, Harry replied, his face turning as red as the tomatoes on the plate before him. Meanwhile, Hermione had clarified to Evie Good and Pansy that she and Crumb were not suited for each other. Over the summer, she had laid everything out clearly with him, though they could remain ordinary pen pals. Of course, Evie Good chuckled. It seems this pair is gradually finding their way. I shall support your decision. As we all know, Hermione's choices are always well considered. Pansy concurred. Trying different things often leads to finding the right fit, doesn't it? Indeed, Hermione answered with ease, revealing that she had indeed made her choice. Notably, the atmosphere in potions class, now devoid of Snape's supervision, had become considerably more relaxed. Horace Slughorn had resumed his role as an instructor, despite his protestations of reluctance. Ultimately, he dutifully returned to teach. Meanwhile, Snape, who continued to receive the same salary while his workload had been drastically reduced, had transformed into a much more approachable figure, as evidenced by the fact that he had not deducted any points from Harry thus far this term. Harry, you're quite fortunate, Ron teased. Outside, however, the situation had not improved with the passage of time. It appeared that Voldemort had regained his strength, and by November, the atmosphere had grown heavy with foreboding. The number of DA members was steadily increasing, united by a common goal, all yearning to navigate through this perilous time swiftly. During a transfiguration class, Dumbledore personally awaited Evie Good at the classroom door, prompting her to sense that something significant was afoot. On that rainy day outside Hogwarts, the corridors bore the marks of wet footprints left by students. Despite it being daytime, the sky was as dark as midnight. Filch was vociferously reprimanding students who had just come in from outside, and Evie Good followed Dumbledore up several flights of stairs. The situation outside is dire. We need to prepare for battle, Dumbledore stated, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. The rain was pouring down in torrents, accompanied by thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, casting an enigmatic shadow over the old man's face. He turned to look at her. The ministry is effectively under our control. Kingsley has assumed the role of minister, though it will take some time. That is excellent, Evie Good replied with a smile, affectionately stroking the phoenix that had flown to her. However, Voldemort has made it clear that he must come to Hogwarts for a confrontation. Dumbledore's demeanor turned grave, his characteristic smile fading significantly. Evie Good understood that this was the true essence of him. That is also good, she continued, moving towards the only window left ajar, gazing out at the deluge. Indeed, the defeat of the Death Eaters had always seemed a foregone conclusion for her. If it were not to be at Hogwarts, it would culminate elsewhere. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if something had been detonated on the other side, and the rain intensified. He has also made it clear, Dumbledore said finally, his voice cutting through the cacophony like a sword. You and he must duel. The girl maintained a soft yet resolute tone. That would be best. Having repeatedly vanquished his Horcruxes and returned through her remarkable abilities, she had caught his attention. Under his death curse, she had escaped. Regardless, she undoubtedly held a greater allure for him than Harry did. Dumbledore looked at her, slightly taken aback. Did she not feel fear or confusion? Or had she already prepared for this? When did you come to be ready for this? Always, Evie Good replied, turning her head. Despite the mere distance of a few meters, he could not discern her features. Her long, flowing robes billowed in the wind, contrasting beautifully with her unblemished white hair. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but fell silent again. She could have angrily questioned why she should bear this burden. She could have refused, evaded, or even, if she wished, he could have whisked her away to a far-off place where the war would not reach her. After all, she had sacrificed so much for the wars of the past and present. She deserved to enjoy a better fate. Those who gather wood for others must not be left to freeze in the snow. Why? The old man inquired, shifting his gaze to the girl by the window. Evie Good gently closed the window. I do not wish to see anyone perish in this war. I understand my worth, and I have long contemplated this possibility. However, of course, she leaned languidly against the window, the wind tousling her hair, yet at that moment, she appeared remarkably composed. I especially do not wish to see Snape harmed. This has always belonged to him. You may have many choices, Evie, Dumbledore remarked, a rarity for him to express such sentiments. He recognized that making such a decision was unprecedented for her. I mean, you could certainly find a better path. So what? She replied, a smile crossing her face as if a thought had struck her. My choice has always been him. Evie Good laughed lightly. I will never regret my choices. No one can harm him again. No one can. This was her resolution, as a fierce ambition ignited in her eyes, one that a Slytherin would pursue relentlessly. It's hard to imagine how you would react if you were harmed. Dumbledore resumed his previous smile, recalling Snape's words on that mountaintop. Evie Good looked out the window once more. Through the curtain of rain, she saw her past memories of Snape, each a precious vignette, ultimately crystallizing on the blue rose hairpin, still warm to the touch. Her sincere feelings had found resonance, and her few cherished affections were indeed worth it. She closed her eyes. Anything that threatens him must perish. Chapter 175, The Final Battle, 1. The DA training proved exceedingly effective, far exceeding Evie Good's expectations. Yet, it was no surprise, considering it was personally supervised by Grindelwald. The results could hardly be lacking. After that conversation with Lupin, Neville appeared significantly braver. He no longer cowered as he once did, for he understood that those who had tormented his parents had returned. If he desired vengeance, he needed to fortify himself. The news of Voldemort's impending duel at Hogwarts spread rapidly, the details unveiled in the revived edition of Eve Good's Singing Off-Key. Perhaps it will occur before Christmas? Eve mused, unfazed, as she certainly did not wish for Voldemort to interrupt her Christmas feast. Before the battle commenced, Hogwarts would undoubtedly prioritize the evacuation of its students. Hermione, increasingly agitated, scoured for spells daily, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, seeking to refine her skills further. You mustn't be overly anxious, Eve remarked, observing Hermione with a stack of borrowed books propped on her chin. After all, before the true chaos begins, it's a duel between him and me. Then you should study more, my dear. Hermione nearly shrieked. You absolutely must not get hurt. Indeed, Pansy added earnestly, joining Hermione in sifting through the tomes. Just then, Draco entered, clutching a sealed letter, and took a seat beside Harry. My father has relayed urgent news. They are likely to arrive on the 15th. He also mentioned that continuing my studies in brain occlusion was a wise choice. Your father has certainly contributed much, Ron remarked with admiration. I suspect it will be before the 15th, Eve interjected suddenly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. I have a feeling he might have sensed a traitor among his ranks and deliberately released this false information. After all, this summer. Wherever the Death Eaters made a significant move, the Order of the Phoenix followed suit, with their hideouts being obliterated moments after their departure, along with several of their masters' Horcruxes. If such events were to transpire to her, she would not entertain the notion of coincidence. Preparations must commence, she declared, rising. I need to have a word with Dumbledore. Moreover, a significant event for the wizarding world was the escape of Gellert Grindelwald. During the tumultuous summer, he had been spirited away, and his whereabouts remained unknown, leaving everyone in a state of constant unease. Yet, as time passed, it became apparent that no major incident had transpired. The Ministry of Magic was in disarray and failed to dispatch sufficient personnel to address the situation, which ultimately faded into obscurity. If no one interfered, I would genuinely find it hard to believe, Eve mused as she knocked on the door, only to find the two men together again. Grindelwald had not consumed the polyjuice potion. This current state suited him better. Al is willing to assist me, Grindelwald remarked, satisfaction evident in his tone. It appears you have successfully remarried. Should the ministry find you and continue your sentencing to Nurmengard, I would not hinder them. We are remarried, but not fully reconciled. Students must be evacuated immediately, Dumbledore stated gravely after listening to their exchange. You must understand that the Death Eaters are currently at a disadvantage. They may resort to a surprise attack. It should have been done sooner. Grindelwald leaned back against Dumbledore's chair. The situation this summer has been dire. Hogwarts should suspend the term. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Of course, maintaining a normal schedule is wiser. Trusting Dumbledore's judgment, Eve recognized him as a truly visionary leader. As expected of my Al, your insights mirror my own, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples in exasperation. I will explain the situation in the Great Hall tonight. We must act swiftly. The atmosphere that evening was exceedingly tense. Students were initially oblivious to the unfolding events until they noticed a throng of unfamiliar faces surrounding the professor's table. The familiar whispers that usually filled the Great Hall had dissipated, and everyone awaited the announcement of what had transpired. All the professors sat beside Dumbledore, accompanied by a number of early arriving members of the Order, their gazes fixed upon him. Tonight, we must evacuate you all. The evacuation will be overseen by the heads of each house, and I will assign a few seasoned Aurors to maintain order. Heads of houses, proceed as I have instructed. Students exchanged worried glances, recognizing the gravity and fear reflected on each other's faces. But what if we wish to stay? Fred Weasley boldly broke the silence, directing his question at Dumbledore, standing on the platform. If age permits, of course, you may remain. The elder's tone was serious. This was no trifling matter. Students in 5th year and below must evacuate immediately. DA has trained you to better handle emergencies, but that is far from sufficient against them. They had never witnessed Dumbledore in such a manner. Eve understood that to minimize casualties, they needed to send the students away. It was the most prudent course of action. Her gaze met Snape's, who was still unaware that he would face Voldemort, but perhaps that was for the best. Dumbledore added a few more details, and Draco felt that the hall had never been so quiet. He anxiously furrowed his brow. Suddenly, the preparations for evacuation were interrupted by a voice, and the crowd, which had begun to regain its speech, fell silent as if a mute button had been pressed. I am surprised you have already begun to act. Eve Good clenched her fists. Indeed, Grindelwald and Dumbledore possessed an uncanny instinct for war. This battle must commence, and I require Eve Good Slytherin to duel with me. Otherwise, I will not relent in my assault. Harry felt his blood run cold as he glanced at the girl, shifting his gaze to Snape, who exuded an aura of lethal intent more palpable than ever before. Make your decision before the sun rises. Countless eyes sought Eve Good, who gently lifted her long hair, her face betraying no emotion. You must go and duel him. Go. Someone shouted from the end of the Slytherin table. Snape sprang to his feet, drawing his wand with such swiftness that no one could intervene. The owner of the shout was sent crashing across the hall, unconscious. Ivania Shafir glared disdainfully at Jose, her violet eyes aflame as she turned her gaze to Eve Good. It seemed everyone awaited her words. Evacuate, she commanded, her voice resounding clearly throughout the hall. All wizards wishing to leave must be evacuated now. Immediately, everyone sprang into action, moving with remarkable order. More remained than they had anticipated. Ginny refused to leave, and they had no choice but to leave her behind. George, Fred, you must act together, do you understand? Eve found the two, and they nodded in agreement. Anyone familiar with her knew that her words were laden with reason. The entire Weasley family had arrived. Hermione, Harry, Draco, and Pansy stood beside her, along with a large contingent of DA members. Neville, fetch the sword of Gryffindor. Harry, take him. Eve's mind raced as she scrambled to recall every detail for advanced deployment. Those of you remaining must protect yourselves. Now, act according to Professor McGonagall's instructions. Chapter 176, The Final Battle, 2. The clamor of voices was everywhere, and Eve stood alone at the center of the crowd, caressing her wand. It felt as if she were in a dream. She never expected this moment would arrive in her 5th year, and she was far from prepared, yet she could not allow anyone to perceive her uncertainty. Snape approached her, standing silently by her side as they both gazed at the surging crowd. "You know you will confront him," he stated with unwavering certainty, understanding her as he always did. "Indeed, do not confront him." He turned to her, his tone imbued with an earnest plea, a manner of speaking that Eve Good had never witnessed from him before. "We can find another way. Someone must face him, Severus. Even if it is not Harry, it will be someone else. Even without me, Eve Good, another will step forward." "But I am enough," she insisted. "If that person is me, you will no longer bear this burden." Eve Good opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Very well. Yet both of them understood that this half-hearted agreement was little more than a balm for their frayed nerves. The crowd dispersed rapidly, and Snape departed as planned toward the tower. The students evacuated swiftly, initially believing they could hastily devise a plan for a counterattack. However, the Death Eaters proved to be more treacherous than they had anticipated, completely disregarding their accord. A barrage of spells was unleashed, and all who remained felt an unprecedented sense of impending doom. "I want to try that spell I've been longing to use." Professor McGonagall appeared beside Eve Good, arching an eyebrow at her. "Activate the Stone Guardians? You truly know everything." The witch smiled, raising her wand as if she were the first to sound the charge. "Activate the Stone Guardians." Armors from every corner of Hogwarts sprang to life, encircling them before swiftly scattering in accordance with Professor McGonagall's commands. Suddenly, the serpent on her left arm opened its golden eyes, lifting its head to gaze at her. "I sensed the presence of a kindred spirit. Another serpent has infiltrated." Eve Good gasped in surprise. She needed to find Neville quickly and have him slay Nagini, this Horcrux, with the sword of Gryffindor. Gabriel transformed before the multitude for the first time, guiding the girl along a path. "Neville, follow me." The round-faced boy was taken aback, but hastened to keep up. Gabriel led them beneath the tower, and as they ascended the stairs, Eve Good suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Was this not the location where Snape was meant to be? Upon reaching the top floor, they found only a single figure, a man in black robes, his back to them, with a serpent coiled not far ahead, while he remained as still as a statue. Nagini coiled, gathering strength, before striking swiftly. "Get back!" Someone was approaching. Snape snapped back to reality just as the serpent was mere inches away from him. "Get away, keep your distance." Several figures stood in his way, but Gabriel was faster than all, sinking its fangs into the slightly smaller serpent. Eve Good witnessed its incredible biting strength as Nagini writhed in agony, momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, Neville stepped forward, wielding the sword of Gryffindor with unwavering determination, and without hesitation, he struck down Nagini, who vanished into nothingness, leaving only a wisp of dust. Eve Good shook Snape violently. This was the first time she had displayed such raw emotion since James and Lily's demise. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you not moving? Look at me." Neville, catching his breath, turned to find Eve Good alarmed. He stood trembling, attempting to blend into the background. Snape's throat constricted as he longed to embrace her, only to be roughly pulled by the collar. "What are you dawdling for? You must not die beneath that serpent," Eve Good shouted, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. "If you do, I will kill myself." Severus Snape. She had fortuitously used the time turner to travel back, to spare his younger self from enduring such horrors. After all her efforts to restore everything to this point, if he were to perish beneath Nagini's jaws, what would it all mean? If that were the case, she might as well have killed him herself in the past. Snape gently stroked Eve Good's white hair, cradling her head in his arms, feeling her shuddering sobs. "I'm sorry," he rasped, "I just lost focus for a moment." You never lose focus in battle. Eve Good's emotional state was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Snape gestured for Neville to leave. The round-faced boy darted away faster than the wind, as if fleeing from some dire family conflict. "What happened, Eve?" Snape murmured softly, his words having some effect as the girl's grip on his robes loosened. She gradually calmed, meeting his gaze but failing to answer his question. What sort of distraction? There was a strange sensation, Snape recalled, even himself finding it perplexing, as if he were destined to die at its jaws. "I'm sorry, Eve. There's no need for apologies." Fortunately, that serpent was now dead, and her true concern would not come to pass. Eve Good exhaled, relieved that nothing would now hinder her counterattack. This also meant that Voldemort had only one life left, if they wished to annihilate him completely. A single ambush would suffice to end it all. The girl glanced at the clock on the opposite tower. It was now 3 in the morning. A dark blue eagle soared through the wall toward them. Eve looked up. It was Ivan's Patronus. The number of Death Eaters had exceeded expectations significantly. The eagle spoke. "Dumbledore has gone to the Ministry to summon reinforcements, but it may take time. Prepare yourselves." It circled and vanished in an instant. "It seems we are all in," Eve Good remarked coldly. However, If the ministry can send help in time, it would also be detrimental for us. In light of this, she needed to scout around to prevent their allies from falling into a stalemate. She bid Snape a hasty farewell and descended the stairs, understanding that more pressing matters demanded her attention away from him. Gabriel, the girl jested with a mock wail, I am doomed. You are not going to die. Pull yourself together. Should anything unforeseen occur, it was certainly obligated to protect her. It would not allow her to be struck down, not for anything. Master, I believe I have truly found someone akin to you. The little ones had been enduring military training recently and were utterly exhausted, making it impossible to write. I have essentially exhausted all my drafts. I will take a day off from writing on the 15th of this month. Otherwise, I will fall behind and have to revise, which greatly affects the reading experience, and I seem to have hit a bottleneck where words elude me. Thank you, everyone, for your understanding. Chapter 177, The Final Battle, 3. Just as Eve Good had anticipated, the chaos had reached a fever pitch. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. So much so that even Grindelwald could not possibly turn the tide in one fell swoop. She suspected that Voldemort had summoned an entire nation to his side. Someone was the first to notice Grindelwald. They thought they were seeing things. However, his candid admission caused his disguise to fall away completely. Another reason for this was Dumbledore's return to the ministry, leaving no one to silence him. Have you truly made up your mind? Eve Good heard him confess to the gathering, his smooth delivery raising doubts in her mind that he had been contemplating this moment for quite some time. Of course, I shall re-emerge into the public eye eventually. The silver-haired man casually dispatched a Death Eater behind them with a flick of his wand. You should have anticipated this when you rescued me, but your disguise fell away far too quickly. Premature admission only served to bolster the claim that he had contributed significantly to the battle at Hogwarts. And if he could leverage some connections, though he smirked, indicating he had none, he gestured around his neck, resorting to old methods. At the very least, I must not be confined to Nurmengard again. How clever, Grindelwald. He was loath to be imprisoned once more. Seeing my beloved again left me utterly speechless. The conflict raged on until the early hours of the morning. Yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Winter had set in, and the sun took its time to make its appearance. Eve Good observed numerous people sprinting and calling out. She raised her wand, repelling several assailants, and, in the process, rescuing the beleaguered Draco and Harry. What is happening? She gasped, her breath coming in short bursts. Didn't I tell you to stay underground? It's much safer there. Shouldn't they know you belong to their ranks? Why are they still trying to kill you? Draco had grown significantly taller, necessitating that she look up to meet his gaze. However, in Eve Good's heart, he remained the haughty, platinum-haired boy she had always known. They kill anyone they see. Just then, Moody happened to pass by and spat on the ground. They've all gone mad. A pack of lunatics. Stay vigilant. After a moment's hesitation, Draco spoke again. I know my father entrusted you with my safety. The girl sighed. Then you should not have come up here. I'll take you back. No, he declared resolutely. Eve Good stared at him in surprise. This was a boy who had been coddled and cherished since childhood, always valuing his life, both in the original narrative and until now. Why the sudden change today? My parents are still with them. I cannot hide away alone. Eve Good struggled to find the right words, her lips moving without sound. And I am also a part of Hogwarts. If you all can forsake everything to resist, then so can I. She looked at him, astonished. Aren't you afraid? Yes, I am afraid, Draco admitted, panic flickering in his eyes, but more prominently, a sense of determination. Because I am afraid, I want to shield you from all of this, Eve Good. You know me. I can handle these challenges. The girl wished to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. I've hidden Pansy away. She needs a safe place more than I do. Draco smiled. Besides, my father always said that family should stay together, and aren't we family too? Let me stay here. Eve Good hesitated. She could not allow anything to happen to Draco, yet she could not disregard his wishes. We can do this, Eve Good. Your training has been effective, Harry, who had been silent until now, interjected. You always find a way to keep us safe. You shouldn't have to endure so much. Draco bit his lip. I understand better than anyone that a noble pure-blood lady deserves protection above all else, especially since you are a Slytherin. I understand, the girl replied, her throat feeling parched. If anything happens, find a nearby Auror, and don't stray too far. Understood. Eve Good ascended the platform, needing a moment to compose herself and devise a way to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion. Distant explosions echoed, illuminating a corner of the sky. She gazed upward, affirming her resolve. If Voldemort could challenge her, then why could she not confront him in turn? Observing the increasingly chaotic battlefield, she realized that if he could make decisions with the rising sun, then she too could hasten its ascent. This moment had long been overdue. The turmoil before the sun's arrival was his chosen path of destruction. Thus, she would choose the path of protection. She pointed her wand at her throat, her voice resonant. Standing atop the platform, The winter winds caressed her, yet she felt no chill. If everything could conclude swiftly, then whatever it took would be worthwhile. As long as Snape would no longer have to endure this perilous battle and her friends would be free from the threat of death. Voldemort, she called. And in that instant, it seemed all heads turned to locate the source of her voice. Let us duel. There must be a resolution between us. The cacophony around her faded, and she witnessed the crowd parting to create a vast space between the two factions. A giant, attempting to intervene, was hurled aside by Hagrid. She noticed Voldemort striding at the forefront of the Death Eaters. Descending from the platform, all eyes were now fixed upon her. She perceived their expressions of concern and astonishment as she wove through the crowd, hearing whispered blessings, and spotting the Weasley twins standing unharmed. Their murmurs coalesced in the air like mist, and as they patted her shoulders, she felt buoyant. The further she advanced, the lighter her steps became. Snape stood at the forefront, and she approached him, meeting those familiar eyes she had seen countless times. Have you made your decision? She asked, a smile gracing her lips. Of course. Snape's lips moved silently, yet he uttered no further words. Then, he did something he had never done publicly before. He embraced her. I will be fine, she murmured, unsure if she was comforting him or herself. The man held her tightly, as if he wished to memorize every detail of her being through that embrace. Snape felt an overwhelming impulse. If he were to cast a stunning spell upon her now, would that not mean she would be spared from this turmoil? Yet, he refrained. Eve Good sensed the subtle movement of his hand as he brushed his wand. She awaited his decision. Go. There exists a myriad of loves in this world. Some bind you, some teach you to relinquish, and others guide you along a predetermined path. But your love is different. Your love grants me freedom. Chapter 178, The Guardian Born of Destruction. Eve Good stood before everyone once more, clearly seeing that figure before her. Voldemort stood directly opposite her. Long time no see, she said. Indeed, Voldemort replied, a smile gracing his lips, his face becoming increasingly indistinct amidst the nearby flames. The Death Eaters concealed themselves in the shadows. And Eve Good felt as though she were hallucinating, for she thought she glimpsed James and Lily behind Voldemort. I thought you would be too frightened to emerge. The Death Eaters erupted in raucous laughter, while countless others behind her gripped their wands tightly. I commend your rare courage. Hey, James is flipping him the bird. Eve Good blinked, but then they vanished from her sight once more. Look at what I have now, Voldemort continued. I possess a legion of followers who will not betray me, a powerful army at my disposal. If I choose, the conquest of Hogwarts is merely a matter of time. Nonsense, she heard Ron scoff from behind. Were it not for Lucius and Narcissa still being present, I could mock him for not even knowing who the spy is. You still lack what you do not possess, she retorted, sticking out her tongue. You do not comprehend. Voldemort's smile gradually faded, his expression turning sour. Eve Good sighed inwardly, realizing that even he lacked certainty now. If you are missing anything, it is love, she declared sweetly, for you do not love your subordinates. They are merely tools providing you with benefits. You do not love your followers, whom you deem useless. You do not even love yourself. You have fragmented your very essence, transforming into what you are now. After attaining immortality, are you still the same you? A gentle breeze brushed against her face, and she inhaled the distinctive scent of winter. It reminded Eve Good of all the things that brought her joy. The sweaters knitted by Mrs. Weasley, infused with the aroma of freshly baked bread. The warmth of the hearth, and every sincere blessing she had received, as well as the starry sky she had once shared with Snape many years ago. It must end. Everything must come to a close. She raised her wand, which trembled slightly in her grasp, seemingly exhilarated by the arrival of this moment. Eve had never felt such joy or confidence in uttering this incantation. Expelliarmus. As she unleashed a dazzling light, a green beam shot forth from Voldemort in response, indicating that he too had made his decision. Why is it still Avada Kedavra? Truly devoid of originality. Yet sacrificing a single soul is preferable to the loss of many. And she had prepared herself for this. If this is the price for all-encompassing change, if it allows her to protect those she cherishes, then so be it. At that moment, the sky seemed to part beneath the stroke of her wand, and the dawn's radiant light cascaded down upon them. The day had broken. How fortuitous, Voldemort. She mused, unaware that she would be flung away in an instant. Eve Good was still contemplating what she might behold in death when the force of the blow left her utterly disoriented. In a flash, the Gabriel on her left arm expanded, catching her before she could crash to the ground. Huh. Eve Good blinked in disbelief. Am I still alive? What nonsense are you spouting? Severus was the first to rush forward, lifting her before the eyes of all. He had not anticipated that she would indeed make such a perilous choice, if she were to vanish completely. He could only imagine the depths of despair that would consume him. Curiously, Lily's love's magic should have long since dissipated. Why was it still present? Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck, and the pendant shattered into numerous fragments, a plume of black smoke shrieking as it dissipated. She hurriedly caught the shards. Good heavens! It turned out that her time-turner was also a Horcrux. In his attempt to kill Harry and herself, he had inadvertently embedded 2 pieces of his soul within them. Harry was a part of himself, while she was a fragment of that time-turner. One could say that the enduring family time-turner had shielded her from this blow, but unexpectedly. It was the last remaining Horcrux. So, in the end, she had sealed her own fate. Oh, how tragic for you, Socket. They stood transfixed, witnessing Voldemort's body marred by grotesque, gaping wounds. Severus brandished his wand, delivering the final, decisive blow of his life. He held, incredulous as he beheld the girl before him, and scathed. His Avada had failed once more. He would never be able to kill her. Good night, he heard her say. I have always admired Tom. Perhaps next time, you should refrain from being Voldemort. Before he vanished entirely, he stood there, devoid of further action. He watched as the girl was enveloped by a throng, cheers resounding around her, as if all the light in the world cascaded upon her. In a daze, he glimpsed his former self, the Tom who had long since perished. Once upon a time, he too had been thrust toward the light by the masses, basking in untainted praise and affirmation. Yet those accolades had long been extinguished, and the youthful Tom was now buried in obscurity by his own hand. Who was she? How could she possibly know that she was Tom Riddle? How could she comprehend her Horcrux? Why did she hold such admiration for her former self? As if she had once glimpsed that very self? Who on earth was she? Ha ha! It was the girl laughing, a joy she had never known before. Eve Good raised her wand, its intricate, ancient patterns gleaming in the sunlight, resembling a victorious sword aimed at the heavens. We have triumphed, warriors of Hogwarts. We have vanquished them all. Her declaration resonated like a battle horn, as countless people surged forward. Eve Good beheld Grindelwald, restored to his former glory, standing beside Dumbledore. The two appearing as long-lost friends, though only a select few understood the unique bond shared between them. It was time to conclude this. Everything would come to a definitive end today. They witnessed the disarray of Death Eaters as members of the Ministry of Magic arrived to bind them. They saw Centaur's return, as Firenze and his kin swiftly dealt with the giant, while Gabriel bit down hard on a Death Eater attempting to ambush her. My judgment was not amiss. You are indeed the heir designated by the ancient master. What? Evegood blinked in surprise. That time-turner is alive, if you will. Gabriel's golden eyes shone brightly. Its choice to protect you signifies that, like the master, you have earned its approval. But from the moment it became a Horcrux, it should have influenced my mind. Evegood interjected, realizing now that she had been unaffected. That is why the ancient master entrusted its guardianship to me until the right wielder is found. It will not harm its chosen master, nor will it perturb the mind like ordinary Horcruxes. Gabriel bowed its head in acknowledgement. Yet it seemed that the reason for her inability to return may also stem from its status as a Horcrux. While it protected her, it also forfeited its own powers. Evegood stood, dazed, retrieving the remnants of the time-turner from her robe's inner pocket. It could no longer be called a time-turner, merely shards. I can repair it. Can't I? As long as you wish to. Gabriel lifted its head, appearing to smile. How remarkable. You should know that the master once asked himself the same question. And like you, he did not abandon it when it shattered. Did it protect him as well? Indeed, of course. Anyone who invests genuine emotion in it deserves its protection. I hardly. Evegood replied, tucking the fragments back into her pocket. I scolded daily. How foolish. Gabriel shook its head. Your instinct to safeguard it rather than discard it, as mere refuse on the battlefield, clearly demonstrates your concern for it. True emotion is proven not by words, but by actions.